Chapter 1. Bai Gu slowly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a ceiling that bore a faint yellowish hue. The sharp scent of disinfectant filled his nostrils. With a touch of weakness, he propped himself up on the bed and surveyed his surroundings. Numerous vacant hospital beds were partitioned by white curtains, delineating small spaces. Along the wall near the window stood several cabinets, stocked with an array of medications, gauze, and rudimentary medical instruments. Fragmented memories flickered in his mind, revealing that he was in the infirmary of Chiching Second Middle School. Bai Gu felt a sense of disorientation despite inheriting the memories of his predecessor. Disbelief lingered within him. He had merely ordered a takeout of yellow braised chicken rice, and before he could even take a bite, darkness enveloped him, leading to this unexpected transference. "This transition is rather abrupt," he exclaimed in frustration. Dressed in the blue and white uniform of Chiching Second Middle School, Bai Gu removed his jacket and unbuttoned the white shirt he wore. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a crude, dark cyan mark resembling an altar etched over his heart, sending a shiver down his spine. He held his breath, concentrating on the altar-like insignia on his chest. Gradually, the dark cyan mark began to glow red, emanating warmth and light. In the blink of an eye, the space surrounding Bai Gu rippled visibly, and a rudimentary summoning array materialized before him, summoning 5 grotesque skeletons. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, the skeletons were slender and pallid, their empty skulls ablaze with an eerie green flame. This ghostly fire, known as the undead fire, was the source of movement for the creatures of the undead. Illuminated by the ghostly green flames, the hollow eye sockets of the skeletons exuded an unsettling and sinister aura. These were Bai Gu's summoned beast skeletons. Initially doubtful of his own translocation, the sight of these skeletons made it abundantly clear to Bai Gu that he was no longer in his original time. To be precise, he now found himself in a world a century into the future. One fateful day, 100 years prior, countless spatial rifts connecting to other worlds had inexplicably emerged on Earth. At that time, scientists from various nations were baffled by the cause of these rifts, as a myriad of dragons, monsters, demons, insectoids, undead beings, and elemental races began to invade Earth in relentless waves. In the face of these formidable otherworldly creatures, humanity's pride their firearms proved utterly ineffective. Desperate, humanity resorted to nuclear weapons, bombarding a rift teeming with millions of magical beasts. Yet, the results were negligible. The sheer number of beasts rendered the nuclear strikes almost futile, eliminating only a fraction of the invaders, while many more continued to emerge from the rifts. Some even survived the nuclear fallout, evolving into even more formidable and terrifying forms, creating significant complications for humanity. Amid the onslaught of these monstrous hordes, humanity appeared small and powerless, with millions falling victim to the fangs and claws of the otherworldly beasts. All continents were overrun by various monstrous races, leaving humanity to cower in corners, struggling to survive. Thus began an era of chaos and darkness that lasted for centuries. Fortunately, several years later, it was discovered that one could forge contracts with these otherworldly beings, summoning and commanding magical beasts, which led to the emergence of the profession known as summoner. Through the bloodshed and valiant resistance of countless summoners and their summoned beasts, humanity gradually reclaimed its lost territories, forming the Human Federation and achieving a hard-won semblance of peace and stability. Emerging from this dark age, humanity entered a new era, one where summoners held a revered status. In this new age, nearly every young man and woman aspired to become a summoner, and Bai Gu was no exception. However, becoming a certified summoner was no simple feat. All 16-year-olds in the Human Federation underwent a unified summoning ceremony. If their soul strength was sufficient, they could summon an initial magical beast during the ceremony. The stronger the soul, the more powerful the beings they could attract from various worlds to form contracts. In current society, everyone had the potential to summon their own magical beasts. Yet, merely summoning a beast did not equate to becoming a professional summoner. To become a summoner, individuals had 2 paths. One could enroll in a summoner academy, where graduation would grant them the title of junior summoner, or they could pass the assessments of the Summoner Association to officially become a summoner. The skeleton Bai Gu summoned was among the lowest tier of magical beasts, slow and unwieldy. Its skeletal frame trembled violently with even the slightest movement, as if it would crumble apart at any moment, let alone engage in combat with the beasts outside the city. Monsters were classified into various levels, from the lowest ordinary to elite, boss, lord, overlord, monarch, and emperor levels. Ordinary beasts were the weakest, with an even lower tier known as inferior, consisting of entirely non-combatant creatures. Examples of inferior beasts included herbivorous rabbits, spotted deer, miniature pigs, and quacking ducks. During the summoning ceremony, a soul strength assessment would take place. Soul strength was categorized into 10 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 the highest. Upon reaching the age of 16, an ordinary human would typically have a soul strength of level 1, with only a small fraction exhibiting extraordinary talent. By the age of 16, Bai Gu was among this select few with a soul strength of level 2. In his entire grade, comprising 4 classes of over 30 students each, only 3 individuals, including Bai Gu, achieved a soul strength of level 2. A level 2 soul strength meant that during the upcoming summoning ceremony, he had the chance to summon a relatively powerful initial beast. It was crucial to note that to form a contract with a strong beast, one soul must also possess considerable strength. The means to enhance soul strength were largely held by powerful factions such as the Summoner Association, Demon Hunter Guild, and the federal military. For the average person, the only way to acquire such enhancements was by joining these organizations. Additionally, the spatial rift had evolved over the years, giving rise to various secret realms, which contained rare materials capable of augmenting soul strength. However, these materials often commanded exorbitant prices, rendering them inaccessible to ordinary families. Thus, the initial summoned beast held immense significance, potentially determining one's future. A stroke of luck in contracting a beast with exceptional potential could lead to boundless opportunities ahead. If the initial summoned beast possessed formidable combat capabilities, one could undergo testing by the Summoner Association to become a professional summoner and gain access to methods for enhancing soul strength, allowing for the summoning of even more powerful beasts. Reflecting on this, Bai Gu felt a sharp pang in his head. He could hardly believe his misfortune. His first contract had resulted in the summoning of the most pitiful skeleton from the realm of the undead. One skeleton was one thing, but to summon multiple was sheer bad luck. Fortunately, with his soul strength being level 2, contracting a skeleton required minimal soul power, and with his current strength, he could still summon others. The instructor overseeing the summoning ceremony encouraged Bai Gu to continue trying, urging him to sense the beast that resonated most harmoniously with his soul. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, during the subsequent summoning ceremonies, Bai Gu repeatedly summoned skeletons, leaving all present in shock. "This is beyond unfortunate," was the unspoken thought shared by all in attendance. Of course, many relished in his misfortune. When Bai Gu had first revealed his level 2 soul strength, numerous classmates had looked upon him with envy and jealousy. With a level 2 soul strength, summoning an ordinary height-year beast was a trivial task. Gaining admission to the Summoner Academy seemed almost guaranteed, marking a turning point in Bai Gu's fate. However, now, those same students who had envied him were now mocking him with equal fervor. Lost in these thoughts, Bai Gu collapsed back onto the bed, his eyes vacantly fixed on the ceiling. "All I did was order takeout, and now I've crossed over. Is there even a precedent for such a thing? It's one thing to be transported, but what use is this worthless summoned beast to me?" He turned to glance at the frail skeleton before him and sighed heavily. Aside from its frightening appearance, its actual combat prowess likely wouldn't even hold up against an elementary school student. Not to mention the prospect of applying to the Summoner Academy. Am I destined to attend a regular school instead? To graduate and become an office worker or a civil servant in the Federation? Is this the end of my dream to become a summoner? Just as Bai Gu spiraled into despair, someone entered the infirmary. He sat up to see his homeroom teacher, Lin Hai, approaching, accompanied by a striking woman clad in a black uniform. Her figure was graceful, and her beauty was cold and alluring. She was Yun Bing, a staff member of the Qiqing Summoner Association, responsible for conducting the summoning ceremony. Bai Gu, are you feeling better? Lin Hai inquired with concern. Yes, I'm feeling much better now, Bai Gu replied. Teacher Lin gazed at Bai Gu, who lay upon the bed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Bai Gu was typically diligent in his studies, exhibiting a commendable dedication to learning, and his academic performance had always been remarkable within the class. Moreover, with the recent Soul Force evaluation revealing his second-tier qualification, it would be reasonable to assume that, given his academic achievements, he could secure a promising initial summoned beast and gain admission to the Summoner Academy. However, it now appeared that he might only qualify for an ordinary school. It is pertinent to note that if Bai Gu were to gain acceptance into the Summoner Academy, Teacher Lin would be rewarded with a generous financial incentive from the institution. AI. Teacher Lin sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, it remained unclear whether this sigh was an expression of regret for Bai Gu's future, sorrow for the loss of his potential reward, or perhaps a combination of both sentiments. Yun Bing, in contrast to Teacher Lin's lamentations, had witnessed numerous exceptionally talented youths since joining the association. A boy with a second-tier soul qualification did not particularly pique her interest. Her sole purpose for visiting Bai Gu was to inquire thoroughly about the summoning ceremony, seeking to determine if any discrepancies had occurred during the process. Logically, the greater the strength of the soul, the more it would attract the attention of formidable beings from other realms. With a soul intensity classified as second tier, Yun Bing surmised that Bai Gu should have summoned a creature of an ordinary high level. Bai Gu, I have come to discuss some details regarding the summoning ceremony with you, she stated, seating herself on a chair beside the hospital bed, her long, graceful legs elegantly crossed, showcasing her alluring physique. She held a black notebook for recording purposes, her gaze fixed intently on Bai Gu as she awaited his response. After a brief moment of contemplation, Bai Gu recounted the events that transpired during the summoning ceremony with utmost candor. Yun Bing diligently transcribed his account into her notebook, occasionally interjecting to ask for clarification on specific details, to which Bai Gu responded without reservation, sharing all that he knew. Upon completing her notes, Yun Bing meticulously reviewed the contents from beginning to end, finding no discernible issues. She decided not to linger further and rose to depart, intending to investigate the matter more thoroughly upon her return. Teacher Lin also stood to accompany Yun Bing as she left. As they exited the infirmary, Teacher Lin turned back to offer a final admonition. Bai Gu, do not hold it against Xia Feiyu. He did not intentionally harm your summoned beast. I have already reprimanded him for his actions. Let this matter rest. After all, we are all classmates. You should refrain from attending school for the next few days and focus on recuperating at home. With that, Teacher Lin departed the infirmary without a backward glance. At the mention of Xia Feiyu, a glint of coldness flickered in Bai Gu's eyes. Xia Feiyu was his classmate, one of the 3 individuals who had also received a second-tier soul qualification during the recent evaluation. He was the only son of Xia Yuanlong, the chairman of the Xia Corporation in Qiqing. Though Xia Corporation held a modest standing within the broader federation, its influence in Qiqing was significant, commanding respect even from the mayor of the city. As a quintessential affluent heir, Xia Feiyu often exhibited an arrogant demeanor, dismissive of others, yet he had not previously crossed paths with Bai Gu, and there was no animosity between them. However, an incident that occurred a week prior had sparked a conflict between them, and since then, Xia Feiyu had harbored a grudge against Bai Gu, seeking ways to exact revenge. During the recent summoning ceremony, Bai Gu's initial summoned beast had been a skeleton, which provoked raucous laughter and scornful insults from Xia Feiyu. As a 16-year-old brimming with youthful vigor, Bai Gu could not tolerate the humiliation and promptly challenged Xia Feiyu to a duel on the basketball court, a contest of summoners. Such competitions among classmates are wholeheartedly supported and encouraged by the school. After all, the monsters beyond the city pose a significant threat to humanity. Learning to fight early on will prove invaluable for survival in the future. Xia Feiyu hails from a wealthy family, and it is said that his father invested a considerable sum to procure rare materials capable of enhancing soul strength, which allowed him to attain a second-tier soul aptitude by the age of 16. His fortune far surpasses that of Bai Gu, who summoned an ordinary high-tier ghost wolf, measuring 2 meters in length and weighing 50 kilograms, quick in movement and ferocious in attack. The outcome was predictable. Bai Gu's inferior summoned skeleton stood no chance against Xia Feiyu's formidable opponent and was swiftly reduced to a mere pile of bones scattered across the basketball court. A necromantic summoned beast. Bai Gu's skeleton possessed a unique ability, undead regeneration. As long as the necromantic flame remained lit, the skeleton could reassemble its body and gradually recover. Despite feeling utterly powerless, Bai Gu had no alternative but to clench his fists and stand humiliated at the sidelines. However, Xia Feiyu was not inclined to let Bai Gu off so easily. With a sinister sneer, he directed the ghost wolf to approach one of the skeletons and extinguish its necromantic flame entirely. The extinguishment of the flame signified the complete demise of the skeleton, and simultaneously, Bai Gu suffered a severe backlash, crying out before losing consciousness. The spectators gasped in shock, unable to fathom the ruthlessness of Xia Feiyu. The homeroom teacher immediately intervened, halting the confrontation and pulling Xia Feiyu away, aware that he would bear responsibility if anything were to happen to Bai Gu. Bai Gu lay unconscious. Several concerned classmates hurriedly lifted him and took him to the school's infirmary. The Human Federation has explicit regulations allowing summoners to engage in combat, to accumulate battle experience, and grow together. The federal government has even organized numerous youth summoner tournaments. However, self-inflicted harm is strictly prohibited, let alone the killing of an opponent's summoned beast. Summoned beasts and their summoners are bound by a soul contract, creating a close connection between their souls. If a summoned beast perishes, the summoner is also subject to severe backlash. The consequences of such backlash are unpredictable. It could range from soul damage leading to unconsciousness to the complete destruction of the summoner's soul, resulting in death. Given the Federation's current struggle against an overwhelming tide of monsters, it is imperative to unite all available forces and categorically forbid acts of self-harm, with severe punishment for any violations. Bai Gu murmured to himself, lamenting that his predecessor had met such a fate. It seemed that he had only possessed Bai Gu's body during the latter's period of unconsciousness. Yet he could not comprehend the connection between this and ordering takeout. It baffled him why he had traversed into another world merely for a meal. How utterly arbitrary. Xia Feiyu was merely a student. According to federal law and the regulations of the second high school, his blatant act of slaying a classmate's summoned beast warranted expulsion, along with an obligation to apologize to Bai Gu and cover his medical expenses. Furthermore, if Bai Gu were to die as a result, Xia Feiyu could face imprisonment. Yet the instigator of this incident appeared to suffer no immediate repercussions. After all, the school administration would prefer not to offend the Xia family real estate agency. While Xia's agency may not wield significant influence across the entire Federation, it certainly holds weight in a third-tier city like Qi City. Even Bai Gu's homeroom teacher sought to downplay the incident. Knowing that Xia Feiyu's status made him untouchable, save for a few individuals, in contrast, Bai Gu was merely an insignificant youth without power or influence. Having lived 2 lives, Bai Gu was acutely aware of this reality. Such is society. A sardonic smile crept across Bai Gu's lips as he reflected on the perpetuity of class divisions throughout the ages. After a moment of contemplation, he fell into deeper thought. What was he to do in the future? Should he abandon the path of summoner and rely solely on his academic performance to enroll in an ordinary school, leading a life of mediocrity? Sighing, he glanced at his little skeleton, still standing there, vacant and unresponsive. Suddenly, a flash of light caught Bai Gu's attention, revealing a black box before him, densely filled with text. Name, skeleton race, undead attribute, none potential, 10, max level, status, normal strength, inferior, upgradable, traits, fear of flames, holy light, immunity to toxins, fear, illusion, skills, undead regeneration evolution pathways, skeleton warrior, 1 iron bone, 10 monster bones, skeleton archer, 1 blazing heart, 10 flame feathers, 10 monster bones, skeleton mage, elemental crystal, blue crystal grass, 10 monster bones. Is this the data for my summoned beast? I can actually see its statistics and the evolution pathways. Bai Gu was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with joy. Indeed, he possessed a golden finger to enhance a summoner's strength, There are several methods. Aside from increasing soul strength and contracting a summoned beast, one can engage their summoned beast in numerous battles to gain insights, awaken their bloodline, and facilitate evolution. Additionally, rare and wondrous materials obtained from secret realms can be used to induce further evolution in summoned beasts, enhancing their power. Over the years, many exceptionally gifted summoners have devised recipes that allow summoned beasts to evolve, even from ordinary to lord level. The recipes for summoned beast evolution are highly coveted and rarely shared. Bai Gu's ability to effortlessly view the data frame of a summoned beast and obtain precise statistics was akin to possessing a shortcut to wealth. Clearly, his skeleton had potential, with promising pathways for evolution into a skeleton warrior, skeleton archer, or skeleton mage. Although the exact power of these evolved forms remained uncertain, they would undoubtedly surpass his current capabilities. Having learned that his skeleton was far from being a worthless summoned beast, Bai Gu's spirits soared, and he promptly prepared to leave the school. Since the homeroom teacher had already spoken, he wouldn't need to attend classes for the next few days, providing him with the perfect opportunity to delve into his newfound golden finger. With this thought in mind, he set out to experiment and assess the reliability of the recipes. AS classes had not yet concluded. The elderly doorman confirmed with the homeroom teacher via phone before granting Bai Gu permission to exit the school grounds. Leaving the campus, Bai Gu wandered the streets, enveloped by a blend of familiarity and strangeness. Across from a second high school were several small shops selling snacks and stationery, one of which featured a liquid crystal television displaying an advertisement that captured Bai Gu's attention. Unlike the previous flowery stars of yesteryears, the advertisement featured a towering, muscular man, his physique rippling with sinewy strength. He wore a black elastic tank top and camouflage tactical pants, paired with combat boots. A 10-centimeter long, jagged scar marred his face, resembling a menacing centipede. An aura of fierce bravado emanated from him. Coincidentally, Bai Gu recognized this imposing figure. His name was Fong Wen, a silver-tier summoner. Age 30, the summoned beast was a lord-level Earthstorm bear. Recently, Fong Wen had gained considerable fame after being hired by a major corporation to explore a newly discovered secret realm. During the expedition, an employee inadvertently provoked the monsters within, leading to a frenzied assault on the exploration team. Fong Wen single-handedly contended with 3 lord-level beasts, buying precious time for the team to retreat and thus averting greater casualties. Bai Gu had seen him featured prominently in recent news articles and broadcasts. Indeed, once one gains notoriety, large companies seek them out for advertisements. The appearance fee must be substantial in the advertisement. Fong Wen commanded the Earthstorm bear with precision, effortlessly demolishing several obstacles set up by the director before returning to his side. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a chilled beer and, alongside his bear, earnestly recited lines to introduce the beverage. After delivering his lines, Fong Wen popped open the beer and took a hearty swig, concluding with, "Ice Dew beer, an exquisite taste." Then, with a forced smile, Fong Wen's expression stirred the scars on his face, rendering them even more grotesque and terrifying. It was evident that this was Fong Wen's first experience in front of the camera, which accounted for his somewhat awkward demeanor. Following the beer commercial, a pure and charming young girl appeared, her aqua-blue pleated skirt unable to conceal her curvaceous figure, while her long, fair legs peeked alluringly from beneath translucent lace. The girl was introducing the cosmetics she held in her hands, and the ice phoenix circling beside her indicated that she too was a summoner. Coincidentally, this summoner, Bai Gu, was acquainted with her. Her name was Song Ling Xiao, 20 years of age, and she was also a black iron-level summoner. Unlike Fong Wen, who was new to advertisements, Song Ling Xiao had already starred in numerous commercials due to her stunning appearance. And she was also the lead actress in a popular television drama, The Summer Has Not Yet Cooled. With her exquisite beauty and formidable prowess, Song Ling Xiao had become one of the most renowned icons of the younger generation in the Federation. With many fervent fans in Bai Gu's class, Bai Gu smirked slightly as he departed from the small shop, preparing to catch the bus. After all, times had changed. In this era, summoners held a prestigious status, enjoying numerous privileges. The military, law enforcement, city defense forces, and various demon hunting groups and corporate entities were all eager to recruit professional summoners. Joining any of these organizations promised a lucrative salary and excellent benefits. However, summoners were classified into levels, ranging from low to high. Reserve, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, starry, and saint levels, totaling 7 ranks. The reserve rank could be attained simply by graduating from a summoner academy. Reserve summoners, also known as quasi-summoners, possess a professional qualification certificate and can join demon hunting groups to explore secret realms, receiving state subsidies and privileges for free use of certain public amenities that in essence, the higher the rank of summoner, the greater the privileges they enjoyed. Bai Gu took the bus from school to the most bustling commercial street in Chicheng City. This street boasted a variety of shops, including clothing, mobile phones, electronics, home goods, cosmetics, as well as secret realm shops, monster shops, and summoner shops. After carefully studying the evolution pathways for skeletons, Bai Gu decided to purchase the evolution materials for a skeleton warrior to conduct an experiment. After all, he was not particularly affluent, and the materials needed for summoning beast evolution were not inexpensive. The materials required for the skeleton warrior's evolution included 1 iron bone fruit, 10 monster bones, and 1 corrupted 3-leaved grass. Bai Gu had heard of both the iron bone fruit and corrupted 3-leaved grass before, as they were relatively common special plants found in secret realms. The iron bone fruit, when consumed by summoning beasts over a prolonged period, could enhance bone hardness. The corrupted 3-leaved grass emitted a unique fragrance and possessed corrosive properties. Both of these plants could be easily purchased at the secret realm shop. However, the monster bones were harder to come by, while the monster's flesh and blood were more readily available. Bai Gu was headed to the largest monster shop on the commercial street, named Blackstone, which belonged to the Blackstone Demon Hunting Group of Chicheng City. The Demon Hunting Group was an organization formed by summoners unaffiliated with any particular power, primarily focused on exploring various secret realms and undertaking missions. Akin to mercenary groups in films, the monster shops specialized in selling the blood, flesh, hides, and bones of monsters. Monsters outside the city were generally scattered around the outskirts, guarded by city defense forces, rendering them a minimal threat to urban residents. However, should too many monsters congregate outside the city, they could pose a significant danger. Consequently, the city government frequently issued tasks to clear monsters from the outskirts, as the only demon hunting group in Chicheng City. The responsibility for this task naturally fell upon the Blackstone Demon Hunting Group. Monsters hunted and killed were often sold to large corporations or the Federation, typically at drastically reduced prices. Generally, only small or newly formed demon hunting groups would sell to large companies or the Federation, while more powerful groups would operate their own shops. The Blackstone Demon Hunting Group could be considered a small-scale team, comprising nearly 20 professional summoners and over 80 ordinary employees responsible for logistics and finances. The Blackstone Demon Hunting Group was indeed capable of running a shop to maximize profits. They sold the monsters cleared from the city outskirts at their monster shop. The materials obtained from these monsters not only facilitated the evolution of summoning beasts, but also offered significant benefits to ordinary individuals. Research conducted by Federation scientists revealed that prolonged consumption of monster flesh could remarkably strengthen the body and extend lifespan. Of course, the monster meat in question had to be certified as safe by Federation scientists. Only such tested flesh possessed these extraordinary effects. There were countless types of monsters outside the city, and their varieties were exceptionally diverse. It took scientists decades of research to identify dozens of special edible monsters. Upon arriving at the Blackstone Monster Shop, Bai Gu noticed that the shop was divided into several sections: pet monsters, monster hides and furs, and monster blood and flesh. This was Bai Gu's first visit, and he was uncertain whether they sold monster bones. So he decided to casually inquire with one of the staff members. A trained and attractive young lady approached him with a professional smile, asking, "May I assist you, sir?" Bai Gu, still clad in his school uniform from the second middle school, was treated with respect by the sales attendant. Most patrons of the monster shop were related to summoners, and she was merely a regular employee. She was cautious not to offend anyone, as complaints could lead to trouble. "Oh, you have complete monster skeletons?" Bai Gu inquired. "Monster skeletons." The young employee pondered momentarily before responding. "We have the bones of blood-toothed wild boars and black-scale rhinos. Which one do you need?" Bai Gu was momentarily at a loss and hesitated before asking, "What are the differences between the two?" The blood-toothed wild boar's bones cost 900 yuan each, while the black-scale rhino's bones were priced at 4,800 yuan each. Bai Gu was taken aback, as he had not anticipated monster bones to be so exorbitantly priced. Is it really that expensive for just monster bones? The young employee maintained her composure and continued, "Indeed, you are correct. Generally, monster bones do not hold much value. However, the blood-toothed wild boar is an ordinary intermediate-level monster, whereas the black-scale rhino is genuinely an elite-level creature. Our hunting group went to great lengths to slay it, suffering injuries among several members, and considering the costs of processing, preserving, selling, taxes, rent, utilities, and so forth. It is not overly expensive." Bai Gu fell silent upon hearing the employee's explanation. He did not come from a wealthy background. His mother had passed away from cancer during his childhood, and his father, a soldier in the Federation's military, had perished while battling monsters that he had been raised by his father's comrades. After his father's death, the Federation awarded him a compensation of 100,000 yuan, which he had refrained from using over the years, intending to save it for his time at the Summoner Academy. Although Bai Gu had only recently crossed over, the memories of his predecessor had begun to merge with his own, deeply influencing his feelings for his parents. Initially, he had no intention of using that money, but now, "I will take 10 blood-toothed wild boar bones. Would you like to pay by card or in cash?" Bai Gu, having just exited school, had not brought his bank card. Fortunately, he remembered the card number, so he inquired whether he could verbally provide it. The sales attendant nodded, handing Bai Gu the machine. After a moment of recollection, Bai Gu entered the card number and password. He felt a pang of regret as he realized that purchasing the bones alone would deplete the compensation his father had left him, not to mention the cost for the iron bone fruit and corrupted three-leaved grass, which were likely to be substantial as well. However, in pursuit of becoming a summoner, Bai Gu resolved to make the purchase. "By the way, do you have iron bone fruits and corrupted three-leaved grass?" Bai Gu asked. The sales attendant hesitated for a moment before smiling. "Yes, we have iron bone fruits for 10,000 yuan each and corrupted three-leaved grass for 200 yuan each." Although she was prepared, upon hearing the price, Bai Gu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Having already purchased the beast bones, she naturally refused to back out and made the purchase in one go. Due to the inconvenience of carrying the beast bones, Bai Gu spent over 20,000 in one breath, and the female employee promised to deliver them free of charge, after providing her address. Bai Gu stepped out of the Warcraft shop, her heart heavy with the realization that being a summoner indeed comes at a high cost. She began to understand why summoners like Feng Wan, who were of silver rank, had to venture out to film advertisements to earn money. As she rode the bus toward her home in the outskirts, Bai Gu's thoughts wandered. The sun dipped below the horizon, its final rays casting a warm glow through the bus window upon Bai Gu's fair and delicate face. She gazed silently out at the passing scenery. Most schools had already let out for the day, and a few younger female students who boarded the bus chatted animatedly, stealing glances at Bai Gu and whispering giggles among themselves, lingeringly gazing at her until they disembarked. Unfortunately, lost in her thoughts, Bai Gu remained oblivious to their attention. The journey from the inner city to the outskirts was lengthy. It took Bai Gu nearly an hour on the bus to reach the vicinity of her residential complex, in contrast to the bustling inner city. The outskirts appeared somewhat desolate. After all, should a Warcraft siege occur, the outskirts would quickly transform into a battlefield, which naturally kept property prices low. As Bai Gu arrived at the foot of her apartment building, she fortuitously encountered Zhao Lei Yun, a classmate and good friend, who also happened to be her neighbor. Upon seeing Bai Gu return, Zhao Lei Yun approached her with concern. "Where have you been?" "I went to the infirmary to find you after school, but couldn't find you. I asked Teacher Lin and learned you had gone home. Are you feeling better?" Bai Gu smiled reassuringly. "Much better. Don't worry, that's good to hear," Zhao Lei Yun responded, lowering his head shyly. "Why Summon Beast is just an ordinary low-tier Gillet Sparrow, and it can't compete with Xia Feiyu's Ghost Wolf, so I can't help you with revenge." Bai Gu chuckled lightly and patted Zhao Lei Yun's shoulder. "It's nothing. We merely had a minor conflict." Zhao Lei Yun forced a smile, knowing that Bai Gu was merely comforting him. He was acutely aware of Xia Feiyu's twisted proclivities and anticipated further clashes between them. Xia Feiyu was tall, fair-skinned, and a wealthy second-generation heir, having become the idol of many female students at their school since transferring. However, he had an unsettling preference for underage girls. After Bai Gu's father sacrificed himself, he was raised by his father's comrade, Inangua, who had two daughters, the younger of whom, Bai, was only 14, that on one occasion, Bai came to the school to find Bai Gu, only to catch Xia Feiyu's unwanted attention. Through dubious means, Xia Feiyu obtained her address and ambushed her on her way home from school, dragging her into an alley. This was not the first time Xia Feiyu had acted in such a manner. He had previously engaged in similar misconduct, which had always been smoothed over by his father. However, emboldened by his previous escapes, he had grown increasingly brazen, even intending to commit a heinous act that day. Fortunately, Bai Gu happened to be visiting Inangwa that day and was on his way to pick up Bai from school. Not finding her along the usual route, he searched for her and stumbled upon Xia Feiyu. Pants down, leering at Bai, who was in tears beneath him, in a fit of rage, Bai Gu charged at Xia Feiyu, fighting desperately, and his fierce determination frightened Xia Feiyu into fleeing without even pulling up his pants. After that incident, Xia Yuanlong established Xia's real estate, employing various unscrupulous tactics to threaten and coerce vulnerable elderly and children who had lost their families during the Warcraft tide into selling their homes at rock-bottom prices, which he would then resell at inflated rates, amassing a fortune. There were some who resisted, but those who crossed Xia Yuanlong rarely ended well. Some were brutally beaten, while others simply vanished as if they had never existed. The law enforcement agency was aware of Xia Yuanlong's underhanded dealings, but he operated with such secrecy that they lacked the evidence needed to apprehend him. Moreover, after the recent Warcraft tide, Qiqing was still in recovery, leaving little time to deal with Xia Yuanlong's antics. Gradually, Xia's real estate managed to clean up its image, with negative reports dwindling. Just last week, Xia Yuanlong donated 100,000 yuan to a nursing home in Qiqing and was hailed as a corporate philanthropist by the Qiqing Daily. Many of the elderly residents without family have been forced into the nursing home due to Xia Yuanlong as pressure. Alas, Zhao Leiyun sighed, troubled for his friend's future. Originally, with Bai Gu's talent as a second-tier soul summoner, summoning a powerful beast during the summoning ceremony would have guaranteed his admission to the Summoner Academy. Xia Feiyu might have thought twice and refrained from going too far, but now, Bai Gu himself was unperturbed. He had faith in his system and was eager to discover the true power of the skeletal warrior. Generally speaking, summoned beasts undergo a qualitative change in strength upon evolution, and Bai Gu was confident that the skeletal warrior would not disappoint him. As Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun ascended the stairwell of their 5-story building, they were cautious, as cities now avoided constructing tall buildings to prevent attacks from flying-type beasts. Upon reaching the top, they were taken aback to see 3 individuals standing at Bai Gu's door. Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun paused momentarily, noting the 3 men dressed in suits. One was squatting on the ground smoking. His sleeves rolled up to reveal a tattooed arm, while another was a rotund man, and the third was a taciturn thin man. The one smoking glared at the 2, barking, "Which of you is Bai Gu?" Bai Gu wore a calm expression, preparing to respond, but Zhao Leiyun tugged at her sleeve and stepped forward, declaring loudly, "What business do you have with him?" The squatting man immediately stood, his eyes widening as he snarled. "Did you ask me, or did I ask you? Stop wasting time. Tell me who Bai Gu is. If you have no business here, then leave. Otherwise, I'll call the law enforcement agency," Zhao Leiyun replied. His demeanor calm, undeterred by the smoking man's intimidation. "Daha! Do you even know who we are? We're from Xia's real estate, and our connections with the law enforcement agency run deeper than yours." The smoking man retorted with a cold smirk that, "Don't spout nonsense. You'll scare the poor kid." The rotund man interjected with a facade of friendliness. "We're here to address an issue concerning the company president's son, Xia Feiyu, and we've come to personally apologize. You must be Bai Gu, right?" "He isn't. I am Bai Gu," Bai Gu replied coolly. Upon realizing their visit was related to Xia Feiyu, Bai Gu had already guessed their purpose. "You are indeed Bai Gu. Excellent. My name is Gong Chao, and I'm here specifically to resolve matters concerning young Master Xia. Can we speak privately? It would be best if your friend stepped aside." "Leiyun, you should head home first," Bai Gu suggested, feeling it would be better not to involve Zhao Leiyun, as this was his own matter. Zhao Leiyun shook his head, resolutely standing by Bai Gu's side. He feared that the 3 visitors were dubious characters and was concerned Bai Gu would be at a disadvantage alone. Seeing Zhao Leiyun refuse to leave, the burly man erupted in anger. "Do you understand human language? I told you to leave. Are you looking for trouble? Just as Zhao Lei Yun was about to respond, the front door of his house was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash, startling the trio, causing the smoking man's cigarette to fall from his mouth as he stumbled back in shock. A middle-aged woman emerged, glaring at Zhao Lei Yun and scolding, "You little brat, why are you still out? Hurry home and stop causing a scene." She moved to drag Zhao Lei Yun back inside. Zhao Lei Yun, feeling helpless against his mother-esque fiery temperament, was torn, not wanting to abandon his good friend. However, Zhao's mother was unfazed by the three men blocking Bai Gu's door. She had been eavesdropping on their conversation and knew they were from Xia's real estate. Upon realizing this, her expression shifted dramatically. Knowing her son was still young and vulnerable. Regarding the gradually rehabilitated Xia family real estate, apart from a few fragmented pieces of information, there is not much understanding of it. However, she has experienced the surge of the Warcraft tide and the rise of Xia family real estate, and deeply comprehends the terror of Xia Yuanlong, who is now deemed an outstanding entrepreneur in Qiqing City, in the community where Bai Gu resides. Zhao's mother is notoriously fiery-tempered, and no one dares to provoke her. Her voice is so loud that when Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun played outside as children, her shouts from the window could be heard throughout the entire neighborhood. Zhao Lei Yun hails from an ordinary family. His father is a common bank employee earning a mere 4,000 yuan a month, while his mother is a housewife, faced with the largest local enterprise in Qiqing City, Xia family real estate. They feel utterly insignificant, and the ruthless methods of Xia Yuanlong linger vividly in their minds that Zhao's mother is also unwilling to offend them. She merely hopes that her son will not cause trouble and remain safe. Zhao Lei Yun has always excelled academically and possesses a calm demeanor. His mother had already inquired about the outcome of the summoning ceremony, and upon learning it was an ordinary, low-tier, weak electric sparrow, she finally felt at ease. With proper cultivation, there might be potential for further improvement, and given Zhao Lei Yun's decent grades, he stands a good chance of gaining admission to the Summoner Academy. Currently, Zhao Lei Yun represents all of their family's hopes. Zhao's mother is certainly reluctant to involve him in any troubles. As an ordinary woman, her only wish is for her child to be safe, leaving her powerless to manage the affairs of others. Under the tugging of Zhao's mother, Zhao Lei Yun appeared quite resistant. Bai Gu patted Zhao Lei Yun on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's all right. I can handle this on my own." Seeing the determination in Bai Gu's eyes, Zhao Lei Yun could only accompany his mother back home. With a thud, tranquility returned to the corridor. Since it's just us few left, we can have a good talk," Gong Chao said with a smile, inquiring, "Aren't you going to invite us in for a visit?" Bai Gu shot him a cold glare, urging, "If you have something to say, just say it," unfazed by Bai Gu's chilliness. Gong Chao maintained his cheerful demeanor, while Biaozi, intimidated by Zhao's mother's fierce presence and feeling humiliated, glared at Bai Gu, baring his teeth, and angrily descended the stairs, seemingly preparing to teach Bai Gu a lesson. Bai Gu clenched his fists. "Biaozi, stop," Gong Chao commanded coldly. Biaozi, unwilling to defy Gong Chao's order, halted. "Xia Feiyu has killed your summoned beast during the competition, and this is the compensation the boss specifically instructed for you. Take it." Gong Chao received a brown package from a thin man beside him and tossed it to Bai Gu. Upon opening it, Bai Gu discovered it contained around 10,000 yuan. "Now that you've accepted the money, this matter is settled," Gong Chao said, his smile vanishing, replaced by a menacing expression. "I hope you understand your position. If you dare to pursue trouble over this matter, it won't be so easy next time." After that, he signaled for Biaozi and the thin man to leave as they were about to depart. Gong Chao seemed to recall something, turning back to Bai Gu and advising, "I suggest you keep your nose out of matters that don't concern you, especially those involving young Master Xia." With that, he strode away, while Biaozi spat on the ground as he passed Bai Gu, glaring at him menacingly. Recalling how Biaozi had dropped his cigarette in fear of Zhao Lei Yun's mother-esque voice, Bai Gu merely regarded him with disdain. That he said nothing about the money he received. His power was still too weak, and relying solely on the skeleton's strength could not stand against those individuals. The compensation of 10,000 yuan provided by Xia Yuanlong was just enough to alleviate his immediate financial concerns. In the future, once the skeleton evolves and its strength increases, he could seek vengeance then. Arriving at his doorstep, Bai Gu retrieved his keys from his school uniform pocket and unlocked the door. Everything inside the house felt both familiar and foreign to Bai Gu, as memories of living there flooded his mind. Bai Gu's home is a simple structure comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, spanning approximately 60 square meters. Entering his parents' bedroom, he saw their ashes being honored there. The entire Federation has prohibited burials. On one hand, constructing cemeteries requires considerable space, and cities lack available land. Burying in the wild risks the corpses being unearthed by scavenging beasts, leading to a complete loss of remains. On the other hand, the deathly aura emanating from the realm of the undead can easily resurrect corpses as zombies. Thus, for various reasons, the Federation has enacted a complete ban on burials, opting instead for cremation. Behind the urns are a photograph of Bai Gu's father, Bai Tong, and mother, Tong Lingshui. In the picture, Bai Tong appears resolute and tall, while Tong Lingshui possesses a delicate and charming countenance, her slender figure radiating joy as she gazes at the camera, her smile brimming with happiness. At that time, they had just married and had not yet welcomed little Bai Gu. Bai Gu inherited his mother's charming looks, making him quite endearing. Truth be told, with his looks, Bai Gu could have easily pursued a life as a pretty boy. In his memories, his childhood was the happiest and most carefree time, filled with the warmth of a gentle mother and a cheerful father. During that period, he seemed to hold no worries, basking in sweetness like honey. Unfortunately, such bliss was fleeting. His mother, Tong Lingshui, fell victim to cancer. Although at the time, cancer could be treated with extraordinary potions derived from various materials in secret realms, the costs were exorbitant, far beyond what Bai Gu's family could afford. They could only bid farewell to his mother amidst pain and regret. After her passing, Bai Gu's father, devastated by the loss of his beloved wife, sank into despondency and gradually wasted away. He paid little attention to young Bai Gu's upbringing, often away in the military and entrusting his retired comrades to look after him. During a battle against monsters, his father perished on the battlefield. The military awarded him a compensation of 100,000 yuan, which Bai Gu had never dared to spend. Instead, he devoted himself to studying various aspects of summoning, aspiring to become a summoner one day. Alas, having offended Xia Feiyu, his summoned beast was slain during a competition, resulting in a backlash from the soul contract, leading him to inherit Bai Gu's memories as he traversed into Bai Gu's body, their identities merging as one. How ironic, how ludicrous. His father died protecting the people on the battlefield, while Xia Yuanlong, driven by fear of death, exploits his compatriots to become the leading entrepreneur in Qiqing City. Now he resides in a luxurious villa in the inner city, worth millions. Xia Feiyu has been trained since childhood by professional summoners, gaining knowledge and access to expensive resources from secret realms to enhance his spiritual power. In contrast, Bai Gu had to navigate the world alone while working to sustain himself. Now, he is also threatened by Xia Yuanlong's henchmen. Bai Gu strolled to the window, gazing through the cluster of low-rise buildings, catching a glimpse of the vibrant inner city. He firmly believed that with the system, he could swiftly grow stronger in a short time, rendering Xia Feiyu a negligible threat. That moment, a knock on the door interrupted Bai Gu's thoughts. The tea must be the goods he had ordered. Checking the time, he realized that the items from the Blackstone Monster store should have arrived. Bai Gu hurried to the door, opening it to find 2 staff members from the Blackstone store in uniforms. "Are you Mr. Bai?" "That's me. Please check the items and sign here." Bai Gu opened the box and examined the contents carefully. Having spent nearly 30,000, he deemed it prudent to be cautious. After confirming everything was in order, Bai Gu signed the delivery slip. He brought the beast bones and other materials back inside, neatly arranging the blood-toothed, wild boar bones in a plastic box, while placing the iron fruit and rotten 3-leaf clover in a separate box. Bai Gu first picked up a box of blood-toothed wild boar bones and opened it, revealing several pieces of bone that had been cut into fragments, estimating the weight of a portion to be around 500 grams. The beast bones from monsters in this era differ significantly from those of ordinary animals. While they might appear similar, the tactile sensation conveys a hardness akin to steel. Observing the ivory-white beast bones, Bai Gu noted that the staff in the Blackstone store had cleaned them so thoroughly that not a trace of flesh remained. Bai Gu felt a twinge of regret. He had hoped to acquire some meat along with the bones. However, It was clear that the staff had employed some method to render them cleaner than a dog's lick. Nevertheless, considering that the meat of the blood-toothed wild boar is edible and not only tender and delicious, but also grants strength to those who consume it regularly, he found solace in that thought. Especially beneficial for carnivorous summoned beasts, 500 grams of meat can fetch an astonishingly high price. Bai Gu set down the beast bones and picked up a box containing iron-bone fruit and corrupted three-leaf grass. Upon opening it, he discovered two transparent glass containers, surrounded by ample foam padding to prevent breakage. The iron-bone fruit, encased in a rugged, iron-gray skin and roughly the size of a fist, possesses the peculiar trait of growing not on trees, but beneath the earth, akin to potatoes. The corrupted three-leaf grass, featuring three slender, blackish-purple leaves, each approximately 10 centimeters long with serrated edges, stand in stark contrast to its formidable appearance, exuding a delightful aroma that inexplicably whets the appetite while possessing a potent corrosive quality, rendering its applications rather singular. With all materials at hand, Bai Gu prepared to concoct the secret formula for the skeletal warrior. Following the system's instructions, he first readied a large pot. He retrieved the pot used for stewing meat and placed all the beast bones inside, then added enough clear water to submerge them. After peeling the iron bone fruit to reveal its hard, white interior, he sliced it into 8 segments and tossed them into the pot. Next, he shredded the corrupted three-leaf grass and added it as well. Now, only the final step remained, summoning his skeletal companion. Despite having procured the largest pot in his home, the summoned skeleton still could not fit inside, which proved somewhat frustrating. With no other option, Bai Gu disassembled the skeleton and forcefully stuffed the pieces into the pot. After considerable effort, he finally managed to fit everything inside, covered the pot, and ignited the heat. Excellent. Now it was time to simmer for several hours until his skeletal warrior successfully evolved. Although the entire process resembled making a hearty bone broth, the outcome was what truly mattered. The mingling scents of the blood-fawn wild boar's bones and corrupted three-leaf grass produced an extraordinarily enticing aroma, causing Bai Gu's mouth to water and his stomach to rumble. Wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth, he realized he had yet to have dinner after the day's events. Initially, he had planned to seek food after the evolution of the skeletal warrior, but the enticing aroma of the broth proved irresistible. After all, it would take a considerable amount of time. Perhaps he should eat first. Succumbing to the fragrant allure of the broth, he promptly left his home and headed to a small restaurant downstairs. "Boss, I would like a duck leg rice, please." "Certainly. Just have a seat, and it will be ready shortly." A serving of duck leg rice cost 14 yuan, which was not particularly expensive. Bai Gu worked after school during the evenings and on weekends. Speaking of work, he suddenly recalled that he had to take a leave of absence today due to the evolution of his skeleton. He took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, found the number, and dialed it. Bai Gu's workplace was a studio named Yu, a standard cultivation studio specializing in the breeding of summoned beasts. The strength of a summoner is derived from the strength of their summoned beasts, and an excellent breeder can significantly enhance their power. The studio's owner, Yu, was a qualified breeder renowned in the summoner community of Chi City. Working under such a breeder was a coveted opportunity for many, as it not only offered a relaxed work environment and generous compensation, but also access to the mysterious world of breeders, presenting numerous advantages. Bai Gu's knowledge of summoning was acquired at Yu Studio. At the time, there were many competitors for the position, and Bai Gu approached it with a just-give-it-a-try mindset. Despite being up against numerous candidates with greater advantages, he was unexpectedly selected on the spot by Yu, leaving him filled with gratitude since finding a job that did not interfere with his studies was no easy feat. In return, Bai Gu worked diligently and earnestly, earning Jiyu's admiration. After a series of beeps, the call connected. "Hello, Xiao Bai Gu. What can I do for you?" A voice resonated from the other end, smooth and languid, yet imbued with a magnetic quality that, despite its casual tone, exuded a teasing allure. Having worked at Yu Studio for almost half a year, Bai Gu was well aware of what kind of person his boss, Yu, was, aside from maintaining a professional demeanor when accepting work commissions. She spent most of her time reveling in lavish gowns at upscale venues with her friends. Bai Gu's primary duties at the studio involved tidying up after school and welcoming clients, occasionally assisting Yu with various tasks. "Boss, I would like to request a day off, of course. Since it's your request, Bai Gu, it's granted. And you can just call me sister. Gu replied with a laugh on the other end. All right, thank you, boss. Gu's languid voice came through again, asking, by the way, Bai Gu, you've turned 16 this year. Your summoning ceremony should be today. What initial summoned beast did you contract? Bai Gu was somewhat taken aback that Gu remembered his summoning ceremony. I contracted a skeleton, he replied calmly without hesitation. That a skeleton, the most basic undead summoned beast, Gu exclaimed in surprise. She was aware of Bai Gu's dream of becoming a summoner, yet she did not expect him to encounter such misfortune. As a breeder, she knew that to date, no one had discovered a method or path for enhancing the strength of skeletons. This meant Bai Gu's chances of entering the Summoner Academy to become a summoner were virtually non-existent. Having known Bai Gu for some time, Gu recognized his diligence and commitment to learning. Although he was somewhat introverted and shy, he remained impervious to her many subtle hints. Nevertheless, he showed promise. And should he become a summoner, a bright future awaited him. So, what are your plans for the future? Once you graduate, you can come work in my studio, and I assure you the salary will be generous. No, thank you for the kind offer, boss. I will become a summoner, Bai Gu declared resolutely, fully intent on achieving his goal of becoming a professional summoner. If others were to hear Bai Gu's assertions, they would surely mock his overconfidence. Each year, millions aspired to enroll in the Summoner Academy, yet only about 100,000 would succeed. The Gu was somewhat taken aback by Bai Gu's confidence, but refrained from ridicule. Instead, she earnestly advised him, as of now, no one has discovered an evolution path for low-grade summoned beasts like skeletons. If you wish to enhance your skeleton's power, you might want to try using undead fuel. Undead fuel. What is that? Can it really enhance the power of skeleton? Bai Gu inquired, puzzled. Having worked at Yu Studio for quite some time, he had learned a great deal about various summoned beasts and materials, but had never heard of it. The interface for enhancing summoned beasts had indeed mentioned undead fuel, piquing Bai Gu's interest. In response to Bai Gu's question, Gu's tone shifted from languid to one of professionalism as she explained. Undead fuel is a substance produced when the undead fire of high-level undead creatures extinguishes. By introducing undead fuel into the undead fire of a summoned undead beast, it can significantly enhance their strength. And there's a chance it may even evolve. However, it is unfortunate that previous experiments have shown that while skeletons can boost their power with undead fuel, they cannot evolve. After Gu's explanation, Bai Gu grasped the utility of undead fuel. Yet he cautiously inquired about its cost. At a standard portion of undead fuel officially retails for 150,000. However, I know a contact who can sell it for 130,000 per portion. Upon hearing the price, Bai Gu displayed little surprise. He had come to understand that being a summoner is an exceedingly costly profession, with materials capable of enhancing the strength of summoned beasts being exceedingly rare. Thank you for your kind offer, but I simply cannot afford it. Bai Gu resolved to speak candidly. No worries. I can front the cost for you initially. It will approximately require around 8 to 12 portions of materials to elevate the skeleton's inferior strength to the ordinary level. At that point, you can attempt to gain admission to the Summoner Academy. Once you join, you will be granted access to secret methods for enhancing soul strength, and upon increasing your soul strength, you will be able to contract a superior summoned beast. 1 million is no small sum for an average individual. The majority of families in Chi City would find it nearly impossible to produce such a sum. As a nurturing master, Gu could be regarded as a competent, little wealthy individual. For her, 1 million was hardly a concern. Bai Gu pondered Gu's suggestion, nodding subtly in agreement. Indeed, if it were not for the system, Gu's advice would be the optimal choice. However, Bai Gu ultimately declined, as accepting it would mean incurring a debt of over 1 million to Gu, and he was not fond of owing anyone money. Moreover, drawing from his previous memories and Gu's habitual actions, he was acutely aware that this wicked woman was simply coveting his physique. After hanging up the phone, Bai Gu began to contemplate the matters regarding the soul secret methods. The soul secret method was discovered by former summoners as a means to enhance soul strength. Bai Gu was also familiar with the most widely practiced mental training technique, a soul secret method that enjoys immense popularity throughout the Federation. The mental training technique is extensively circulated within the Federation and can be considered the most fundamental soul secret method. The method of acquisition is remarkably straightforward. one can simply download it from the Federation's official website. Nearly all citizens of the Federation engage in its practice, though it is also the most commonplace of soul secret methods. Bai Gu's second-tier soul strength is attributed not only to his exceptional talent, but also to his diligent practice of the mental training technique each day. The version of the mental training technique Bai Gu practiced was an adapted version he found online as a foundational soul secret method. There are numerous experts online who have refined it, allowing for a faster training process compared to the original version. Of course, Bai Gu only dared to practice this version of the soul secret method after confirming its stability through multiple trials, ensuring it bore no adverse side effects. The Summoner Academy attracts a multitude of students for various reasons, not least of which is the wealth of knowledge regarding summoning and the guidance of professional summoners as instructors. However, the most significant reason lies in the long-cherished soul secret methods and summoner techniques passed down within the Academy. The Academy's soul secret methods are several times more effective than the mental training technique, constituting a closely guarded secret of each institution. Any student graduating from the Summoner Academy is required to sign a special contract ensuring that they never divulge such secrets. This contract resonates deep within the soul, rendering it impossible to pass on to others, thereby ensuring that the knowledge remains forever undisclosed. Apart from the Summoner Academy, there are two other avenues to obtain soul secret methods, through the Federal Military and the Summoner Association. However, acquiring these secret methods also necessitates signing a special contract, committing to serve the Federal Military or the Summoner Association for several decades, which severely restricts one's freedom. For instance, the individual responsible for conducting summoning ceremonies, Yun Bing, obtained the secret methods only after agreeing to join the association. Had Bai Gu not possessed the system, he might have considered Gu's suggestion or followed in his father's footsteps by joining the military to become a military summoner. However, now that Bai Gu has the system, a third path is evidently available to him, a path that defies the mundane, a path of unparalleled dominance, a path that promises to ascend to the pinnacle of existence, a path that looks down upon all. Young man, your duck leg rice is ready. Come and enjoy while it's hot. Okay, thank you, boss. The aromatic braised duck leg, the enticingly fresh greens, the five-spice braised tofu, and the glistening, plump rice all awaited him. After a busy afternoon, Bai Gu was ravenous and eagerly dug as a regular patron of the small eatery. The owner generously gifted Bai Gu a braised egg. After satisfying his hunger, Bai Gu returned upstairs, where a large pot on the stove continued to simmer with skeleton broth, indicating that it would take some time yet, with nothing pressing to attend to. Bai Gu approached his computer desk, powered on his device, and prepared to catch up on the news of this era. Although a century had elapsed, there had been no marked advancements in technology. A sudden blizzard has hit Ihua City, suspected to be caused by elemental magical beasts known as snow spirits in the vicinity. The city's Defense Bureau has announced that a team of elite federal agents will be dispatched for investigation. The renowned idol summoner, Songling Xiao, released her debut album Qingming yesterday, prompting a frenzy of purchases from fans, with over 400,000 copies sold in a single day. The Federal Resource Bureau reported that as of June this year, a medium-sized secret realm and 3 small secret realms, along with 2 micro-secret realms, have been discovered in the safe zone, inviting all major demon-hunting teams to explore freely. Well-known dragon-type summoner Zhang Xiaokong publicly declared the termination of his collaboration with the fashion brand Gucci, with the specific reasons remaining unknown. Multiple naked female corpses were discovered in Huanshan City, suspected to be the work of a demon cult, prompting the enforcement agency to announce that they are fully engaged in the investigation. According to reports from Dallas City, 2 summoners, Li and Wang, engaged in a drunken altercation at the Tingzhou barbecue in the Double Horn district, resulting in their summoned beasts wreaking havoc and destroying half a street. They were subsequently subdued by arriving law enforcement officers and now face hefty compensation claims and a 3-month suspension of their professional summoner badges, with the memories of his previous life now inheriting within him. Bai Gu had grown quite familiar with this world, yet he believed that certain experiences could only be truly understood through personal involvement. The internet served as an excellent medium for Bai Gu to engage with this world. As time passed, Bai Gu's understanding deepened further. Suddenly, he felt a distinct stir deep within his soul. The altar mark on his chest emitted a faint burning sensation. The kitchen erupted with a loud noise. Had the skeleton warrior successfully evolved? Bai Gu hurried to the kitchen, only to find his iron pot overturned on the floor, beside which stood a skeleton warrior that was evidently vastly different from a mere skeleton. The skeleton warrior's bones were a grayish-blue hue, exuding a metallic quality, and its frame was considerably more robust than that of an ordinary skeleton. The skeleton warrior wielded a small round shield in its left hand and a black long knife in its right, with the ethereal flames of the undead burning more fiercely than those of the skeleton, in stark contrast to the frail skeleton. The skeleton warrior emanated an aura of formidable strength, commanding respect and caution. While appearance is of little consequence, the critical aspect lies in the attributes displayed on the panel. Under Bai Gu's guidance, the skeleton warrior's abilities were laid bare. Name: skeleton warrior race. Undead attribute: corrosion potential. 6 can be improved. Status: good strength. Ordinary high tier can be enhanced. Traits: fear of flames. Holy light: immunity to toxins, fear, and illusions. Abilities: undead regeneration, corrosive blade. Evolution pathways: bone swordsman, skeletal knight. The evolution into a skeleton warrior had remarkably achieved an ordinary high-tier strength, and it had even acquired an additional skill. Corrosive blade. Corrosive blade attacks enemies with a corrosive long knife, inflicting corrosion damage. This is undeniably impressive, and it can further evolve into a bone swordsman or a skeletal knight. However, it is puzzling why its potential has diminished. Yet with methods to enhance potential available, Bai Gu chose not to dwell on it. It was time to prepare for a demonstration of the skeleton warrior's prowess. Bai Gu scanned his surroundings, realizing that he could not conduct the experiment within his home, so he decided to hold off until tomorrow to test its combat capabilities at the dojo. Drawing upon the techniques he learned online, Bai Gu began to exercise simple control over the summoned beast, instructing it to crouch, stand, lie down, and walk around the dining area. Through these straightforward commands, Bai Gu gradually honed his ability to manipulate the skeleton. Unlike phantom type, dragon type, monster type, or insect type summoned beasts, which require more complex command structures, undead summoned beasts can rely on their instinctual combat abilities under the summoner's basic guidance. Apart from a few high-level undead creatures that possess the capacity for independent thought, the majority of undead beings harbor an instinctive aversion and extreme animosity towards all living creatures, driven by an insatiable desire to rend and devour fresh flesh and blood. Their method of attack can be aptly described as relentless and inexorable. They remain utterly oblivious to the concept of death. Even when confronted by a dragon capable of incinerating them to ashes with its breath, they charge fearlessly into battle, as long as they are not truly dead. They will continue their assault on the enemy, irrespective of the severity of their injuries, until one side is vanquished. This inherent trait renders a horde of low-level undead creatures particularly terrifying when they charge together. Of course, the current number of skeletons in Bai Gu is limited. Without rigorous training, they could easily be exploited and defeated due to this very characteristic. In the inner city, within the luxurious Dihao residential area, renowned as the most opulent and high-end villa district in Xiqing, armed security personnel patrol around the clock. Unless invited by the homeowner, outsiders are generally barred from entry, ensuring an exceptional level of privacy and security. The residents here are either affluent or prestigious, representing the elite class of Kitchenji. Reside in this neighborhood is not only a manifestation of wealth, but also a symbol of status. Xiaofei's family occupies a lavish 2-story villa of 400 square meters situated in the northwest corner of Dihao at a strikingly attractive personal secretary, clad in a professional uniform, black stockings, and high heels, swayed her hips as she carried a hot beverage from the kitchen to the study. The study's decor exuded opulence, bordering on the extravagant, with a plush wool carpet, embossed wallpaper, and mahogany bookshelves neatly lined with books. Judging by their pristine condition, it was evident that the owner had never once perused them since their acquisition. The sole purpose of this study appeared to be a private rendezvous for Xia Yuanlong and his personal secretary. At this moment, Gong Chao stood awkwardly in the center of the study, his head bowed. The secretary, with an alluring sway of her hips, passed by him to stand beside Xia Yuanlong. who possessed a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and distinctly chiseled features. Although he was 39 years old, his well-maintained visage bore no signs of aging. Years spent in positions of authority had imbued him with an air of subtle dignity. Even in silence, the secretary placed the hot beverage before Xia Yuanlong, casting him a sultry glance. "Mr. Xia, your tea." Xia Yuanlong lifted the teacup and took a hearty sip, soon feeling a warm sensation coursing through him. How did the matter proceed? His voice suddenly broke the silence, prompting Gong Chao to avert his gaze and reply. "Rest assured, boss, I have delivered the compensation of 50,000 to that fellow. He wouldn't dare to trouble young master any further." Xia Yuanlong nodded, choosing not to elaborate. He regarded his son's transgression at Bai Gu, which had violated federal law, as a trifling concern that in days past. Any who dared to offend Xia Yuanlong's son would have faced the obliteration of Bai Gu from Qiqing. However, now, with his aspirations to run for mayor, he had tempered his approach significantly. Xia Yuanlong had previously engaged in numerous illicit activities, investing substantial sums and leveraging various connections to bury his past indiscretions. If this situation were not resolved cleanly, the Investigation Bureau's awareness could jeopardize his mayoral campaign. In Xia Yuanlong's eyes, Bai Gu was merely an inconsequential character devoid of family, power, or influence. What could they possibly use to contend against him? As the effects of the Longjin tea began to manifest, Xia Yuanlong impatiently waved his hand, signaling Gong Chao to depart. He exited the study. The reverence and humility that had adorned Gong Chao's expression vanished, replaced by an unmistakable disdain. Murmuring to himself, he turned and left Xia Yuanlong's residence. 10 minutes later, the secretary also took her leave. Xia Feiyu retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet behind the bookshelf, pouring it into a glass to savor quietly. Shortly thereafter, he was joined by a bespectacled young man. Today, having successfully avenged himself, Xia Feiyu wore a beaming expression of pride. Since the last encounter with Bai Gu, which had left him psychologically scarred, he had refrained from pursuing Yin Qiubai any further, opting instead to handle matters independently without involving Bai Gu. Upon seeing the bespectacled youth, Xia Feiyu immediately rose from his chair, beaming with warmth as he invited him to sit. The young man, known as Huai Qingxuang, had recently ascended to the rank of a bronze-level summoner. Within the Federation, a bronze-level summoner's status could be likened to that of a corporate executive in a third-tier city like Xia Yuanlong. In this era, strength is paramount. The powerful can acquire wealth regardless of their location. Xia Yuanlong's ambitions had long surpassed the confines of Qiqing, a mere third-tier city of little significance in the Federation. His campaign for mayor was merely the first step. Fostering his own summoners and establishing a demon-hunting team was the subsequent goal. Nearby, 2 microdimensions awaited exploration, yet the recent discovery of another small dimension by the Resource Bureau had piqued Xia Yuanlong's interest. The Blackstone demon-hunting team, armed with a dimension development license, reaped considerable profits from such ventures annually. Xia Yuanlong had long desired share of the spoils, but opportunities had eluded him until now. Should he succeed in becoming mayor, the Blackstone team would pose little threat. Enlist a bronze-level summoner like Huai Qingxuang. Xia Yuanlong had expended significant resources and promised him 10% of the profits once the demon-hunting team was established. "Mr. Huai, how is the training progressing?" Xia Yuanlong inquired. Adjusting his glasses, Huai Qingxuang replied casually, "Feiyu's talent is commendable. He has already begun to adeptly control the ghost wolf." Upon hearing praise for his son, Xia Yuanlong chuckled. "So, entering one of the 5 elite academies will be a walk in the park then? The top 10 summoning beast academies of the Federation should pose no issue, but gaining entry into the 5 elite academies is still quite a stretch." Huai Qingxuang responded. Xia Yuanlong furrowed his brow. Is it truly that far off for a summoning beast of ordinary high rank? After all, I have invested nearly 1 million and various rare dimension materials to enhance Feiyu's soul strength to the 2nd tier. Furthermore, he had also paid to ensure a member of the Summoner Association left a soul mark on Xia Feiyu, facilitating the contract with the Ghost Wolf, a summoning beast with considerable initial strength and potential. Xia Yuanlong felt confident that few could surpass Xia Feiyu within Qiqing. Yet despite this, they were still far from qualifying for the 5 elite academies. Huai Qingxuang, upon hearing Xia Yuanlong's words, subtly shook his head. It was evident that, as a local, his perspective was somewhat limited. Across the Federation, there existed numerous exceptionally gifted youth that a sole qualification of the second tier and a contract with an ordinary high-ranking summoning beast could be considered genius level within Qiqing. Yet it merely ranked as above average in the broader context of the Federation. Not to mention that Xia Feiyu's achievements were largely a product of resource accumulation from various dimensions. Gaining admission to an ordinary summoner academy would be straightforward, but entering one of the 5 elite academies remained a formidable challenge that, of course, Huaiqing Shuang could never divulge such thoughts to Xia Yuanlong. He smiled. The assessments for the 5 elite academies are exceedingly rigorous, and with the number of applicants being so vast, securing a place is quite a feat. However, I see that Feiyu is quite intelligent. With diligent practice, his chances of acceptance are still substantial. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuanlong's furrowed brow began to relax, and with a hearty laugh, he and Huaiqing Shuang began discussing the establishment of the demon hunting team. Should Xia Feiyu gain admission to one of the 5 elite academies, Xia Yuanlong's influence in Qiqing would ascend to new heights. To ensure sustainable growth, he needed summoners loyal to his cause. While he could currently employ a bronze-level summoner like Huaiqing Shuang, if any unforeseen incident were to befall Xia's real estate, Huaiqing Shuang would undoubtedly depart without hesitation. Xia Yuanlong did not intend to retain Huaiqing Shuang indefinitely. Once his own demon hunting team was founded, Huaiqing Shuang would serve as a temporary leader. After Xia Feiyu graduated from the Summoner Academy, Xia Yuanlong planned to fabricate a reason to dismiss Huaiqing Shuang. Allowing Xia Feiyu to assume command of the demon hunting team that that time, he would set Huaiqing Shuang against the Blackstone demon hunting team, allowing father and son to reap the rewards from the ensuing conflict. Huaiqing Shuang was well aware of Xia Yuanlong's intentions. He too sought to leverage Xia Yuanlong for his own advantage. Huaiqing Shuang comes from an ordinary family. Although he has earned a considerable amount of money as a summoner over the years, he has devoted all his possessions to enhancing the strength of his summoned beasts in his pursuit of advancing to the bronze-leveled present. Huaiqing Shuang finds himself utterly destitute. The conditions proposed by Xia Yuandong are indeed tempting. A salary of 3 million yuan for 5 years, along with coverage for the daily expenses related to the enhancement of Huaiqing Shuang's summoned beasts, as well as 10% of the net income from the establishment of a demon hunting team. While this arrangement appears advantageous, Huaiqing Shuang places greater importance on the provision for daily enhancement costs. It is anticipated that the newly formed demon hunting team will require approximately 2 to 3 years to generate a stable income. And the rival Blackstone demon hunting team in Qiqing is not to be underestimated. Xia Yuandong must carefully consider his own capabilities if he wishes to seize opportunities from them. Huaiqing Shuang has already resolved to depart once he has secured sufficient benefits. Thus, the two engaged in conversation, each harboring their own thoughts, throughout the night. The following morning dawned bright and clear as he walked along the stone path in the park. The fresh air and delightful fragrances invigorated Bai Gu, who felt remarkably refreshed. He intended to visit a summoner's dojo in the central district to test the prowess of his skeletal warrior. In recent years, such dojos have gained immense popularity, allowing summoners to test their beast strength and engage in battles and exchanges of information with other summoners. Akin to clubs, with the rising excitement surrounding the youth summoner competition, summoner duels have become increasingly fashionable, albeit with an understanding of moderation that in these encounters, regardless of victory or defeat, both parties can glean invaluable experience. The Haohan Dojo, situated in the Central District, is renowned for its affordability and excellent facilities, making it a favored choice among aspiring summoners. Bai Gu's residence is nearly 5 kilometers away, and with the pleasant weather this morning, he opted to walk rather than take the bus in the park. He observed several elderly individuals exercising, accompanied by their non-combatant summoned beasts, such as green-haired turtles and quacking ducks. These inferior summoned creatures, lacking potential for summoning mastery, were instead kept as pets. Exiting the park, Bai Gu came across a breakfast shop. Having skipped breakfast, he was enticed by the aroma of tofu pudding and fried dough sticks, causing his stomach to grumble. The shopkeeper's summoned beast, a red-crowned parrot, perched at the entrance to attract customers. Whenever a patron entered, the parrot chirped, "Welcome," and upon their departure, it would say, "Thank you for your patronage." The shopkeeper busily prepared breakfast while the parrot handled the transactions. Bai Gu, intrigued, had never encountered such an intelligent summoned creature before. He lingered at the entrance, prompting the parrot to repeat its greetings over 20 times. When Bai Gu persisted, the parrot squawked, "Boss, someone's playing with your bird." The parrot's exclamation immediately captured the attention of everyone in the breakfast shop, leaving Bai Gu somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, the shopkeeper did not mind and cheerfully inquired about Bai Gu's order. After requesting a serving of tofu pudding, 2 fried dough sticks, and a tea egg, Bai Gu decided to cease his examination of the parrot and settled into a quiet corner to enjoy his breakfast. Once he finished, the red-crowned parrot approached Bai Gu's table, announcing, "That will be 6 yuan. Thank you for your patronage." Bai Gu produced a 10 yuan note, which the parrot took and returned with 4 yuan from the cash box. Departing the breakfast shop, Bai Gu meandered along a small path toward the Haohan Dojo. From the outside, the Haohan Dojo resembled a former sports hall. As it was a weekday, the dojo was not particularly crowded. Upon entering, Bai Gu spotted a pretty girl of similar age to himself, clad in a t-shirt emblazoned with the dojo's name, casually engrossed in her mobile phone. "Hello, could you please tell me the price for a training room?" "Are you a member?" she inquired. "No," he replied. "The cost for a basic room is 100 yuan per hour, while a premium room is priced at 500 yuan. I would like to reserve a standard room." Bai Gu handed over 100 yuan, and the girl returned a card to him. "The first room on the left is yours." With that, she resumed her phone activities. Following her instructions, Bai Gu made his way to the designated room. The card he received was a key card, which he gently swiped at the door, granting him entry. The training room was sparsely furnished, containing only a white puppet positioned against the wall opposite the entrance. The walls were constructed from a special stone mined from mystical realms, exceptionally durable and capable of withstanding attacks from high-level beasts. In such an environment, summoned beasts could unleash their full potential. The white puppet, developed by Silver Moon Group, served as a testing dummy, allowing for the direct display of attack power and other data when struck by summoned beasts. It was an excellent tool for assessing summoned creatures. Bai Gu concentrated his mental energy on the summoning altar mark on his chest, and the skeletal warrior emerged from the summoning array, standing beside him. After a night of training, Bai Gu had learned to adeptly command the skeletal warrior. It was now time to evaluate its power. Under Bai Gu's direction, the skeletal warrior approached the testing dummy with agility and delivered a precise strike to its chest. A number 5 appeared at the point of impact. The testing puppet created by Silver Moon Group displayed varying values upon being attacked, allowing for the assessment of a summoned beast attack power. The skeletal warrior's power registered at 5 degrees, with degree being a unit specifically devised by Silver Moon Group to record summoned beast capabilities. According to the data provided by Silver Moon Group, a force of 1 degree could inflict severe harm on a healthy adult male, while an attack of 20 degrees could obliterate a small armored vehicle. For a standard-level summoned beast, this figure was commendable. However, Bai Gu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Other summoners typically gauge a beast level through various tests or evolutionary stages, but Bai Gu, possessing a system, can effortlessly ascertain specific data about his summoned creatures. For instance, Xiafeiyu's ghost wolf is clearly categorized as a high-tier ordinary summoned beast in the latest federal summoning compendium. The compendium documents all known summoned beasts, meticulously recorded through the experiences and measurements of generations of summoners, boasting a high degree of accuracy. Bai Gu was convinced that Xiafeiyu, a perverse individual, would not simply relent and would certainly not allow Yin Xiubai to escape unscathed. To protect Uncle Yin and his family, reconciliation between Bai Gu and Xiafeiyu was utterly impossible. The previous night, in addition to training the skeletal warrior, Bai Gu had gathered extensive information regarding the ghost wolf. According to online sources, the ghost wolf's attack power is estimated to range between 7 and 10, along with a unique ability called Ghost Shadow, which grants it remarkable speed, with an attack power of only 5. The skeletal warrior could find itself at a disadvantage against the ghost wolf. Logically, the system's data should be accurate. Given that both creatures are classified as high-tier ordinary beasts, why would there be such a significant disparity in attack power? Bai Gu furrowed his brow in contemplation. After pondering for a moment, Bai Gu shifted his focus to the small round shield on the skeletal warrior's left arm. Could it be due to defensive capability? The training room he occupied was of the basic variety, and the testing puppet within was likewise of the lowest tier, capable only of assessing attack power and lacking the means to evaluate defensive strength. Resolving to uncover the true extent of the skeletal warrior's abilities, Bai Gu decided to invest in a premium training room despite the cost. Returning to the front desk, he reserved a high-end training room, knowing full well that the fee for the basic room would not be refunded. The advanced training room was approximately double the size of the basic one and featured an additional puppet capable of testing defensive strength. The attendant at the front desk also suggested that for an additional 1,200 yuan, they could provide a summoning scroll for the spikewood demon, a low-tier ordinary plant-type beast known for its fierce temperament, albeit lacking in strength. The creature known as the spiked wood demon is notorious for its propensity to attack any being that ventures into its vicinity, coupled with a remarkable regenerative capability. This magical beast is quite inexpensive, typically surviving for around 3 years. As its lifespan draws to a close, the spiked wood demon will swell and explode, disseminating seeds that will give rise to numerous new specimens the following year. The summoning scrolls that conjure this creature are crafted by the Summoners Association and can be activated with mental energy to summon wild magical beasts. The spiked wood demon is among the more popular scrolls sold by the association. Various academies often provide novice summoners with scrolls for summoning weaker magical beasts to hone their skills. Additionally, the initial summoning scroll of the skeleton has proven to be quite successful. Haunted houses and amusement parks tend to procure a few to enhance the atmosphere, while construction foremen find skeletons to be excellent choices for transporting bricks. Following testing, the puppet's assessments indicate that the skeleton warrior possesses commendable defensive capabilities. Indeed, Bai Gu's hypothesis proved correct. The skeleton warrior is a summon that can both deal and withstand damage. Next comes the practical test. With a summoning scroll in hand, Bai Gu effortlessly conjures the spiked wood demon, following the instructions provided by the Summoners Association. The spiked wood demon appears akin to a stout sapling, seemingly unremarkable. However, should one encroach upon its attack range, it will unleash a barrage of wooden spikes resembling steel nails, capable of easily piercing through 5 millimeters of steel plate. The potential consequences of such an attack on Bai Gu are unfathomable. He carefully maintains his distance from the spiked wood demon and issues commands to the skeleton warrior, advancing step by step towards the creature. At a distance of 5 meters, Bai Gu observes sharp wooden spikes slowly emerging from the rough bark of the spiked wood demon. Poised to strike as the skeleton warrior approaches within 3 meters, a resounding bang echoes, akin to the sound of a taut bowstring. The wooden spikes are launched towards the skeleton warrior. Remarkably, due to its skeletal structure, the skeleton warrior evades most of the wooden spikes, with only a few being deflected by its round shield. Thus, the skeleton warrior effortlessly closes the distance to the spiked wood demon, cleaving it in two with its long blade. Defeating the spiked wood demon is a straightforward task once one understands its attack patterns and habits. According to the introduction, aside from its wooden spikes, the creature possesses decent regenerative abilities, unless it is utterly obliterated. It can draw strength from the earth to resurrect itself. Bai Gu notices a faint purple-black aura enveloping the wounds inflicted by the skeleton warrior. This must be the effect of the skeleton warrior's skill. Corrosive blade, which adds corrosive damage to its strikes. Wounds struck by the corrosive blade are challenging to heal due to the corrosive energy, making it a formidable skill. However, Bai Gu wonders whether the corrosive blade affects elemental magical beasts. Overall, he is quite pleased with the skeleton warrior's power, which only heightens his anticipation for the skeleton archer and skeleton mage, as well as the potential evolution into the bone swordsman and the undead knight. He cannot help but ponder the future capabilities of these summons, confident that they will not pale in comparison to the skeleton warrior. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Bai Gu feels a surge of excitement. Leaving little inclination to remain in the training room, that he resolves to gather the necessary materials for the skeleton archer and skeleton mage. The requirements for the skeleton archer include 1 heart of flame, 10 fire feathers, blood spider silk, and 10 beast bones. For the skeleton mage, he needs elemental crystals, blue crystal grass, the brain of a magical insect, and 10 beast bones, as for the bone swordsman and undead knight. Their primary material is dragon bone, which Bai Gu currently has no means of acquiring. Dragon bone is a rare resource, as dragons are among the most formidable magical beasts, and few in the Federation have achieved the feat of slaying one. Bai Gu is only familiar with elemental crystals. He has not even heard of the other materials. Elemental crystals are favored sustenance for elemental magical beasts, facilitating their evolution when consumed regularly. However, these crystals are exceedingly scarce, found only in select secret realms, with limited annual production and a steep price. Currently, one elemental crystal is valued at 590,000. The near 600,000 price tag makes it a distant dream for Bai Gu, leaving him to abandon hopes for the skeleton mage for now. With the skeleton mage out of reach, he places his hopes on the skeleton archer, eager for it to bring him surprises. This time, Bai Gu does not intend to visit the Blackstone store. The magical beast and secret realm goods offered by the Blackstone Demon Hunter Guild are sourced from the vicinity of Qiqing and its secret realms, which Bai Gu is somewhat familiar with. Moreover, when he inquired about the materials for the skeleton archer while purchasing those for the skeleton warrior, the store employee could not provide any information. Thus, he makes his way to the pastoral store under the auspices of the Lullaby Group. The Lullaby Group ranks among the top 10 enterprises in the Federation, possessing numerous ventures, with the pastoral store being one of its main enterprises. The pastoral store boasts an extensive inventory, ensuring that even if items are unavailable in Qiqing, they can be conveniently shipped from other cities. However, the prices tend to be slightly higher compared to the Blackstone store. The pastoral store is located in a somewhat secluded area of the commercial street, occupying a smaller space than the Blackstone store, yet its interior is more elegantly adorned. Upon entering, a strikingly attractive female staff member approaches. "Welcome. How may I assist you today, sir?" After a moment of contemplation, Bai Gu replies, "I would like to peruse your product catalog." The staff member does not press further, but leads Bai Gu to a seating area with sofas for customers. "Please hold on for a moment." After departing, she soon returns with a tablet computer. "Sir, all our products are available on our online store. Some items may currently be out of stock, but you can place a reservation. If they are available in other cities, we can arrange for complimentary delivery." Bai Gu accepts the tablet and discovers a myriad of products on the pastoral mall, including various magical beasts, secret realms, equipment, and an array of books. Taking his time, Bai Gu leisurely browses through the rare materials, each accompanied by a brief description. Before long, he locates the fire feathers and blood spider silk. Fire feathers are plucked from a beast known as the firebird. But currently, none are available in Qiqing and will require several days for delivery from other cities. Blood spider silk, produced by the blood spider, a type of insect magical beast, boasts excellent resilience and is readily available in Qiqing. However, he still cannot find any information regarding the Heart of Flame. As time passes, Bai Gu thoroughly browses all the products in the pastoral mall, yet the Heart of Flame remains elusive. His suspicions, which arose when he inquired at the Blackstone store yesterday and spent considerable time researching online, are now confirmed at the pastoral store. The Heart of Flame has likely yet to be discovered by summoners. Since the emergence of countless spatial rifts on Earth, numerous secret realms of varying sizes have formed over the years. Currently, only a fraction of these realms, over 10,000, have been documented, leaving countless others shrouded in mystery. The same applies to magical beasts, with new varieties being discovered almost daily. There are still myriad secrets in this world waiting to be unearthed. The years of research and development by human summoners seem trivial in comparison. Leaving the pastoral store with a sense of disappointment, Bai Gu feels a tinge of melancholy. With incomplete materials for the skeleton archer and unaffordable evolution materials for the skeleton mage, bone swordsman, and undead knight, he sighs, the summer sky is radiant, the blue hue is striking, and the sunlight is intense. How impoverished I am. Bai Gu walks to a public bench beneath a large tree, gazing down at the ants on the ground as he contemplates life. In his previous life, he nearly lost his life several times for the sake of money, and now, even after traversing to this new world, he finds himself troubled by finances once again. Such is the nature of life. After resting briefly on the bench, Bai Gu departs. Having taken a day off with Gu yesterday, and with no other plans for today, he decides to seek employment. The UU studio is situated in a tranquil alley in the city center, a considerable distance from the bustling commercial street. Unless introduced by an acquaintance, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to locate the studio. Of course, the nurturing studio does not cater to the average individual, but rather to the summoners. Within the vast expanse of Qiqing, Those who can truly be called summoners number fewer than 100. The general populace may only catch glimpses of summoners on television news, maintaining a significant distance from their daily lives. However, upon arriving at the studio, Bai Gu suddenly sensed something amiss. The door to the studio was ajar, and through the glass, he could see the interior in disarray, with tables and chairs askew and documents scattered about. Witnessing this scene, Bai Gu furrowed his brow. Could something have happened? Though his curiosity about the events was piqued, he harbored no concern for Jiuyu's safety. It is worth noting that Jiuyu was not only an exceptional nurturer, but also a bronze-level summoner. The assessments conducted by the Summoner Association are notoriously rigorous and brutal, and those who emerge victorious from the trials are far from ordinary. Bai Gu was confident that no one within Qiqing could pose a threat to Jiuyu. Even if danger were to arise, she could effortlessly evade it, as bronze-level summoners possess several means of self-preservation. Standing idly at the entrance was not an option, so Bai Gu resolved to enter and ascertain the situation. Upon stepping into the studio, a strong scent of alcohol assaulted his senses. Could it be? Bai Gu surmised. Indeed, at the foot of the staircase leading to the second floor, Jiuyu, clad in a form-fitting, alluring dress, lay inebriated and unconscious on the floor. Her long, fair legs, clad in high heels, inadvertently scraped against the ground, and the area around her was a chaotic mess, sullied by her vomit. The sight was enough to give Bai Gu a headache, who had been woefully unguarded, drinking to such excess alone. The disorder in the room was likely her doing, that if someone were to stumble upon such an enticing scene, one could never know what they might do. Jiuyu could not remain sprawled on the floor indefinitely. So Bai Gu prepared to carry her back to bed. Summoning skeletons, Bai Gu had trained himself to command them adeptly. While some intricate maneuvers eluded him, moving Jiuyu was certainly within his capabilities. 4 small skeletons clumsily lifted her and began to transport her upstairs. Jiuyu showed no signs of waking, merely offering a token struggle before falling still again. It was unclear just how much alcohol she had consumed, as even this commotion failed to rouse her. The studio had 2 levels. The first was where Jiuyu worked on nurturing summoning beasts, while the second was her bedroom. Bai Gu had never ventured to the second floor before, making this his inaugural visit. The bedroom was impeccably tidy, and a subtle, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, neither overpowering nor unpleasant. Directing the skeletons to place Jiuyu on the spacious bed in the center of the room, she immediately began to squirm restlessly. The snugness of her dress, which reached only to the upper part of her thighs, left little to the imagination with even the slightest movements. Bai Gu found his gaze drawn to her long legs, and after a brief moment of distraction, he vigorously shook his head to regain composure. He promptly removed Jiuyu's high heels and tucked her in with a blanket before hastily exiting the bedroom. He still needed to tidy up the disorder she had left in the studio. After approximately 10 minutes of cleaning, Bai Gu had successfully restored order to the space disrupted by Jiuyu's debauchery. In addition to nurturing summoning beasts, Jiuyu's studio also sold various nutritional supplements and medicinal remedies for summoning beasts. These potions, crafted from special materials, were quite costly, yet their effectiveness rendered them highly sought after. Given the scarcity of summoners in Qiqing, having 2 or 3 customers in a single day was considered remarkable, thus making work here quite relaxed. Bai Gu settled behind the studio's counter, browsing the internet for information while awaiting customers. According to the evolution paths provided by the system, Bai Gu was ill-suited for pursuing the elite summoner route. Instead, he should focus on developing a legion of summoning beasts, given his current financial situation. Bai Gu had no choice but to rely solely on skeleton warriors. While he could effectively command a single skeleton warrior in battle, it was likely that attempting to manage multiple ones simultaneously would lead to chaos and mistakes. Should he encounter magical beasts outside the city, even the slightest error could result in dire consequences. Although undead summoning beasts are fearless, their lack of intelligence is a significant drawback. Bai Gu scoured the internet for tutorials on controlling multiple summoning beasts simultaneously and eventually stumbled upon a guide from a bug-type summoner in a forum. He downloaded it and meticulously watched, leaving no detail overlooked. Upon the video's conclusion, Bai Gu found himself unsatisfied. The bug summoner commanded a swarm of shadow wasps, each roughly the size of a fist, with a wide abdomen covered in long black fur and a tail that bore a chilling stinger. These were elite-level summoning beasts, and he managed to control nearly 100 shadow wasps. In the video, he directed the wasps to form formations and launch an assault against a Lord-level enraged ape beast. The swarm of wasps, under the bug summoner's command, moved with remarkable agility, skillfully dodging all of the enraged ape's attacks, which proved utterly ineffective, and soon the beast succumbed to the toxic stings of the wasps. While the bug summoner's method was impressive, it was not applicable to Bai Gu. The reason being, the bug summoner could control such a multitude of shadow wasps due to the presence of a shadow queen wasp. The wasps operated within a matriarchal society, meaning he did not need to manage each one individually. He merely needed to issue commands to the queen. The shadow queen wasp, a leader-level summoning beast, possessed low combat power but high mental acuity, easily commanding the swarm. Bai Gu's summoning beasts were skeletons, making it impossible for him to replicate such control. Nevertheless, the approach of using one summoning beast to command another was indeed worth considering. Master G, are you there? Suddenly, a voice pierced through Bai Gu's thoughts. Looking up, he saw a fashionably dressed young man, his expression frantic as he called out. The Master G he referred to must be Ji Yu. Bai Gu noted that the young man was cradling an adorably small fox in his arms. Although unsure of the reason for his search for Ji Yu, Bai Gu could not very well inform him that the master he sought was currently sprawled on a bed. Utterly inebriated, Master Ji is resting. How may I assist you? Bai Gu decided it prudent to ascertain the nature of the young man's urgency. Young brother, it's a matter of life and death. Xiaoyan is on the brink, he exclaimed, urging Bai Gu to summon Ji Yu. Rest assured, if anything happens, I will take responsibility. Life and death. Xiaoyan. Bai Gu recalled that Ji Yu did not treat humans. Brother, if it a matter of life and death, I suggest you head to the hospital instead. Master Ji does not provide medical care. Bai Gu stated candidly, no, it's her. She is in dire straits. The young man pointed to the little fox in his arms. Bai Gu noticed that the fox, with its fiery patterned fur and fluffy tail, appeared exceedingly cute, yet lay stiff and motionless, emanating an icy aura, its body cold and hard as if sculpted by a master artisan. Curious, Bai Gu asked, if it's an issue concerning a summoning beast, why do you say it's a matter of life and death? The young man replied gravely, young brother, trust me, if I cannot save Xiaoyan today, I fear I may be done for. While his words were somewhat exaggerated, it was evident that the situation was urgent. However, given Ji Yu's current state of intoxication, Bai Gu questioned whether she could be roused. He decided to consult the system regarding the matter. Fixating on the little fox, the detailed attributes soon appeared. Name: Flame Fox Type, Illusion Beast, Fire, Potential, 7 Status, Evolving Strength, Ordinary Advanced Special Trait, Fear of Thunder Ability, Spark Evolution Path, Illusion Flame Fox Frost Demon Fox Int. Due to consuming Ice Crystal Fruit, it has entered an evolutionary state. Please promptly supplement with the necessary materials, or it may result in failure and death. Through the system, Bai Gu deduced that the summoning beast had inadvertently consumed the Ice Crystal Fruit, which had precipitated its evolution. However, due to the absence of subsequent materials, it has come to this. Fortunately, the issue is not grave. It is not overly serious, yet it cannot be delayed for too long. Given this situation, let us prepare the materials required for the subsequent evolution, allowing the flame fox to evolve without further ado. Rest assured, this is not a serious problem. It is merely in the process of evolution. And once the evolution is complete, all will be well, Bai Gu said with an air of ease. Evolution? The youth's face was a picture of skepticism. The flame fox was the initial summoned beast of their family. In terms of familiarity, no one in the entire Federation could rival them. He was acutely aware of the evolution formula for the flame fox, to the point of being able to recite it backward. And he had never heard of any alternative evolutionary pathways for it. Furthermore, the current condition of the flame fox did not appear to be indicative of evolution. The youth, well versed in such matters, had witnessed numerous evolution processes of summoned beasts, but none resembled this. Forget it, young brother. Please summon Master Ji for me. I, Su Yin, will certainly reward you handsomely. Su Yin spoke earnestly, though a hint of impatience flickered in his eyes. The status of cultivators within the Federation is exceedingly high. Regardless of the faction, They strive to cultivate relationships and avoid offending them lightly. Gu is renowned both in the summoner-esque circle and among cultivators. Not only is he a bronze-level summoner, but he's also the youngest recipient of the Master Medal from the Cultivator Association. Even though Su Yin's family possesses considerable strength, they dare not offend him lightly. Thus, he was compelled to implore Bai Gu earnestly and refrain from disturbing Gu's rest without permission. Bai Gu discerned the youth's mistrust, understanding Su Yin's concerns, should any mishap befall the summoned beast. The summoner, linked by the soul contract, would also suffer grave consequences. Not to mention, he was merely an ordinary 16-year-old student. Bai Gu stated solemnly, "Your flame fox must have inadvertently consumed an ice crystal fruit, resulting in its current state." Upon hearing Bai Gu's words, Su Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you know?" As Bai Gu had mentioned, the flame fox had indeed transformed due to consuming the ice crystal fruit. But it was not accidental. Su Yin had deliberately fed it to the flame fox. Realizing this, Su Yin felt an urge to slap himself twice. This flame fox did not belong to him. It was his sister Su Yan's. The situation arose because they had come to their uncle's home for the summer vacation, since their school had a slightly earlier break and staying home proved uneventful. They had heard about a newly discovered small secret realm in Qiqing and decided to explore it. The previous evening, he had battled with Su Yin, and his flame fox had evolved into a mirage flame fox, boasting elite intermediate strength, easily defeating Su Yin's flame fox. However, due to a careless overexertion, he had injured the flame fox's hind leg. This had infuriated Su Yin, for she adored her flame fox immensely. Never placing it in the summoning space, and always keeping it by her side, showering it with affection and naming it Su Yin had always been clever, understanding, and possessing a sweet, cute appearance. She was the little princess of the Su family, cherished by the elders of the family. Although Su Yin was her brother, he found himself powerless in the face of her wrath, after promising countless benefits. He finally appeased Su Yin, who then went shopping with their aunt, leaving Su Yin behind to care for her flame fox. Initially, Su Yin had no intention of accompanying them. He preferred to stay in the living room watching television, snacking, and enjoying the air conditioning. Upon returning from the restroom, he discovered that the flame fox, which had been peacefully resting on the sofa, had suddenly awakened, showing great interest in an ice crystal fruit. The ice crystal fruit was a fruit mine from the secret realm, refreshing and delicious, particularly suited for summer, and many ice attribute summoned beasts favored it immensely. In stark contrast, fire attribute summoners typically detested it and would not go near it. The fact that the flame fox, a fire attribute phantom beast summon creature, was drawn to the ice crystal fruit intrigued Su Yin, prompting him to slice a piece of the fruit and offer it to the flame fox, which devoured it without hesitation. That moment, he was oblivious to the seriousness of the situation and continued lounging on the sofa, engrossed in television. After consuming the ice crystal fruit, the flame fox lay motionless on the sofa. And by the time Su Yin realized something was amiss, it was already as rigid as a piece of wood. This alarmed Su Yin. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by soul contracts. In a state of urgency, he had no time to inform anyone, and he swiftly carried the flame fox to Yu's studio. On their first day in Qiqing, Su Yin and Su Yin had visited Yu, admiring his remarkable achievements at such a young age in all of Qiqing. Only Yu possessed the capability to resolve this matter. To be frank, it seems that now Master Ji may not be able to assist you. The only course of action is to gather the materials required for evolution and complete the process. Su Yin gazed pensively at the frozen flame fox, having been able to ascertain that the flame fox had consumed the ice crystal fruit. Su Yin began to believe Bai Gu's assertion that the flame fox was indeed in a state of evolution. However, the dilemma lay in the evolution formula, even if he now understood that the flame fox was in the midst of evolution. Without the formula, he could not identify the subsequent materials needed to complete the evolution. A failed evolution would spell disaster as well. The evolutionary pathways for summoned beasts have been painstakingly researched and developed by generations of cultivators and summoners, rendering them exceedingly precious. Without an evolutionary pathway, summoned beasts must rely on combat and other means to gradually enhance their strength. Without a pathway, facing countless magical beasts outside the city, humans hold no advantage whatsoever. They would have long been overwhelmed, rendering the establishment of a federal government impossible. Take Su Yan's family, for instance. After generations of research and experimentation, they had finally deduced a pathway for their initial summoned beast, the flame fox, to evolve from ordinary to king level. They had invested immense resources, both human and financial, in pursuit of this pathway. Now, with the emergence of a new evolutionary pathway, Su Yan found it difficult to feel any joy. To fully comprehend the complete evolution formula, it would require hundreds if not thousands of experiments. By then, Xiaoyan's grave would be overgrown with grass. At this moment, Su Yan realized that consulting Jiuyu would be futile. Even she would be unable to procure a complete formula in such a short time, but a threat of despair began to spread within Su Yan. The repercussions of soul backlash had been recounted by teachers at school countless times. He had even witnessed the consequences of soul backlash firsthand during one of the Academy's external trials. What should he do? Su Yan was nearing the brink of regret. Take this. Purchase the materials listed above. This is the evolution formula for the frost demon fox. Bai Gu, with an expression of calmness, handed Su Yan a sheet of paper. While Su Yan had been lamenting his prior actions, Bai Gu had already penned the formula. The evolution pathway for the frost demon fox: 1 ice crystal fruit, 2 frosted gems, a frozen beast heart, and a vial of concentrated ice element essence. Gazing at the formula, Su Yan found himself momentarily dumbfounded, his first thought being that the formula was a fabrication. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that Bai Gu had no motive to deceive him. Moreover, he had just deduced that the flame fox was indeed undergoing evolution. After a deep glance at Bai Gu, Su Yan, being a resolute individual, decided that since no other viable options existed, he would have to resort to desperate measures. With the formula in hand, Su Yan did not immediately rush to procure the materials. Instead, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle Yang, I need 1 ice crystal fruit, 2 frosted gems, a frozen beast heart, and a vial of concentrated ice element essence delivered to UU's studio immediately." After speaking, Su Yan hung up the phone. "That IT will arrive in 10 minutes. Bai Gu was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that Su Yan's family was quite affluent. To gather all the materials for evolving the frost demon fox was no small feat, especially considering the concentrated ice element essence, which was a rare item supplied exclusively to the military. Moreover, to amass all these materials within 10 minutes indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Su Yan's call also carried a hint of warning. He remained skeptical about the formula. For countless years, there had been no mention of an evolutionary pathway for the flame fox, and the timing of this revelation seemed too coincidental. Su Yan remained doubtful. Should Bai Gu deceive him, he would ensure that there would be consequences, even if he was affiliated with GUU. Bai Gu paid little heed as he made his way to the breeding workshop at the back, preparing the materials necessary for the evolution of the frost fox. The breeding workshop was a place where GUU typically conducted his work, experimenting, cultivating, and researching summoned beasts. Generally, after GUU finished his tasks, Bai Gu would take care of the cleaning here, making him quite familiar with the surroundings. It wasn't long before the rumble of an engine echoed at the entrance. Upon stepping outside, Bai Gu spotted a military jeep parked at the door, from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a black suit and dark sunglasses. The man appeared to be advanced in years, his hair a striking white, yet he stood tall with a demeanor as resolute as steel. This visitor was presumably Uncle Yang, as mentioned by Su Yan. In silence, he handed Su Yan a box containing all the materials Bai Gu needed. "Everything you require is in this box, young master. The total cost amounts to 530,000, with the elemental essence pooled from your and Miss Su's shares." As Su Yan nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. I will clarify it with her." After receiving confirmation, Uncle Yang asked no further questions, quietly following behind Su Yan. Bai Gu began preparing for the evolution ritual as soon as he received the suitcase of materials. The ritual took place within the breeding workshop. The door left ajar, allowing a glimpse of Bai Gu's busy figure from outside. Summoners conducted evolution rituals with utmost caution, fearing that others might discover their formulas. Yet Bai Gu seemed rather indifferent to such concerns. Su Yan refrained from entering, knowing it would be exceedingly impolite to watch others evolve their summoned beasts. Among the materials, the most precious was the concentrated ice element essence. which could typically only be found on the black market. This essence was an exceptionally rare resource from the mystic realms, predominantly controlled by the military, with one of the 5 elite academies, the Chaos Academy, possessing a small portion. The elemental essence significantly enhances the strength of elemental summoned beasts, particularly benefiting ice-based beings like the Ice Elves. Some ice attribute phantom beasts could also strengthen their powers upon usage. The concentrated ice element essence was contained in a transparent glass vial, about the thickness of a thumb. When Bai Gu twisted off the cap, a rush of frigid air surged forth, and he could not discern if it was merely his imagination, but the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop significantly. Extracting the heart of the snow beast, which was a colossal icy organ comparable in size to an adult's head, he poured the concentrated ice element essence over it. Instantly, the heart began to pulsate, as if revived, thumping with a thud-thud sound, accompanied by bursts of steam. Noticing that the time was right, Bai Gu tossed 2 frosted gems onto the snow beast's heart. The hard gems melted away like butter, vanishing into the heart. As the heart absorbed the frosted gems, its beating intensified, gradually shrinking and becoming increasingly warm until it eventually reduced to the size of an egg. Bai Gu deftly grasped the snow beast's heart with a pair of large tweezers and placed it in the position where the firefox's heart had gradually ceased to beat. Upon contact with the frozen body of the firefox, the blazing heart emitted a sizzling sound, slowly melding into the firefox's form. Within a minute, significant changes became evident. The fiery patterns disappeared. The entire body was cloaked in frost, and the color of its eyes transformed into a profound, gem-like blue. Bai Gu checked the attributes that name. Frost Fox attribute. Phantom Beast, Ice, Potential. 5 status. Good strength. Elite high-tier traits. Fear of Thunder abilities. Frost Ray. Frost Armor evolution path. Frost Mirror Fox not bad. Bai Gu nodded. Cradling the Frost Fox, he made his way outside, wondering if Su Yin and the others were becoming anxious. Oddly enough, perhaps due to Bai Gu being the one to evolve the Frost Fox. It exhibited no hostility towards him. Rather, it was docile, akin to a cherished pet nurtured over the years. That it was utterly inconceivable that this was an elite-level summoned beast. Outside the breeding workshop, Su Yin awaited anxiously, his face etched with concern. Upon seeing Bai Gu emerge with the Frost Fox, he finally relaxed. Were it not for his concern for appearances, he would have undoubtedly let out an excited cheer. Should the Fire Fox have perished, his sister Su Yin would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. At best, her soul would be damaged. At worst, she might face death. In such a scenario, the elders of their family, along with his parents, would surely not let him off the hook, and he would be engulfed in profound guilt. Although the siblings often bicker, their bond was exceptionally strong, and the current crisis was entirely of his own making. If anything were to happen to Su Yin, he would likely spend the rest of his life in regret. Unlike Su Yan's relief, Uncle Yang's usually stoic face revealed surprise for the first time. While Bai Gu conducted the evolution ritual, Su Yin explained the circumstances to Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang had once served under Su Yan's grandfather. After retiring from the military, he became the steward of the Su family, earning the old master's deep trust. Su Yin and Su Yan's sister had grown up under his watchful eye. Consequently, Uncle Yang could not blame Su Yin for the incident, recognizing it as an unintentional act. However, he could not help but criticize Su Yin for entrusting the Fire Fox to Bai Gu for resolution. Bai Gu appeared to be merely a 16-year-old student, and ultimately, Uncle Yang did not trust him to possess the ability to evolve the Fire Fox. Yet, the outcome was astonishing, as it had indeed succeeded. Is this truly the form of the Fire Fox post-evolution? Su Yin inquired, intrigued. He had not anticipated that the Fire attribute Fire Fox possessed an Ice attribute evolutionary path. Indeed, this is the form of the Fire Fox post-evolution, known as the Frost Fox, possessing elite high-tier strength and the abilities of Frost Ray and Frost Armor. Bai Gu replied. What elite high-tier strength? Both Su Yin and Uncle Yang exclaimed in astonishment. The evolution paths known to the Su family indicated that the Fire Fox evolved into the Mirage Fire Fox at an elite low-tier strength. Yet this pathway was evidently superior to what they currently understood. Ha! Little brother, you are truly remarkable. Su Yin exclaimed joyfully, giving Bai Gu a hearty pat on the shoulder. Originally, he had feared for his sister's life. But unexpectedly, he had assisted in evolving her summoned beast to elite high-tier strength. Reflecting on this, Su Yin felt a twinge of envy. His Mirage Firefox was merely elite low-tier strength. Previously, he could rely on the Mirage Firefox's power to tease his sister in competitions. But now the tables had turned. His family had always doted on his sister, and now she was even stronger than him. Su Yin felt his familial status diminishing. The days ahead seemed daunting. With a sorrowful sigh, Su Yin expressed his feelings. Bai Gu regarded Su Yin with curiosity, perplexed by his oscillating emotions of joy, shock, and sorrow, finding it hard to fathom the depth of his internal turmoil. "Little brother, I am immensely grateful to you. Feel free to state your fees," Su Yin proclaimed grandly. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Gu extended a single finger, stating that he would require 10,000, considering the most crucial materials had been procured by Su Yin. "Young uncle, give him 100,000. Bai Gu was taken aback, astonished by the generous offer. However, having received it, he could not refuse, especially as he was in dire need of money. In no time, Uncle Yang transferred the funds to Bai Gu's account. Just as Su Yin was about to express his heartfelt gratitude, his phone chimed with an incoming call. It was his aunt. "Hello? Aunt? What is it?" Su Yin assumed she was calling to inquire about his absence while shopping with his sister. "Xiao Yin, where are you? Your sister has suddenly collapsed." His aunt's voice trembled with a hint of tears. "She collapsed? What caused this? Where are you now?" Su Yin questioned urgently that I do not know the reason. "We are currently at the city hospital, and your uncle has also rushed over," she replied. "All right, I will head over immediately. Su." Yin hung up and turned to Uncle Yang, his voice urgent. "Uncle Yang, let us go to the hospital." Uncle Yang, having overheard the conversation, understood the urgency of the situation and promptly stepped outside to start the military Hummer. As the time approached, Su Yin had not forgotten to take the frost demon fox to the hospital. Uncle Yang pressed the accelerator, and the military Hummer roared to life like a frenzied beast, its exhaust emitting a low growl as the vehicle surged forward. Hearing the sound of the car speeding past the entrance, Bai Gu realized that Su Yin and the others had departed, the growl of the exhaust suggesting they were in quite a hurried. In a flurry, Su Yin arrived at the Central City Hospital and, after inquiring with the nurse about the location of his sister's ward, he hastened to the special ward on the top floor. Upon entering, he spotted a beautiful woman and 2 or 3 doctors in white coats standing by the bedside. His sister had awakened from her coma, her bright, expressive eyes gazing at Su Yin and Uncle Yang as they entered. After conversing with the doctors, Su Yin learned that his sister was not seriously ill. She had merely exhausted her mental energy and needed ample rest to recover. "Oh my goodness. I was trying on clothes with Yinner when she suddenly collapsed. I thought something terrible had happened." Auntie, standing by the hospital bed, said, still shaken, "If anything had happened to Yinner, how would I explain it to your family?" "Thankfully, she's all right. There's nothing to worry about. Annie, the doctors have already confirmed that she's fine." Su Yin reassured her that, "I'll call Uncle to let him know Yinner is safe. He's still at work and won't be able to come over for a while." Su Yin quickly added, "Uncle is the mayor of Qiqing, and his work keeps him busy. Since Yinner is fine, let's not trouble him unnecessarily." Lying in bed, Su Yin's sister, Su Yin, chimed in, "Yes, I already feel much better. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Uncle Yang, please take Annie home first. I will stay here to take care of Yinner," Su Yin said. Annie hesitated but eventually nodded. She had indeed received quite a scare today. Thankfully, nothing serious had happened to Su Yin, or the Su family would not have taken it lightly as Uncle Yang and Annie departed. Su Yin jumped off the hospital bed, hands on her hips, and glared at Su Yin with a fierce expression. "What did you do to Xiao Yin?" Dressed in a jade green dress, with white knee-high socks and round-toed leather shoes, Su Yin stood at around 5 feet 9 inches tall, reaching only to Su Yin's chest. With a hint of baby fat still adorning her face, her round cheeks made her fierce demeanor appear endearing rather than intimidating. Confronted with the fury of Su Yin retorted, "Xiao Yin is just a fox. What could I possibly do to a fox? I assure you, she's perfectly fine now. Don't think I don't know what disgusting things you look at online." Su Yin clearly did not believe Su Yan's words. After Bai Gu successfully evolved the flame fox into the frost demon fox, they formed a soul bond. The summoner, Su Yin, was affected as well. The frost demon fox was a high-tier elite. and Su Yan's soul strength was only second tier, making it too much for her to handle, leading to her fainting. Realizing her secret had been uncovered, Su Yan hurriedly defended herself, explaining, "That was just a joke from the last time my classmate visited." However, Su Yan was not listening to Su Yan's explanation. She was captivated by the frost demon fox brought by her brother. Due to the soul bond, she could distinctly sense that this white fox, adorned with a snowy pattern mark, was indeed her Xiaoyan. The little fox leaped into Su Yan's arms, nuzzling her affectionately. Stroking the little fox's cool, white fur, Su Yan found it hard to believe that her summoner had transformed so drastically during a mere outing. "Why has my Xiaoyan changed like this?" Su Yan asked, bewildered. "You should thank your brother for that. It's thanks to me that she evolved into a high-tier elite today," Su Yan replied proudly. "What do you mean my Xiaoyan is now a high-tier elite?" Su Yan exclaimed in disbelief. She had not anticipated that her summoner would evolve after just a casual outing, and to such a formidable level. "What on earth happened? You must tell me everything." Su Yan tugged at her brother's sleeve. Little sister, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us grab a bite while we talk." Noticing her brother's teasing, Su Yan pouted in displeasure. "Come on, I'll treat you to a meal." Su Yan grinned. He wasn't too worried about the cost of the meal, but rather enjoyed seeing his sister flustered. "All right, you can tell me as we walk." On their way, Su Yan animatedly recounted the events leading up to this moment, though he cleverly transformed his accidental feeding of the ice crystal fruit to the flame fox into a story of the fox sneaking a bite. Upon hearing Su Yan's tale, the frost demon fox nestled in Su Yan's arms let out a disgruntled yip-yip of protest. After finishing his story, Su Yan speculated, "It seems very likely that the boy is indeed Sister Ji's apprentice." Su Yan nodded in agreement, pondering why Master Ji had never mentioned him. "Yes, when we last visited Master Ji, I asked her about her apprentices, and she said she didn't have any at that moment." Su Yan replied, "Moreover, I've never heard of Master Ji studying the flame fox either. After all, as a breeder, their circle is quite mysterious." "Oh no!" Su Yan suddenly exclaimed, startling Su Yan. "What happened?" she asked, her heart racing. "I forgot to get that boy's contact information." Su Yan lamented that if Bai Gu truly has the ability to enhance summoners, I should have befriended him early on, that he might very well be Ji Yu's apprentice. Typically, individuals from prominent families like Su Yan's rarely took the initiative to befriend others. After all, those who catered to their family could easily be found from the inner city to the outer city. Rolling her eyes playfully, Su Yan scoffed, "Yes, it's Sister Ji's shop. Just ask her when the time comes, silly." Feeling belittled by his sister's remark, Su Yan was irked. In the past, he might have used the opportunity of a competition to teach this arrogant little girl a lesson. But now, glancing at the frost demon fox in Su Yan's arms, he decided to swallow his pride and wait for another chance. Today, he had earned 100,000, and Bai Gu was in high spirits. As a summoner, one had to consider the considerable expenses involved. The money earned from working at Yu Studio was barely enough for daily expenses, let alone to cultivate a summoner as a mere student. Bai Gu had no other means of making money apart from working. Situations like today were purely coincidental. With the capabilities granted by his system, earning money was a breeze. However, it could easily attract attention, and Bai Gu was not keen on revealing himself too early. Lacking strength, Bai Gu felt like a child wandering the streets with gold bricks in hand. He understood that in this world, power was the key to everything. Without it, one would only be bullied. This time, revealing himself in front of Su Yan was also intentional. Bai Gu's previous incarnation had aspired to become a breeder, collecting a wealth of information on the subject. Additionally, having assisted Ji Yu at work, he had gained considerable insight into this profession over time. To become a breeder, talent was paramount. Bai Gu planned to reveal a portion of his abilities to attract Ji Yu's attention, preparing for his future entry into the Breeder Association. Having earned some money, Bai Gu decided to cultivate a few more skeleton warriors. Currently, his total assets amounted to around 180,000, which seemed substantial. However, in order to enhance the prowess of the summoned beasts, the amount of money at hand is hardly worth mentioning. The materials for the skeleton archer are unattainable, while those for the skeleton mage are prohibitively expensive. Currently, the most viable option is the skeleton warrior, economical, inexpensive, and durable. Last time, while purchasing beast bones and other materials at the Blackstone shop, Bai Gu noted down the store's phone number, allowing him to place orders without the need for a personal visit. By evening, the delivery would likely arrive at his doorstep. Subsequently, Bai Gu continued to browse various information online. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Rubbing his empty stomach, Bai Gu decided against dining out. The studio is equipped with a kitchen, and Gu had granted him permission to use it. What surprised him was that Gu also harbored a great passion for cooking, and her culinary skills were quite commendable in his previous life. Bai Gu could cook as well, though his skills were merely mediocre. Opening the refrigerator, he found an array of ingredients and decided to whip up something simple, for he was averse to complexity. He steamed some rice, scrambled a couple of eggs, and prepared a straightforward dish of tomato and scrambled eggs. Slicing some beef to fry with seasoning, he balanced the meal with both meat and vegetables. He was unsure how much alcohol Gu had consumed the previous night. He checked on her midway through and found her still fast asleep. Seeing her slumber so peacefully, he opted not to wake her for dinner, instead leaving a portion for her to heat up when she awoke. Once he tidied up and secured the door, Bai Gu departed. Take tea this hour. Public transport was typically scarce, so he resolved to walk home. Considering it a chance to exercise, as he returned to the neighborhood, the night was deep, enveloped in silence. The bright moon and starry sky lent a touch of tranquility and romance to the vibrant cityscape. Bai Gu recalled that it had been quite some time since he last visited Uncle Ian and wondered how they were faring. He resolved to pay them a visit the following day. At the entrance of Bai Gu's home, the delivery personnel from the Blackstone shop appeared to have been waiting for some time. After verifying the goods were in order, Bai Gu signed the delivery slip, and the courier hurriedly departed. Once he moved the beast bones and other materials inside, Bai Gu set about evolving the skeleton warrior. This time, he had purchased materials for 2 skeleton warriors, intending to create a pair. He wished to produce more, but at present, he could only command 3. Beyond that, it would be challenging to control them. Once his soul's intensity increased and his mental fortitude strengthened, allowing him to manipulate more summoned beasts. He could employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers. An imposing wave of skeletons surging forth would undoubtedly be a spectacular sight. As he stewed the skeletons, Bai Gu began searching online for methods to train and control multiple summoned beasts. He toiled until the early hours of the morning, completing the evolution of the skeleton warriors. Thus, Bai Gu had added 2 more ordinary yet high-tier summoned beasts to his arsenal, with a heart brimming with joy. He hummed a popular song from yesteryears as he made his way to Ian and Guo's residence. Ian and Guo's home was not too far from Bai Gu's, merely a few streets away, and he arrived in no time. After Bai Gu's father sacrificed himself, it was Ian and Guo who took care of young Bai Gu, treating him as his own and providing him with ample support. Bai Gu felt immense gratitude towards the Ian family. Once a promising military summoner, Ian and Guo's fate took a tragic turn during a mission when he was attacked by the petrifying venom of a boss-level petrified lizard. His summoned beasts met a grim fate, yet he miraculously survived the backlash from the soul contract, albeit afflicted by the petrifying toxin. In a bid to prioritize the military's tasks, he delayed seeking treatment. And by the time he returned to his unit, it was too late. The toxin had deeply infiltrated his body, rendering it nearly impossible to eradicate. Consequently, Ian Guo was forced to retire in his youth. He could still suppress the effects of the petrifying toxin, but as he aged, symptoms began to manifest in various parts of his body, significantly affecting his quality of life. As Bai Gu grew older, he did his utmost to assist the Ian family in their struggles. Navigating through the alley, he soon found himself in a clearing facing a small hill, and not far ahead lay the small courtyard of Uncle Yin's home. In the past, many families resided nearby, but they had all moved away, leaving only the Ian family behind. Nearby, there was a grassy area designed like a small park, featuring a swing entwined with winter vines positioned close to the windward side. In his childhood, Bai Gu often played here with Ian Bai, and those memories gradually flooded back. Suddenly, Bai Gu halted, sensing something amiss, and quickened his pace towards the courtyard, his brow furrowing tightly in the courtyard. A young man with a cigarette in his mouth and playing cards in hand remarked, "Hey boss, how much longer are we going to keep this up?" When that girl inside finally submits, "It'll be over," replied the one referred to as the boss. The young man's name was Zhang Yang, easily identifiable by a conspicuous scorpion tattoo on his neck, a clear sign of a troublemaker. "With that crippled old man of his, he thinks he can resist after catching the eye of young Shah," said another young man clad in ripped denim. "It's no wonder young Shah is interested. You haven't seen how stunning that girl is, that she's still too young now. But just imagine how captivating she'll be in a couple of years," Zhang Yang said, squinting his eyes. "That be by the way, I remember that girl has an older brother." "Is he a problem?" the cigarette-smoking young man inquired. "Just an ordinary student. Nothing special. Just good at studying. That I've heard his summoned beast is a skeleton with a combat power of less than 5. "A complete waste," Zhang Yang replied, nonchalantly, that if her brother shows up, he'll just be a punching bag. He hasn't moved in days. Perfect for practice. Speaking of which, boss, we've been hanging around here for a few days now. I can barely hold on," the young man in denim remarked. "I feel the same. Rest assured, once this is over, young Shah has promised us a handsome reward," Zhang Yang said, his expression smug as he gestured with his fingers. The others around him brightened at this, but suddenly, Zhang Yang looked up and noticed a youth with a frosty expression approaching. Zhang Yang and his cohorts were puzzled, unsure of who the newcomer was. Though one of them, who lived nearby, felt a sense of familiarity. "Speak of the devil, this kid is the girl's brother." "Brothers, let's go," Zhang Yang exclaimed, rising abruptly. Young Shah had instructed them to beat him mercilessly upon sight. And Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Bai Gu, feeling in complete control of the situation. Bai Gu had overheard their conversation clearly from outside the courtyard, but a glance into the small yard belonging to Uncle Een revealed a space that was once tidy and warm. In the corner, a small flower bed filled with tulips, his daughter's favorite flower, which Een and Gua had planted to bring her joy, was now a mess of beer bottles, chicken bones, and cigarette butts. With the tulips uprooted and trampled underfoot, in the very spot where Zhang Yang and his gang had been playing cards, a white dress lay on the ground, scattered with playing cards. This dress was Een Shoubai's favorite and one of the newest items in her wardrobe. Purchased with Bai Gu's hard-earned money from a job last New Year. She cherished it dearly, rarely wearing it, and it had only been out to dry after washing, but now it had been seized by Zhang Yang and his crew. It was evident that they had been harassing the Een family for quite some time. Unfortunately, Bai Gu had been too busy recently to come and check on them. The thought of the immobile Een and Gua and the young Een Shoubai being tormented, forced to hide in fear, made Bai Gu's chest heave with a violent intensity. He felt as though he would explode if he did not take action. "Just a single kid? I can handle this alone." "You guys just watch," said the young man who had been smoking, discarding his cigarette and shedding his shirt to reveal a muscular frame clad in a white tank top. Bai Gu regarded them with an icy glare, his expression as cold as the depths of winter, that he had no desire to engage in further dialogue. Every word spent on these scoundrels felt like a waste of breath. "Then perish," Bai Gu declared as a summoning circle suddenly materialized beside him, from which a skeleton warrior emerged. "Whoa, a skeleton? Ah, just as I expected. Useless summoned beast that I can smash it with a single hand." The youth in the vest mistakenly believed that the ordinary skeleton summoned by Bai Gu was just that, ordinary. With a derisive smile, he lunged forward. The skeletal warrior, with its eerie, hollow eyes, fixed its gaze on the youth and raised its long blade, striking down with a single, decisive blow. A shrill cry escaped the youth's lips, followed by a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground, drenched in blood. This strike was deliberately controlled by Bai Gu, who did not wish to cause a fatality, hence the injury was not overly severe. However, the corrosive power attached to the bone blade was excruciating. Dark energy coiled around the wound, gradually eroding flesh and blood, inflicting unbearable agony. The youth lay on the ground, wailing in torment, his cries sending shivers down the spines of Zhang Yang and the others. Faced with the skeletal warrior, their earlier bravado had transformed into sheer terror. Among them, Zhang Yang was the most perceptive, recognizing that Bai Gu's summoned skeleton was no ordinary creature, its combat prowess likely reaching the standard level. Zhang Yang glanced from the skeletal warrior to the bloodied youth on the ground, and, with a fierce resolve, declared, "Brothers, do not fear. He has but a single skeleton. Let us subdue the thief by capturing his king. Everyone, grab your weapons and join me in subduing that wretch." The remaining ruffians exchanged glances, silence enveloping them as none dared to speak or act. They were not fools. Moments ago, Bai Gu's summoned skeleton had incapacitated their strongest member. The youth in the vest, clearly indicating its status as a standard-level summoned beast, While they often bullied students, the elderly, and the disabled, none among them would dare confront a summoner. Even the weakest standard-level summoned beast was still a magical creature. Unlike the utterly powerless inferior summoned beast, engage in direct confrontation with a magical beast would be sheer folly. Zhang Yang understood this principle all too well, and he was astonished by the ferocity of Bai Gu's summoned creature. After a brief silence, Zhang Yang forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "Esteemed brother, please show mercy upon us. We are but insignificant characters. Let us go in peace." The youth in the vest lay bloodied and mangled on the ground, while Zhang Yang and the others appeared pale with fear, completely devoid of their previous arrogance. They had indeed cowered. The fury of Bai Gu surged as the skeletal warrior's blade struck the youth, splattering crimson blood that dissipated into the air. Yet this did not signify Bai Gu's intent to spare them. They must pay for their transgressions. Before long, Zhang Yang and his cohorts, limping and enduring excruciating pain, hastily dragged the youth away. They occasionally glanced back, their eyes brimming with terror, disregarding their own injuries in their desperate haste to flee, as if monsters were in pursuit. Bai Gu commanded the skeletal warrior to use its bone shield to crush their limbs instead of employing the corrosive blade. Regardless of how Zhang Yang and the others pleaded, even resorting to kneeling for forgiveness, Bai Gu was not one to show mercy. The injuries they sustained would leave lasting scars, perhaps even render them crippled. They would never bully others again. Bai Gu watched them vanish from sight before retracting his gaze. Xia Fei Yu. Bai Gu uttered the name with a chilling intensity. It was Xia Fei Yu who was the root cause of all this turmoil. A perverse wretch still fixated on Yin Xiubai. This scoundrel clearly required a profound lesson. Arriving at Uncle Yin's doorstep, Bai Gu knocked on the door. "Xiubai, do not fear, it is I." From within came a timid, yet hopeful voice. "Is that you, Brother Gu?" "Indeed, it is Brother Gu. The outside is now safe," Bai Gu replied soothingly. The door opened slightly, revealing a delicate and vigilant face. Upon seeing Bai Gu, the tension eased, and she flung the door wide open. Throwing herself into his embrace, Bai Gu held the soft form of Yin Xiubai, distinctly feeling her tremors. "Do not be afraid. I have driven those villains away," he comforted in gentle tones. Yin Xiubai stepped back from Bai Gu. "What about Uncle Yin?" she inquired. Upon hearing Bai Gu's question, her large, beautiful eyes instantly reddened, and with a quavering voice, she replied, "Father's condition has worsened. He is now in a deep coma." Bai Gu's heart sank, and he promptly responded, "Take me to see him." Entering Yin Ongwa's bedroom, they found the emaciated figure of Yin Ongwa lying on the bed, his eyes tightly shut. In his youth, Yin Ongwa had been a robust man with a resolute visage. But now, due to the petrifying poison, he had grown gaunt, his cheeks sunken. During a previous mission, he had been struck on the back by the petrifying venom of a leader-level petrifying poison lizard. This summoned beast, while lacking in combat prowess, defense, and speed, possessed the insidious skill of petrifying venom, which upon contact would continuously devour flesh until it transformed entirely into a lifeless stone statue. Rumor had it that the Mr. Medical Group had developed a purification serum capable of treating petrification and other adverse conditions. But its exorbitant price of 100,000 was a significant hurdle. With the petrifying venom at play, the petrifying poison lizard was indeed a formidable foe. Even a minor exposure necessitated the costly serum, making it unaffordable for low-level summoners and ordinary folk alike. For families like Su Yan's, 100,000 was merely a trifling sum. Their monthly allowance far exceeded that. However, for Yin Ongwa, 100,000 was no small fortune. His summoned beast had perished under the venom's influence, leading to a backlash of the soul contract, effectively closing off his path as a summoner. Coupled with the responsibility of a family and children to support, he could hardly liquidate all his assets for his own treatment. Thus, he had relied on some resistance potions to stave off the petrifying effects that, in recent days, Yin Xiubai had been trapped at home by Zhang Yang, leaving them without access to the resistance potions, and, as a result, Yin Ongwa had succumbed to a coma due to the petrifying toxin. Bai Gu meticulously examined Yin Ongwa's body and found that the entire area of his back had become engulfed in a grayish-white stone, spreading to his chest, cheeks, and thighs. Fortunately, time was still on their side. Had they delayed for a few more days, Uncle Een might not have survived. Why didn't you call the enforcement agency and inform me? Bai Gu asked. I did call the enforcement agency. They sent someone over, and those villains fled, but once the enforcement agency left, they returned, Een Shobai said, lowering her head and fiddling with the hem of her clothing. Appearing quite remorseful, Bai Gu remained silent, understanding why Een Shobai had refrained from contacting him. She likely did not want to burden him, especially with the national entrance exams approaching in a month, including the application to the Summoner Academy. Chiobai was trying to avoid disturbing him during his preparations, compounded by her ignorance of Bai Gu's current strength, fearing that his involvement might lead to harm in confronting those ruffians. Bai Gu sighed inwardly, gazing at Een Shobai with affection. He could only imagine how she had endured these days, a girl yet to reach adulthood, isolated and alone, caring for her comatose father. With her long, shoulder-length hair and delicate features, it was evident that she would grow into a beauty. He recalled her round, cherubic face from her childhood, and how he had loved to pinch her cheeks. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a slender visage. The plumpness of her youth seemingly vanished. Bai Gu smiled slightly. Without hesitation, he approached and playfully pinched the soft cheeks of the young girl, pulling them gently to the sides. Instantly, her fair face flushed with a rosy hue, but she shyly averted her gaze from Bai Gu's eyes. Indeed, the texture was not as pleasant as before, leaving Bai Gu with a tinge of regret. The round, chubby face had given way to a slender one. A pity. His gesture was merely intended to alleviate Een Shiobai's self-reproach and lighten the atmosphere. Do not worry, Chiobai. Those villains will not dare to return. You and your uncle can live in peace, Bai Gu said, gently. Chiobai nodded obediently. I understand, Brother Gu. Now, the most pressing matter was to procure the purification serum and rid Inangwa of the toxins that had plagued him for years. Bai Gu purchased 2 more sets of materials for evolving skeleton warriors yesterday, leaving him with nearly 120,000 remaining. Acquiring a bottle of purification potion poses no problem at all in recent days. Een Shobai has been under immense mental strain, having not slept soundly even once. It was Bai Gu's arrival that finally allowed her to relax. She sat in a chair and soon fell asleep. Bai Gu gently lifted her and placed her back on her bed in her room. Een Shiobai's bedroom is quite spacious. Upon entering, one's gaze is immediately drawn to 2 identical single beds. The beds, made of wood, are painted a sky blue. One bed is adorned with black bedding and pillows, while the other features pink bedding decorated with heart patterns. Beside the single beds stands a desk, neatly piled with the books Een Shiobai uses for her studies. Adjacent to the wardrobe is a dressing table equipped with a round mirror. The dressing table holds no makeup items like lipstick, only a horn comb, a bottle of floral water, and a photograph of Bai Gu from his childhood. The photo captures a moment with Een Shiobai, Een Shuxia, and Bai Gu together. Inangwa has 2 daughters, the elder, Een Shuxia, and the younger, Een Shiobai. Een Shuxia is of a similar age to Bai Gu, and at that time, Bai Gu's parents jokingly suggested a betrothal between Een Shuxia and Bai Gu. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, a quarrel erupted between Inangwa and Een Shuxia, leading to her running away from home for 2 long years. Bai Gu gently placed Een Shiobai on the black bed and tucked her in. In their childhood, Bai Gu often stayed over, sharing the night with the 2 sisters. Ate tea that time. Bai Gu would sleep with Een Shiobai, as he felt too shy to share a bed with the older Een Shuxia. After ensuring Een Shiobai was settled, Bai Gu prepared to take the bus to the inner city to purchase the purification potion. Both the Mr. Medical Group and the Silver Moon Group are prominent enterprises within the Federation, offering a variety of potions at steep prices that ordinary people cannot afford. Bai Gu managed to procure his from the Muga store, also purchasing 2 nutritional supplements, each valued at 5,000, causing his assets to dwindle rapidly. The 3 potions were securely packed in a silver briefcase. The 100,000 earned yesterday was now entirely spent. Deep down, Bai Gu began to yearn for more opportunities to earn money. On his return, he also bought a considerable amount of ingredients. Noticing that Een Shiobai had not been eating well these past few days, he wanted to prepare a delicious meal to nourish her. Carrying a substantial load, Bai Gu decided against taking the bus, opting instead for the luxury of a taxi ride home. Upon returning to Een Ongwa's residence, Bai Gu first went to his own bedroom. Intending to purify the petrifying toxins within himself, he opened the silver briefcase, where the 3 potions were firmly secured, a testament to the 10,000 spent. The purification potions were contained in transparent bottles, each the thickness of a finger. These bottles, crafted from a special material source from a secret realm, offer excellent sealing properties and durability, preventing breakage in the heat of battle against magical beasts. Under the sunlight, the evolution potion radiated a breathtaking azure hue. Following the usage instructions, Bai Gu administered the potion to Inangwa. Indeed, Mr.'s potions proved effective. As soon as it was ingested, the petrified flesh on Inangwa visibly receded. Lying in bed, he let out a roar, akin to a long-imprisoned prisoner breaking free from his chains, feeling a profound sense of relief. That you, Bai Gu? Inangwa's hoarse voice inquired. Yes, Uncle In, it's me. Bai Gu replied. Inangwa, weak yet determined, tried to sit up, prompting Bai Gu to rush over to assist him. Before Bai Gu could reach him, Inangwa halted him. I can manage on my own. He insisted firmly, unwavering in his resolve to rise by his own strength. Inangwa is a soldier, or rather, he once was. Although he has since retired, he still holds onto his pride and determination. Bai Gu understood his temperament and respected him for it. During his days of unconsciousness, Inangwa had lost considerable weight, yet with the last remnants of his strength, he struggled to sit up. Is it the purification potion? As a once-renowned summoner in the military, he immediately deduced the source of his recovery. Bai Gu nodded, refraining from further commentary. Why waste such money on a useless person like me? Inangwa gazed vacantly at the ceiling, his voice feeble. In his youth, Inangwa had earned a formidable reputation in the Federation's military with his elite intermediate beast-type summon creature, the black armored lion beast. By completing military missions, he quickly accumulated contribution points, nearly securing a place at the prestigious Deep Blue Academy for further studies. That it is worth noting that Deep Blue Academy is one of the 5 elite institutions, with many of its graduates now holding high-ranking positions within the Federation's military. Had Inangwa attended Deep Blue Academy, his future would have been exceedingly bright. Unfortunately, during the completion of his final mission, a tragic incident occurred resulting in heavy casualties for his team, leaving only him and Bai Gu's father alive. His black armored lion beast was also tragically lost, and the aftermath of the soul contract rendered him an ordinary man. Forever unable to become a summoner again, in the blink of an eye, he transitioned from a former genius to the lowest tier of society. The anguish within Inangwa is palpable. Over the years, he has come to realize that the mishap during that mission was likely not an accident, but rather a deliberate act, that a peculiar balance has formed between the human federation and magical beasts. Although encounters still lead to mutual slaughter, the frequency of beast sieges has diminished, allowing humans to gain precious time for development within their cities. With the absence of external threats, power struggles among factions within the military have become increasingly severe. Inangwa is acutely aware that he was likely unwittingly embroiled in a power struggle, infringing upon someone's interests, thus being used as a pawn. Having left the military, he married and started a family. And in the blink of an eye, 20 years have passed. Through the years spent with his family, he has alleviated much of the pain from his retirement. Memories of the past flooded his mind. But he quickly regained his composure, that he knows he has a family and daughters to care for and cannot afford to remain in despair. He also understands that without Bai Gu's purification potion, he might not have survived. Inangwa is aware of recent events, but feels powerless to intervene, knowing his daughter has been wronged while he lies bedridden. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, he might have already attained the rank of officer by now. However, it is too late for regrets. Nothing can change the past. By the way, what is your soul strength? Inangwa inquired. Second rank, Bai Gu replied. Inangwa's eyes brightened. A second-rank soul has a high probability of summoning a normal high-level creature. What is your initial summon creature? It is a skeleton of the undead type. Inangwa paused, uncertainly asking, is it a low-grade skeleton? Yes, it is. How can this be? Inangwa found it hard to believe. Bai Gu recounted the events of the summoning ceremony. Inangwa sighed, feeling regret for Bai Gu. The child of his brother possesses talent and intelligence, performing well in studies, yet it is a pity that his initial summoned creature is a skeleton. There's an envelope in the corner beneath the wardrobe. Could you retrieve it for me? Following Ongwa's instructions, Bai Gu directed his gaze to the corner of the wardrobe, finding the envelope and presenting it to Ongwa. Inside, there was nothing but a bank card. This card contains over 43,000. Take it and see if you can enhance the skeleton's strength. Ongwa handed the bank card to Bai Gu. I cannot accept this. What will you and your family do in the future? Bai Gu immediately refused. Ongwa insisted. Opportunities to become a summoner are rare. Do not let any chance slip away. Bai will also hold her summoning ceremony in a few years, and there will be her tuition to consider. Bai Gu continued to urge, it's all right. Bai has 2 more years, but your time is running out. If you miss this, you will regret it for a lifetime. In truth, Ongwa harbored thoughts of allowing Bai Gu to join the military. However, he soon dismissed this notion, as the military was no longer what it once was. That a careless misstep in choosing sides could lead to catastrophic consequences. After a moment of pause, Ongwa exhaled softly. Recalling his time in the military when he had ventured into several realms imbued with death attributes, where the aura of death was remarkably thick, in such realms, the summoned beings of the undead could enhance their strength and even undergo evolution. Not far from Qiqing lies the city of Gugu, which harbors a realm of death attributes. You might consider exploring it. This was the first time Bai Gu learned of the substantial benefits that the aura of death could confer upon undead creatures. However, you must remember, humans cannot linger there for too long, Ongwa cautioned. Uncle Ian, rest assured, I will become a summoner. My skeleton is exceptionally formidable, Bai Gu declared with unwavering determination, perhaps influenced by Bai Gu's resolute tone. Ongwa chuckled heartily, tacitly acknowledging Bai Gu's words. He had watched Bai Gu grow up and was well aware of his character, knowing full well he would not boast about such matters frivolously. Bai Gu's declaration indicated a genuine confidence. After such lengthy discourse, Ongwa began to feel fatigued, and Bai Gu recognized that he was still recovering from serious illness. He retrieved the nutritional supplement he had purchased from the Muge store and urged Ongwa to rest properly. The mess left by Zhang Yang and his associates still required Bai Gu's attention. Take tea that moment. Bai Gu regretted interrupting Zhang Yang and the others. Perhaps he should have allowed them to tidy up the courtyard before intervening. After spending about an hour cleaning, the task was finally completed. As dusk enveloped the sky with its melancholic hues, Bai Gu entered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal for Ongwa and Bai. Coincidentally, Bai awoke at that moment and promptly approached Bai Gu to halt his efforts. Brother Gu, you should rest. I can handle it, she insisted. Bai Gu smiled and replied, it's all right, Bai. You need to rest well. I will prepare the meal. Ultimately, under Bai's insistence, they both worked together to prepare dinner. Dressed in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, her slender, straight legs and fair, rounded feet clad in black cat-patterned slippers. Bai radiated a youthful sweetness. Through their collaborative efforts, dinner was quickly ready. A standard fare of 3 dishes and a soup. Braised pork, shredded pork with red peppers, cucumber and egg, and a pot of black chicken soup. At the dining table, Bai Gu, Ongwa, and Bai joyfully savored the meal. Since arriving in this world, Bai Gu had often dined alone and had not experienced such familial warmth in quite some time. What summoner academy are you considering applying to? Ongwa inquired, as he chewed on a piece of braised pork. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Gu replied, I have yet to decide. My suggestion is for you to apply to the Necromancy Academy in Gugu City. The Necromancy Academy, Bai Gu recalled hearing that it housed a significant number of necromancers. Indeed, the Necromancy Academy is arguably the finest institution for necromancy summoners in the Federation. What makes it so special? Bai Gu asked curiously. Ongwa chuckled. They possess a large-scale realm of death attributes. Is that not sufficiently remarkable? A large-scale realm? Bai Gu exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it is a vast realm fully managed and controlled by the Necromancy Academy, where the concentration of death aura is exceedingly high, providing considerable advantages to undead summoners. Intrigued by Ongwa's description of the Necromancy Academy, Bai Gu felt a spark of interest. With high potential in his skeleton, he planned to pursue the path of necromancy summoning. The prospect of a large-scale realm of death attributes, as described by Uncle Ian, seemed beneficial for Bai Gu's skeleton. Moreover, among the signature summoned beasts of necromancy are ghouls, which are social creatures. Summoners utilizing ghouls typically start with a minimum of 10. Ghouls generally possess strength ranging from ordinary to elite levels, and through evolution, they can reach the rank of leaders. Ghouls have the skill of corpse consumption, allowing them to devour the remains of fallen beasts on the battlefield, healing their wounds, and even evolving when consuming multiple corpses. Some particularly promising ghouls can learn the skill rending wounds. The evolutionary pathways to leader status include the giant ghoul and the ghoul king. The ghoul king possesses a halo skill that enhances the attack speed of surrounding ghouls, while the giant ghoul boasts higher attack power and vitality than ordinary ghouls. Alongside a massive physique, coupled with the undead's tenacity, ghouls commanded by summoners can be quite formidable in repelling monstrous tides. Ghouls are often depicted as grotesque, resembling emaciated skeletons with remnants of flesh, hunched backs, and scant hair atop their heads. Their robust recovery abilities make them easy to train and quite durable. Most necromancy summoners favor the use of ghouls, though female summoners tend to be exceptions. Ghoul legions represent one of the mainstream strategies employed by necromancy summoners. In recent days, Bai Gu had been exploring methods to assemble and command a skeleton army, and he had also researched ghoul legions. Given that the Necromancy Academy primarily cultivates necromancy summoners, it is likely they have conducted studies on ghoul legions. Although the Necromancy Academy is not one of the 5 elite institutions, it currently appears to be the most suitable academy for Bai Gu. As dinner concluded swiftly, Bai Gu intended to wash the dishes, but Bai rushed to do so instead. Reluctantly, Bai Gu settled in the living room to watch television. After finishing his meal, Bai retreated to his room to rest, as the petrification toxins in his body had only just been purged, leaving him somewhat weak and in need of proper recuperation. The entertainment options in this era were somewhat lacking, with only 5 or 6 television channels available in Qiqing. Particularly, the local station was airing an interview with Xia Yuandong, the chairman of Xia Real Estate, and his son, Xia Feiyu, who had been recognized as one of Qiqing's 10 most promising youths. Under the camera's gaze, Xia Feiyu displayed an air of smugness while nonchalantly attributing his success to mere ordinary training, claiming that his achievements were solely the result of innate talent, as if his father's substantial resources had been squandered. This insincere demeanor repulsed Bai Gu, prompting him to switch channels, unwilling to gaze upon it any longer. Another channel was broadcasting the Glory Cup Summoner League, as the summer competition had just concluded. Bai Gu was watching a recorded broadcast rather than a live one that this prestigious annual event showcased students from summoner academies who had yet to graduate. The competition comprised individual and team segments. Being federally organized, the rewards for the champions were exceedingly generous, and winning the championship was a matter of great honor, garnering widespread media coverage and attracting major corporations seeking endorsements from the champion teams. Currently, the television displayed an individual match, a monster summoner versus a plant summoner. The monster summoner summoned beast was a demon elk, boasting leader-level strength, while the plant summoner summoned beast was a twisted vine. Of elite high-tier strength, based on the levels of their summoned beasts, the demon elk should have the upper hand. However, the current battlefield dynamics told a different story, with the twisted vine gaining the upper hand against the demon elk. As a creature of the monster affinity, the demon elk was characterized by its robust defense, tenacious vitality, and fierce attack power, standing approximately 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide. However, the monster affinity's downside was the absence of elemental damage. Unlike the summoned beasts of the phantom beast category, the fire fox, for instance, is a fire attribute phantom beast capable of employing skills that inflict flame damage. The twisted vines of the plant category exhibit a glaring weakness. They are particularly vulnerable to fire. When faced with the might of the powerful magic stag, they are at a distinct disadvantage. The thick vines, reminiscent of coarse ropes, ensnare the magic stag, binding it securely. Regardless of its struggles, it finds itself unable to escape. Soon, the magic stag will be completely bound like a rice dumpling, rendered immobile. The plant summoner even reveals a victorious smile. However, it is evident that the monster summoner is not prepared to concede defeat. Closing his eyes as if to conjure something, he soon opens them to reveal a flicker of red light emanating from his hand. This light transforms into vaporous motes above the magic stag. Merging with its essence, in an instant, The stag's eyes blaze a fiery red as it violently breaks free from the twisted vine's grasp. Bai Gu is taken aback. Could this be the summoner's secret technique? The secret technique, derived from the conversion of spiritual energy into mental force, grants various extraordinary abilities. The technique unleashed by the monster summoner appears to be frenzy, which induces a state of rage in the summoned beast. A summoned beast under the influence of frenzy experiences a significant surge in both attack power and speed, the extent of which depends on the level of the frenzy. Witnessing the magic stag breaking free from the twisted vines, the plant summoner's expression shifts dramatically, and he promptly commands the vines to rebind the stag. Yet, it is clear that the current strength of the twisted vines is insufficient to contend with a boss-level magic stag. As the vines are easily shaken off and broken, the stag, in its frenzied state, tramples the twisted vines with its hooves and even bites at them. Its sizable frame rampages across the arena, its massive, sturdy antlers crashing against the vines, sparking against the hard floor. The twisted vines sustain severe damage, and the plant summoner's expression grows increasingly grim, ultimately leading him to concede defeat. After the match, the plant summoner recalls the twisted vines and hurriedly departs, presumably to attend to his summoned beast's wounds. Meanwhile, the monster summoner progresses to the next round. Amidst the host's announcements, the program breaks for advertisements. Bai Gu finds himself greatly intrigued by the summoner's secret techniques. Regrettably, such techniques cannot be learned online and can only be studied at the Summoner Academy. The Muga shop does sell secret techniques, yet the prices are exorbitant, eliciting only a chuckle in response. Joining the academy seems imperative, for there, the secrets of the soul, summoner techniques, and knowledge of various summoned beasts are all taught free of charge. Provided one first signs a notarized contract ensuring confidentiality at this moment, Bai finishes tidying up and joins Bai Gu in the living room to watch television. Bai Gu produces the snacks he purchased earlier, and the two settle on the sofa, munching while watching. It is quite late, and the time for sleep is upon them. Bai Gu and Bai have been engrossed in their viewing for some time. Having polished off the chips and popcorn, Bai diligently tidies her sister Shusha's bed. "Brother Gu, you should sleep here tonight," Bai suggests, her cheeks flushed, as it appears to be the only available bed in the house. Bai Gu shakes his head. Bai is no longer a child, as evidenced by her gradually curvaceous figure. In a couple of years, the perverse lowly enthusiast, Xia Feiyu, would likely not dare approach her. "We can squeeze together like we did when we were little," she suggests, her face growing even redder. Bai Gu declines, stating, "I'll just sleep on the sofa." "All right then," Bai replies, retreating to her bedroom. Bai Gu cannot shake the feeling that Bai appears somewhat disappointed. Shaking his head, he pushes aside the thought, lying on the sofa and draping a blanket over himself in preparation for sleep. Though the sofa is rather small and uncomfortable, he takes a moment to browse the summoned beast encyclopedia on his phone. And before long, he succumbs to drowsiness, drifting off to sleep. The following morning, Bai Gu awakens to the enticing aroma of breakfast. Groggily, he notices Bai bustling about in the kitchen. Rising, he stretches and engages in some light exercises to loosen his joints. Observing that Inong's bedroom door is ajar and he is nowhere to be found, he heads to the kitchen, where he sees Bai frying eggs. Today, she is dressed in her school uniform, a white sailor collar top, a gray and white plaid skirt, and over-the-knee black stockings. "Where did Uncle go so early?" Bai Gu inquires. "Dad said he was going to exercise, so he left early and told me to let you sleep in a bit longer." Bai replies, "Let me help you." It appears that she started preparing breakfast as soon as she awoke. Since Uncle fell into a coma, she has been responsible for all the household chores. Which pains Bai Gu to think about, but it's all right. "Brother, I can handle it myself," she insists, shooing him out of the kitchen while wearing her apron. Left with no choice, Bai Gu retreats to the living room to watch TV while waiting for breakfast to be ready. 20 minutes later, returns in his workout attire, and Bai's breakfast is ready. Bai Gu makes his way to the dining room. "Uncle, you should take it easy. You're only just recovering and shouldn't engage in strenuous activities." Bai Gu expresses his concern. Bai, frowning, adds, "Yes, you're not getting any younger. Can't you give us a break?" Chuckles heartily. "You needn't worry about me. Back in the military, my physical fitness matched that of a low-tier, first-level magical beast. Bai Gu raises an eyebrow. A low-tier, first-level magical beast? You wouldn't know since you haven't joined the academy. This classification is merely a convenience for referring to the levels of summoned beasts. Inangwa explains, summoned beasts are categorized as common, elite, boss, and lord levels, while the military and professional summoners use a tiered system. First tier, second tier, and so forth. He takes a large bite of his fried egg and continues. In my prime, my black armored lion beast was on the verge of breaking through to second tier high, reaching third tier status, which is equivalent to a boss-level summoned beast that a hint of melancholy washes over him as he speaks. Just as Bai Gu prepares to offer comforting words, a news segment on the television captures his attention. In the early hours of this morning, a sanitation worker in Yong'an district discovered a naked female corpse. Law enforcement officials suspect this may be linked to a demonic cult's sacrificial ritual, though we urge the public to report any sightings related to the demonic cult. The city government is offering a reward of 500,000 yuan for information. The demonic cult, Inangwa exclaims, setting down his chopsticks, his expression grave. Bai Gu, intrigued by Inangwa's reaction, recalls having seen numerous reports about the demonic cult in the news recently, most of which pertain to murder cases, though he is unaware of the specifics. Uncle, do you know much about the demonic cult? He inquires. Inangwa nods. I once participated in a task force aimed at eradicating the demonic cult, so I have some knowledge of the situation. Bai Gu, you must be aware that our Earth is currently connected to otherworldly realms, correct? Bai Gu certainly knows this. It is a historical fact taught in the first grade. The emergence of spatial rifts has allowed Earth to encounter other dimensions. Through these rifts, magical beasts from other worlds can enter our realm, including the undead world, phantom beast world, monster world, forest world, and dark world, among others. Among these, the dragon world and insectoid world are particularly perilous due to the formidable dragons and the relentless swarms of insects. Yet there exists another exceedingly bizarre and dangerous otherworld. What is it? Bai Gu asks. Inangwa's tone shifts slightly as he continues, the abyss world. Bai Gu has never heard of it before and inquires, what kind of realm is the abyss world, and what types of magical beasts inhabit it? Inangwa slowly shakes his head. The abyss world is devoid of magical beasts. That cursed place is home only to demons. The demons within the abyss world are not only powerful, but also exceedingly cunning. They disdain forming soul contracts with humans. Bai Gu recalls that indeed, the Encyclopedia of Summoned Beasts does not list demons among the categories of summoned creatures. However, he still did not comprehend the connection between this and the cult of demons. Humans are incapable of forging soul contracts with demons. Yet, demons cunningly entice humans into signing pacts with the devil. What exactly is a devil's contract? Another unfamiliar term escaped from Inangwa's lips. Inangwa explained, it is a pact wherein demons lure humans, and once signed, the individual becomes a servant of the demon, subjected to its control and servitude, with their life and death entirely at the demon's mercy. Forever unable to escape, Bai Gu felt a sense of revulsion at the notion of a devil's contract. The soul contract between a summoner and their summoned creature is relatively equitable, but a summoner cannot send their summoned creature to death. Otherwise, they too would suffer backlash. Inangwa continued, demons possess immense power, as they enhance their strength by devouring souls, particularly those of human summoners, which they find especially delectable. Souls that have endured extreme suffering before death are particularly favored by demons. It was unimaginable that someone would choose to enter into a devil's contract. Bai Gu found it hard to believe that such an unequal pact could still attract individuals. For the sake of power, some are bound to betray everything. Such traitors are referred to as demon servants or demon worshippers, and the organization they establish is known as the cult of demons. Inangwa spat out with disdain. Those wretched scoundrels of the demon cult, in their quest to please their demonic masters, revel in assaulting and murdering ordinary citizens, tormenting their victims through various brutal methods before allowing them to perish in agony. After hearing Inangwa's description, Bai Gu had a clear understanding of the nature of the cult of demons, recognizing its members as akin to traitors during the anti-Japanese war, harming their compatriots for personal gain. Indeed, the members of the demon cult deserve to be condemned. However, Bai Gu wondered about the strength of the demon cult members. The 50,000 reward offered by the municipal hall stirred something within him, especially given his current financial predicament. That it seemed as if Inangwa could read Bai Gu's thoughts, as he cautioned. The weakest among the demon cult members possess at least second-tier strength. And given that federal law shows no mercy towards the demon cult, these cultists are desperate individuals who fight recklessly without regard for their lives. Do not entertain any other thoughts. If you discover anything, report it immediately to the enforcement agency. The second-tier strength is considered elite. Bai Gu's current summoned creatures are merely 3 high-level first-tier skeletal warriors, and thus he promptly dismissed the idea. By the way, do demon cult members exhibit any distinguishing characteristics? Bai Gu decided to inquire further, planning to hunt demon cult members once his strength increased. Inangwa pondered for a moment before responding that, thus far, no convenient method for identifying demon cult members had been discovered. Most encounters with them occur by chance, when their nefarious deeds were reported. How can one prove that the reported individual is a demon cult member? The Federal Enforcement Bureau does possess detection methods, yet the process is rather cumbersome. That if there were not a lack of convenient means to identify demon cult members, such filth would not be allowed to hide among the populace. Bai Gu understood that, according to the federal government's modus operandi, the demon cult, an organization of traitors against humanity, would not have survived this long without possessing something extraordinary, as Inangwa indicated, as long as demon cult members refrain from murder and sacrificial exposure. They are exceedingly difficult to detect. Otherwise, the generals of the federal military and the powerful summoners of the Summoner Association would not allow the demon cult to persist. After their meal, Inangwa repeatedly urged Bai Gu and Inshobai to exercise caution on their way home, instructing them to head straight home after school and to avoid wandering aimlessly, particularly in isolated areas. Perhaps due to the alleviation of long-standing concerns, Inangwa's mood had noticeably improved, and he seemed to have shed the previous air of gloom, becoming quite talkative. Even the gentle Inshobai could not bear it. After breakfast, she hurriedly bid farewell to Bai Gu and left. Bai Gu also intended to leave, but was stopped upon learning that Bai Gu was not required to attend school. Inangwa insisted he stay and chat a while longer. Their conversation stretched until noon, at which point Inangwa invited Bai Gu to stay for lunch, personally preparing a delightful chicken and mushroom dish, even retrieving some fine wine from his long-held collection. Sharing a couple of glasses with Bai Gu in the afternoon, he even expressed a desire to have Bai Gu stay for dinner. But as Bai Gu had to work at Yu's studio, Inangwa reluctantly allowed him to depart. Otherwise, Bai Gu felt he might as well have been living there. Engaging in conversation with Inangwa was not without its rewards. Bai Gu gained a deeper understanding of the profession of summoning. In his youth, Inangwa had been a prodigy within the military, and his insights into summoning surely surpassed those of Bai Gu, who had merely gathered information online. Moreover, the information available online is not entirely accurate. Many erroneous details require personal discernment. Riding the bus, Bai Gu alighted near the city center. With time still on his side, he decided to take a stroll around the vicinity. Since it was a weekday, the streets were relatively deserted, and the shops lining the roads lacked patrons, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. After wandering for a while, Bai Gu began to feel that shopping alone was somewhat tedious, prompting him to head towards the studio. Everything appeared to be normal today. Pushing open the studio door, the bell above jingled cheerfully. Gu's alluring voice floated over. "Is that you, little Bai Gu?" "It's me." "Boss, call me sister." Gu's tone held a hint of reproach. Dressed in vibrant, youthful casual wear, her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses, adding an air of intellect and maturity. Her limbs were pale and slender, resembling willow branches. She wore a white shirt on top and a snug black skirt that clung to her curves, accentuating her shapely figure and long, fair legs that dazzled the eyes. "What brings you here so early today?" "I took a leave of absence from school for the past few days and had nothing to do, so I came here." "Isn't it because you missed me?" "No, I just want to work." "Little Bai Gu, don't be shy. If you like it, you should just say so that I love working." After playfully teasing Bai Gu, Gu resumed her task with satisfaction. Bai Gu remained at the front desk, awaiting customers. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to browse online, hoping to discover methods for assembling his own skeletal army. After finding nothing of value, Bai Gu ultimately surrendered. Indeed, strategies for such military formations were virtually non-existent online. Only by joining a significant force, such as an academy or the military, could one acquire such knowledge. While at the front desk, Bai Gu stumbled upon a book regarding breeders that was an autobiography by a breeder named Tai Shou Tao, chronicling his journey from childhood to becoming a master breeder. Bai Gu, intrigued by the notion of becoming a summoner, decided to delve into this autobiography, as he had no other pressing matters to attend to. It was evident that the author possessed a commendable writing style, though the narrative was somewhat exaggerated, resembling a web novel. Bai Gu became completely engrossed in the story. Unbeknownst to him, Ji had approached silently from behind. Once he finished reading, he turned to find Ji staring at him. Her face mere inches from his OWNIS. There's something you need, boss. Are you interested in breeding? Bai Gu nodded. You wish to become a breeder? Bai Gu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly agreed. As he indeed wished to become a breeder, Ji smiled warmly, stating, "Tomorrow morning, I will teach you some basic breeding knowledge. If you show promise, I will take you on as my apprentice." Hearing Ji's words, Bai Gu's smile was uncontrollable. "Thank you, boss. Call me sister." After saying this, Ji handed Bai Gu a document. "What is this?" Bai Gu inquired curiously as he accepted it. "This is information I had a friend gather regarding the breeding of necromancer-type summoned creatures." Glancing through it, Bai Gu was taken aback. Ji had made it sound effortless. However, he understood that obtaining this information would not be an easy task in the Yangon district, within the confines of the Guanhua community. It was already dark. After expressing his gratitude to Ji, Bai Gu returned to his own home, in addition to the materials on the cultivation of necromancer summons. Ji had also provided Bai Gu with several introductory books on being a cultivator, encouraging him to study diligently this evening. She planned to prepare an examination for him the following morning, and only upon passing could he continue his studies in the realm of cultivation. After hastily consuming a bit of fast food downstairs, Bai Gu retreated to his room to delve into the materials Ji had given him. The necromancer summon cultivation data was particularly suitable for novices. It meticulously detailed all the challenges faced by beginner necromancers and offered various methods for nurturing necromancer summons. It also resolved many of Bai Gu's previous uncertainties, deepening his understanding of necromancer summons. For instance, the document noted the innate skill of necromancer summons, necromantic regeneration, indicating that as long as the necromantic flame remained lit, a necromantic creature could slowly regenerate even if it were reduced to fragments. The sole drawback, however, was the exceedingly slow rate of recovery. The cultivation material for necromancer summons also documented a method to enhance the recovery speed of the necromantic regeneration skill, without harming the necromantic flame. One could incapacitate a skeleton and then allow it to recover gradually. This process could be repeated, thereby accelerating the recovery speed of the necromantic regeneration skill. Upon encountering this method, Bai Gu's eyes lit up. This indeed illustrated the advantage of necromancer summons. When injured, they did not require a healer, as they could recuperate on their own. If a skeleton warrior's recovery speed increased, he could simply recall it when injured, allow it to recover, and then send it back into battle once it was sufficiently healed. Bai Gu resolved to test this method when time permitted. Of course, this could be construed as mistreatment of his summons. Other types of summons would likely rebel against their summoner under such conditions. However, skeleton warriors, being devoid of consciousness and emotion, were different. Next, he turned his attention to the books provided by Ji about being a cultivator. There were 3 in total, all foundational texts. The content encompassed the essential knowledge of cultivation. It contained specialized terminology and a plethora of peculiar material names that would likely daunt others. Nevertheless, Bai Gu had previously read about cultivation, and he had also gleaned some knowledge from Ji's explanations. Although the sentences and terms were complex, he could manage to comprehend them with some effort, and this did not impede his reading flow. The examination Ji had prepared for him was set for the following day, and in order to pass and become a cultivator, Bai Gu resolved to study through the night. Early the next morning, Bai Gu awoke with the dawn. In truth, he had hardly slept at all, having spent the entire night poring over the books on cultivation. His efforts had yielded commendable results, and he felt confident about passing Ji's examination. Skipping breakfast, he took the bus to Ji's studio in the inner city. On the bus, he continued to study, diligently memorizing the contents of the book, so much so that he nearly missed his stop, only to be saved by the timely warning of an elderly gentleman sitting nearby. It appeared that Ji Yu had been waiting for quite some time at the studio, having prepared everything in advance, merely awaiting Bai Gu's arrival. Although Bai Gu felt mentally alert, Ji Yu could instantly discern that he had not rested well the previous night. "Are you ready?" "Yes," Bai Gu replied, taking a deep breath, fully prepared and hopeful that his late-night efforts would not lead to disappointment. Suddenly, Ji Yu's tone shifted from its previous languid allure to a more serious demeanor as she addressed Bai Gu. "I hope you understand that if you do not pass the assessment, I will not teach you the knowledge of a cultivator." Bai Gu nodded, his expression tense that he recognized that this was Ji Yu's way of evaluating his true capabilities. Regardless, he intended to rely on his own strength to pass the test. Ji Yu continued, "Of course, I hope this will not affect our special relationship." Upon hearing this, Bai Gu's face darkened instantly. What special relationship? They were merely employer and employee. Bai Gu protested with evident dissatisfaction. The term special relationship conjured all sorts of implications. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, or else it might have been misconstrued that Ji Yu, the affluent woman, was financially supporting Bai Gu. Although Bai Gu possessed the qualifications to be a kept man and did not inherently oppose such arrangements, he would never admit to something that had not occurred. Ji Yu's playful remark dissipated the tension, and as he observed her stifling laughter, Bai Gu realized he had been teased. "All right, let us prepare for the examination." Ji Yu regained her composure, adopting a serious demeanor once more. She retrieved a printed standard examination paper for cultivators and handed it to Bai Gu. The exam consisted of 10 questions, each worth 10 points. With a total score of 100 and a time limit of 2 hours, as Bai Gu received the exam paper, he immediately entered a state of concentration. Indeed, the difficulty of the cultivator's examination was no trivial matter. The first question alone was quite challenging. After 20 minutes of deep contemplation, Bai Gu finally arrived at an answer. He glanced at the time and realized he needed to quicken his pace, lest he run out of time. The questions only grew more difficult, demanding substantial time and thought from Bai Gu as he progressed. His expression grew increasingly grave, his brow furrowing in concentration. Ji Yu observed quietly from the side. Before long, the 2-hour limit elapsed, and Bai Gu completed the final question. Setting down his pen, he felt utterly drained. Ji Yu collected the exam paper and began grading it. The examination Bai Gu had filled out was sourced from the official cultivator website, drawn randomly from a pool of 10 foundational questions. Generally, a score of 60 or above was considered passing, equating to correct answers for 6 out of the 10 questions. Bai Gu's performance was commendable, achieving a score of 70, which was indeed sufficient to pass. Such a score would place him at the lower end within the ranks of the Cultivator Association, where numerous prodigies resided, many achieving perfect scores. However, considering that Bai Gu had only recently begun his journey in cultivation and had studied late into the night, Ji Yu was quite satisfied with his results. Within the Cultivator Association, most members have been exposed to this field from a young age, giving them a significant head start over Bai Gu. Ji Yu held Bai Gu in high regard. After all, following her last drunken episode, he had refrained from taking advantage of her vulnerability, demonstrating commendable character. As a bronze-level summoner, Ji Yu had her own protective measures in place. Anyone daring to exploit her unconscious state would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With a smile, Ji Yu said, "Congratulations, you have become my student." At this moment, Bai Gu's anxious heart finally found solace. He had taken another significant step on the path to becoming a breeder. In the Federation, the status of a breeder is exceedingly high. Even summoners must bow in deference to them. After all, a summoner's entire power is embodied in their summoned beasts, while a breeder possesses the ability to enhance the level of these creatures. Coupled with the rarity of breeders, their worth in the Federation is immeasurable. That it is no exaggeration to say that a competent breeder is essentially a product of considerable financial investment, that a typical experiment conducted by a breeder consumes vast quantities of precious materials. Particularly when exploring the evolutionary paths of summoned beasts, one would require hundreds of trials. All materials used in these experiments come at a cost, of course. Breeders spend money swiftly, but earn it just as quickly. Mastering even a single powerful summoned beast's evolutionary path equates to unlocking a pathway to wealth. that in such a case, whether for sale or personal use, the returns would be substantial. Bai Gu, possessing a unique advantage, finds the evolution of summoned beasts remarkably effortless. Upon becoming a breeder, he has also acquired a guise, allowing him to utilize his advantage discreetly. Here are some books for you. Take them home and read. Should you encounter any questions, feel free to ask me, Jiyu said as she descended from upstairs, handing a stack of books to Bai Gu. These were not the basic texts for breeders, but rather more profound works. Every evening, I will dedicate an hour solely to your breeder lessons, Bai Gu nodded. Considering Jiyu's busy schedule, he felt grateful that she could spare an hour for him. With nothing else to attend to, Jiyu returned to her studio to cultivate summoned beasts, as she was currently researching a new evolutionary path for them. Bai Gu, having arrived, decided against heading home and began to read at the front desk. He made notes of anything he did not understand, preparing to inquire with Jiyu when she was less occupied. The studio was generally quiet in the morning, as clients were aware that Jiyu preferred not to be disturbed during her work hours. Even if there were matters to attend to, they would typically wait until the afternoon noon. After finishing her tasks, Jiyu began preparing lunch in the kitchen. To be honest, Bai Gu was quite looking forward to it. He had once tasted Jiyu's cooking and found it unexpectedly delicious. Given that Jiyu was dieting in the evenings while Bai Gu attended school during the day, opportunities to enjoy her culinary creations were rare, making this occasion all the more special. Clad in casual attire and an apron, Jiyu exuded a unique charm from behind. Unfortunately, disregarding her less-than-pleasant personality, if she were to marry in the future, she would surely embody the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. Indeed, Jiyu's dishes were delectable, and Bai Gu devoured 2 bowls of rice in quick succession, perhaps because of Bai Gu's exaggerated eating habits. Jiyu, having barely eaten a few bites, rested her chin on one hand, watching him with a gentle smile. Originally intending to discuss some difficulties he had encountered during lunch, Bai Gu found himself distracted. After finishing his meal, he did not remain seated, but rather diligently rose to assist Jiyu with the dishes. After all, it was only proper to help clean up after the boss had prepared meal. "Xiao Bai Gu, would you like some tea?" Jiyu inquired. "Sure," Bai Gu replied. By the time he finished tidying up, Jiyu had already brewed the tea. This particular tea seemed to differ greatly from what Bai Gu usually drank. The liquid was a milky white, reminiscent of milk, with a thin layer of mist floating atop the cup, creating a mesmerizing sight. Bai Gu, intrigued, asked, "What kind of tea is this?" "It looks fascinating." Jiyu took a sip and smiled. "This is cloud mist tea, a gift from a friend of mine that I've heard it is produced in a mystical realm that it was sourced from a mystical realm." Bai Gu nodded. After all, mystical realms are indeed wondrous, filled with bizarre and unique products. It was said that this tea was beneficial for the soul and could enhance mental fortitude. Upon hearing this, Bai Gu's eyes lit up, and he promptly lifted the cup to take a sip. The flavor of cloud mist tea was somewhat minty, refreshing and invigorating. Despite still steaming hot, it felt surprisingly cool upon entering his mouth. As expected, after drinking the cloud mist tea, Bai Gu felt a surge of energy, his mind instantly becoming much clearer. Regarding the enhancement of mental fortitude, he could only perceive a slight improvement. It seemed that consistent consumption would yield more significant effects. Though the price of cloud mist tea was likely steep, individuals like Bai Gu, who were financially challenged, could hardly afford such luxuries. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Gu retrieved his notes and posed his questions to Jiyu, who readily provided answers. Jiyu was indeed an exemplary breeder. Her straightforward explanations helped Bai Gu grasp the concepts troubling him with ease. The lunch break passed swiftly amidst Bai Gu's inquiries. In the afternoon, Bai Gu continued his studies at the front desk. During this time, a client arrived, seeking Jiyu's assistance for a summoned beast injured during training. Although Bai Gu could concoct healing potions through his own system, he chose not to reveal this capability while Jiyu was alert and available. The day passed quickly. Soon, it was time for Bai Gu's private lesson with Jiyu. For some reason, Jiyu had changed into a different outfit for this lesson, a pale blue qipao paired with solid black stockings and heels. Her long hair elegantly styled. Although Jiyu was often unreliable, she displayed utmost professionalism and seriousness when it came to imparting knowledge related to breeding. Initially, Bai Gu found his gaze occasionally drifting to Jigu's long legs encased in black stockings. However, as the lesson progressed, he gradually immersed himself in the subject matter. Jigu's teaching was quite commendable. Many complex concepts became easily comprehensible under her guidance. By the time Bai Gu returned home, it was already well past midnight. Exhausted from a full day of activity, he collapsed onto his bed and quickly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, it was already past 10 the next morning. After a brief wash, Bai Gu hastily prepared 2 packets of instant noodles along with a sausage and 2 eggs, combining breakfast and lunch in one go. He then resumed his studies, delving into the material on necromantic summoned beast cultivation. His afternoons were spent working at Yu's studio, learning about breeder knowledge, with Yu conducting lessons in the evenings. This routine persisted for several days until one morning a knock echoed at Bai Gu's door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find his good friend Zhao Leiyun standing there. "Oh, Leiyun, why aren't you at school today?" he asked, surprised. Zhao Leiyun rolled her eyes. "It's the weekend." "Is it?" Bai Gu scratched his head. With so much going on lately, he had lost track of the days. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Leiyun spoke up. "Bai Gu, are you free right now?" "Of course." Bai Gu replied. It was still morning, and his work and study schedule began in the afternoon, leaving him with nothing but time. "Would you like to accompany me somewhere?" "Where to?" Bai Gu inquired, puzzled. Despite being alone with Zhao Leiyun, he lowered his voice and added, "To the black market." Upon hearing the mention of the black market, Bai Gu was momentarily taken aback. He certainly understood the implications of the black market, yet he had not anticipated Zhao Leiyun's desire to venture there. Although Qiqing was merely a third-tier city, it had gained a modicum of attention since the Resource Bureau discovered a small secret realm on the outskirts earlier this year. This revelation attracted numerous summoners seeking adventure within the secret realm. Most resources within were monopolized by the local demon hunting group, the Haishi Demon Hunters. Individual summoners who unearthed various resources in the secret realm found themselves compelled to sell their findings to the official channels or the Haishi Demon Hunters. However, the steep prices set by both the Haishi group and the authorities made it exceedingly disadvantageous for them, thus giving rise to the black market. Solo summoners would peddle their rare resources there, where prices tended to be lower than in official stores. Albeit with the frequent risk of counterfeit goods, it was all too easy to fall victim to deception in the black market if one were not exceedingly cautious. Consequently, despite the allure of cheaper materials, Bai Gu preferred to shop at official stores for the assurance they provided. Many vendors in the black market might sell fakes one day and vanish the next. Furthermore, the remote nature of the black market rendered weaker individuals susceptible to robbery by unscrupulous individuals. Bai Gu furrowed his brow and asked, "Leiyun, why do you wish to go to the black market?" Zhao Leiyun responded with a wry smile, expressing his helplessness. "There is no alternative. You are aware of my family's circumstances. To elevate the level of my Gilet Sparrow, I require various resources." Bai Gu understood well that there were 3 primary methods for summoning beasts to enhance their strength: through combat experience, evolutionary pathways, or the accumulation of resources. The first method, while effective in increasing strength and honing combat skills, was painfully slow. The second method involved utilizing specific resources, such as necromantic fuel for undead creatures or concentrated elemental essences for elemental summoners, which could be exorbitantly expensive. The third method, now quite popular, allowed for rapid enhancement of strength, granting evolved summoning beasts numerous special abilities. However, the first approach was too slow, and with the Summoner Academy's new student selection approaching, time was of the essence. The resources required for the second method were prohibitively expensive for an ordinary family. As for the third option, Zhao Leiyun's Gilet Sparrow was indeed a commendable summoning beast with considerable potential and multiple evolutionary paths, the highest of which could lead to a boss-level creature. Alas, even if Zhao Leiyun's family could afford the resources for evolution, they could not bear the costs associated with the evolution ceremony itself. Despite Zhao Leiyun's decent academic performance, he faced challenges in passing the cultural examination for the Summoner Academy, primarily due to his summoning beast's low first-tier status. Such a standing posed a significant hurdle for admission into the academy, as only 9 graduates from Qiqing No. 2 High School had been accepted into the Summoner Academy last year, and their beasts typically ranked above the first-tier intermediate level. Thus, to secure a place in the academy, one must elevate their summoning beast to at least the first-tier intermediate level. Time was running out for Zhao Leiyun. If he could not make a breakthrough within a month, it would signify the end of his aspirations to become a summoner. With the potential of a Gile Sparrow, another student from a well-off family would not even hesitate to spend hundreds of thousands to elevate its rank. However, Zhao Leiyun's parents were merely ordinary citizens. His father worked at a bank, while his mother was a housewife, and their financial situation was far from affluent. His father was overjoyed to learn that Zhao Leiyun had a first-tier summoning beast, which significantly increased his chances of being admitted into the academy, despite its low status. Zhao Leiyun's parents had sacrificed everything to gather 190,000, even borrowing from relatives and contemplating selling their home to support his ambitions. A notion Zhao Leiyun had to dissuade them from. This sum represented their entire hope and expectation. The weight of his parents' aspirations bore heavily upon Zhao Leiyun, leading to considerable stress and often sleepless nights. He empathized with their struggles and dedicated himself to rigorous training for his summoning beast. Zhao Leiyun's suggestion to visit the black market likely stemmed from the prospect of obtaining resources at a lower cost. Bai Gu, having grown up alongside Zhao Leiyun, was well aware of his friend's familial challenges and could relate to the financial burdens of pursuing a summoner's career. Just a few days prior, Bai Gu had nearly 200,000 at his disposal, which had quickly dwindled, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret. While Bai Gu had heard of the black market, he had never ventured there himself, making this an opportune moment for exploration. After changing into suitable attire, he and Zhao Leiyun departed their neighborhood, heading towards the black market. The black market was not located within Qiqing, but rather outside the city, necessitating a bus ride to reach the city walls. On a bus, Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun engaged in light conversation. Bai Gu, what profession do you plan to pursue in the future? I've heard that federal civil servants enjoy good benefits. I do not intend to apply to a regular institution. I plan to enroll in the Summoner Academy, Bai Gu replied calmly. Zhao Leiyun was taken aback, unsure of how to respond, but he could not fathom Bai Gu's confidence, especially since he possessed a summoning beast devoid of combat prowess yet aspired to enter the academy. Nevertheless, as Bai Gu was his close friend, he refrained from mockery. Observing Zhao Leiyun struggle to find words, Bai Gu suddenly smiled. In truth, my skeleton warrior is exceptionally powerful. One day, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of summoning. Leiyun, if you wish to ride my coattails, you'd best act quickly. Zhao Leiyun teased back. With that little skeleton of yours, I could defeat 10 of them. Bai Gu chuckled, confident in his skeleton warrior's first-tier advanced status, which would easily overpower Zhao Leiyun's first-tier low-level Gile Sparrow. Bai Gu, possessing a unique advantage, believed that reaching the summit of summoning was merely a matter of time. As their banter continued, time slipped by swiftly. Approaching the city walls, the number of people dwindled, with most passengers having disembarked. Only Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun remained. Ding! End of the line, announced the bus's speaker as they alighted. A considerable distance still lay between them and the city walls, as the bus could not take them any closer. The remainder of the journey would have to be completed on foot. As they neared the walls, Bai Gu marveled at the grandeur of Qiqing's fortifications. The walls serve as humanity's first line of defense against the onslaught of magical beasts, rising to a height of 100 meters and thickly spanning several dozen meters. Even a fourth-tier magical beast would struggle to leave a mark upon them. The construction of such formidable walls had demanded immense resources and manpower from the federal government. Despite this, instances of the walls being breached during monster tides had occurred repeatedly. With the rise of the Human Federation, occurrences of magical beast tides had diminished significantly. Should a gathering of beasts pose a threat, the Federation would dispatch formidable individuals to eliminate the danger preemptively. Since the last tide a decade ago, Qiqing had been free from such events, and the Haishi demon hunters had largely cleared the surrounding beasts, with only a few stragglers handled by the City Defense Bureau. The previous prohibitions against approaching the walls have been lifted, allowing free passage outside the city. The City Defense Bureau stationed at the gates required all individuals entering or exiting the city to register and undergo inspections of their belongings. Most personnel were ordinary, well-trained soldiers, armed with weaponry capable of inflicting damage only on first-tier magical beasts, proving ineffective against second-tier creatures in the event of genuine peril. The reliance would fall upon the military summoners resting in nearby tents. After passing the inspection without incident, the soldiers granted them passage, reminding them that the city gates would close promptly at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, that if they failed to gain entry, they would have no choice but to spend the night outside the city walls. Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun kept this thought firmly in mind. The black market was situated 1 kilometer away from the city gate, within an abandoned outpost. Without a vehicle, Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun could only continue on foot. But fortunately, the distance was not excessively far. This outpost had once served as a forward base for Qi City, though its decommissioning remained a mystery that in the wilderness, trading often presented the risk of encountering roaming magical beasts. Although the outpost lay in ruins, its infrastructure was relatively intact, and its proximity to Qi City gradually attracted an increasing number of traders, thus giving rise to the black market. From the outside, the black market base appeared modest, resembling a dull gray steel helmet resting upon the ground, surrounded by numerous parked vehicles. Bai Gu and his companion entered through a small side door and soon discovered that the interior space was quite expansive. The atmosphere inside was bustling, filled with the sounds of haggling and lively chatter. Sunlight could not penetrate the depths of the base, with powerful illumination lamps installed at each of the 4 corners. Upon entering, Bai Gu felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. Looking up, he noticed a platform at the highest point of the base, from which one could easily survey the entire area. Standing on the platform was a slender young man with a gloomy demeanor and narrow eyes. Dressed entirely in black, a black shirt, black trousers, and black shoes. Beside him stood a large eagle, towering at the height of a person. It seemed evident that the piercing gaze directed at Bai Gu was that of the somber young man, who, judging by the summoned beast beside him, was also a summoner. Though his strength remained uncertain, it was likely that this melancholy figure was a summoner employed by the black market's management, tasked with maintaining order. In such a gray area as the black market, there were certainly numerous outlaws, and without formidable strength, it would be impossible to keep them in check. What piqued Bai Gu's interest was the large eagle beside the young man, which he had never encountered in the Summoning Beast Compendium. After observing Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun for a while, the gloomy young man shifted his gaze away. Bai Gu's harmless appearance contrasted with Zhao Leiyun's tall stature, which still bore traces of an academic aura. That it was not uncommon for students to frequent the black market in search of bargains or for a taste of experience. The seasoned traders in the black market. Such students were akin to plump lambs. These students were often referred to as little fledglings by the more experienced merchants, despite strict regulations prohibiting any form of violence in the black market. These seasoned traders adeptly employed persuasive sales tactics and counterfeit items to easily extract money from these naive fledglings. By the time the fledglings realized they had been deceived, the stalls would have vanished without a trace. Thus, the appearance of Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun attracted the attention of many with ulterior motives. Zhao Leiyun's objective for visiting the black market was to procure an item known as the purple thunderfruit. The purple thunderfruit was approximately the size of a cherry, with a purplish-blue exterior containing the essence of lightning. It was particularly favored by thunder attribute summoners, as regular consumption could enhance their strength. Among the various resources suitable for boosting the strength of the thunder sparrow, the purple thunderfruit ranked only moderately. The best resources were beyond Zhao Leiyun's financial reach. Furthermore, since the purple thunderfruit could be found in a nearby miniature secret realm, it was certain they would be able to acquire it in the black market. The price of a single purple thunderfruit at the Haishi shop was 1,000 yuan, while Zhao Leiyun had heard that it could be obtained in the black market for 800 yuan. Although the savings amounted to just 200 yuan, Zhao Leiyun was still willing to make the trip to elevate the thunder sparrow's level. Zhao Leiyun estimated he would require around 200 fruits. Purchasing them at Haishi would cost approximately 200,000 yuan, whereas acquiring them at the black market would only require around 160,000 yuan, thus saving him a substantial 40,000 yuan. With his finances already strained, every bit of savings counted. Bai Gu, on the other hand, had no particular demands for his visit to the black market. He simply wished to broaden his horizons. Most vendors in the black market set up shop by finding a patch of ground, laying out a blanket, and displaying a few items that a minority operated from rudimentary stalls located in the market center. The current time was 10 in the morning, with ample time remaining before the city gates closed at night. Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun ambled leisurely from stall to stall, The items on display were a mixture of genuine and counterfeit, relying solely on the discerning eye of the buyer. The youthful countenances of Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun marked them as obvious fledglings, and the surrounding merchants had already formulated plans to profit handsomely from them. Unfortunately, Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun merely observed without inquiring about prices, causing the vendors to grow increasingly impatient. Eventually, one merchant could no longer contain himself. A mysterious figure clad in a black cloak intercepted Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun at it was currently June. The height of summer, and the weather in Qi City was sweltering, yet this individual was fully cloaked, revealing only a pair of darting eyes. Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun exchanged curious glances, wondering if this person felt no discomfort. "Young gentleman, I possess the items you seek," the cloaked figure spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "And what is it that we are supposed to need?" Bai Gu replied with a forced smile. The cloaked figure chuckled. "Evolution potions. Surely you must require them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Leiyun displayed a look of astonishment, while Bai Gu maintained an impassive expression. Evolution potions were an extraordinary elixir. Their use would directly evolve a summoner's beast, and they were priceless within the Federation. Never had they anticipated encountering such a remarkable item in the black market of a third-tier city like Qi City. "I am a breeder," the cloaked figure continued, "and I have been researching evolution potions. Just as I was on the verge of success, I was betrayed and found myself in this predicament that why enemies wield considerable power, and I dare not approach the enforcement agency. I now require 500 yuan to return home, in exchange for your generosity. When I successfully develop the evolution potion, I shall provide each of you with a vial." Bai Gu, Zhao Leiyun. Bai Gu was at a loss for words. Had the standards of deception sunk so low? Could there not be a more creative ruse? Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun chose to ignore the cloaked figure, attempting to leave. However, the figure persisted, following them and extolling his claims of being a breeder and on the brink of perfecting the potion, even offering a handshake to seal the deal. Zhao Leiyun's face turned pale. He and Bai Gu were no mere elementary students to be so easily deceived, let alone by the likes of a handshake. The cloaked figure buzzed around them like an incessant fly. Impossible to shake off, Bai Gu understood the unwritten rules of the black market. Conflict was to be avoided. Thus, he could only pull Zhao Leiyun along, striving to disregard the cloaked figure. Yet the figure seemed intent on them. Trailing closely behind, nearby, the black market's enforcers and the stall owners observed the unfolding drama with amusement, showing no inclination to intervene. At last, Bai Gu could no longer endure the harassment. Runes began to materialize around him, forming a summoning array. "Hey San, you little rascal, are you here to annoy people again?" A sudden bellow echoed through the air. The cloaked figure, who had been pestering Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun, froze in place at the sound of the shout, standing still and stuttering. "Mo Lauda, what brings you here today?" A burly man with a thick beard pushed through the crowd, making his way toward them. "Hey San, today you are either a distressed young master from the Wang family in the capital or an unexpectedly injured golden tier summoner." Mo Lauda mocked with a smirk, facing Mo Lauda's inquiry. Heisan lowered his head and mumbled a few words before hastily departing. It appeared that Mo Lauda held a significant position within the black market. As Heisan fled the moment he laid eyes on him. This little brat, always resorting to deceitful means to get by, Mo Lauda spat disdainfully onto the ground, clearly unimpressed. Seeing that Mo Lauda had intervened to drive away Heisan, Zhao Leiyun expressed his gratitude. "Thank you," Mo Lauda waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble at all. "You two must be students, correct? Which school do you attend?" He inquired. "We are from Qi City, no." "To middle school," Zhao Leiyun replied. Having nothing to conceal, Mo Lauda's eyes lit up as he asked. "Qi City number 2 middle school. You must be third-year students, then do you know Mo Kongxing for class 1? Bai Gu had never heard of him, but Zhao Leiyun recognized the name. Mo Kongxing was the president of the student council at Qi City number 2 middle school and a prominent figure within the institution. Although possessing a soul strength of only the first rank, he summoned a mid-tier summoning beast during the summoning ceremony, making him a formidable competitor at the Summoner Academy. Coincidentally, Zhao Leiyun is working within the student council. Zhao Leiyun nodded in acknowledgement of Mo Kongxing. I am the uncle of Mo Kong Shing. We attend the same school. Is there a particular reason for your visit to the black market? Whatever it may be, feel free to share. I have some connections here, Mo Lao said with a broad smile, exuding a sense of camaraderie. Due to Mo Lao Da's intervention in driving away the troublesome Heisan, and his relation to his nephew, Mo Kong Shing, Zhao Leiyun developed a favorable impression of Mo Lao. He promptly disclosed the reason for their visit to the black market. I am here to purchase Zi Legua. Upon hearing this, Mo Lao nodded in understanding and promptly replied, if you trust me, follow me. I know a vendor selling Zi Legua. Zhao Leiyun exchanged glances with Bai Gu, as there was little to lose. They decided to accompany him. They followed Mo Lao towards the center of the black market. It became evident that he was well liked, as many greeted him warmly. Mo Lao led Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun into a modest iron shed in the central area. The shed was small, roughly 10 square meters, crammed with various clutter. Upon entering, Mo Lao called out loudly, Old Wong, business has come. Hey kid, stop yelling. I'm not deaf yet, an elderly man with graying hair retorted with a roll of his eyes. Hee, these are my nephew's classmates. Treat them well and don't try to pass off fakes. Bah, when have I ever sold fakes, you old fool? Old Wong exclaimed, seemingly insulted by Mo Lao Da's words. Unfazed, Mo Lao chuckled. Understood. After a few more irritable exchanges from Old Wong, he finally turned to Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun and inquired what they needed. Zhao Leiyun stepped forward immediately, declaring, I need Zi Legua. Old Wong acknowledged with a grunt and retrieved a large box from a substantial refrigerated cabinet at the back. Upon opening the box, it was filled with Zi Legua, resembling purple cherries. Based on the fruit's color and aroma, it was indeed Zi Legua. Bai Gu estimated that there were approximately 6,000 pieces within the box. How many do you require? 100, Zhao Leiyun replied. Opting to buy half for the time being, Old Wong began to pack 100 pieces of Zi Legua without delay. Wait a moment. Old Wong paused mid-pack, looking up to see Bai Gu halting him, and inquired irritably, what now? I wish to inspect the goods to confirm they are genuine Zi Legua, Bai Gu stated calmly. Old Wong slowly straightened up, his previously dull gaze sharpening. I uphold rules in my dealings. I know what is acceptable and what is not, yet that does not mean just anyone can tarnish my reputation. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Old Wong's piercing gaze locked onto the seemingly harmless Bai Gu, who met his stare without flinching. Mo Lao laughed heartily, attempting to ease the tension. The 100 pieces of Zi Legua were not a trivial sum, worth several thousand. Caution was warranted. You should mind your manners. Although Old Wong is a bit miserly, his reputation in the black market is exemplary. Fair prices, honest dealings, he advised Bai Gu that I am engaged in significant business. This small amount hardly interests me. If it weren't for you being Mo Kong Shing's acquaintance, I wouldn't even entertain the idea of trading with you, Old Wong said disdainfully. Yet despite his evident impatience, he handed the packed Zi Legua to Zhao Leiyun for inspection. Zhao Leiyun remained silent, realizing Bai Gu's intentions were for his sake. Prior to their visit to the black market, Zhao Leiyun had thoroughly researched the characteristics and identification methods of Zi Legua online. The fruit had a thin, purplish-blue skin with purple flesh inside, exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. Zi Legua contained the power of lightning, and summoning beasts of a lightning attribute could enhance their lightning skills by consuming it. The method of identification was simple. Aside from visual inspection, licking the skin of the fruit would yield a tingling sensation. Zhao Leiyun, disregarding cleanliness, licked a piece of Zi Legua and indeed felt a tingling sensation on his tongue. He then selected a few more pieces for inspection, finding no issues with them. What is the total cost, shopkeeper? With confidence in the authenticity of the goods, Zhao Leiyun prepared to make the purchase. Observing his readiness, both Mo Kong Shing and Old Wong smiled. The black market price for Zi Legua was 800 each, totaling 80,000. Very well, Zhao Leiyun replied as he accepted the device handed by Old Wong. Ready to input his bank account details and transfer the funds. Hold on, Bai Gu interjected once more. This time, not only was Old Wong displeased, but Mo Lao also displayed signs of annoyance. What now? Old Wong's tone carried an undercurrent of anger. Bai Gu calmly stated, You have adulterated the Zi Legua. Upon arriving at the black market, Bai Gu had been pondering whether he could discern the attributes of secret realm resources. Given that he could see the attributes of summoning beasts, that a casual glance at a stall confirmed his suspicions. Name: Earth Crystal, Fake, Effect, Decorative Item Origin, Qi City, Beijiang District, 14 Shangjiang Road. Lisa Jewelry Processing Shop. Rating: a substandard product of modern industry. The vendor at this stall was a young man in his 20s who, upon noticing Bai Gu's interest in the Earth Crystal, immediately began to promote it. Bai Gu, of course, refused to spend 15,000 on an item he knew to be counterfeit. Without a backward glance, he left that stall and proceeded to inspect others, only to be met with disappointment. Most items at the stalls were fakes, with genuine goods comprising only a small fraction. In fact, when Mo Lao intervened to drive away He San, Bai Gu had sensed something amiss. As a traveler from another world, he understood that such coincidences were rarely genuine. Encountering someone who happened to help them, especially a relative of the student council president from their school, was suspiciously fortuitous. By the time Mo Lao had brought them to Old Wang's shop, Bai Gu had concluded that both He San and Mo Lao were in cahoots with Old Wang, orchestrating a scheme. It was no wonder that when He San relentlessly pursued them, Mo Lao readily intervened. The onlookers seemed unfazed, clearly acquainted with Mo Lao's tactics. The surrounding crowd had no intention of warning Bai Gu and his companion. Having faced their own misfortunes during their first visit to the black market, they were almost pleased to see Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun fall victim to the ruse. Bai Gu had also utilized his unique ability to inspect the Zi Legua while Zhao Leiyun was examining it. Among the overflowing box of Zi Legua, only a small portion was genuine. The majority were a common fruit known as Zijiangua. Zijiangua bore a striking resemblance to Zi Legua, with nearly identical appearances. Apart from the fact that Zijiangua was merely an ordinary fruit from the secret realm and contained no trace of lightning power, it could easily be mistaken for Zi Legua. It remained unclear how Old Wang managed to make Zijiangua produce a tingling sensation akin to being shocked. Bai Gu's assertion left the others in the room startled. Old Wang and Mo Lao exchanged subtle glances. Bai Gu, I have thoroughly examined them, and they appeared fine. Zhao Leiyun scratched his head in confusion. Old Wang, though suspicious of how Bai Gu could discern the truth, maintained an expression of indignation. You claim you have checked and found no issues, yet you still assert my goods are counterfeit. Are you here to purchase or merely to cause trouble? Mo Lao chimed in. While Old Wang could be a bit stingy, he wouldn't resort to deceiving two students with counterfeit goods. Let me vouch for you. I am Mo Kongxing's uncle, that if you don't trust him, can you not trust me? Upon hearing the words of the elder Mo, Bai Gu wore an expression of helplessness. Though he was uncertain whether Mo Kongxing had an uncle, it was evident that Mo Kongxing was also a victim, having been wrongly identified as a relative by the elder Mo, who even used his name as a guarantee. Bai Gu chose not to elaborate further and directly took the box containing the purple thunderfruit from Zhao Leiyun. He then proceeded to separate the purple thunderfruit into two piles on the front desk with remarkable ease. Courtesy of the system, Bai Gu pointed to the larger pile of purple thunderfruit and declared it to be counterfeit, made from purple pulp berries, while indicating that the smaller portion was the genuine purple thunderfruit. The old man Wang indeed had a heart of malice. Out of 100 purple thunderfruits, only 19 were authentic, the remainder being entirely fraudulent. By the time Zhao Leiyun discovered the deception after bringing them home, it would be too late. Even if Zhao Leiyun confronted him, the old man Wang would likely deny selling them and might even turn the tables, accusing Zhao Leiyun of having switched them out in a bid to extort him. In such a scenario, Zhao Leiyun would find himself at a loss for words, forced to endure this silent injustice. Should this situation come to pass, it would be a further blow to Zhao Leiyun, whose family was already not well off. This incident could even jeopardize his chances of being accepted into the Summoner Academy. Contemplating this, Bai Gu felt a deep disdain for the old man Wang, whose greed for money could very well ruin Zhao Leiyun's future. Witnessing Bai Gu effortlessly distinguish between the purple thunderfruit and the counterfeit, the old man Wang was rendered speechless with shock. He was acutely aware that the simplest way to discern the authenticity of the purple thunderfruit was to taste it. Hence, he had smeared a layer of jute juice over the surface of the purple pulp berries. The flavor of the jute juice mimicked the tingling sensation of the purple thunderfruit perfectly. Jute was an inconspicuous plant that the old man Wang had fortuitously discovered in a secret realm. Aside from its tingling taste, the plant served no other purpose. Having been engaged in the acquisition and sale of purple thunderfruit for several years, Wang had since uncovered the unique application of jute. Now, every time he sold purple thunderfruit, he mixed in several disguised purple pulp berries. Since summoned beasts could not speak and the distinction was exceedingly difficult, his deceit had gone undetected for a long time. Gradually, Wang grew bolder, increasing the proportion of counterfeit goods, his appetite for greed expanding. Particularly with novice buyers visiting the black market for the first time, he would mix in even more fakes, after years of selling fraudulent products. Wang had accumulated a considerable fortune, planning to leave the city next week to retire in another locale. Consequently, the ratio of counterfeit goods had risen dramatically. Once it was one fake for every 10 purple thunderfruits. Now, it was only one genuine fruit among 10. After all, since he sold them in the black market, the authorities had no means to hold him accountable. However, today, he had been exposed by Bai Gu, who effortlessly identified the purple thunderfruit from the imposters. Wang had not anticipated that Bai Gu, appearing to be an ordinary student, possessed such discernment. Yet, despite his scheme being unveiled, Wang had no intention of admitting guilt. Instead, he began to act belligerently, flailing his arms and turning red with indignation, loudly proclaiming his grievances in his vivid recounting, he portrayed himself as an honest businessman, wronged by Bai Gu's baseless accusations. Even Zhao Leiyun, standing nearby, subtly tugged at Bai Gu's sleeve, questioning whether they might have misjudged the old man Wang. In response to Wang's tantrum, Bai Gu's approach was direct, although he was still unsure of the exact method. He could surmise that Wang had likely applied something to the surface of the purple pulp berries, which resulted in the tingling sensation when tasted. Inside the metal dwelling, there was a water dispenser. Bai Gu took the purple pulp berries and thoroughly rinsed them under the dispenser. Leiyun, why don't you have a taste? Zhao Leiyun, somewhat skeptical, accepted the berry and took a lick. His eyes widening in astonishment, he could hardly believe it was indeed a fake. Glancing back at the pile of counterfeit goods, Zhao Leiyun summoned his summoned beast, the Thunder Sparrow, glaring furiously at the old man Wang. He had made the arduous journey to the black market in hopes of saving some money that Zhao's father worked late shifts and took on extra jobs to earn a few more coins, while his mother set up a breakfast stall before dawn. Everything his parents did was for the sake of earning more to enable him to attend the Summoner Academy. Yet he had not anticipated the old man Wang's unscrupulousness. He could tolerate the odd fake here and there, but this was utterly excessive. With his ruse exposed, Wang ceased his theatrics, regarding Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun with a frosty stare, a cold. In different tone, he declared, "I shall no longer conduct business with you. You ought to leave at once." Wang had a fair grasp of character. Observing the attire of Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun, he discerned their modest backgrounds. Not intimidated by Zhao Leiyun's summoned beast, he sneered, "Humph, the black market strictly prohibits any form of violence. Dare you try?" Bai Gu intervened, signaling Zhao Leiyun to refrain from acting impulsively. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Leiyun reluctantly recalled his summoned beast. His purpose for coming was to purchase the purple thunderfruit, not to engage in a brawl. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Wang smirked triumphantly, poised to speak further when suddenly, the door of the metal house was kicked open to a young man, stern-faced and clad in a black trench coat, strode in, after scanning the room with a chilling gaze. He inquired, "Who among you is MO1? Although the cold young man appeared to be asking a question, his eyes were fixed squarely on the elder MO. After all, there were only 4 individuals in the room. Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun were students. The old man Wang was an elderly figure, and the elder MO stood out prominently. The cold young man's demeanor was unfriendly, compelling the elder MO to step forward with a forced bravado. "I am. What business do you have?" The cold young man said little, shifting aside to reveal another individual behind him. The entrance to the metal dwelling was narrow, and due to the young man's obstruction, the others could see there was someone else behind him. MO when glanced over, racking his brain, but could not recognize the individual, shaking his head and stating honestly, "I do not know." However, Zhao Leiyun immediately recognized the youth behind the cold young man as MO Kongxing. The president of the student council at Chi City Number 2 High School, as a member of the student council, Zhao Leiyun was acquainted with Mo Kongxing. Bai Gu, not being a member of the council, had dedicated his time to studying and working part-time, thus was not attuned to school affairs. Seeing Mo Kongxing in person jogged Bai Gu's memory. He recalled having seen Mo Kongxing giving a speech from the podium during a meeting on a previous Monday. Bai Gu surmised that Mo Kongxing's presence here was likely due to the elder Mo's misguided familial claims and guarantees, with students from the second high school having discovered they had been deceived and sought out Mo Kongxing to find the source of the mischief for the sake of his reputation. The cold young man, upon hearing Mo Wen's denial of recognition, scoffed, "Aren't you his uncle?" Mo Wen's expression shifted at this, but he maintained his composure, responding nonchalantly, "Who said that? Do you have any evidence? My words are evidence." The cold and stoic youth spoke without a flicker of emotion. Mo1, with a mocking smile, retorted, "Who do you think you are? This is the black market, not cheating that I could summon someone in an instant." Yet his grin quickly faded. Before him, the cold youth summoned his beast, a colossal spider emerging from the summoning array. Name: Deep Moss Poison Spider Race. Illusory Beast Attribute. Poison Potential. 3 Status. Normal Strength. Low-level Tier 3. Boss level. Traits: Fears Sunlight. Adept at Camouflage abilities. Venom Spray emits deadly poison from its glands. Camouflage can blend into the forest with its floral patterns. Silk Entanglement can shoot silk from its abdomen to ensnare targets. Evolution Path. Thorny Poison Spider Poison Egg Spider Matriarch. As the summoned beast materialized, Bai Gu utilized his golden finger to discern its attributes. It was evident that Mo Wen had landed himself in serious trouble. A low-level Tier 3 summon clearly indicated that the cold youth was a professional summoner. Bai Gu had encountered the Deep Moss Poison Spider in an online Summoner's Compendium. Its appearance was grotesquely terrifying. Measuring 2 meters in length, its body cloaked in a layer of deep green fuzz, with 8 sharp legs, 6 eyes scanning the surroundings, and a massive, fearsome mandible, enough to chill anyone to the bone. The sight alone could send the faint-hearted into a faint. Once the Deep Moss Poison Spider emerged, the cold youth commanded it to pounce on Mo Wen. The robust figure of Mo Wen was indeed intimidated by the giant spider. Given its chilling presence, a Tier 3 summon, it could effortlessly subdue an ordinary person. The cold youth, however, had no intention of harming Mo Wen. Instead, he ordered the Deep Moss Poison Spider to use its Silk Entanglement ability, binding Mo Wen like a rice dumpling. The cold youth was named Mo Kongza, the cousin of Mo Kongxing. Though Mo Kongxing lacked an uncle, he had a cousin. Mo Kongza was a second-year student at the Summoner Academy. Visiting during the summer break to see his cousin, they shared a close relationship, and this year his cousin was set to apply to the Summoner Academy as well. Thus, he aimed to train his cousin during this visit. With the entrance exams for the Summoner Academy approaching, all aspiring summoners were determined not to miss this opportunity, actively preparing for the exam, which primarily assessed the strength of their summoned beasts. Not everyone came from privileged backgrounds. There were many like Zhao Leiyun, who faced financial constraints. Numerous students ventured into the black market, hoping to acquire resources at a lower cost. However, they were unaware of the cunning Mo Wen, who, in tandem with Hei-san, exploited the familial ties of the student council president at Chiching No. 2 High School to deceive many in just a few days. One had also pocketed a considerable sum from unscrupulous merchants. The imposing figure of the Deep Moss Poison Spider caused the corrugated iron structure to tremble ominously. An elderly man, Wang Laotu, darted around in a panic, exclaiming, "If you must fight, do it outside. My entire fortune is here. Please do not destroy it." The cold youth cast a disapproving glance at Wang Laotu before commanding the Deep Moss Poison Spider to drag the bound Mo Wen away. The striking appearance of the cold youth summon quickly attracted gasps from the bustling black market crowd, inevitably drawing the attention of a brooding youth monitoring the area. Bai Gu, observing from a distance, activated his golden finger to inspect the attributes of the brooding youth summoned beast. Name: Blackbird Race. Monster Attribute: None Potential. 6 Status: Normal Strength. High-level Tier 2. Elite level. Traits: Monster Physique. Superior Vitality. Defense: attack and resistance compared to summons of the same level. Abilities: claw strike, attacks with sharp claws. Hypnosis, emits a scent that induces sleep in enemies. Evolution path: Black Dream Hawk Night Owl. From the attributes, it was clear that the Brooding Youth Summon was a high-level Tier 2, one tier below the Cold Youth Summon. However, the Brooding Youth Summon had not appeared in the compendium, suggesting it was a newly emerged creature. Its potential appeared promising, and being a rare flying monster summon, it could thrive with proper training. The Brooding Youth recognized the disparity in strength and calmly advised the Cold Youth against fighting in the black market, urging him to release MO1. Had it been anyone else, the Brooding Youth would have already commanded his summon to act without hesitation, disregarding such idle chatter. Okongza, however, had no intention of letting MO1 go. Although MO1 impersonated Mo Kongxing's uncle, it had not caused any tangible harm to their family. The deceived students from Xiqing No. 2 High School had approached Mo Kongxing, but after he clarified that he had no uncle, they were left with no recourse but to leave in disappointment. Mo Kongxing himself had no desire to pursue MO1 for this matter. After all, MO1 merely impersonated his uncle, and even if he sought retribution, it would be futile as the authorities would not intervene. Yet Mo Kongza thought differently. Having participated in the Summoner Academy exams, he was well acquainted with the procedures. The Academy's entrance examination consisted of 5 subjects, including a political review that disqualified candidates with records of misconduct such as hooliganism, theft, embezzlement, gambling, and fraud. Mo's unfortunate use of Mo Kongxing's uncle's name posed a significant risk. If the exam proctor learned of this incident, it could jeopardize Mo Kongza's standing. Currently, the Summoner Academy had limited spots available, with a population of 1 billion in the Federation and several million candidates each year. Only a few thousand would gain admission to the Academy. In Xiqing, with over 1 million residents, the available spots could be as few as 20. Mo Kongza vividly recalled the effort and resources he expended to gain admission that a peer from his cohort had passed all assessments, only to be disqualified upon revelation of his past as a petty thief. Despite having reformed, the exam proctor had discovered his history and nullified his results, leaving him to weep in the torrential rain. Pleading for another chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity dashed into oblivion. Being a summoner is the most honorable and illustrious profession, a hero's calling that rescues humanity from the clutches of countless monsters. That it is a vocation that many young people aspire to. Each year, the federal government invests nearly $10 billion in the Summoner Academy. Those with blemished records are ineligible to become federal summoners. Mo Kongza recalled this incident with clarity, although Mo1's actions might seem trivial. If the proctor inquired about the deceived students, their dissatisfaction could lead to Mo Kongxing's political review being compromised in the realm of the Summoner Academy. Every detail is critical, and no risk can be tolerated. Thus, upon hearing of this incident, he brought his cousin to the black market, prepared to resolve the matter decisively. Consequently, Mo Kongza disregarded the Brooding Youth's suggestion. The Brooding Youth, irritated, thought had it not been for his need for resources, he would never have accepted this job overseeing security in the black market. He had discerned the underhanded dealings of the market over the past few days. Otherwise, he would have disregarded Mo1's fate. However, the prohibition against fighting was a regulation set by the black market's proprietor. Failing to intervene with Mo Kongza would surely incite the proprietor's wrath, jeopardizing his position. That I said, fighting is forbidden in the black market. Stand down immediately. The Brooding Youth's tone brimmed with menace, while his blackbird sensed the tension, slightly spreading its wings and emitting a low call. And what if I refuse? Mo Kongza stood undaunted. The deep moss-poisoned spider, with its 6 piercing eyes, coldly fixed its gaze upon the blackbird, its 8 sharp legs impatiently scratching at the ground. The tension between the two was palpable, and it seemed an imminent clash was at hand. The onlookers, including Bai Gu, Zhao Leiyun, and Mo Kongza, kept their distance, forming a wide circle around the two adversaries, which became the arena for their impending battle. The expressions on the faces of the spectators varied. Some were tense, others fearful, while a few wore expressions of sheer excitement. After all, duels between summoners were a rare spectacle, with most having only witnessed such events on television. Among the crowd, the unfortunate Wang Laotu, an elderly man, found himself nearest to the two combatants. Should a brawl erupt, his stall would undoubtedly be the first casualty. His anxiety was evident upon his face. He wished to intervene, but being an ordinary person, he felt utterly powerless to stop the two summoners, torn between the desire to flee the dangerous vicinity and the reluctance to abandon his possessions. He awkwardly remained in place, apprehensive of injury, yet unwilling to leave. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he resolved to stay put, adhering to the principle of not fearing the lack of firewood. The crowd fell silent, their phones raised, ready to capture the moment that the summoner's black market duel would surely garner numerous likes on social media. Entangled in a web, Emo writhed like a worm, his hoarse voice pleading for help. The brooding youth understood the gravity of the situation, realizing that the arrow was already nocked and could not be unshot. Through a soul contract, he issued commands, prompting the blackbird to take flight in preparation for an offensive that Kongza, poised to strike, awaited the approach of his opponent's summoned beast, ready for the deep moss poison spider to unleash its venomous spray. Suddenly, a sweet, melodic voice filled the air, shattering the previously tense atmosphere. Only Zhao Lei Yun and Emo Kongxing appeared, animated by the song. It was the voice of their idol, Song Lingxiu. The brooding youth felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was the ringtone of his phone. He had no choice but to pause the confrontation and retrieve his mobile device. The formidable aura of the powerful summoner was abruptly diminished. Damn it. Who is calling me now? He muttered, but upon seeing the caller ID, his impatience vanished, and he answered the call with utmost respect. Bai Gu, standing at a distance, could not discern the conversation, but observed the brooding youth engaging in a brief exchange before handing the phone to Emo Kongza. Subsequently, Emo Kongza began negotiating on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei Yun and Emo Kongxing engaged in pleasant conversation. Though they were both members of the student council and merely acquaintances, they soon discovered a shared admiration for Song Lingxiu, leading to an enthusiastic exchange reminiscent of long-lost friends. Their faces lit up with excitement as they discussed their idol. Bai Gu, taken aback, realized just how deeply Zhao Lei Yun had concealed his fandom. Hearing Zhao Lei Yun recount his journey as a fan, it became evident that he had been a supporter of Song Lingxiu for quite some time. Growing up together, Bai Gu had only now learned of Zhao Lei Yun's hidden passion. As the excitement subsided, Emo Kongxing felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, he was the president of the student council at Chi City No. 2 High School, a figure of prominence that IT would not align with his image to be known as a fervent fan of Song Lingxiu. Although he had a basic understanding of Zhao Lei Yun, he had not known him well. Yet he was reassured by Zhao Lei Yun's character, confident that he would not speak indiscreetly. However, the presence of Bai Gu complicated matters. Lei Yun, is this person also from our school? Emo Kongxing inquired, suddenly remembering Bai Gu's presence. Realizing that his earlier display of enthusiasm had been fully witnessed by Bai Gu, Zhao Lei Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had refrained from disclosing his fandom to Bai Gu, well aware of how it might have appeared. Now, faced with the truth, he awkwardly introduced, "He is my good friend and classmate." Bai Gu did Kongxing recognized Bai Gu's name. For in the entirety of Chi City No. 2 High School, there were only 3 individuals with a second-tier spirit strength, and Bai Gu was among them. With such talent, Bai Gu could effortlessly summon a powerful familiar during the summoning ceremony, provided he passed the academic and political assessments, gaining admission to the Summoner Academy without issue. However, it was utterly unforeseen that Bai Gu would encounter an unfortunate incident during the summoning ceremony, inadvertently summoning a low-grade skeleton, a familiar lacking any potential. This incident had spread throughout the school, and now everyone was aware of it, including Emo Kongxing, that he felt a mix of sympathy for Bai Gu's plight and a touch of relief. After all, he was acutely aware that the slots for the Summoner Academy were limited each year. With Bai Gu as a formidable competitor out of the picture, his own chances of acceptance had significantly increased. "By the way, what brings you to the black market?" Emo Kongxing inquired. Zhao Lei Yun sighed with a wry smile. "I came to the black market to purchase some inexpensive purple thunder fruits for my Gile sparrow." Hoping to elevate its level, he then recounted their recent experiences at the black market. Upon hearing Zhao Lei Yun's tale, Emo Kongxing's expression turned to one of anger. He had been approached by classmates from No. to high school regarding similar issues. Just days prior, it was then that he realized the ramifications of Mo Win's actions, which had tarnished his reputation. Only through his cousin's description did he grasp the potential dangers that could affect his application to the Summoner Academy. The entrance exam for the Summoner Academy was a life-altering opportunity. If Mo Win's dubious actions were to jeopardize his chances, Mo Kongxing's fury towards Mo Win would be boundless. Why not purchase from a legitimate store in the city instead? Mo Kongxing suggested, believing that the risks of being cheated in the black market far outweighed the slightly higher prices of established shops. Zhao Lei-yun and Bai Gu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation. Yet they said nothing further. Mo Kongxing's father was the director of the Qi City Transportation Bureau. Having grown up in affluence, he could not comprehend the challenges faced by ordinary families like Zhao Lei-yun's and Bai Gu's in supporting a summoner. The cost of even a single type of mystical material could range from tens of thousands to millions that early-stage summoners lacked sources of income and relied solely on their families. This was the plight of common summoners. In contrast, wealthy summoners only needed to focus on cultivating their spiritual power and training their familiars, never wanting for resources or equipment. Meanwhile, common summoners faced the dual challenge of earning a living while striving to enhance their abilities, falling significantly behind. Thus, those who became professional summoners were predominantly from affluent backgrounds. Mo Kongza appeared to have successfully negotiated with the black market proprietor on the other end of the line. He returned the phone to the brooding youth, who complied with the boss's orders and departed without giving Mo Kongza or the incapacitated Mo Win another thought. After the confrontation fizzled out, the onlookers, disappointed that no fight had ensued, began to disperse as Mo Kongza approached Bai Gu and the others. Mo Kongxing briefly introduced Bai Gu and Zhao Lei-yun to Mo Kongza in the presence of a professional summoner. Bai Gu and Zhao Lei-yun respectfully greeted him. Mo Kongza merely nodded indifferently before turning to Mo Kongxing, stating, "I have reached an agreement with the black market owner. I can retrieve the money that your classmate was deceived out of, as well as take the impostor away." That Mo Kongxing inquired, "But what if those merchants refuse?" Mo Kongza grinned, "Then they shall not blame me for being unkind." Upon arriving at the black market, Mo Kongxing promptly contacted his deceived classmates to ascertain the whereabouts and characteristics of the fraudulent establishment that had wronged them. The movements of these black market vendors were notoriously unpredictable, and given the considerable commotion stirred up, the more astute among them may have already fled the scene. Locating them would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Consequently, Mo Kongxing bid farewell to Bai Gu, Zhao Lei-yun, and others. Just before departing, he turned back to impart a cautionary note. "The depths of the black market are perilous, and you are ill-prepared. Refrain from returning in the future." This admonition bore more the weight of a command than a mere warning. Bai Gu, being a traverser with extensive experiences across 2 lifetimes, exhibited no visible reaction. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei-yun felt somewhat awkward, saying little as he left with Bai Gu. Mo Kongxing observed in silence, fully aware that his cousin, now a summoner, had consistently maintained a disdainful attitude towards ordinary individuals. As his cousin's younger relative, he had often endured scathing reprimands during their training sessions. After all, summoners viewed ordinary folk as nothing more than insignificant insects. Only by becoming a summoner could one attain parity with them. After parting ways with Mo Kongxing, Bai Gu and Zhao Lei-yun continued their quest for the purple thunder fruit. Their desire to become summoners grew more fervent. After a brief search, they stumbled upon a stall selling purple thunder fruits. The proprietor, a diminutive and rotund man, possessed a mere 500 fruits, which lacked the freshness of those sold by Old Wang. Upon Bai Gu's inspection, he confirmed the absence of any rancidity, prompting Zhao Lei-yun to purchase 80 fruits. Given the less than fresh quality of the fruits from this portly vendor, Zhao Lei-yun opted for a limited quantity. While the vendor packaged the fruits, Zhao Lei-yun inquired how Bai Gu discerned that Old Wang's purple thunder fruits were counterfeit. Bai Gu deftly evaded the question with a reference to a previously heard account of such deceit. Upon their departure, the vendor handed Zhao Lei-yun a business card, informing him that should he wish to purchase more purple thunder fruits after consuming the current batch, he could call the number on the card to arrange a transaction with Qiqing, albeit at the prevailing black market prices. Typically, purple thunder fruits served as sustenance for summoned beasts, necessitating ongoing purchases. The astute vendor understood the value of cultivating long-term clientele, in the black market. The number of vendors selling purple thunder fruits was exceedingly limited, with most merchants offering only meager quantities, rarely exceeding 10 fruits. Despite the less than fresh quality of the fruits from the portly vendor, no superior alternatives were available, and the convenience of conducting transactions within Qiqing was appealing. With some time still remaining before noon, Bai Gu and Zhao Lian hastily prepared to exit the black market. Having acquired the essentials, they were eager to depart. Although robbery was prohibited within the market, and Qiqing lay less than a kilometer away, incidents of theft were rare. Even if they occurred, a few hurried steps would suffice to attract the attention of the city guard stationed near the city gates. Nevertheless, clutching several tens of thousands worth of purple thunder fruits, Zhao Lian felt a lingering sense of insecurity and wished to return to the city post-haste. They approached the exit of the black market. Having nearly reached the entrance, Bai Gu suddenly halted in his tracks, a look of confusion crossing his face as he approached a particular stall. Although curious about Bai Gu's sudden pause, Zhao Lian refrained from questioning him and followed closely behind. Holding tightly to the purple thunder fruits he had purchased, he had felt relatively unperturbed within the black market. But upon acquiring the fruits, he began to sense an unsettling aura around him, as if every individual present harbored ill intentions. His mind was plagued by memories of news reports detailing robberies, kidnappings, and extortions occurring outside the city. The stall was manned by a middle-aged man with a bald head, his face weathered by the trials of life. That a glance at the black iron badge on his chest revealed he was a summoner, specifically a black iron-level summoner. The stall offered scant wares, consisting of a few items sourced from mysterious realms, none of which Zhao Lian recognized. He surmised they must have originated from a newly discovered secret realm. After all, the two micro-realms surrounding Qiqing have been exhaustively mined for over a decade, leaving the local populace well acquainted with their resources. There were 3 secret realms in proximity to Qiqing. 2 micro-realms have been thoroughly explored, their magical beasts eradicated, and their danger levels deemed negligible. Such low-risk realms permitted unrestricted entry and resource extraction, provided one possessed the requisite permits, which were notoriously difficult to obtain due to limitations imposed on each city's extraction quotas. The third realm, a small-scale secret area, had only recently been discovered by the Resource Bureau this year. Its resources were estimated to be tenfold that of the micro-realms, replete with newly found materials and resources. However, the dangers associated with this newly uncovered small realm were considerably higher, with ferocious magical beasts lurking within. Reports indicated that exploration progress had yet to exceed 5%. Only summoners were permitted to enter and explore these perilous domains. To expedite the exploration of newly discovered realms, summoners could access them free of charge. The items displayed at the stall appeared freshly extracted from the secret realm, some still bearing traces of blood. Bai Gu was taken aback, realizing the immense fortune he had stumbled upon in the black market. He had long struggled to gather the materials necessary to evolve his skeletal archer, particularly the crucial blazing crystal and flame feather, which were unavailable in the market. To his astonishment, he had encountered them at a stall in the black market. Suppressing his excitement, Bai Gu inquired of the bald man, "How much for this red crystal and the feather adorned with flame patterns?" The bald man scrutinized Bai Gu, appraising him before responding. "The red crystal is 70,000, and the feather is 1,000 each." Bai Gu felt a pang of despair. His heart sank as he realized he currently possessed less than 10,000. Having previously spent a significant sum on purification potions for treating Yin Ongwa's petrification, Zhao Lian gasped, "So expensive?" The bald man retorted curtly, "These materials were procured after I painstakingly slain a second-tier magical beast." Zhao Lian fell silent, recognizing the value of materials derived from such formidable creatures. A blazing crystal priced at 70,000 and 10 flame feathers totaling 10,000 amounted to a staggering 80,000. Bai Gu, feeling financially constrained, was reluctant to leave empty-handed. "May I ask from which magical beast you obtained these?" The bald man, recalling his frustrations, vented, "While exploring the new secret realm, I was suddenly ambushed by a fiery avian creature. It took considerable effort to defeat it. From this exchange, Bai Gu deduced that the blazing heart and flame feathers were indeed sourced from the newly discovered magical beasts within the secret realm, explaining their absence from the market until now. Are you buying or not? If not, then leave. I have no time for idle chatter. The bald man grew increasingly impatient with Bai Gu's inquiries without intent to purchase. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Gu replied, I currently lack sufficient funds. May I contact you in a few days once I have gathered the necessary amount? The bald man considered for a moment and agreed. Many of the newly discovered resources and magical beasts from the recent secret realm would go unsold until their uses were established. Thus, the bald man had been operating his stall for several days, encountering only curious onlookers with no intention to buy. Given Bai Gu's expressed interest, waiting a few more days posed no issue for him. I can wait, but I will only hold these items for 5 days. After that, I will sell them to the Research Institute if you do not make a purchase. Bai Gu readily agreed, and then he exchanged phone numbers with the bald man. The Research Institute mentioned by the bald man is the Secret Realm Research Institute established by the federal government in Cheeching City. This institute is dedicated to the study of various resources found within secret realms, exploring their diverse applications. Antibody agents, steel agents, and frost agents, among others, are all products developed by the Secret Realm Research Institute. The Institute has been actively acquiring newly discovered secret realm resources and materials from magical beasts for research purposes. However, the prices offered by the Institute for these acquisitions are exceedingly low, nearly half of the market value. Thus, the bald man resorted to setting up a stall in the black market in hopes of striking it rich. Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun hurried back to Cheeching City. And only then did Zhao Leiyun feel a sense of relief, no longer clutching the box containing the purple thunder fruit so tightly. While waiting for the bus, he engaged in cheerful banter with Bai Gu. Having successfully purchased the purple thunder fruit, Zhao Leiyun was in high spirits. Although a few incidents had occurred along the way, they were ultimately fortunate, and everything went smoothly down on the surface. Bai Gu appeared to be conversing with Zhao Leiyun. But inwardly he pondered how he could earn 80,000 in just 5 days, along with acquiring the blazing crystal and flame feathers. Presently, Bai Gu was merely an ordinary student, with no better options for making money besides part-time work. Of course, if Bai Gu were willing to reveal his unique abilities, he could effortlessly amass millions, but that would also bring him considerable trouble. Bai Gu sighed inwardly. Making money is truly arduous. Regardless of whether in the old world or the present one, that are you going to school on Monday? School? Bai Gu recalled that he had been injured by Xia Feiyu, and his teacher had granted him a few days off without specifying the duration. Bai Gu was not particularly eager to return to school. He would rather spend those days at home, training his summoned beasts and studying the knowledge of a nurturer. Was that perverted Xia Feiyu still at school? The thought of school reminded Bai Gu of Xia Feiyu in the past. Bai Gu's inferior skeleton had been effortlessly killed by Xia Feiyu's first-tier advanced ghost wolf with a single strike. He also vividly remembered how Xia Feiyu had sent Zhang Yang and others to harass Yin Onghua and his daughter. Bai Gu would never practice the philosophy of repaying virtue with virtue or evil with evil. He believed in retribution. Now, with 3 first-tier advanced skeleton warrior summons at his disposal, defeating Xia Feiyu would be a trivial matter. Unfortunately, Zhao Leiyun informed Bai Gu that Xia Feiyu had not been at school recently. It was said that his father, Xia Yuanlong, had hired a bronze-level summoner to conduct special training for him daily. Such treatment was quite rare in the entirety of Cheeching City. What a pity. Bai Gu sighed. Zhao Leiyun patted his chest and said, Don't worry. Once I become a summoner, I will protect you, my good brother. Bai Gu nodded and smiled, saying little more. Although killing the opponent's summoned beast was prohibited in summoner duels, Bai Gu could still severely injure Xia Feiyu's ghost wolf. Once a summoned beast sustained serious injuries, aside from elemental, undead, and spirit-type summons, which could recover quickly, other types like monster and phantom summons would struggle to regain their full strength without at least 10 days or half a month of rest. The summoner examination was set to begin in a month, and Xia Feiyu's summoned beast would surely be affected by then if he failed to gain admission to the Summoner Academy. Bai Gu would consider it a form of revenge. However, soon it would be time to fill out volunteer forms and take graduation photos, requiring all third-year students to attend. Xia Feiyu would presumably be present as well. Zhao Leiyun suddenly remembered this matter. Bai Gu laughed heartily at this news. That's wonderful. Zhao Leiyun was somewhat puzzled, not understanding Bai Gu's sentiments. Then, Zhao Lei began to express concern about Bai Gu's lifelong prospects, extolling the benefits of becoming a federal civil servant. After all, Zhao Lei was still unaware of Bai Gu's true power. Bai Gu contemplated for a moment and decided it was time to reveal the truth to Zhao Lei. As he could not continue to conceal his abilities, he felt it necessary to give Zhao Lei a hint about his capabilities. Otherwise, when he eventually showcased his true strength, he feared Zhao Lei would be too astonished. Lei, there is something I have been concealing from you for quite some time, Bai Gu said earnestly. What is it? Zhao Lei inquired with curiosity. Have you heard of nurturers? Of course, they are even more sought after than summoners. The nurturers at the studio where I work recognize my exceptional talent and are preparing to take me on as an apprentice. Zhao Lei nodded. I know. What do you know? Bai Gu was taken aback, surprised that Zhao Lei was already aware. Zhao Lei then stated seriously, Actually, I have something to confess to you as well. Bai Gu was astonished, not expecting Zhao Lei, with his thick eyebrows and bright eyes, to hide such a secret. Zhao Lei then earnestly declared, I'm actually the hidden boyfriend of Song Ling Xiao. Bai Gu looked at him with disdain, realizing that Zhao Lei thought he was joking. Be serious. I mean, I'm serious too. I really am Song Ling Xiao's boyfriend. Zhao Lei replied with a teasing smile that it was no wonder Zhao Lei was skeptical. After all, becoming a summoner was a rare achievement among ordinary people, while nurturers were even more exceptional. The profession of nurturer placed a significant emphasis on innate talent. Given that Bai Gu claimed to have been accepted as a student by a nurturer, Zhao Lei naturally assumed he was joking. Bai Gu felt helpless, opening his mouth to say something, but just then, the bus arrived. He and Zhao Lei quickly boarded, leaving their previous conversation behind. To repay Bai Gu for accompanying him to the black market, Zhao Lei generously declared, Today, young Master Zhao is treating, so order whatever you like. They got off near a skewer shop that served delicious food. Bai Gu and Zhao Lei often visited this place. The owner had been running the shop for over a decade, offering tasty dishes at affordable prices. 1 yuan per skewer, 2 yuan for a portion of vermicelli, and 4 yuan for instant noodles, making it quite popular among local students that it was a Saturday. And with students on break, the skewer shop was relatively quiet. Since Zhao Lei was treating, Bai Gu did not hold back in placing his order, casually requesting 20 yuan worth of food, which he deemed sufficient. Yes, it was June. The weather was hot. And Zhao Lei also ordered 2 bottles of ice-cold beer, the kind endorsed by silver-level summoner Fong Wen. After savoring the refreshing beer, Bai Gu felt life was truly wonderful. Lei, do you know of any quick ways to make money? Bai Gu asked while eating. Quick ways to make money. Zhao Lei took a sip of beer, gazing thoughtfully at Bai Gu's fair and delicate face. I've heard there are quite a few wealthy women in Xiaoan district. Get lost. Before Zhao Lei could finish, Bai Gu firmly rejected the notion. Zhao Lei chuckled. There are many beautiful ladies among the wealthy women in Xiaoan district. Bai Gu was bewildered, realizing for the first time that Zhao Lei had a rather playful side. Indeed, I was deceived by his expressive brows and large eyes, exuding an air of righteousness. After finishing their meal, Bai Gu and Zhao Lei did not linger, but promptly returned home together. Zhao Lei, in a hurry to administer the purple thunder fruit to his summoned creature, the accumulated thunder sparrow, rushed home first. The purple thunder fruit contains electrical energy. The more the accumulated thunder sparrow consumes, the more electric energy accumulates within its body, thereby enhancing its strength. With no other matters to attend to, Bai Gu returned to his room to continue his studies on the knowledge of cultivators. Under the guidance of Jiyu, Bai Gu's expertise in cultivation progressed rapidly. After studying for about 2 hours, he glanced at the time and realized it was time to train the skeletal warriors. 3 skeletal warriors emerged slowly from the summoning array. Bai Gu's training method was derived from the notes provided by Jiyu, detailing the cultivation of undead summoned creatures, grasping a baseball bat. Bai Gu began to torment and abuse his summoned creatures, laboriously dismantling the skeletal warriors piece by piece. He then observed as they slowly recovered using the skill undead regeneration. Indeed, the cultivation materials on undead summoned creatures were accurate. When undead beings sustain damage, they gradually recover using the skill undead regeneration, as long as he controlled the process carefully and did not harm the undead flame within them. Frequent practice could enhance the regeneration speed of this skill. Currently, Bai Gu skeletal warriors exhibited a noticeably quicker regeneration rate than before. This was also thanks to the fact that undead beings lack emotions and souls. Were other types of summoned creatures subjected to such treatment, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, resulting in mutual destruction between the summoner and the summoned creature. The skeletal warriors possessed commendable defensive capabilities, and it took Bai Gu a considerable amount of time to dismantle one. He wiped the sweat from his brow, reassuring himself that training his summoned creatures also served as a means to exercise. After concluding the training session, Bai Gu collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly exhausted. The skeletal warriors were no ordinary skeletons. Their first-tier advanced strength was no joke, and as an ordinary person, Bai Gu found it quite challenging to breach their defenses. After resting for about half an hour, he checked the time and realized it was time for work. Bai Gu mustered his strength to head downstairs and catch the bus to Yu's studio. Bai Gu spent the afternoon tending to the shop while also reviewing books on cultivation. And in the evening, Yu began to provide him with individual lessons. Bai Gu's daily routine was roughly as follows: studying cultivation knowledge in the morning, training summoned creatures in the afternoon, heading to work at the appropriate time, and attending classes in the evening. It was only in the late hours of the night that Bai Gu could return home, although it was arduous. He gritted his teeth and persevered for the sake of being admitted to the Summoner Academy. For students from ordinary families like theirs, there was no alternative but to work doubly hard in their studies. At Yu's studio, Yu continued her research on the evolutionary pathways of summoned creatures in the cultivation workshop. Bai Gu sat at the front desk, browsing news and information online, having read for a long time. He viewed the news as a form of rest. Suddenly, a local news story from Qiqing caught Bai Gu's attention. Recently, another case of demonic ritual had occurred in the Yong'an district of Qiqing, marking the third such incident this month. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Li Qingsong, issued a statement declaring that all resources would be mobilized to swiftly resolve the case. Demon cult. Bai Gu's expression grew grave. Ever since he had heard about the demon cult from Uncle Ian, Bai Gu had found extensive information about it online. The demon cult is the largest evil organization within the Federation, with its personnel shrouded in mystery, seemingly active in every city. Regardless of how the federal government searches, encircles, or attempts to eradicate it, the demon cult remains an insidious presence, akin to cockroaches thriving in dark corners. It is said that the headquarters of the demon cult lies within the abyssal world, where humans, in pursuit of power, become slaves to demons. The demons from the abyss delight in human souls, particularly favoring young maidens who have yet to lose their purity. Such girls are the prime targets for the cult's sacrificial rituals. Reflecting on this, Bai Gu recalled a renowned summoner who had vowed to prevent the demon cult from harming any blossoming young maidens. However, he was subsequently arrested by law enforcement for engaging in illicit activities with underage girls. When interviewed by reporters, he had staunchly declared, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" To prevent the demon cult from endangering more young maidens, "I am willing to sacrifice myself." Bai Gu thought him to be a mere lecher, seeking to exploit the innocence of young girls. The news reported that due to the gruesome nature of the victims' deaths, much of their bodies had been pixelated. Nevertheless, Bai Gu could discern that the victim was wearing the school uniform of Yin Xiubai. He recalled that Yin Xiubai lived in a rather secluded area with few neighbors. If the demon cult were to target Yin Xiubai, it would be dire. Bai Gu resolved to visit her tomorrow when he had the chance in Qiqing, Yong'an District, Qingzheng Street, at Li Lu's butcher shop. Li Lu stood at a towering height of nearly 2 meters, with a robust physique. His temperament was notoriously volatile. A mere disagreement could lead to violence. In his youth, he lost an eye in a brawl, leaving him with only one eye thereafter. He once had a wife, but due to his penchant for drunkenly abusing her, she left him, taking their child with her. Lu cared little for his wife's departure, as she had already borne him an heir. With a child, his wife became somewhat redundant, hindering his pursuits of pleasure and incurring additional expenses. Lu's butcher shop thrived, being the sole establishment of its kind on Qingzheng Street. This was largely due to his domineering nature. He considered Qingzheng Street his territory, allowing no other butcher shops to exist. He would block the doors of any newly opened establishments, sitting there with a stool. His imposing stature, fierce demeanor, and singular "I" made him a figure to be feared. The surrounding businesses shunned him, and new shops inevitably failed due to lack of customers. However, He was aware of whom not to provoke. On Qingzheng Street lived a family connected to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Whenever they came to buy meat, Li Lu not only provided it free of charge but also delivered it to their door, offering exceptional service. Over time, this led to his monopoly on the street's butcher business. Recently, however, it was puzzling that Li Lu's shop had suddenly closed. Currently, Li Lu, clad in a greasy apron, trembled as he carried a plate of braised beef and a case of beer upstairs. His residence was on the second floor of a small building, with the first floor serving as the butcher shop and the second as his home with his son. Li's expression now bore no resemblance to his usual menacing demeanor. Instead, it was one of caution and fear, his facial flab quivering with trepidation. Upon reaching the door of the second floor, he knocked carefully and announced, "Sir, it is I have brought food." After a moment, a low voice emerged from behind the door. "Come in." Upon hearing this, Li Lu immediately bent down, trembling as he pushed the door open and entered. The room on the second floor was enveloped in darkness, despite it being broad daylight outside, as the curtains were tightly drawn, allowing no sunlight to penetrate. "Just place the food there." The low voice spoke again. Li Lu bowed even lower, respectfully setting the food on the ground. "How are things outside?" Li Lu swallowed hard and cautiously replied. "The news says the Law Enforcement Bureau is mobilizing all forces to investigate you, sir." "Ha." The low, raspy voice emitted an eerie laugh, seemingly mocking the incompetence of the Law Enforcement Bureau. After delivering the meal, Li Lu hesitated to leave. The low, raspy voice seemed to express dissatisfaction, questioning, "Why are you still here?" Trembling, Li Lu knelt on the ground, his voice tinged with desperation as he implored, "My lord, I beg you, allow me to see my son just once. I have not seen him for more than 10 days." That Li Lu, though brash and domineering with a tempestuous temper, harbored a profound concern for his only son. "Oh, you wish to see your son? Come in," he uttered nonchalantly in a deep, hoarse voice. That Li Lu, overwhelmed with gratitude, replied, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." He then rose and made his way to his son's bedroom. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Emitting a heart-wrenching scream of anguish, there, on a small bed, lay the decaying corpse of a young boy, the extent of decomposition suggesting he had been dead for several days. Li Lu's eyes widened in fury as he glared menacingly at the shadowy figure in the darkness, furiously drawing a sharp butcher's knife from behind him. It was evident that Li Lu had already surmised that his son had met with foul play and was prepared to fight to the death. Yet, to his astonishment, in the next moment, his head was severed from his body. His head rolled on the ground, leaving a trail of blood as it came to a stop. The entire event transpired with alarming swiftness, allowing one to glimpse a flicker of confusion in Li Lu's eyes as they lay on the floor. His massive frame collapsed with a thunderous thud, releasing a geyser of blood from the severed neck. A slender figure emerged from the shadows. The newcomer was a young man in his 20s, clad in a black shirt and blue jeans, sporting a buzz cut and an unremarkable appearance, complete with a pair of unfashionable black-rimmed glasses. With an expressionless demeanor, he stepped over Li Lu's headless corpse and approached the food Li Lu had prepared, casually grabbing a piece of meat and devouring it, juices splattering across his face and hands. "When known, do you think they will come looking for us after killing him?" Another figure emerged from the darkness, a tall woman dressed in a tight leather outfit striding forward. She appeared to be of mixed heritage, her long, wavy black hair cascading down her back, standing at an estimated height of 6 feet, with voluptuous curves and deep sapphire eyes. Gazing at Li Lu's corpse, she sensuously licked her lips, clearly reveling in the aftermath of his demise. When known, consumed the food with remarkable speed, soon finishing a large piece of fatty meat. That Li Lu must have suspected his son was dead. After all, just a few days ago, one could still hear the child's cries. The voluptuous woman pouted in displeasure. "What could I do? That wretched child wouldn't stop crying, so I had to silence him." When known, cast her a sidelong glance and remarked, "Yin Weiwei, we cannot linger here any longer. Finish your meal and let us depart hastily." Yin Weiwei approached When known, opened a bottle of beer, and downed it in one go. "Why the rush? The enforcement agency won't discover anything unusual for another 2 or 3 days." When known, still munching on a piece of fatty meat, replied, "Earlier this morning, I noticed he had left stealthily for a while. Though he returned quickly, I suspect he devised a way to relay information to the enforcement agency. Yin Weiwei, perplexed, questioned if he reports to the enforcement agency. Why didn't you stop him? And if that's the case, wouldn't we be surrounded by their elite agents right now? Wen Nong wasted no time. Continuing to eat while addressing Yin Weiwei's concerns, Li Lu was still uncertain about his son's fate, and, naturally, wouldn't he report to the enforcement agency? He likely went out seeking assistance to inform them. If he doesn't survive, those outside will surely help him report to the enforcement agency. Yin Weiwei nodded in agreement with Wen Nong's assessment. Has Mao Cha found the target in recent days? Wen Nong casually inquired. He sent word yesterday that he has located the target. Yin Weiwei replied. A look of joy spread across Wen Nong's face as he asked, Is it confirmed? Yin Weiwei giggled. Absolutely, without a doubt. It is her. Wen Nong's expression brightened further. He anticipated that they would successfully complete this task. What is the situation with the target? Has Mao Cha gathered sufficient intelligence? The target lives with only one other person, a retired military summoner, along with a 14-year-old girl, who is our objective. Wen Nong's brow furrowed. Military summoners were formidable foes. We know why he retired. How formidable is his strength? If that military summoner still possesses his abilities, while we may be able to eliminate him, it would require considerable effort. And if we create any disturbance, it could attract the enforcement agency's attention. And that would spell disaster. Wen Nong and his companions needed to exercise utmost caution to conceal their whereabouts. Should their identities as members of the demon cult be exposed, they would face relentless pursuit by the enforcement agency and investigative bureau's elite operatives. Rest assured, Mao Cha has already uncovered that the military summoner's summoning beast perished, and he survived through the backlash of the soul contract. He is now merely an ordinary person. With that revelation, Wen Nong felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The entirety of Qi City was currently on the lookout for them. If they were to inadvertently reveal themselves, their fates would be sealed. Now that we know the target, instruct Mao Cha to refrain from acting hastily. I will arrange an escape route. Once the task is completed, we shall leave Qi City immediately. Understood? I shall notify him at once. Yin Weiwei swayed her way back to the bedroom to send a message to Mao Cha. After Yin Weiwei departed, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wen Nong's eyes. Several months prior, the upper echelons of the demon cult had issued a task to locate a 14-year-old girl. With a substantial reward attached, this had stirred considerable excitement within the ranks of the demon cult. To fulfill the mission, he, along with Yin Weiwei and Mao Cha, had traversed several cities without encountering the target. Initially, they had little hope upon arriving in Qi City, merely testing their luck. Unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon her. The thought of the generous reward for completing the task ignited a fervor within Wen Nong. If he succeeded, his standing within the demon cult would ascend dramatically. I have contacted Mao Cha and instructed him to await our command before proceeding. He is currently monitoring the vicinity of the young girl. Wen Nong nodded in understanding and was about to speak when his expression abruptly shifted. He immediately knelt with respect and caution. Yin Weiwei, nearby, promptly followed suit. Suddenly, a pitch-black, sinister five-pointed star summoning array materialized before them. An evil, eerie, and vile voice emanated from the array. It seems you have discovered the target. Though the voice spoke in standard federal language, it exuded an unsettling and malevolent aura. Wen Nong and Yin Weiwei trembled involuntarily. Recognizing it as the voice of a demon from the abyss, their astonishment, just as they had identified the mission target, demons from the abyss had already taken notice. This exemplified the terrifying aspect of the demonic contract, capable of monitoring the every move of its adherents. Every word spoken and every thought harbored by a member of the demon cult could be known if the demon so desired. With a mere thought, a demon could dictate the life and death of its followers. Upon signing a demonic contract, one forfeited all freedom, becoming wholly enslaved to the demon. For eternity, one would be a servant to the demon, with no respite even after death, as the demon would not relinquish one's soul. The one who had entered into a demonic contract with Wen Nong and the others was a demon lord from the abyss. Wen Nong spoke in a tone of humble supplication. Indeed, my dear master, we have located the mission target. Yin Weiwei, trembling beside him, dared not utter a word or raise her gaze. The demon lord from the abyss was capricious. cruel, and possessed a morbid sense of pleasure. When she first joined the demon cult, she had witnessed a fellow member being stripped of their soul for a minor infraction and incinerated in the abyssal hellfire. The demons relished devouring souls, so the abyssal hellfire did not consume them. However, the souls could feel the torment of being engulfed in flames. The piercing cries of anguish still echoed in her mind. The demon lord reveled in the sweet symphony of human agony. Very good, very good. The demon lord was filled with delight, for after many days of searching, results had finally manifested. Once you complete your tasks, I shall personally bestow upon you your next assignments. Upon hearing this, Wen Nong and Yin Weiwei were overcome with ecstasy, their foreheads touching the ground in a gesture of reverence towards the demon. However, should you fail to fulfill your tasks, I happen to be in need of a few more human skin lanterns. The following word from the demon lord sent chills down Wen Nong and Yin Weiwei's spines. We shall undoubtedly accomplish the tasks. Rest assured, Master, Wen Nong stammered in response. The demon lord replied with satisfaction as he departed from the summoning array. It took a while for Wen Nong and Yin Weiwei, nestled in a room on the second floor, to muster the courage to raise their heads. While demons could grant them powers that would take ordinary people an eternity to obtain, the punishments they imposed were equally severe. If they failed to satisfy the demon lord, they would surely face a fate worse than death. Although they had both regretted signing the devil's contract, their yearning for strength, power, and wealth compelled them to sell their very souls. In the inner city of Chi City, within the UU studio, Bai Gu lay languidly in a chair, utterly exhausted. Yu, with a sultry lick of her lips, expressed her dissatisfaction. Is that all you can manage? I have yet to be fulfilled. Bai Gu shook his head, resolute in his refusal. Yu sat gracefully beside him, her perfect figure on display, an exaggerated curvature at her bosom, a voluptuous backside, and a waist so slender it seemed fragile. Her flawless silhouette accentuated by her elegantly closed, snow-white legs, Bai Gu found himself unable to withstand any longer. It must be said that Yu was indeed a master in the realm of cultivation. Her expertise was nothing short of impeccable. However, her teaching methods left much to be desired. One session with her encompassed more knowledge than a typical instructor would impart in 5. But Bai Gu had to engage his mind at full throttle to keep pace with her, barely managing to stay afloat. After one class, he felt as though his head might explode. Yet the benefits were plentiful, as his understanding of cultivation advanced rapidly. In truth, Yu wished to accommodate Bai Gu by slowing down her teaching speed. However, her innate talent for learning could only be described as extraordinary. Despite her efforts to decelerate, her pace only quickened with each passing moment. Noticing Bai Gu slumped in his chair, Yu stifled a giggle behind her hand and rose to the kitchen to brew 2 cups of misty tea, which she soon brought back. After taking a sip, Bai Gu felt his energy restored considerably. Once he had regained some strength, he expressed his eagerness to continue. Yu chuckled softly, shaking her head. It's quite late now. Let us resume tomorrow. Bai Gu glanced at the clock on the wall and realized the hour had indeed grown late. Little Bai Gu, should you not stay here for the night? Bai Gu promptly declined, fearing that some unscrupulous woman might invade his by the way. Little Bai Gu, do come a bit earlier tomorrow, Yu said, reclining lazily on the sofa and stretching. There's something planned for the morning? Bai Gu inquired. Just come early, that's all, she replied. Bai Gu nodded in understanding and departed for home without looking back. Early the next morning, Bai Gu arrived at the studio. Yu was in workspace, playfully toying with a delightful little white rabbit. You're quite early, little Bai Gu. Have you had breakfast? Bai Gu glanced at the rabbit and replied earnestly. Having roasted rabbit for breakfast feels a bit too greasy. Something lighter would be preferable. Yu playfully pinched his cheek, pulling it with a teasing grin. Why do you always think about food? In the past, Bai Gu would do the same to Xiao Bai, and now Yu employed the same antics on him. The wheel of fortune turns, indeed. Although Bai Gu was not particularly fond of this treatment, Yu was now his instructor, and he had no choice but to submit to her whims. She only released him once she was satisfied. This rabbit is for you, Yu said. Handing the creature to Bai Gu, he accepted it, cradling it in his arms, and asked with confusion, why gift me a rabbit when my culinary skills are subpar? Gu explained with exasperation. This rabbit is intended for your cultivation. Cultivating this rabbit? Bai Gu appeared perplexed. The rabbit he held was a common market meat rabbit, meant for slaughter and consumption. Indeed, your theoretical knowledge is nearly sufficient. It is time for you to apply your skills. Consider this rabbit as an examination I am presenting to you. Bai Gu nodded, not overly concerned, as his innate abilities rendered him indifferent to such minor assessments. Additionally, here's a bank card for you, Gu said, extending it to Bai Gu. He furrowed his brow and refused to take it, asking, "What does this signify?" "You may spend up to 100,000 yuan on cultivating this rabbit. Exceeding that amount will result in failure," Gu elucidated. This test is a tradition within the Cultivators Association. Typically, apprentices who have studied theoretical knowledge for over a year are assessed in their ability to cultivate small animals by their mentors. In truth, Gu had not intended for Bai Gu to start practical cultivation so soon. For apprentices with less than a year of experience, attempting hands-on training was often a waste of resources. Even with a budget of 100,000, their results would barely exceed those of their peers. What prompted Gu to alter her decision was a visit from Su Yin of the Su family in the imperial capital, who had come to express his gratitude toward his apprentice. Bai Gu. Gu was puzzled, as Su Yin described Bai Gu's performance as bordering on master-level proficiency in cultivation. Although Su Yin believed Bai Gu must have studied under Gu for years to achieve his current level. Only Gu knew that Bai Gu had merely been involved with cultivation for 6 months, with formal training spanning only about a week, as a member of the prestigious Su family. Su Yin would have no reason to deceive her on this matter. Bai Gu's aptitude for theoretical knowledge and cultivation could only be classified as average, with countless individuals in the association surpassing him in this regard. Those who became cultivators were all prodigies and elites of the Federation. Theoretical knowledge was merely a trivial challenge for them. The Yu's intent in having Bai Gu cultivate the rabbit was to evaluate his innate talent for cultivation. Families that produced cultivators were typically well off, as only those with ample means could afford the expenses associated with cultivation. The 100,000 yuan for cultivating the rabbit had to be prepared by the apprentice themselves. And Gu was acutely aware of Bai Gu's financial situation. She understood that while 100,000 was a negligible sum for her, it represented a considerable amount for Bai Gu. After Gu's explanation, Bai Gu accepted the bank card, acknowledging that he indeed could not produce that sum on his own. After a brief examination of the rabbit's attributes with his innate abilities, Bai Gu inquired of Gu, "Teacher, must I spend the entire 100,000 yuan on cultivating the rabbit? That depends on you. To the best of your ability, enhance the rabbit's strength within that budget. Feel free to spend as much or as little as you like, just do not exceed the limit," Gu replied. Bai Gu nodded thoughtfully. "Then I shall return home to begin cultivating the rabbit." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Gu chided, casting a reproachful glance at Bai Gu. "Why the hurry? Do you not wish to spend more time with me?" Bai Gu was left speechless, unsure of how to respond to his teacher's playful teasing. "Breakfast has been prepared for you in the kitchen," Gu added. Bai Gu smiled. "Thank you, teacher." Gu prepared a rather sumptuous breakfast for Bai Gu, consisting of a bowl of light rice porridge, 2 crispy youtiao, a tea egg, and a piece of unknown ham, seemingly crafted from the hind leg of some magical beast. The breakfast was freshly made by Gu, as she preferred her own cooking to that of outside establishments. Bai Gu quickly devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. Upon returning home, Bai Gu took the rabbit out of its cage and began contemplating ways to enhance its abilities. Although the rabbit was not a magical beast, it had numerous evolutionary pathways available. These pathways primarily focused on improving the quality of its meat and flavor, with none pertaining to combat. After a thorough examination, Bai Gu resolved to evolve the rabbit into a herbivorous variety. According to the information, the herbivorous rabbit possessed 2 skills, one being a digestive pouch that allowed for digestion at 10 times the speed of an ordinary rabbit, and the other being a leg kick, categorized as an attack skill. However, the skill's power was only sufficient to inflict minor damage on wild chickens and local dogs. The materials required for the evolution of the herbivorous rabbit were not particularly rare. Falling into the more common category, Bai Gu estimated that approximately 2,000 yuan would suffice. After stepping out, Bai Gu swiftly gathered the necessary items and proceeded to prepare for the evolution ritual. Evolution commenced. 2 hours later. Name: herbivorous rabbit species, beast attribute, none potential, 1 status, normal strength, inferior traits, none abilities, digestive pouch, leg kick, evolution pathways, gluttonous rabbit, fong-toothed rabbit, gray-armored rabbit. The herbivorous rabbit appeared to have undergone minimal changes, merely appearing larger in size. As for its attributes, they were of the weakest kind, but it had revealed 3 new evolutionary types. The gluttonous rabbit enhanced the digestive pouch skill, transforming it into a gluttony skill capable of consuming and absorbing any substance. The fong-toothed rabbit acquired a biting skill, its teeth evolving into a pair of sharp fangs capable of piercing steel. The gray-armored rabbit strengthened the leg kick skill, significantly increasing its power. Among the 3, the fong-toothed rabbit boasted the highest attack power, yet Bai Gu believed that the gluttonous rabbit held the greatest potential, primarily due to its skill gluttony, which allowed it to consume and absorb any material. This skill piqued Bai Gu's interest, as it was something he had never encountered even in the Summoning Beast Compendium. The materials required for evolving into a gluttonous rabbit amounted to approximately 8,000 yuan, which was not excessively expensive. With a spirit of experimentation, Bai Gu decided to attempt the evolution into a gluttonous rabbit. As the training of his skeletal warriors was not yet complete, Bai Gu resolved to delay the evolution until the following day. Summoning 3 skeletal warriors from the realm of the undead, he commenced the daily training regimen. So engrossed was he in his training that he failed to hear Zhao Lei Yun's persistent knocking at the door. After some time, Bai Gu finally noticed the commotion and wiped the sweat from his brow before opening the door, revealing a perplexed Zhao Lei Yun standing outside. "Bai Gu, what on earth have you been doing at home?" "There has been quite a racket," Bai Gu candidly replied. "I've been training my skeletons." Peeking into the room, Zhao Lei Yun spotted 3 skeletal warriors, distinctly different from ordinary skeletons, standing in the center of the living room. Their hollow gazes fixed on him. The void-like stares sent a chill creeping up Zhao Lei Yun's spine. "Is that really a skeleton?" Zhao Lei Yun questioned, unable to believe his eyes in his mind. Inferior summoned skeletons were typically frail, hunched, and weak, easily defeated even by elementary school students. Yet the skeletons in Bai Gu's living room exuded a fierce and menacing aura. Zhao Lei Yun was momentarily taken aback. "Lei Yun, did you come to see me for a reason?" Bai Gu's voice snapped Zhao Lei Yun back to reality. "Oh, I was hoping to see if you were free to accompany me to a nearby Summoning Beast supply store." Bai Gu inquired, "Where are we going and for what purpose?" Zhao Lei Yun scratched his head. "I intend to buy some earthworms for my Gile sparrow to improve its diet." "All right, let us go." Bai Gu stored away the summoned beasts in the living room. By now, the sky had begun to dim, and the surrounding streetlights flickered to life. Numerous elderly residents from Bai Gu's community had come downstairs to enjoy the evening breeze, congregating in small groups to chat. Nearby the fitness equipment, a number of elementary school students were playing. The Summoning Beast supply store was not far from Bai Gu's neighborhood, located on Qingzheng Street. Previously, Bai Gu had only passed by without entering. As Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun strolled along, engaged in light banter, they were oblivious to their surroundings. Suddenly, Bai Gu felt himself collide into someone. Looking up, he found himself face to face with a tall, curvaceous mixed-race beauty. "Excuse me," Bai Gu apologized, recognizing that he had been too engrossed in conversation to pay attention to where he was going. Beside the beauty stood a young man wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses. He cast a fleeting glance at Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun before hastily departing. Bai Gu observed the pair as they walked away, sensing an indistinct yet repugnant aura emanating from them, though he could not pinpoint why. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei Yun was fixated on the mixed-race beauty, nodding repeatedly as he admired her alluring figure. Witnessing Zhao Lei Yun's reaction, Bai Gu felt his impression of him dwindling. This was merely a minor incident, and neither party paid it much mind. Soon enough, Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun were drawn to the commotion occurring on Qingzheng Street. A plethora of law enforcement vehicles lined the roadside, surrounded by officers clad in federal uniforms. Alongside investigators dressed in black trench coats, a crowd of onlookers gathered beyond the police cordon, all speculating about the unfolding events. Curious, Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun approached the police line to discover what had transpired. At the second floor of Lilu's butcher shop, numerous law enforcement personnel were busy searching for evidence. "How's Oldly doing?" inquired a middle-aged man with graying temples. He was tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with striking eyebrows resembling thorns above keen, piercing eyes. Though in middle age, he possessed a robust physique and muscular arms. This man was Li Qing-song, the director of the Chicheng City Law Enforcement Bureau. Unlike his predecessors, who were often portly and ineffectual, Li Qing-song had been appointed from the military to lead the bureau. His decisive and efficient approach had greatly improved public safety in Chicheng City within just 3 years of his tenure. He had also eradicated numerous gray areas within the city. The reason why Xia Feiyu's father, Xia Yuanlong, had moderated his actions was largely due to Li Qing-song's strict adherence to law and order. In confronting the malignant presence of the Xia real estate group, Li Qing-song was eager to resolve the issue swiftly. However, Xia Yuanlong was far from the simple figure he appeared to be, having allies within the Finance Bureau to protect him, making it difficult for Li Qing-song to take action against him. The man referred to as Old Li was Li Xiongyan, a criminal investigation expert in the Chicheng City Law Enforcement Bureau. Known for solving numerous major cases, that Li Xiongyan stood around 5 feet 9 inches, with a lean frame, disheveled hair that seemed to have gone days without washing, and an overall unkempt appearance, based on the condition of the body. It appears to have been severed by a sharp blade in an instant, identical to the methods used in previous cases, Li Xiongyan deduced. He pulled out a cigarette, preparing to light it as he contemplated the situation, but refrained, recalling that they were at a crime scene. From the signs of life around here, it seems there were 2 cultists hiding in this location. He added that Li Qing-song pondered for a moment before responding. It appears that there may be more cultists in the city, beyond these 2. Li Xiongyan affirmed. Given the current circumstances, it certainly seems that way. Were there any security cameras that captured the assailants? Li Qing-song felt a surge of agitation. The surveillance footage revealed no suspicious individuals entering or exiting Li Lu's butcher shop. Were there any eyewitnesses nearby? Li Qing-song inquired. Did the person who reported the incident see the appearance of the murderer? Li Xiongyan shook his head and replied, "No, according to the report. The caller mentioned that Li Lu abruptly closed his shop a few days ago, claiming his son was ill and that he had to care for him, leaving him no time to attend to the shop. It was only in the early hours of yesterday that Li Lu stealthily came to inform that if he was not seen by noon, a report should be made to the law enforcement office, stating that there had been a death at his butcher shop. Following Li Lu's instructions, the neighbors reported to the law enforcement office when he was not seen by noon. Li Qing-song was already aware of the ensuing events. When the law enforcement officers arrived on the 2nd floor, they discovered Li Lu's headless corpse alongside the body of a young boy in the bedroom. Initially, the officers presumed it to be a standard homicide case, as Li Lu had a history of brawling in his youth, potentially inciting enmity. However, when specialists arrived later, they uncovered traces of a demonic ritual and promptly reported it to the Enforcement Bureau, prompting a large-scale search of the vicinity. Regrettably, they were still a step too late. Unless the cultists voluntarily exposed themselves, it would be exceedingly difficult to trace their whereabouts. As it stood, the Enforcement Bureau had no idea what the murderer looked like, let alone apprehend them. Li Qing-song understood that the delay had allowed the suspects ample time to escape the city. After searching the area, the law enforcement personnel ultimately conceded defeat. What surprised everyone was the audacity of Wen-nong and his associates, who had been lurking nearby as spectators. Li Qing-song forcefully struck the wall, his face ablaze with fury. His nature had always been one of righteous indignation. He held no mercy for the filth of the cult and vowed to eradicate them with relentless fervor upon discovery. This faction of cultists that had emerged in Chicheng was shrouded in mystery, exceedingly cunning, and had evaded detection by the Enforcement Bureau. Thus, the cult had been responsible for the deaths of over 10 individuals. Old Li, is it possible that your bloodhounds have failed to track them down this time? Li Xiongyan rubbed his nose and responded, "It's just like before. This place is remarkably clean. I have no idea what method they employed, but my bloodhounds cannot pick up any scent." Li Qing-song could only let out a resigned sigh. The bloodhounds were unique summoned beasts of the Enforcement Bureau, typically ranked between the 2nd and 3rd tiers, with their evolution paths solely under their control. Their olfactory senses were extraordinarily acute, allowing them to easily discern a myriad of scents in the air and track down a trail with just a hint of aroma. However, it was unclear what methods the cult employed, as they left no trace, not even the faintest scent, after committing their heinous acts. This significantly escalated the difficulty of their investigations. Alas, with a heavy sigh, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance, drawing the attention of Li Qingsong and Li Xiongyan. An ordinary officer approached to report that personnel from the investigation bureau had arrived. A wave of apprehension washed over Li Qingsong. The investigation bureau held a significant position within the Federation. IT was one of the 9 major bureaus, comprising an elite corps of summon masters. Unlike the city defense forces or regular military, the investigation bureau operated in a more relaxed manner, generally devoid of pressing tasks. They only deployed to verify situations and gather detailed intelligence in response to issues arising within the jurisdiction of Qiqing, such as fugitive pursuits, beast riots, or other anomalies. Due to overlapping responsibilities, the relationship between the Enforcement Bureau and the Investigation Bureau was not particularly amicable. Moreover, in incidents occurring within Qiqing, it was the duty of the Enforcement Bureau to resolve them. The involvement of the Investigation Bureau could lead residents to question the Enforcement Bureau's capabilities, a situation Li Qingsong was keen to avoid. However, they had no choice but to accept the assistance of the Investigation Bureau at this juncture. He permitted them entry. Shortly thereafter, 2 young individuals clad in black trench coats entered. The young man was robust and handsome, resembling a male model from television, dressed in a long coat and wearing dark sunglasses. Exuding an air of mystery, the young woman appeared to be around 16, with short hair framing her face, her features striking and clear, presenting a slightly tomboyish demeanor. She wore denim shorts and a white bear t-shirt. Her long, fair legs encased in sneakers, radiating youthful vitality. Li Qingsong scrutinized them with curiosity. Having interacted with numerous members of the Investigation Bureau in both the military and enforcement sectors, he had never encountered investigators quite like them. Perceiving the skepticism in Li Qingsong's eyes, the young man with sunglasses proactively produced his credentials that we are special agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, here to investigate the cult incidents within Qiqing. Li Qingsong accepted the credentials and confirmed their authenticity, yet he was astonished by the young woman's age. At just 16, she was nearly the same age as his daughter. The revelation of their status as special agents left him in a state of shock. Special agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation were not ordinary individuals. They were the elite, meticulously trained by the Bureau. Furthermore, special agents possessed unique privileges. Even the Bureau chief had to heed their directives. The fact that the attention of special agents had been drawn to the cult incidents indicated the severity of the matter. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Li Qingsong addressed the young man. "Captain Feng Tang, how can we assist you?" The young man, identified as Feng Tang, replied, "I require all detailed documentation regarding the recent cult-related homicides in Qiqing." Li Qingsong assured him there would be no issue. Gesturing towards Li Xiongyan, he is our Bureau's criminal investigation expert and has been overseeing the cult cases. The materials will need to be retrieved from the Bureau, but he can provide you with an overview of the situation now. "That is acceptable," Feng Tang agreed. Glancing at Li Xiongyan, Li Xiongyan, holding a cigarette he had yet to light, had initially intended to step outside for a smoke to quell his craving, but now found himself thrust into the spotlight. With no other option, Li Xiongyan organized his thoughts and said, "The first incident occurred a week ago. The victim was a 14-year-old female student from the school." Feng Tang listened intently, interrupting Li Xiongyan several times to inquire about specific details. Once Li Xiongyan concluded, Feng Tang remained lost in contemplation. Li Qingsong refrained from interrupting, stepping outside to call for the personnel in the Enforcement Bureau to prepare the documentation on the cult-related homicides. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiongyan also stepped out for a smoke. The officers tasked with gathering evidence and Li's departed, leaving only the 2 special agents behind. "He certainly bears the hallmark of Wen Nong's handiwork," remarked the short-haired girl. "Indeed, the methods employed here in Qiqing are identical to those in Yinluan City," Feng Tang noted, examining Li Lu's corpse, which bore the marks of sharp, demonic weapon. This individual was remarkably swift. The girl frowned. Feng Tang smiled faintly. "Do you recall what I mentioned in Yinluan City?" "Captain, are you implying?" "Precisely," Feng Tang turned with resolute determination his gaze. This time, I intend to capture him without fail. Let us return to the Enforcement Bureau, thoroughly analyze the case files, and devise a plan. The short-haired girl suddenly appeared somewhat bashful, saying, "Captain, could I take a few days off? My family resides in Chicheng, and I would like to visit them." Feng Tang smiled warmly. "Indeed, it has been 2 years since you last saw your family. It is certainly time to return home. Your father and sister must be longing for you. That old man would hardly care about me. He was the one who kicked me out and swore I should never return." The girl huffed indignantly. I recall someone getting inebriated at our last gathering, insisting on returning home to find their father and see their sister, Feng Tang teased. The girl's face flushed crimson, and she retorted, "That was not me. Besides, Captain, weren't you intoxicated as well? You also mentioned your intention to marry Xianhua in the future." Feng Tang chuckled awkwardly, remarking that it was merely to liven up the atmosphere. The short-haired girl grinned mischievously, but Xianhua took it seriously. "Well then, I shan't tease you any longer. You should hurry home and check in." Feng Tang said gently, "Now, spend some quality time with your father and sister for a few days. I will notify you when the plan commences." The short-haired girl nodded, bounding away from the second floor like a joyful fawn. Only Feng Tang remained, gazing at the headless corpse on the ground, murmuring to himself, "This time, when known, you cannot escape." Beyond the cordon, onlookers speculated about the incident at Li Lu's butcher shop. Upon witnessing law enforcement personnel carry out 2 bodies, one large and one small, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. Concealed by body bags, many speculated whether the deceased were indeed Li Lu and his son. Li Lu, known for his domineering personality, had bullied numerous neighbors. His imposing stature made it difficult for ordinary individuals to stand up to him. Now, witnessing his tragic demise, some couldn't help but smile, cursing Li Lu as he received his comeuppance. Praising the heavens for their justice, Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun observed for a while before departing. Neither were the type to revel in the commotion. On Qingzheng Street, a summoning goods shop was owned by a young man named Qian Yu, who was said to have graduated from a summoner academy. After completing his studies, he returned to his hometown, Qi City, inheriting his father's store and establishing a summoner supply shop. Qian Yu, a reserve summoner, possessed an unknown level of summoning beasts, likely around the 2nd tier. Graduates from the Summoner Academy are granted this title, qualifying them as semi-professional summoners with several federal privileges, such as free access to public transportation. Almost all the merchants on this street have been bullied by Li Lu, with only a few exceptions. Qian Yu's shop was one such exception, as Li Lu frequently visited, bringing several pounds of fresh meat. At this moment, Qian Yu stood at the entrance, furrowing his brow as he watched Li Lu's butcher shop. Upon seeing potential customers, he eagerly beckoned Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun inside. "Brother Qian." "Good evening." Zhao Leiyun greeted him warmly. "Leiyun, it has been a while. How is your training with the Gilei Sparrow progressing?" Qian Yu inquired with a smile. "IT has been performing quite well lately. I plan to reward it with some earthworms," Zhao Leiyun replied. Frequent visits had allowed Zhao Leiyun to grow familiar with Qian Yu. Qian Yu's summoner supply shop appeared modest, filled to the brim with various items. One could find almost everything here: ores, plants, books, equipment, potions, and more. Upon entering, Bai Gu was immediately captivated by a few sets of armor displayed in the corner, intended for humanoid summoning beasts. Armor for dark-type warriors and undead-type zombies could be used. Bai Gu pondered whether to equip his skeleton with such armor, knowing it would significantly enhance its defense. After inquiring about the price, however, Bai Gu quickly dismissed the thought. A single set of armor cost an astonishing 50,000. With that money, he could evolve several more skeleton warriors. Zhao Leiyun purchased earthworms, a type of exotic creature lacking combat capabilities, but significantly larger than ordinary earthworms. Bird-type summoning beasts adored them, leading to their widespread cultivation within the Federation. Qian Yu sourced them from breeders and sold them in his shop. Zhao Leiyun bought 500 yuan worth of earthworms, nearly 100 in total. Due to Zhao Leiyun's substantial purchase, Qian Yu gifted him 2 additional worms. In Yong'an District, the number of summoners was exceedingly low, totaling no more than 5. Customers visiting Qian Yu's store were few and far between. Besides running the supply shop, Qian Yu also served as a summoner for the Yong'an District Law Enforcement Agency. The agency primarily comprised ordinary people, with only one or two summoners present to maintain order. Most summoners found the agency's strict rules stifling, leading to a lack of freedom, resulting in few graduates from the Summoner Academy joining. Even those who did typically entered the Enforcement Bureau directly, avoiding smaller agencies like this one. Consequently, the Enforcement Bureau introduced regulations allowing for the temporary hiring of summoners to serve as enforcers. These temporary summoners faced far fewer restrictions compared to their officially appointed counterparts. Qianyu was responsible for nighttime patrols in Yong'an District, which allowed him to run his shop during the day. This reflects the reality for most civilian summoners after graduation. Their families often struggled to support the expenses associated with summoning. Except for a few exceptionally talented individuals, most ordinary summoners either sought government employment or ventured into dungeons to hunt magical beasts, joining hunting teams. Government work was laden with rules, while dungeon exploration was fraught with danger and a high mortality rate. Weaker individuals risked perishing within. Qianyu could only slowly save money to purchase various materials to enhance his summoning beast abilities. In contrast, individuals such as Su Yin, and Mo Kong faced no financial struggles. Coming from affluent families, they could focus solely on training their summoning beasts without worrying about earning money. They could easily provide their beasts with beneficial resources like Legua. Meanwhile, those from ordinary households, like Zhao Leiyun, had to meticulously budget and save every penny, often sacrificing their own nutrition to ensure their summoning beasts were well fed. Qianyu casually asked, Leiyun, what is the current level of your summoning beast? Still low level, first tier, but I believe it's close to breaking through. Zhao Leiyun replied, a low level first tier? At this rate, gaining admission to the Summoner Academy seems unlikely, Qianyu remarked. Zhao Leiyun chuckled wryly. There's nothing I can do. I've done my best. It's a matter of whether a miracle occurs in these last few days. Qianyu nodded in agreement, recalling how he had also trained tirelessly to gain entry to the Summoner Academy, achieving only the minimum standard. Reflecting on that time still stirred excitement within him. His father had even hosted a banquet to celebrate. After exchanging a few more words, Zhao Leiyun bid farewell and departed. Qianyu, watching Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun leave, couldn't he help but smile ruefully. Many believed that gaining admission to the Summoner Academy meant a life of uninterrupted study and practice. But little did they know that this marked the beginning of a challenging journey. The Federation allocated hundreds of millions in scholarships annually to cultivate summoners, but to receive such aid, one needed to possess strength. Wealthy individuals could provide their summoning beasts with the best resources, accelerating their growth. Thus, while it appeared equitable, in the end, the scholarships were predominantly claimed by them, leaving ordinary families to begrudgingly concede defeat. Life, it seemed, was inherently unfair. Some were born into wealth, with millions as mere pocket change. Even as summoners, they remained overshadowed by the affluent. Before Zhao Leiyun even reached home, he eagerly summoned his Gile sparrow. The creature stood approximately 30 centimeters tall, its feathers a striking gray-blue adorned with blue runes on its wings, presenting an impressive appearance. The Gile sparrow emerged from the illusionary beast realm, radiating joy as it circled around Zhao Leiyun. With a beaming smile, Zhao Leiyun retrieved an earthworm from his bag to feed the Gile sparrow. Earthworms are protein-rich, and the Gile sparrow relished them. The creature emitted a delightful chirp as it swallowed the worm. Gazing expectantly at Zhao Leiyun for more, Zhao Leiyun, displaying a hint of indulgence, produced several more worms to offer the Gile sparrow. Content after its meal, the Gile sparrow perched on Zhao Leiyun's shoulder, preening its feathers. Leiyun, your Gile sparrow is training quite well. Bai Gu had encountered the Gile K in the Summoner Beast Compendium. This particular creature possessed an exceedingly proud temperament and was not particularly fond of human company. To his surprise, Gile K seemed to have developed a certain affinity for Zhao Leiyun. This observation clearly indicated that cultivating a bond with summoner beasts was no simple task for Zhao Leiyun. Throughout their journey, the summoner beast perched on Zhao Leiyun's shoulder attracted the attention of many passers. As night fell, numerous food stalls sprang up along the streets. Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun, having not dined yet, decided to indulge in the offerings of these stalls. The T1 barbecue stand, they ordered 30 skewers of lamb, 30 skewers of roasted duck intestines, 30 skewers of grilled vegetables, 20 skewers of beef tendon, and 10 skewers of crispy roasted silkworms, along with 2 cans of beer. The crispy roasted silkworms were specifically for Zhao Lei Yun's gilet Quebec, the little creature, appearing quite familiar with Earth's culinary delights. Eagerly awaited its turn as the vendor finished grilling. Lei Yun, you must be aiming for a closeness evolution, aren't you? Bai Gu inquired, munching on beef tendon. The so-called closeness evolution refers to the emotional bond cultivated between summoners and their beasts, which upon reaching a certain threshold, could lead to the evolution of the summoner beast and potentially awaken bond skills. Indeed, I am preparing to test the waters of closeness evolution, Zhao Lei Yun replied. In pursuit of passing the Summoner Academy's examination, he was determined to experiment with every summoning beast nurturing method he could find online. That sounds exhausting, Bai Gu remarked, given the proud nature of Gile K. It was indeed a formidable challenge to foster any intimacy, let alone cultivate a bond. Zhao Lei Yun chuckled lightly. It's manageable, really. Yet despite his nonchalant words, the effort was far from easy. He recounted his arduous journey to Bai Gu, detailing the considerable effort he had invested in building a rapport with Gile Quebec initially. The creature had been utterly resistant to his commands. Only through the coercive effects of their soul contract could he exert any influence over it. Worry gnawed at Zhao Lei Yun's heart. With Gile K's current disposition, even if its strength increased, passing the Summoner Academy's assessment would still be a daunting task. Thus began his relentless pursuit. Akin to a devoted admirer, caring for Gile K with meticulous attention. Eventually, he discovered the creature's fondness for insects and devoted himself to acquiring an array of insect feed from the market. At long last, through Zhao Lei Yun's unwavering dedication, he managed to penetrate Gile K's proud and frigid exterior. Listening to Zhao Lei Yun's experiences, Bai Gu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, as a necromancer, he did not share the same concerns. Most undead beings lacked intelligence, driven solely by a thirst for the living and malice. Bai Gu stared thoughtfully at Zhao Lei Yun's Gile K, as if pondering something profound. Lei Yun, shall we engage in a duel? Bai Gu suddenly proposed. What? Zhao Lei Yun, still sipping his beer, failed to catch the words clearly. Let us have a summoner duel, Bai Gu reiterated. In the past, Zhao Lei Yun would have vehemently declined, fearing for Bai Gu's safety, as he had always regarded Bai Gu's skeletal summon as an inferior creature. However, after witnessing Bai Gu's skeleton in his living room, Zhao Lei Yun began to believe that Bai Gu's claims might hold some truth. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Lei Yun consented. Very well. Let us head to a nearby park. It's less crowded there. The park he mentioned was not far from their neighborhood, once a favored spot for children and elders to stroll and play. Unfortunately, due to neglect, many facilities had fallen into disrepair, leading to its abandonment. The park had since devolved into a rendezvous point for couples seeking clandestine encounters. While it was likely that their presence might disrupt some romantic pursuits, Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun, being two single souls, were unfazed by such matters. After their meal, Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun made their way to the small park. Most of the street lamps were broken, save for one that remained intact. The duel between Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun was set to unfold beneath this solitary lamp. It was evident that this marked their first confrontation as summoners. Zhao Lei Yun exhibited a blend of nervousness and excitement. After all, he had never engaged in battle with another summoner, though he had witnessed many on television and live streams. Bai Gu, on the other hand, had prior combat experience, yet his previous opponents, like the Thornywood Spirit and Zhang Yang, had posed no challenge, lacking any semblance of difficulty. Facing Zhao Lei Yun, who was also a summoner, promised to be a different affair, perhaps even a worthy challenge. Zhao Lei Yun shared this sentiment, recognizing that battling Bai Gu would allow him to accumulate valuable combat experience, thereby enhancing Gile K's level. Summoner beasts evolved through continuous combat. Are you ready? Bai Gu inquired in a steady tone. I am ready. Zhao Lei Yun affirmed that a skeletal warrior emerged from the summoning array. However, Bai Gu summoned only one skeletal warrior, sufficient to combat Zhao Lei Yun's low-tier Gile Qu-as a human. Zhao Lei Yun could not gauge the skeletal warrior's combat prowess, whereas Gile K, being a phantom beast, sensed the threat immediately upon its emergence, spreading its wings in alarm. Zhao Leiyun, interpreting Jilei K's reaction, surmised that Bai Gu summon was of a considerable level. Instinctively, he heightened his vigilance. Jilei K, use Claw Strike. Zhao Leiyun commanded, unleashing the skill. The first tier Jilei K possessed but a single skill, Claw Strike, dealing damage through its sharp claws. According to the compendium, this skill boasted a power level of approximately 2 to 3 degrees. While seemingly modest, a mere 1 degree of damage could severely injure a healthy adult. Thus, Jilei K's attack was indeed perilous. Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior's corrosive blade could inflict around 8 degrees of damage, with a comparable defense. Therefore, facing an attack of approximately 2 degrees posed no threat, and Bai Gu opted not to evade, allowing the skeletal warrior to withstand Jilei K's strike head-on. The claw attack left only a slight mark on the skeletal warrior's arm, prompting Bai Gu to furrow his brow. Through the information conveyed by the soul contract, he discerned that Jilei K's claw strike had reached around 4 points of damage, significantly stronger than recorded in the compendium. Bai Gu lamented internally, realizing he had underestimated the situation. Zhao Leiyun must have diligently trained Jilei K, and achieving 4 points of damage was hardly surprising given the effort involved. Under Bai Gu's direction, the skeletal warrior mounted a counterattack, but Jilei K skillfully evaded the strike. A flying summoner beast. Jilei K's agility allowed it to deftly dodge the skeletal warrior's assaults. Through this initial skirmish, Zhao Leiyun grasped the skeletal warrior's capabilities, deducing from his defensive prowess that it was likely a mid-tier or advanced first-tier summon. Curiosity piqued him regarding how Bai Gu had cultivated what he had once deemed the most ineffectual low-tier summon into such a formidable being. However, with the battle underway, Zhao Leiyun had no time for further contemplation and continued directing Jilei K to harass the skeletal warrior. Bai Gu, too, instructed his skeletal warrior to remain vigilant while seeking opportunities to strike at Jilei Quebec. The skeletal warrior's defense rated 8 degrees. However, being struck by Jilei K still inflicted considerable damage. After several probing exchanges, Zhao Leiyun discerned that the skeletal warrior lacked any ranged attacks. With a sly grin, he declared, "It is time to showcase the prowess of my diligently trained Jilei K. Jilei K, unleash lightning orb," he commanded, addressing the creature that had been circling around the skeletal warrior. Jilei K understood the directive. Soaring into the air, the blue runes on its wings began to charge, coalescing into a ping-pong ball-sized lightning orb in no time. Bai Gu was taken aback at this sight. Wasn't the lightning orb a skill exclusive to second-tier Jilei K? How is it that the Thunder Sparrow has already been summoned? At this moment, Zhao Leiyun could not help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Leiyun had invested considerable time searching for information online to cultivate and train his summoned beast. Flying-type summoned beasts possess an inherent advantage over ground-type counterparts, provided the latter lacks ranged skills. If the Thunder Sparrow were to acquire a ranged ability, it could effortlessly vanquish its opponent, who would be left in a state of frantic desperation, scurrying for cover. Thus, Zhao Leiyun began to amalgamate the information he had gathered online and commenced training the Thunder Sparrow to learn the skill of Lightning Bolt, coupled with the purple lightning fruit he had procured from the black market, which would help accumulate electrical energy within. He also showed the Thunder Sparrow videos of its own kind unleashing Lightning Bolt. Hard work pays off. After several days of diligent practice, the Thunder Sparrow had managed to grasp the skill, albeit with some difficulty. Though it struggled to execute the lightning bolt, the skeleton warrior lacked ranged skills and could only stand idly by, gazing up at the Thunder Sparrow in the sky. Whoosh! A lightning bolt was launched towards Bai Gu's summoned beast. Bai Gu promptly commanded the skeleton warrior to raise its shield in defense. Indeed, the damage from the lightning bolt was substantial, as cracks began to appear on the bone shield. However, this level of damage could be repaired in no time, and Bai Gu remained unperturbed. Yet he found himself at a loss when faced with an aerial target, as the skeleton warrior was utterly helpless against flying, summoned beasts. Lacking range capabilities, it became a mere target for the Thunder Sparrow. Although the Thunder Sparrow's lightning bolt could not penetrate the skeleton warrior's defenses, the relentless barrage of attacks was nonetheless wearing it down. Thus, the battle devolved into a stalemate, with the Thunder Sparrow tirelessly casting lightning bolts while the skeleton warrior numbly held its shield aloft. After 10 minutes, the match concluded in a draw. Both Bai Gu and Zhao Lei-yun gained valuable insights from the encounter. Zhao Lei-yun resolved to return and dedicate further effort to honing the Thunder Sparrow's lightning bolt skill. Summon B skills are categorized into 3 levels: mastery, proficiency, and expertise. The Thunder Sparrow had, at best, barely mastered the lightning bolt skill, with a considerable distance yet to cover before achieving proficiency. The Thunder Sparrow exhibited commendable agility, and once its lightning bolt skill reached proficiency, it would be capable of kiting ground-summoned beasts effortlessly. Contemplating this, Zhao Lei-yun let out a deep sigh of melancholy. He had expended significant energy and time to teach the Thunder Sparrow lightning bolt. However, to elevate the skill to proficiency, it was essential for the Thunder Sparrow to accumulate electrical energy. The most effective method for energy accumulation was to feed the summoned beast energy-rich foods produced in secret realms. The purple lightning fruit he had purchased from the black market was nearly depleted. It seemed he would need to make another purchase, but the price of the purple lightning fruit left him feeling somewhat despondent. Bai Gu, too, was considering the opportune moment to evolve his skeleton archer. With 3 high-level, first-tier skeleton warriors at his disposal, he could easily pass the Summoner Academy-S examinations. However, should a flying-type summoned beast appear during the practical test, he would find himself in a predicament, much like being used as a living target. The bald summoner he had encountered in the black market, who sold scorching crystals and flame feathers, had also agreed to give him 5 days to gather the necessary funds. Now, Bai Gu pondered how he could amass enough money in such a short time. Zhao Lei-yun was grappling with the same dilemma. Sigh. Both Bai Gu and Zhao Lei-yun sighed in unison. For these commoner summoners, the greatest challenge was not a lack of effort, but rather the absence of sufficient financial resources to support their training of summoned beasts. Upon returning home, Bai Gu was taken aback to find his cultivated herbivore rabbit lying motionless in its cage. His expression shifted dramatically as he rushed over to investigate. This was a crucial assessment assigned to him by Gu, and he could not afford any mishaps. He distinctly remembered the rabbit being lively when he left. Yet upon his return, it lay there, on the brink of collapse. Bai Gu gently lifted the herbivore rabbit from its cage and exclaimed, "What's wrong, little rabbit?" The rabbit lifted its head to glance at Bai Gu before tilting its head and fainting. Although the rabbit was still alive, it seemed extraordinarily weak for reasons unknown, and its exterior showed no visible signs of trouble. Bai Gu immediately employed his golden finger to examine the rabbit's attributes. Upon reviewing the information, he felt an immediate sense of relief. The status indicated severe hunger. Fainted. It turned out the rabbit had merely fainted from hunger. Bai Gu recalled having fed it vegetables for lunch. Yet it had somehow succumbed to hunger by evening. He retrieved the leftover vegetables from lunch and placed them beside the herbivore rabbit. The rabbit seemed to sense the food, promptly opening its eyes and diving into the vegetables. Devouring them eagerly, in no time, the remnants of the lunch were consumed entirely. After finishing, it still appeared unsatisfied, nuzzling Bai Gu affectionately with its fluffy head, evidently wanting more. With the household vegetables depleted, Bai Gu had no choice but to venture downstairs in search of food. He purchased 2 pounds of assorted vegetables from the supermarket. Clearly, this amount was insufficient to sate the herbivore rabbit's appetite. Bai Gu decided to carry the rabbit downstairs, where the overgrown grass of the community-s lawn, neglected by the property management, would serve as a perfect dinner for the rabbit. "Come on, a buffet awaits you." Bai Gu placed the herbivorous rabbit at the edge of the grass, and within moments, it burrowed into the thicket and vanished from sight. Having forged a soul contract, Bai Gu was unperturbed by the rabbit's potential disappearance. Entering into a contract with ordinary earth creatures did not require an excessive amount of soul power. Under the cool, silvery glow of the moonlight, Bai Gu began to ponder the reason behind the rabbit's increased appetite, suspecting it to be a consequence of its skill, the digestive pouch. This pouch allowed for rapid digestion, naturally leading to a quicker onset of hunger. Before long, he noticed that the plants on the lawn beneath his building were disappearing at an astonishing rate. Ultimately, Bai Gu found the now sated rabbit. Unable to move, in the middle of the grass, he grabbed it up, finding it surprisingly heavy, perhaps a result of its gluttony. Returning upstairs, he placed the rabbit back in its cage and sat down at his desk to study. The next morning, Bai Gu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, ventured out to procure breakfast. The previous night, As he lay in deep slumber, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on his chest, as if some heavy object had climbed upon him. To his dismay, he discovered it was the herbivorous rabbit, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. It was hungry once more. Reluctantly, Bai Gu rose to carry it downstairs, allowing it to satiate its hunger on the grass before returning home. This commotion left him devoid of any desire to sleep, prompting him to stay up and continue studying. While purchasing breakfast, Bai Gu also acquired materials to evolve the gluttonous rabbit, planning to evolve it after his meal. Upon returning to the neighborhood, he could hear neighbors praising the property management for clearing the weeds from the lawn. 2 hours later. Name: gluttonous rabbit species. Beast attribute: none potential. 10 status: normal strength, low level. First order abilities: gluttony, endless digestion, evolution path. Devour magical beasts. Upon reviewing its attributes, Bai Gu nodded in satisfaction that a low level, first-order strength indicated that it had evolved from an ordinary animal to a magical beast. However, he found its attributes somewhat peculiar, particularly the addition of endless digestion. According to the description, the gluttonous rabbit's pouch could digest any substance. Yet he wondered if it could be immune to extreme toxins. Furthermore, with a potential of 10, Bai Gu had only ever seen such potential in his own little skeleton. The evolved gluttonous rabbit appeared to have a healthy appetite, consuming all the vegetables Bai Gu had prepared. After finishing its meal, it ceased eating and obediently lay in Bai Gu's lap. This surprised Bai Gu. He had anticipated that with the skill of endless digestion, the rabbit would consume even more. It seemed that this skill could be controlled. As a first-order low-level summoned beast, it had likely met GUU's standards. Though the gluttonous rabbit lacked any skills, its first-order low-level magical beast physique was still formidable. The gluttonous rabbit looked no different from ordinary pet rabbits available in the market, save for its fur, which had shifted from white to black, and its eyes, which had also turned dark. Furthermore, the rabbit had become remarkably quiet, lying still in Bai Gu's embrace, relishing his gentle strokes. With the rabbit successfully evolved, Bai Gu turned his thoughts to the skeletal archer, the bald summoner he encountered in the black market, who sold scorching crystals and flaming feathers. Had agreed to give Bai Gu 5 days to gather funds. With 100,000 yuan GU had provided for rabbit cultivation, Bai Gu decided to present the gluttonous rabbit to GUU for the trial. Bai Gu resolved to maintain a low profile, avoiding any excessive display of his abilities. Should he inadvertently reveal the existence of his golden finger, it might attract the attention of powerful beings from the Federation. The remaining funds could be allocated to the evolution of the skeletal archer, even if it meant putting the gluttonous rabbit through some discomfort. In the inner city, at GUU's studio, Bai Gu decided to seek GUU first to ascertain if he could pass the assessment. GUU was busy conducting experiments in her studio. Upon seeing Bai Gu, she appeared as if she had anticipated his arrival. Recently, she had advised Bai Gu to refrain from working at the studio and to focus on rabbit cultivation. "Little Bai Gu, what brings you here? Have you run out of money?" she inquired. Being a cultivator was not a simple profession, especially for first-timers, who often faced failure. Even GUU, with her remarkable talent, had experienced setbacks during her early attempts at cultivation. Ordinary earth animals like rabbits presented significant challenges in enhancing their strength. That the solid theoretical foundation in professional breeding knowledge was essential, followed by numerous trials and a meticulously detailed cultivation plan. Many novice breeders at the Breeder Association might spend 10,000 yuan without achieving any increase in strength. After all, rabbits were merely small animals from Earth, not magical beasts from another realm. Their physical constitution could not compare to that of magical beasts from other worlds. A slight excess of energy could lead to their bodies bursting from overexertion. Thus, even energy-rich food from secret realms was unsuitable for rabbits. The Breeder Association stipulated that as long as one could slightly enhance a rabbit's strength, the assessment would be considered passed. GUU had long anticipated that Bai Gu might face difficulties in his first attempt. "Not all. I have successfully cultivated it," Bai Gu replied. Upon hearing this, GUU's interest was piqued. It seemed Bai Gu had demonstrated considerable talent. Completing the task in just 1 day, it appeared that Su Yan's assertions held some truth. When GUU beheld the gluttonous rabbit Bai Gu had nurtured, she was taken aback. She distinctly remembered giving him a small white rabbit. Yet, how had it transformed into a black one overnight? After confirming the soul mark on the rabbit, Gu dismissed her concerns about its color and carried the rabbit into the breeding workspace for a thorough examination. A tea first. Gu's expression was relaxed. But as she conducted her checks, her demeanor grew increasingly grave. When she ultimately discovered that the gluttonous rabbit was indeed a first-order low-level summoned beast, she fell into silence. Bai Gu, anxious, wondered if his results were subpar, which might explain Gu's reticence. He regretted having indulged in the rabbit's breeding expenses. Little did Bai Gu anticipate the profound shock that gripped Gu. She had never imagined he could evolve an ordinary earth animal into a magical beast. Since the establishment of the Breeder Association, aside from the founding president, no one had managed to transform an ordinary animal into a magical beast. The founding president was the most gifted talent in the Federation, a once-in-a-century genius in breeding. Yet Bai Gu possessed such extraordinary talent. Gu was so astounded that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. She had merely taken on a student casually, but she never expected Bai Gu's talent to be so exceptional, so formidable. Constantly reminding herself to remain calm, Gu meticulously examined the gluttonous rabbit. It was indeed the one she had given to Bai Gu. She could still feel the soul mark she had placed upon it. Seeing Gu remain silent for an extended period, Bai Gu cautiously inquired, "Teacher, is there a problem?" Gu snapped back to reality, her expression stiffed out. Yes, you have done well." "Then, does that mean I have passed the exam?" Bai Gu asked eagerly. "Of course. You have passed." With Gu's affirmation, Bai Gu felt a wave of relief wash over him. "You did remarkably well. What method did you use for the cultivation?" Gu inquired. "I evolved it directly," Bai Gu replied. "Directly evolved?" Gu struggled to comprehend. The rabbit was an ordinary meat rabbit he had purchased from the market, and she never expected it could evolve. Taking a deep breath, Gu asked, "Little Bai Gu, have you told anyone else about your rabbit cultivation?" "No, I brought it directly after I had finished cultivating," Bai Gu replied. That's good." Gu finally relaxed. If Bai Gu's talent were to be exposed, it could potentially cause a stir throughout the entire Federation. Bai Gu sensed that Gu was behaving somewhat oddly today, as if she were lost in thought. "Teacher, since I have passed the exam, may I leave early?" Bai Gu inquired, eager to contact the bald summoner in the black market to procure the scorching crystal and flame feathers. Otherwise, if someone else were to purchase them first, it would be disastrous, although the likelihood of that happening was slim. Securing the items would provide peace of mind. Gu appeared to still be in shock. When Bai Gu expressed her intention to leave, she simply nodded vacantly. "Please keep this rabbit for me. I wish to study it thoroughly." "By the way, does it have a name?" Gu asked. "Its name is Gluttonous Rabbit," Bai Gu replied, also sharing its skills with her. Gu remained silent, her gaze fixed on the rabbit, still immersed in her astonishment as Bai Gu was about to depart. Gu suddenly remembered something and asked, "Little Bai Gu, how much did you spend on cultivation?" Bai Gu paused for a moment, hesitating before responding. "I used all of my 100,000, merely nodded in response, and continued to contemplate the gluttonous rabbit. Bai Gu was now certain that something was amiss with Yu today, yet she couldn't pinpoint the reason. Nevertheless, matters of importance took precedence. Bai Gu hurriedly exited the Yu-Yo studio and pulled out her phone to dial the bald summoner's number. After a series of beeping sounds, the call connected and a slightly somber voice came through the line. "Hello? Who is this?" "I'm the person from the black market looking to purchase your crystal and feathers." "I have gathered the money," Bai Gu stated straightforwardly. "Oh, I remember now that I'm currently at the Yulan Pavilion in the inner city of Qiqing. Just come over and tell the front desk you're looking for Xuanbua." "All right." After saying this, Bai Gu hung up. She had heard of Yulan Pavilion before. It was reputed to be a very upscale establishment, with a minimum spending requirement starting at 10,000, not to mention other services. Opening her phone's map app, she checked the location and found it was not far, just a 10-minute walk. Bai Gu made her way to the entrance of the pavilion. The Yulan Pavilion was elegantly and quietly decorated. At the entrance stood 4 hostesses dressed in kipeos, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels. As soon as Bai Gu entered the lobby, the 4 hostesses bowed and greeted her. "Sir, how many in your party?" One of the hostesses inquired. After explaining her purpose, the hostess entered to relay the message. Bai Gu waited in the lobby. Before long, Xuanbua emerged, clad in a white bathrobe and holding a cigar in his mouth, with a suitcase in hand. He was somewhat surprised that Bai Gu had managed to gather the money so quickly. He could tell from her attire that she likely came from an ordinary family, He hadn't expected her to amass 80,000 so swiftly. "Here you go, confirm it," Xuanbo said, exhaling a puff of smoke as he handed the suitcase to Bai Gu. She used her golden finger to scan it, confirming everything was in order. "I will transfer the money to you online. Please provide your account details." Xuanbo shared his bank account number. After Bai Gu completed the transaction on her phone, a short while later, Xuanbo received a notification of the funds being deposited. Satisfied, he nodded. Such new materials had yet to find a specific purpose, resulting in very few purchases. Ultimately, he had to sell them at half price to a research institute, and he was merely taking a gamble by bringing them to the black market, yet it had indeed sold. Xuanbo squinted his eyes, enjoying a puff from his cigar, and chuckled. "You're quite straightforward in business, kid. Come on, let me treat you to a drink. No, I have other matters to attend to. I must head home first." Bai Gu replied, turning to leave. She still needed to prepare to evolve her skeleton archer, aiming to enhance her strength as swiftly as possible. And her mind was preoccupied. Xuanbo thought little of it. After all, Bai Gu appeared to be just a student. He would not inquire about her reasons for purchasing the scorching crystal and flame feathers, nor would he concern himself with such matters. Many summoners like Xuanbo, who indulged in pleasure, existed within the Federation. Most of them found it increasingly difficult to make breakthroughs in their strength. High-risk professions, such as explorers and demon hunters, were lucrative but fraught with peril. As a Black Iron level summoner, Xuanbo could earn approximately 100,000 from a single expedition. However, the dangers within the realms were ever present, with ferocious magical beasts lurking, necessitating extreme caution. A single misstep could lead to a high probability of death. According to official statistics from the Federation, professions like explorers and demon hunters faced a mortality rate of up to 40% within the realms when one lingers in a hazardous environment for too long. The desire to vent and unwind becomes overwhelming. Bai Gu understood this all too well. The materials required for evolving the skeleton archer included 1 scorching heart, 10 flame feathers, 10 blood spider silks, and 10 beast bones. The essential materials for the evolution of the skeleton archer were now secured. The remaining blood spider silks were relatively inexpensive, costing only a few hundred, and were available at the Blackstone shop. Bai Gu planned to purchase both the blood spider silks and beast bones together and have them delivered to her home. Upon returning home, she found the staff from the Blackstone shop had just arrived. After signing for the package, Bai Gu eagerly began preparing for the evolution of her skeleton archer. The evolution process was quite similar to that of the skeleton warrior. Bai Gu's current summoned creatures included 2 skeletons and 3 skeleton warriors. She placed the skeletons into the pressure cooker along with the materials and then turned the heat to a low setting to simmer. Sitting in the dining room chair, Bai Gu waited for the successful evolution of the skeleton archer. 2 hours later. Name: Skeleton Archer Race. Undead potential. 7 status. Normal strength. Second order advanced. Elite level. Traits: Fear of flames, light. Immune to toxins, fear, and illusions. Abilities: Scorching Arrow, Aim. Evolution path: Poison Dagger Thrower, Skeleton Blaster, Shadow Assassin. Upon seeing the specific attributes of the skeleton archer, Bai Gu was left speechless with excitement. Second order advanced. With such formidable strength, Bai Gu was confident that she would pass the summoner exam this time. After her exhilaration subsided, Bai Gu began to meticulously study the skeleton archer. The skeleton archer appeared to be approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a skeletal frame slightly more slender than that of the skeleton warrior. He wielded a bone spike longbow, with the scorching heart embedded in the grip. The 2 skills of the skeleton archer were as follows. Scorching Arrow fires an arrow imbued with fire damage. Aim increases the shooting range of the skeleton archer. From the skill descriptions, Bai Gu could not assess the precise power of the skills. It seemed another visit to the vast dojo was in order. As Bai Gu stepped outside, she happened to encounter Zhao Leiyun. "Bai Gu, where are you headed?" Zhao Leiyun asked. "I'm planning to visit the vast dojo." "What a coincidence, so am I. Shall we go together?" "Sure," Bai Gu replied, following Zhao Leiyun toward the dojo. "Leiyun, why didn't you go to school today?" Bai Gu recalled that it was Monday. "I sent the summoner exam about to start. I asked the teacher for leave to train my Thunder Sparrow at home as the Summoner Academy exam approached." Nearly all students preparing to apply for the academy had taken leave to train their summoned beasts diligently. I see. I in the Summoner Academy exam. Academic performance was not crucial. What mattered most was the strength of the summoned beasts. The passing score for the academic portion was significantly lower than that of regular universities. Zhao Leiyun chuckled. By the way, our teacher asked me to convey a message to you. Once you've recovered, come back to school for classes without delaying your studies. Didn't the teacher mention that I should take the Summoner Academy exam? Bai Gu inquired. Yes, he did. Old classmaster said this. He also chuckled, thinking I was merely jesting. Bai Gu, within the vast martial arts dojo, in the training room. Initially, Bai Gu intended to train and test himself alone. However, since Zhao Leiyun was also present, it was better to engage in a duel. Learning through battle is the most effective means of testing one's skills. Summoned beasts can also enhance their strength through combat, and Zhao Leiyun was more than willing to battle Bai Gu. Upon witnessing Bai Gu summon a distinctly different skeleton this time, Zhao Leiyun felt a flicker of confusion. How could Bai Gu have acquired a new type of skeleton in such a short span of time? Instinctively, Zhao Leiyun heightened his vigilance. From the appearance of the skeleton summoned by Bai Gu, Zhao Leiyun could vaguely discern that it resembled an archer. That moment, Bai Gu cautioned, "Be careful. Leiyun, my summoned beast is ranged." The skeletal archer is a high-tier second-grade summoned beast, and Bai Gu feared that Zhao Leiyun's own summoned beast, the Thunder Sparrow, might be injured if he was not careful. With the Summoner Academy exams approaching, any injury to the Thunder Sparrow could hinder Zhao Leiyun's performance, resulting in his failure to enroll, and Bai Gu would bear significant responsibility for that. Even though Bai Gu was uncertain of the skeletal archer's precise capabilities, a high-tier second-grade summoned beast would not be lacking in strength. Upon hearing Bai Gu's warning, Zhao Leiyun instinctively sharpened his awareness, confirming his suspicions. Although he was curious about why Bai Gu's skeleton exhibited such diversity, Zhao Leiyun would never ask Bai Gu about it. Inquiring about a summoner's secrets of evolution and cultivation methods is exceedingly impolite. After all, these are hard-earned discoveries that one is not obliged to share freely. Zhao Leiyun took a deep breath, preparing for battle. As the summoning sigils materialized around him, the Thunder Sparrow emerged. Flapping its wings, "Go, Thunder Sparrow!" Zhao Leiyun shouted. Yet an awkward situation unfolded. The moment the Thunder Sparrow appeared, it sensed the presence of a high-tier second-grade aura and was immediately startled, trembling as it hid behind Zhao Leiyun. Zhao Leiyun was taken aback, struggling to understand why the Thunder Sparrow was acting this way today. Summoned beasts, forged from contracts with magical beasts, are typically valiant and eager for combat. Zhao Leiyun knew his Thunder Sparrow well. In his recollection, it had never displayed such timidity. While the Thunder Sparrow was indeed fierce, that was only when its strength was comparable to its opponents. Magical beasts possess simple minds. They fight if they believe they can win. However, when the disparity in strength is too great, engaging in battle is a guaranteed defeat, prompting retreat. Consequently, Zhao Leiyun had to abandon his confrontation with Bai Gu to focus on calming the Thunder Sparrow. Bai Gu vaguely deduced that the skeletal archer's high-tier second-grade strength had frightened the Thunder Sparrow. He hastily recalled the skeletal archer back into the realm of the undead. Indeed, without the skeletal archer, the Thunder Sparrow appeared much better, at least no longer trembling. Although it was merely a minor issue, Zhao Leiyun felt a surge of anxiety. He promptly took the Thunder Sparrow away, intending to have it examined at the hospital. After all, recent training had been particularly taxing, and he worried that his summoned beast might be overstrained. With the Summoner Academy exams looming, nothing could go awry. Should Zhao Leiyun fail to gain admission to the Summoner Academy, he would be consumed by regret, for his parents had nearly exhausted their savings for his sake. If he were to return home without having passed, he could scarcely bear to face them. Now, the Thunder Sparrow was more precious to Zhao Leiyun than even his own life. Bai Gu remained behind, wishing to accompany Zhao Leiyun, especially since it was his skeletal archer that had caused the fright. However, Zhao Leiyun declined. "The room is already booked. If you don't practice, one tea that wastes the money." These were Zhao Leiyun's exact words. Bai Gu, having nearly depleted his funds after evolving the skeletal archer, decided to commence training with it. He first employed a testing puppet developed by the Silver Moon Group to assess the skeletal archer's attack power. Standing 10 paces away from the testing puppet, Bai Gu commanded the skeletal archer to draw its bow and shoot an arrow. Under the skeletal archer's draw, an arrow formed from white flames coalesced. Bai Gu, standing close, could distinctly feel the destructive power of the fiery arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flew straight but struck beside the testing puppet. "What poor accuracy!" Bai Gu exclaimed. Yet he did not give up, reasoning that perhaps he was too far away and needed to close the distance. At 9 paces, whoosh, the arrow went astray. 8 paces, whoosh, it missed again. 7 paces, whoosh. Finally, the blazing arrow struck the testing puppet, hitting the bullseye. A large number 21 appeared on the white testing puppet, a solid 21 degrees of damage. This damage was quite satisfactory to Bai Gu. The attack power was commendable. Next came the test of defense, which proved somewhat lacking, falling short even of the skeletal warrior. However, the attack range, Bai Gu's expression was one of dismay. The skeletal archer was nearly pressed against the testing puppet. Was it going to engage in face-to-face combat? At this output range, he might as well use the skeletal warrior. The skeletal archer's defense was not superior to that of the skeletal warrior. If they were so close, it would be easy to be dismantled before inflicting any damage on the opponent. Bai Gu had once fantasized that once the skeletal archer emerged, he would have a new tactical approach. The skeletal warrior for close combat protection and the skeletal archer for ranged attacks. The plan was perfect, but reality was harsh. Given the current accuracy of the skeletal archer, it was less effective than the skeletal warrior. It seemed he needed to train the skeletal archer's aim thoroughly. In addition to the searing arrows, the skeletal archer possessed a targeting skill that could extend its attack range, which was quite practical. However, with the skeletal archer's current precision, this skill seemed wasted. Bai Gu's top priority now was to enhance the skeletal archer's shooting accuracy. He retrieved his phone to search online for methods to improve shooting precision. The skeletal archer, observing Bai Gu engrossed in his phone, curiously approached, tilting its head to glance at him. The skeletal archer's surprisingly human-like behavior caught Bai Gu's attention. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed differences in the skeletal archer. Unlike the skeletal warrior, which exuded an aura of mindlessness, remaining motionless without Bai Gu's commands and only drawn to the vibrant life around, it seemed the skeletal archer possessed a semblance of intelligence. Without Bai Gu's direction, it curiously surveyed its surroundings, intrigued by everything. Just as Bai Gu was playing with his phone, it leaned in, displaying a childlike curiosity. Bai Gu conducted a brief test of the skeletal archer's intelligence and found it comparable to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. This revelation bolstered Bai Gu's confidence in training the skeletal archer. As long as it had a brain, he need not fear it being unteachable. Thus, he commenced with the most fundamental shooting training. The distant shots lack precision. Hence, let us commence our practice from a closer range. We shall begin by honing our archery skills within a distance of 3 meters. Bai Gu directed the skeleton to approach the testing puppet, positioning it approximately 3 meters away. With bow drawn, he mechanically commenced shooting arrows point one after another. The arrows were loosed, though the majority missed their mark. Several found their target with commendable accuracy. Gradually, it became evident that the skeleton archer's aim had significantly improved. From an initial 10 arrows, all of which went astray, to now, where 1 out of 10 strikes true, this progress is indeed commendable. Bai Gu harbored the conviction that with continued training, the skeleton archer's accuracy would be greatly enhanced. At that moment, Bai Gu's phone unexpectedly chimed. Upon inspecting it, he discovered a call from Inangwa. He answered, "Uncle In, is there something you need? Are you free this evening? Come over to my house for dinner." Came Inangwa's jovial voice, accompanied by hearty laughter. It was apparent that Uncle In was in high spirits, a sentiment that Bai Gu could sense from his end of the line. "Uncle, is there good news?" "Haha, not much, just that my daughter, In Shuxia, has returned." Realizing that Inangwa's eldest daughter had come back, Bai Gu felt a rush of understanding. It had been 2 years since he last heard from In Shuxia. Following a quarrel with Uncle In, despite appearing unconcerned, Uncle In was evidently pleased by her return. Bai Gu pondered that he was supposed to attend a class with Gu that evening. With no other commitments, it seemed he would have to take a leave of absence. "All right, Uncle. I shall come over tonight." "Great. I will prepare my specialty dishes, sweet and sour ribs, and crispy fried pork tenderloin." After ending the call, Bai Gu noted that the training room's allotted time had also concluded that a staff member from the vast dojo approached to inquire about renewing his membership, to which Bai Gu politely declined. He summoned the skeleton archer back to the realm of the undead and proceeded to the main hall of the vast dojo. The attendance at the dojo remained sparse that day. Bai Gu purchased a beverage from a vending machine and settled on a public seat in the hall for a brief respite. He first called Zhao Lei Yun to inquire about the status of his Gillet sparrow. "Hello, Lei Yun. How is your Gillet sparrow faring?" "No worries. I visited the hospital for a thorough checkup, and the doctor assured me there is no major issue." The relief in Zhao Lei Yun's tone was palpable. "Oh, that is good to hear." Next, Bai Gu proceeded to call Jiyu to request a leave of absence. "Hello, teacher. I would like to take a leave tonight." "Oh, no problem," Jiyu replied with a wry smile. After learning of Bai Gu's prodigious talent, Jiyu felt a sense of inadequacy regarding her ability to teach him. In her eyes, Bai Gu had become akin to a figure of legendary status. Much like the founding president of the Breeders' Association, with diligent study, she believed he could achieve accomplishments rivaling that of the founding president. Even now, Jiyu felt an uncanny sense of unreality. Bai Gu detected a subtle shift in Jiyu's demeanor. "Teacher, is something amiss? You seem a bit off today." "Am I off?" "Yes, you appear somewhat preoccupied." Upon hearing this, Jiyu reflected on her behavior throughout the day and chuckled softly. A master breeder certified by the Breeders' Association. She had encountered various situations since her debut, cultivating an unflappable demeanor. It was not a lack of composure on her part. Rather, Bai Gu's extraordinary talent had taken her by surprise, quickly regaining her composure. Jiyu smiled gently. "Thank you for your concern. Little Bai Gu, I must just be a bit tired today. Would you like to come by and keep me company tonight?" Bai Gu nodded, thinking to himself, this is the true Jiyu. After concluding the call with Bai Gu, Jiyu's expression grew solemn. She retrieved a number from her phone and dialed as a series of busy signals greeted her. No one answered on the other end. Jiyu understood that the recipient was likely in a secret realm, hence the lack of response. Secret realms, formed by spatial rifts, are imbued with a peculiar and chaotic energy, rendering human communication devices inoperative within them. Contact could only be established upon the individual's emergence from the secret realm. Jiyu was aware that the call would eventually come through. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, the phone rang. "Hello, teacher, are you available now?" A very youthful male voice emanated from the other end. "Jiyu, I am currently exploring a secret realm with the principal and others." "What is the matter?" "Teacher, could you come to Chiching City when you have time?" "To Chiching City. I am engaged in the development of a new secret realm with the principal. I won't be free for at least 6 months." "Has something happened?" Jiyu collected her thoughts and responded, "It is about a student I have taken under my wing." Laughter erupted from the other end. "That I didn't expect you to take on a student. Aren't you the one who cherishes your freedom and has always refused to take on disciples? Even when the Miao family from Tianhui City wanted you to mentor their future head, you turned them down, saying he wasn't to your taste. It seems your new apprentice must indeed align with your preferences." Jiyu considered that Bai Gu's appearance did indeed appeal to her. However, that was not the point she intended to make. "But why have you summoned me to Chiching City?" "I wish for you to personally instruct him." After a brief silence, the voice on the other end replied, "I no longer take on students that I'm aware." "Then why do you still request me to teach him?" "Because his talent is exceptionally high." Exceptionally high. Jiyu's mentor, Hua Feizhou, was the head of the breeding academy at Chuya Academy, one of the 5 elite intercollegiate institutions that he became a certified breeder at 19 and a master breeder at 27. Yet this was not his most impressive feat. His teaching prowess was unparalleled. Of the students he personally mentored, 5 had ascended to the status of master breeders, with Jiyu being one of them, achieving mastery at the age of 28. Such accomplishments were unrivaled in the Federation. The number of individuals wishing to become his students was immense, with thousands applying each year. Frustrated, Hua Feizhou publicly declared he would no longer accept students, which somewhat mitigated the fervent crowd. Even now, some remain undeterred, loitering near the breeding academy at Chuya Academy, hoping to impress Hua Feizhou with their determination. Over the years, Hua Feizhou has encountered countless prodigies. Having been a breeder for over a decade, he has witnessed many exceptional talents from the Breeders' Association, all possessing extraordinary aptitude. Furthermore, Hua Feizhou had publicly announced his refusal to take on students. To go back on his word would greatly damage his reputation. a concept of paramount importance within the high society of the Federation. The essence of a summoner lies in the spirit of contracts. And Hua Feizhou, being a renowned master, would not easily betray his promises. Should he do so, his adversaries would not hesitate to mock him mercilessly. My sincerest apologies, Yu, but I cannot accept any more students. I will not go against my word. Ji Yu was not surprised by Hua Feizhou's words. But what if the student possesses talent akin to that of the founding president? Haha, even if he possesses the same talent as the founding president, I would not take him on. After all, it is merely the talent of the founding president. After a brief pause, Hua Feizhou seemed to grasp the implications. The founding president? You mean the founding president of the Breeders' Association? Precisely. Was Yu jesting today, akin to an April Fool's Day prank from the bygone era? Hua Feizhou's reaction was anticipated by Ji Yu long before. After all, words alone carry no weight. Even if she is a student of Hua Feizhou. Without evidence, no one would believe it. Please hold on. Teacher, I will send you a document. Ji Yu busied herself at the computer, transmitting all the data regarding the gluttonous rabbit, including photographs and various physical statistics. Instantly, Hua Feizhou received the information that, it seems a new summoned beast has been cultivated, though its power is somewhat lacking, being merely a low-level first-tier creature. The summoned beast skill, gluttony, is rather intriguing. How old is that student you mentioned? Hua Feizhou inquired. 16 years old this year. Ji Yu replied. Cultivate a brand new summoned beast at the age of 16 is commendable, though merely commendable in a small city like Qiqing. That is already impressive. Yet it pales in comparison within the Cultivators Association. Similar talent to the founding president. You're being overly dramatic, Yu. Remember, do not speak of this in the association. If the descendants of the founding president were to learn of it, it would spell trouble to evolve the common rabbit I purchased from the market into a low-level, first-tier summoned beast. Ji Yu stated plainly, this revelation. Hua Feizhou fell into a sudden silence. After approximately a minute, his voice returned, though now it lacked the previous levity, replaced instead by a tone of caution and gravity. Is that truly the case? Ji Yu took a deep breath and replied earnestly. Indeed, he transformed an ordinary rabbit into a low-level summoned beast. Upon hearing this news, Hua Feizhou grasped the significance of the situation. Only a cultivator could comprehend the immense difficulty of evolving a common animal into a magical beast. The ordinary creatures of Earth cannot be compared to the magical beasts of another world. The physical prowess of magical beasts far surpasses that of ordinary animals, allowing them to endure various potions, energy foods, and evolution rituals, while common animals would perish instantly upon exposure to even a trace of energy. The first trial set forth by the Cultivators Association for apprentices is to enhance the power of ordinary animals. This serves to impart upon the apprentices the arduous nature of cultivation. It is not merely a matter of administering potions and energy foods to bolster strength, in the centuries of the Federation's history. Only the founding president has succeeded in cultivating an ordinary animal into a summoned beast. Ji Yu's assertion is not unfounded. If this is indeed the case, the boy's talent can indeed be likened to that of the founding president. Yu, are you certain he did not tamper with the process? I am certain. That rabbit bears my soul mark, which cannot be altered. Hua Feizhou composed himself, forcing calm into his tone as he inquired. How many people are aware of this matter? Despite Hua Feizhou's efforts to remain composed, Ji Yu detected a tremor in his voice, betraying his unease. Aside from myself and that student, no one else knows. Very well. Hua Feizhou's voice rose sharply. I will find a way to arrive there as soon as possible. Yu, keep this secret closely guarded. Do not allow anyone else to discover it, but if he makes any requests, fulfill them all. Understood. I will find a way to resolve the issues regarding the secret realm promptly. In a narrow alley near Yueying Middle School, Mao Cha lay in wait, cloaked in shadows that enveloped him, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the dark. Passers-by remained oblivious to his presence. Mao Cha was of average build, sporting medium-length hair that obscured his eyes and brows, giving him a taciturn appearance. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of unusual light in his obscured gaze, reminiscent of a greedy, furtive rat encountering delectable cheese, his eyes fixated on the middle school girls who emerged from the school gates. surveying them with a predatory gaze. Before long, his target appeared. Bai exited with her small backpack, bidding farewell to her friends before heading in the direction of her home, gazing at Bai's delicate and charming visage. Mao Cha licked his lips with a crimson tongue and followed her. In his possession was a human skin, stripped from a maiden yet to turn 18, inscribed with bizarre demonic characters. This demonic incantation served as a summons from the demon lord in the abyss, instructing his followers to locate a specific girl. As he approached the target, the incantation would ignite spontaneously. The only information available was that the target was a 14-year-old girl. Other details, such as her name, appearance, or distinguishing features, remained shrouded in mystery. With nearly hundreds of cities in the Federation, each home to millions, searching for a single girl was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, this was the command of the demons. As a servant bound by a demonic contract, defiance was not an option. Even if the demons ordered them to slay their closest kin, they would be compelled to comply, groveling like obedient hounds at their master's feet. Engaging with demons is undoubtedly perilous, yet the rewards they offer are exceptionally bountiful. Upon successful completion of a task, Mao Cha's mid-level second-tier shadow demon could ascend to the third tier. This allure is precisely why the demonic cult attracts so many followers. Once one joins the demonic cult and signs a contract, they can become a demon summoner, wielding the power to call forth demons. Unlike other paths to power, demon summoners do not require secret realm resources, energy foods, or evolution rituals. They need only conduct a sacrificial ceremony, offering human souls to please the demons. Having joined the demonic cult for less than a year, Mao Cha already possessed a mid-level second-tier demon, a feat only a select few elite prodigies in the Federation could achieve. Bai was their target, the very individual the demon lord had commanded them to eliminate. Initially, they had deemed the likelihood of completing this task as exceedingly slim. Searching for a 14-year-old girl in such a vast city was a daunting challenge. When Gnome and his companions harbored no expectations, they merely obeyed the demon's orders, methodically searching city by city. The demon lord placed immense importance on this mission, mobilizing nearly all members of the cult, with adherents hidden throughout the Federation, engaging in various trades, all taking action. When Gnome, Mao Cha, and Yin Weiwei were merely the lowest-ranking members of the demonic cult, they had anticipated observing the task without any hope of direct involvement. To their astonishment, fate led them to encounter the very target of their mission. Should they eliminate Bai, their task would be deemed complete. Despite the demon lord's ruthless nature, the promises made would remain unchanged. The mere thought of the rewards the demon lord had pledged ignited a fervor within Mao Cha. However, their recent demonic sacrificial activities had drawn the attention of the Enforcement Bureau in Qiqing, necessitating caution. Wenong had advised him to exercise vigilance. Yet, Mao Cha remained unfazed. He harbored no fear of the Enforcement Bureau. Viewing those foolish officers as mere bureaucratic nuisances, under the concealment of demonic abilities, they would be unable to uncover even a trace of Mao Cha and his companions. What troubled Mao Cha more was the Investigation Bureau. During their last stop in a different city, when Nong and his team had discovered that a unit from the Investigation Bureau was tailing them, although they had managed to shake them off. Yesterday, when Nong contacted Mao Cha to inform him that they were back on their trail. When Nong commanded Mao Cha to take action today and eliminate Bai. Mao Cha had endured for far too long. Bai's appearance was remarkably appealing. Though she was only 14 today, her body had begun to mature. Each time Mao Cha conducted a demonic sacrificial ritual, he would thoroughly enjoy the company of the sacrificial maiden. It seemed today would be no exception. Mao Cha licked his lips and followed Bai. Over the past few days, Mao Cha had discerned the patterns of Bai's movements, ever since the incident involving Xia Feiyu. Bai had rarely ventured into the less populated alleyways. She consistently chose the bustling main roads instead, even though the alleys would have been much shorter. This decision irked Mao Cha immensely. The crowded thoroughfares made it exceedingly difficult for him to execute his plans. However, given that Bai's home was relatively distant, he resolved to act when the surroundings were less crowded, intending to abduct her and offer her as a sacrifice. As a number of pedestrians dwindled around him, Mao Cha could hardly contain himself. He emerged from the shadows of the dark shadow demon, blending in with ordinary passers-by, trailing behind In Shiobai as they approached a corner ahead. He prepared to strike. Just as he was about to make his move, In Shiobai suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Brother Gu?" Mao Cha paused, startled to see a 16-year-old boy standing ahead, accompanied by a skeleton. Had he merely encountered an acquaintance? He wondered. Yet, if he missed this opportunity, it would become considerably more challenging to act. He had no intention of letting In Shiobai escape. He decided to eliminate both In Shiobai and Gu, reasoning that a mere 16-year-old boy would pose little threat to him, especially with his mid-level, second-tier Dark Shadow Demon. However, the Dark Shadow Demon sensed that Gu's skeletal archer possessed advanced second-tier strength. The demon's extraordinary perception allowed it to easily detect danger. Realizing the skeletal archer was a high-ranking summoned beast, Mao Cha was taken aback that he understood that skeletons were low-tier summoned creatures, unequivocally ineffective in combat. Yet, the demon's intuition had never failed him. It had helped him evade numerous perils. After weighing the risks and benefits, Mao Cha opted to retreat. He would report back to a gnome, whose demon was of low-tier third rank, and let him handle the situation. Mao Cha was deeply afraid of death. Bullying a defenseless girl was one thing, but engaging in a life-and-death struggle with a summoner, especially one whose summoned beast was superior in rank, was quite another. His expression fluctuated as he departed. Unbeknownst to In Shiobai, danger lurked behind her. Jiyu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a familiar aura reminiscent of the two individuals he had encountered in the alley. Before he could ponder further, In Shiobai interrupted, "Brother Gu, why are you here today?" It seemed she was unaware that her sister had returned. Jiyu smiled gently and replied, "Today, Uncle In asked me to come home for dinner. I saw you all passing by, so I decided to stop and visit." In Shiobai nodded, her cheeks flushed, and then she noticed the skeletal archer beside Jiyu. "Is that your summoned beast?" she inquired. "Indeed," Gu responded. He had summoned the skeletal archer because, since arriving on Earth, it had shown disinterest in returning to the realm of the dead. He could sense its longing for this world through their soul contract. Thus, he had summoned the skeletal archer to accompany him. The fact that the skeletal archer possessed intelligence was a delightful surprise. In the realm of the dead, only high-level undead creatures like Death Knights and Banshees were known to possess such wisdom. Most other beings in that realm acted purely on instinct. Since the skeletal archer exhibited intelligence, Gu resolved to nurture it properly, allowing it to interact more with human society, which would undoubtedly benefit it. In Shiobai gazed curiously at the skeletal archer, which caught Gu off guard. It was surprising because many people had been frightened by the skeletal archer's appearance during their journey, though most of them were children. Adults were aware that skeletons were low-tier, summoned creatures devoid of combat prowess, and thus were not afraid. In Shiobai seemed intrigued, even reaching out to touch the skeletal archer's pale bones. "Brother, it seems your skeleton is a bit different from the ones I've encountered before. Have you seen other skeletons?" "Yes. During a trip to the amusement park with my classmates, I encountered a skeleton controlled by the staff in the haunted house." Gu nodded awkwardly. Indeed, skeletons had become popular figures in haunted houses, primarily due to their terrifying appearance. They chatted amiably. They returned home. Jiyu did not bring the skeletal archer inside, but allowed it to frolic nearby. Upon entering, they found a short-haired girl in a black t-shirt and denim shorts watching television in the living room. Jiyu immediately recognized her from his memories as In Uncle's eldest daughter, In Shuxia. The moment In Shiobai saw the short-haired girl, she froze. In Shuxia gently said, "Shiobai, I'm back." In Shiobai's bright eyes filled with tears, and she rushed into In Shuxia's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Over the past 2 years, In Shuxia had experienced much and matured significantly. She gently stroked In Shiobai's hair, softly comforting her. "Sister, I'm back." In Angua emerged from the kitchen, his expression complex as he observed the two sisters embracing and crying. When In Shuxia had expressed her desire to join the Dawn Society, he had vehemently opposed it. The Dawn Society was an exceedingly secretive organization of summoners, with its members being rare holy light summoners. Unlike summoners who communicated with the monster world or other realms, the holy light summoners could interact with a bizarre realm known as the Sanctuary World. In the Sanctuary World, there existed a peculiar race known as angels. with whom holy light summoners could form contracts. The angels of the sanctuary were arch-enemies of the abyssal demons that it was said that long ago. The sanctuary and the abyss were linked, but a war erupted between the two realms, leading to their eternal enmity. Holy light summoners were exceedingly rare, and all of them had joined the Dawn Society. Inangua's eldest daughter, Inchuxia, was also capable of communicating with the holy light world. When members of the Dawn Society approached her, inviting her to join Inangua during his time in the military, had heard of the organization and was well aware of its high mortality rate. After all, they were to battle against the brutal and merciless demon cult. The demon cult wielded considerable influence within the Federation, though ordinary citizens remained oblivious. Many cultists lurked undetected in the depths of the Federation, with mysterious disappearances occurring daily, often the result of sacrificial rituals. Inangua had previously heard rumors that numerous high-ranking officials in the Federation were adherents of the demon cult. He could not bear the thought of his daughter coming to harm, so he refused a request. But Inchuxia was stubborn and resolute, determined to join the Dawn Society. Thus, the two obstinate individuals found themselves at an impasse. One fateful night, after a heated argument, Inchuxia left home. Inangua had warned her, "If you leave this house, don't ever return." Without looking back, Inchuxia vowed never to come back. However, such words were spoken in anger. After all, blood is thicker than water. In the 2 years since, Inchuxia had not returned home nor contacted her family. Although she maintained her composure outwardly, she deeply missed her father and younger sister. The same was true for Inangua. In the stillness of the night, he would often contemplate whether to call and check on how Chuxia was faring. Yet he always hesitated, until this morning, when Inchuxia's unexpected return shattered the silence. Upon seeing her father, all previous grievances faded away. She threw herself into Inangua's embrace. Holding him tightly without uttering a word, he fought back tears, repeatedly murmuring, "It's good that you're back." The discord between the two was thus set aside. Inchubai wept in Inchuxia's embrace for a while before remembering that Bai Gu was still present. Embarrassed, she wiped her tears and, feeling a flush rise to her cheeks, set her backpack down and headed towards the kitchen. "Dad, let me help you." "And no need. You've been at school all day. Rest well. Today I'll let you all savor my culinary skills." Inangua entered the kitchen, busily preparing dinner. "Bai Gu, long time no see. How'd you been lately?" "Not bad, not bad," Bai Gu replied. The atmosphere suddenly grew a bit awkward. Inchuxia had grown up alongside Bai Gu, and the two had become somewhat estranged after 2 years apart. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they fell into an uncomfortable silence. Inchubai, meanwhile, inquired about Inchuxia's life over the past 2 years, asking if she had been eating well every day. Bai Gu joined the two sisters on the sofa, idly watching television. The screen displayed a drama starring Song Lingxiu, featuring the idol Zhao Leiyin. "Sister, where have you been all these years? You didn't even call or send a message." Inchubai complained with dissatisfaction that "I've been rather busy, but I promise to keep in touch more often from now on." Inchuxia quickly explained that in truth, it was merely a matter of pride between her and Inangua that had kept them from contacting home for the past 2 years. After about half an hour, dinner was ready. Come, taste my culinary skills." Inangua, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen with 2 large platters of food. Bai Gu, along with the 2 sisters, made their way to the living room. The sweet and sour pork ribs and the crispy fried tenderloin were among Inchuxia's favorite dishes from before. The dinner was filled with warmth and joy. After the meal, Bai Gu and the father-daughter duo of Inangua and Inchubai chatted for a while before departing. "It's quite late. Why not stay here for the night?" Inangua suggested. Bai Gu shook his head in refusal. He had no desire to sleep on the sofa again as he reached the door. He noticed that Inchuxia had followed him. "There's something you need, Chuxia?" Bai Gu asked curiously, sensing that she seemed to have something on her mind. "This is for you," Inchuxia said, handing him a bank card. Bai Gu glanced at it and inquired, "What does this mean?" "I know you used it to purchase the purification potion for my dad. This is to return the money to you. That there's no need to rush. I've heard you're planning to apply to the Summoner Academy and might need funds, so do your best." Inchuxia encouraged him with a clenched fist. With that, Bai Gu decided not to be overly modest and accepted it without hesitation. Indeed, he was in dire need of money. After nurturing the skeletal archer, he found himself completely broke. The amount in the card was a substantial sum of 120,000, which Yin Chuxia had painstakingly saved up. She had joined the Morning Dawn Society, which provided a decent salary each month. However, in her fight against the demon cult, her strength was insufficient, and most of her earnings went towards enhancing her abilities. This 120,000 was her frugal savings, intended for Yin Ongua's treatment for petrification poisoning. Upon returning, Yin Chuxia discovered that her father's condition had already been treated. After learning that Bai Gu had funded the purchase of the purification potion, she resolved to return the money to him. Yin Chuxia did not like to owe favors to others. Outside, the skeletal archer was busy studying the ants on the ground. Bai Gu called out, and the skeletal archer followed him home. In a relatively remote area of the outer city, there was a small factory. This factory typically produced simple daily necessities, but had been forced to shut down due to quality issues after a recent inspection by the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The employees had all gone home for the break, and the factory owner had been trying to curry favor in the city, treating officials to meals in hopes of reopening the factory. Within the entire factory, only a kind-hearted old man in his 60s, surnamed Shui, remained to guard it. Grandpa Shui was honest and reliable, and the factory owner trusted him enough to leave the facility in his care. Grandpa Shui's wife had passed away, and his only son had married and bought a house near the central city, with grandchildren aged around 7 or 8. Grandpa Shui's son was quite filial and did not want him to work, preferring that he enjoy his retirement at home. However, Grandpa Shui could not sit still and asked an old friend to find him a relatively easy job, which led him to this factory as a gatekeeper. Originally, Grandpa Shui only needed to bask in the sun, register visitors, and patrol the factory surroundings at night, spending weekends visiting his grandchildren, thus peacefully enjoying his twilight years. Yet now, Grandpa Shui lay on the ground, bloodied and mangled, his expression one of terror and anguish, eyes reflecting a reluctance to part with life. When Nong furrowed his brow and questioned in a low voice, "You said you saw a summoner with a second-tier advanced summoning beast." "Indeed, my shadow demon clearly sensed that the summoning beast was second-tier advanced," Mao Cha affirmed. "Are you certain? A second-tier advanced skeleton?" When Nong found it hard to believe. He had never heard of such a thing. As a low-tier summoning beast, skeletons were well known in the Federation. This was thanks to the haunted house at the amusement park and the foreman at the construction site. Everyone in the Federation had heard of these frightening-looking summoning beasts that lacked any combat power. Seeing Wen Nong's disbelief, Mao Cha hurriedly clarified, "This is what the shadow demon told me." Wen Nong shifted his gaze to the shadow demon, lurking in the shadows beside Mao Cha. After receiving confirmation from the shadow demon, he ceased to question whether the skeleton truly possessed second-tier advanced strength. He was aware of Mao Cha's character, timid and cowardly, weak and inept. While he might bully defenseless ordinary people, he would immediately quail in the presence of a summoner. The shadow demon was a creature that could hide in the shadows, possessing exceptional stealth and assassination abilities. Under circumstances where the opponent was unprepared, it could stealthily approach the summoner and easily eliminate them. Regardless of how powerful the summoner's beasts were, in the early stages, the summoner themselves had no means of self-protection. Their entire strength relied on their summoned beasts, making their own bodies remarkably fragile. Originally, if everything had gone according to plan, Mao Cha would have struck in the afternoon to eliminate the target, and they could have left the city that night. However, now they had to postpone their plans. When Nong cast a disdainful glance at Mao Cha, if it weren't for his cowardice, their task would have already been completed, and the demon's reward would be in their hands. To be frightened by a 16-year-old boy and then scurry back to call him for help. When Nong's expression shifted between irritation and frustration as he muttered curses under his breath. "Useless fool." Mao Cha's face flushed red upon hearing this, but he dared not speak further. His nature was such that he was obsequious before the strong but cruel and vicious towards the weak. He was resolute in his intention to capture Yin Xiubai that very night to vent his frustrations on her. Taking a deep breath, when Nong's eyes gleamed with a hint of determination. To prevent any unforeseen complications, he decided to take matters into his own hands. The longer they delayed, the more variables would arise. He understood that it would be better to complete the task as soon as possible. At that moment, when Nong's phone rang, he picked it up to find a message waiting for him. Upon seeing the sender's name, He furrowed his brow. After reading the message's content, his expression changed drastically. Damn it, Wen Nong cursed. What happened? Yin Weiwei inquired. Tonight's operation is cancelled. Wen Nong replied, suppressing his anger as he set down the phone. Why cancel? As long as we deal with that 14-year-old girl tonight. We can leave the city immediately, and the mission will be complete, Yin Weiwei protested. That girl has family ties to the Morning Dawn Society, and she is part of the team pursuing us. Wen Nong gritted his teeth to say, the Morning Dawn Society. Yin Weiwei's expression soured as though she had swallowed something foul. That can't be a coincidence, right? The Holy Light Summoners of the Morning Dawn Society are notoriously few in number. What a remarkable coincidence it is. If one were to venture out in the evening, there exists a considerable likelihood of encountering conflict with the members of the Dawn Society. Currently, those who have been relentlessly pursuing our associates from the Dawn Society have already arrived in Qiqing. Should we cross paths, it would spell disaster. Thus, we must deliberate carefully on our next steps. Wen Nong is not intimidated by the members of the Dawn Society. He has previously slain a luminary summoner from their ranks, which has secured him his current standing. However, now they are being hunted down throughout Qiqing, and should they reveal themselves, the formidable enforcers of the city could swiftly surround them, leaving no room for escape. Wen Nong felt a surge of agitation within. The rewards promised by the demon were tantalizingly within reach. Power is fleeting. Should he accomplish this task, his status within the demon cult would rise significantly. All that is required is the elimination of an ordinary 14-year-old girl. Yet now the task has become considerably more challenging. Faced with members of the Dawn Society, Wen Nong felt overwhelmed in order to avoid alerting them. He must devise a new plan. Fortunately, the Dawn Society remains unaware of the demon cult's intentions, granting Wen Nong and his associates the opportunity to strategize the assassination. Mao Cha listened intently to Wen Nong's words, fully cognizant that the unfolding complications are a direct result of his actions. Standing frozen in place, he refrained from making any sudden movements or uttering a word, fearful that Wen Nong might unleash his wrath upon him. Alas, Wen Nong's gaze hardened as he focused on Mao Cha, his expression growing increasingly menacing that a pentagram summoning circle materialized beside him, from which emerged a demon guardian, towering with blue skin, bulging muscles, and an unappealing visage. Upon sighting the demon guardian, Mao Cha's face drained of color, and he let out a frantic cry, attempting to flee. However, he was swiftly seized by the nearly 3-meter-tall demon guardian, lifted effortlessly as one might a chick, and then thrown down with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Mao Cha made intimate contact with the concrete floor, losing consciousness but not his life. Wen Nong, still capable of discerning the gravity of the situation, recognized the necessity of manpower and had no desire to eliminate Mao Cha. A lesson would suffice. Mao Cha would not harbor resentment towards Wen Nong, for individuals of his ilk, who cower in the face of strength, typically direct their ire towards those weaker than themselves. That be why the time he returned home, the hour was late. Bai Gu stifled a yawn and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. To alleviate the potential boredom of the skeletal archer beside him, Bai Gu turned on the television. Soon enough, the skeletal archer became engrossed in the drama unfolding on the screen. The late-night programming consisted of relics from a bygone era, films that had long since lost their novelty for contemporary viewers. Yet the skeletal archer watched with rapt attention. The following morning, Bai Gu awoke to find the skeletal archer still transfixed by the television. Undead beings possess boundless energy. They do not experience fatigue or weariness and will persist in their endeavors without pause. Thus, foremen on construction sites greatly favor employing skeletons for labor. It could be said that the characteristics of undead beings are the capitalist's dream. Were it not for the lack of intelligence in skeletons, relying solely on instinct, many businesses would have long since replaced human workers with skeletons. After completing his morning routine, Bai Gu noted that the skeletal archer remained engrossed in the television. Considering this, he picked up the remote and found a channel dedicated to early childhood education. Given that the skeletal archer possessed the intellect of a 4 or 5-year-old child, it would be prudent to provide some training. Knowledge, regardless of innate ability, can become stagnant without practice. Exposure to educational programming would undoubtedly benefit the skeletal archer. The skeletal archer did not exhibit any particular preferences regarding the television shows. Bai Gu could switch channels without issue. As for Bai Gu, he commenced his own day of study, delving into a book about nurturing practitioners. He lost track of time, engrossed for 4 hours. When he finally looked up, the clock on the wall indicated it was noon. Descending to the ground floor, he treated himself to a bowl of green pepper and shredded pork noodles to satiate his hunger. Upon returning, Bai Gu resolved to create a training regimen for the skeletal archer. Determined not to squander its inherent talents, the primary focus for the skeletal archer would be to enhance its shooting accuracy. Without precision, even the most potent attacks would be rendered ineffective, making the skeletal archer less useful than a skeletal warrior. The only hurdle lay in the cost of training the skeletal archer. The training rooms at the dojo charge 100 yuan per hour, a notion that elicited a wince of discomfort. With the funds provided by Inshu Xia, Bai Gu was not particularly short on money at present. However, practicing archery with the skeletal archer in Qiqing posed a risk. Given its current accuracy, it would likely disturb the surrounding area. Should they be apprehended by patrolling enforcers, a hefty fine would surely follow. Federal law strictly prohibits summoners from conjuring creatures in public spaces, let alone training them. The destructive potential of summoned creatures poses a significant threat to ordinary citizens and could inflict substantial damage to the urban environment. Summoning is categorically forbidden, save for extraordinary circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Gu ultimately decided to head to the dojo. With the Summoner Academy exams approaching, the last thing he needed was to be caught training a summoned creature, jeopardizing his political review. Given the special circumstances, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary risks. Bai Gu summoned the skeletal archer and departed for the dojo. Due to the skeletal archer's appearance, Bai Gu resolved to return it to the realm of the undead until they arrived at the dojo. The front desk of the expansive dojo was manned by the same female employee as before. "I wish to open a training room," Bai Gu stated. "Are you a member?" she inquired. "Yes, a member," Bai Gu replied, contemplating that he would likely frequent the training room, thus deciding to secure a membership. What are the benefits of membership? Membership requires a donation of 100,000 yuan to activate, which grants free access to basic training rooms and half-price access to advanced facilities. Additionally, members receive weekly personalized instruction from our esteemed headmaster, who, it is worth noting, is a black iron-level summoner. Donating 100,000 yuan, Bai Gu ultimately decided against it, as that amount represented his entire fortune at present. After establishing a modest training room, Bai Gu summoned the skeletal archer and commenced the training regimen. He began with close-range archery practice, gradually increasing the distance as his accuracy improved, adhering to a methodical training approach. Naturally, the training of the skeletal warriors could not be neglected. Bai Gu stood at the center of the room, directing 3 skeletal warriors to run, jump, and roll. The agility of the skeletal warriors surpassed that of ordinary skeletons. However, Bai Gu remained unsatisfied. Their attacks still appeared somewhat rigid, characterized by straightforward, slashing motions that a person familiar with the skeletal warriors could easily predict their attack angles, that a speed-type summoned creature could effortlessly evade them. Bai Gu yearned for greater agility, desiring the ability to launch attacks from various angles, rendering them unpredictable. After 4 hours of training, Bai Gu had already expended 400 yuan. The improvement of the skeletal archer was remarkable. Within a 10-meter range, it achieved perfect accuracy. Yet, to be effective in combat, further practice was essential. After all, in a battle, foes would not remain stationary, awaiting his aim. Training with moving targets was imperative. The results of the 4-hour session indicated commendable progress for the skeletal archer, while the skeletal warriors showed little improvement, remaining stagnant in their performance. The skeletal archer, observing Bai Gu's approval, emitted waves of joyful spiritual energy. Was it truly a matter of intelligence disparity, despite being a high-level first-tier summoned creature? The skeletal warriors relied heavily on instinctive actions. Bai Gu contemplated whether the evolution of skeletons to the second tier would endow them with wisdom. The skeletal warriors were also capable of enhancing their strength. His unique ability presented several options. Yet Bai Gu's current capabilities rendered them unattainable. He could only wait until he joined the Summoner Academy to explore further. Glancing at the time, Bai Gu realized it was nearly time for work. He first returned home to gather various materials related to his training as a cultivator, then turned on the television for the skeletal archer to watch until his return. Subsequently, he took the bus to Yu studio. Yu appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. "Greetings, teacher." Yu scrutinized Bai Gu from head to toe, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Bai Gu inquired, "Is something the matter, teacher?" Yu snapped back to attention, unable to contain her astonishment. After all, she found it difficult to accept that Bai Gu possessed a talent akin to that of the founding president. It is worth noting that the founding president of the Cultivators Association was a legendary figure. In a time before the profession of cultivator existed, summoned creatures were enhanced solely through the summoner's efforts to strengthen their souls, leading to the summoning of stronger and more formidable creatures. The cultivation of soul secret arts progressed at a glacial pace, resulting in a slow advancement of summoners. Ordinary summoners often required 2 to 3 years to summon a second-tier creature, unlike the present, where creatures could be upgraded given the right evolutionary paths and sufficient resources. 1 could even evolve a first-tier ordinary creature all the way to a 5th-tier king beast. The founding president, named Nanmin Changa, was the first cultivator in the Federation and was instrumental in establishing the Cultivators Association. Nanmin Changa pioneered nearly 100 different evolutionary paths, achieving unparalleled success within the Federation. Many renowned summoned creatures owe their existence to Nanmin Changa's cultivation. His significance to the Federation rivals that of the founder of the Summoner Association. 1 pioneered the profession of summoner, while the other significantly enhanced its strength. Within the Cultivators Association, Nanmin Changa held an illustrious position. Even in death, his descendants maintained prominent roles within the organization. The GUU had greatly admired Nanmin Changa in her youth. The exceptionally talented founding president was idolized by every newcomer to the Cultivators Association. When GUU first embarked on her journey in the field of cultivation, she harbored lofty aspirations to achieve results akin to those of Nanmin Changa. However, as she delved deeper into the profession, reality set in, and she found herself defeated by it. The profession of cultivator demands significant innate talent. GUU's aptitude in cultivation could be considered among the finest, yet in comparison to Nanmin Changa, she felt worlds apart. Countless cultivators have attempted to challenge Nanmin Changa's achievements, only to fail. Yet, GU never anticipated encountering someone of Bai Gu's caliber, comparable to Nanmin Changa, in such a small third-tier city. The Cultivators Association mandates that any individual obtaining a professional cultivator's license must work for a year in a randomly assigned city within the Federation. This policy ensures that summoners across the Federation can benefit from the services of cultivators. Otherwise, most cultivators would flock to major cities like the imperial capital, neglecting lesser-known locales. Although cultivators receive the highest treatment regardless of their location, larger cities offer better opportunities for development, while smaller cities often lack sufficient summoners to warrant such services. GU earned her master-level cultivator license last year and, according to the association's assignment, was placed in Qiqing. She was indifferent to her assignment, accepting it with an open mind. The local government of Qiqing offered her significant benefits, having her rent, waiving utility fees, and charging minimal taxes. Over the past year, GU focused on researching an evolutionary path for the second-tier low-level plant-type summon creature, the Moonlight Flower Fairy. Unfortunately, her progress was slow, and she had not made any significant breakthroughs. This is the daily reality of a cultivator, as developing an evolutionary path for a summoned creature requires extensive research over time. Thus, GU had become one of the most talented individuals within the Cultivators Association. In contrast, Bai Gu's creation, the gluttonous rabbit, had evolved from an ordinary rabbit to a low-level first-tier creature. Moreover, the gluttonous rabbit's skill, gluttony, was exceptionally powerful. After a day of research and experimentation, GU found that the gluttonous rabbit could devour nearly any energy-containing substance, regardless of its attributes, without any adverse effects. The energy absorbed could accumulate within its body, enhancing its physical condition. In other words, with sufficient energy, the gluttonous rabbit's strength could continuously improve, whether it be plants, minerals, or other sources. As long as they contained energy, the gluttonous rabbit could consume them. In comparison to Bai Gu's gluttonous rabbit, GU felt as though her work on the Moonlight Flower Fairy was child's play. It was no ordinary feat for GU to attain the master-level cultivator license. After a brief adjustment, she regained her composure and began instructing Bai Gu normally. Primarily, Bai Gu had not anticipated that the creature he casually cultivated would create such a stir. He remained unaware of everything at this moment. Jiyu had no intention of revealing Bai Gu's talents, just why to accurately assess his abilities. She planned to wait for her mentor, Hua Feizhou, to arrive before making any decisions. Little Bai Gu, how do you feel about your recent studies? Are you keeping up? Jiyu casually inquired. Bai Gu, still processing the knowledge from the lesson, responded upon hearing her question. It's fine. I can keep up. That's good to hear. I'm considering extending our lessons from 1 hour to 3. What do you think? Bai Gu was taken aback, but recognizing that Ji Yu's intentions were for his benefit, he accepted. After all, he was not attending school lately and had plenty of time. I have no problem with that. It sounds good. Excellent. Then shall we change our class time to the morning? Morning. Teacher, aren't you still researching the evolutionary path for summon creatures? Bai Gu was somewhat intrigued by Ji Yu's daily routine, as she immersed herself in the cultivation workshop from dawn until late afternoon, only to find time in the evenings to impart lessons to him. A faint twitch at the corner of Ji Yu's mouth revealed that, when compared to a prodigy like Bai Gu, her self-esteem had been thoroughly shattered. It's all right. I've recently decided to set this matter aside for a while. Oh, I understand. Bai Gu thought little of it, unaware that Ji Yu's relinquishment of cultivating the moonlight flower demon was due to him. In fact, there was a reason behind Ji Yu extending the lesson duration to 3 hours. Most cultivators begin their training from a young age. Much like Ji Yu, who had embarked on her journey as a cultivator at the tender age of 9, T16, Bai Gu was still merely a youth. And at this juncture, acquiring knowledge as a cultivator was considered rather late. Any apprentice from the Cultivator Association could easily outshine Bai Gu in terms of knowledge to bridge the gap between Bai Gu and the members of the association. Ji Yu decided to extend the teaching hours to 3. When Bai Gu returned home that evening, the skeletal archer remained in its usual spot, engrossed in watching television. Bai Gu's astonishment upon his return. The skeletal archer approached him, its mouth opening and closing as if it were about to speak. Unfortunately, lacking vocal cords, no sound emerged from its movements. Nevertheless, this left Bai Gu utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the skeletal archer's learning ability to be so formidable. Within just a few days, it was already attempting to articulate speech. This significantly heightened Bai Gu's enthusiasm for cultivating the skeletal archer. He began to entertain the idea of elevating the skeletal warrior's rank to the 2nd tier, or elite level, that if the skeletons could possess such intelligence, commanding them would become considerably easier, eliminating the need for issuing commands through the soul contract. In the days that followed, Bai Gu's routine consisted of attending Ji Yu's lessons in the morning, training summoning beasts at the vast gym in the afternoon, and occasionally visiting Enan country for a meal in the evenings. Under Bai Gu's diligent nurturing, the skeletal archer made remarkable progress. Able to hit targets with pinpoint accuracy within a 30-meter range, the skeletal archer had, in essence, developed a preliminary combat capability, making it a valuable asset. Bai Gu devised several strategies using 3 skeletal warriors and 1 skeletal archer. One morning, after Ji Yu concluded her lesson, she left Bai Gu to tend to the shop while she attended to other matters. Bai Gu took the opportunity to review the material from class. The lessons Ji Yu had been delivering were as eclectic as ever, necessitating considerable time for Bai Gu to organize and digest the information afterward. As noon approached, a familiar visitor arrived at the shop, Su Yan, the individual Bai Gu had assisted in evolving the frost demon fox. Upon seeing Bai Gu, Su Yan's face lit up, and he promptly approached, exclaiming, "Little brother, thank you. If it hadn't been for you last time, I would have landed in a serious predicament." Bai Gu, recalling their previous encounter, waved his hand dismissively, saying it's nothing, just a trivial matter. Bai Gu had revealed his unique abilities for his own sake, and it was evident that Su Yan was acquainted with Ji Yu. Bai Gu believed that by showcasing his talents as a cultivator, word would eventually reach Ji Yu through Su Yan. Some matters are indeed better conveyed through others. After all, Bai Gu's plan was to have Ji Yu discover his talent rather than disclose it himself. "By the way, I still don't know your name," Su Yan inquired. "My name is Bai Gu." "Then allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Su Yan from the Su family in the imperial capital." Su Yan's expression brimmed with pride at the mention of his family's name. It was clear that he took great pride in his lineage. However, Bai Gu had never heard of the Su family from the imperial capital. The distance between Qi City and the capital was considerable, and Bai Gu had never visited the imperial capital. Thus, he was unfamiliar with its noble families. Yet, from Su Yan's confident demeanor, it was apparent that the Su family was not to be trifled with. Although Bai Gu was unaware of the specifics, he feigned familiarity with their esteemed reputation. There's something specific that brings you here. Are you looking for Teacher Ji? Upon hearing Bai Gu refer to Ji as teacher, Su Yan inwardly thought. As expected, Bai Gu is indeed a student of Master Ji. Actually, I'm here to seek your assistance, Su Yan replied. You seek me? Yes, I would like your help in enhancing the strength of my summoning beast, Su Yan stated. Ever since Bai Gu had evolved Su Yan's sister's summoning beast into a second-tier advanced frost demon fox, a nightmare had begun for Su Yan. Previously, Su Yan's sister, Su Yan, had feigned innocence before their parents and elders. But her true nature as a little devil revealed itself when alone with him. She frequently tormented and bullied him, her elder brother. Mercilessly, Su Yan felt helpless. Whenever he resisted, Su Yan would cry and report to their grandfather, who would then subject Su Yan to various forms of training under the guise of education, leaving him in distress. He even questioned whether he was truly related to her, given the stark difference in their characters. Eventually, Su Yan found a way to challenge Su Yan through summoner duels, allowing him to train her under the pretense of a friendly competition, serving as a form of revenge. Summoner duels allowed for the accumulation of combat experience and the enhancement of summoning beast abilities. And thus their grandfather could not reprimand Su Yan that he took great pleasure in witnessing his sister being defeated time and again. However, ever since Su Yan's summoning beast was evolved into a frost demon fox, everything had changed. The sole avenue for Su Yan's revenge had come to an abrupt end. The irony was that Su Yan himself had been the architect of this predicament. If only he had carelessly fed the flame fox ice crystal fruit. None of this would have transpired. The mere recollection brought tears to his eyes. Under the relentless torment of his sister, Su Yan was on the brink of collapse, particularly after a duel the previous day. His summoning beast had been defeated within mere 10 exchanges by the frost demon Fox. Su Yan's sister had taunted him. Is this all you've got? You're supposed to be one of the top 10 first-year students at Deep Blue Academy. Su Yan seethed with rage, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, perplexed as to where his sister had learned such derogatory banter that affected one's psyche. Deep Blue Academy was one of the 5 elite academies of the Federation and the only military summoner academy within the Federation. The first-year curriculum did not include any combat technique for summoners. Instead, students underwent a full year of militarized management and studied military knowledge. After all, it was a military academy, tasked with training not only military summoners, but also officers for the armed forces. The flame fox of the Su family was particularly unique. To enhance its strength, it required a rare mineral known as black smoke stone. The flame fox possessed the potential to evolve all the way to the king beast level. Resources like black smoke stone had long been monopolized by the Su family, but its yield was relatively low. With many heirs in the Su family, the allocation of black smoke stone was limited each year. Only those who contributed to the family could obtain additional black smoke stones. After a night of deep contemplation, Su Yan decided to seek Bai Gu's advice on potential methods to enhance his summoning beast strength. I don't ask for much. I would be satisfied if it could be elevated from low-tier second level to mid-tier second level. Su Yan spoke sincerely. Aside from shopping, watching television, and snacking, Su Yan rarely trained his illusion firefox. The illusion firefox was able to easily overpower Su Yan's summoned beast solely due to level suppression. As long as Su Yan's summoned beast could advance by a single level, it would be capable of contending with the illusion fire Fox. It was merely a second-tier intermediate creature. Bai Gu was not troubled by the difficulty, but was instead contemplating whether to enhance his own abilities. With the advantage of a golden finger, as long as Bai Gu had sufficient funds, ascending from a second-tier intermediate to even a royal level would pose no challenge. However, the last time Bai Gu had deliberately revealed his capabilities was to draw the attention of Gu and become a cultivator. Yet, exposing his talents again could potentially invite unnecessary complications. In truth, Bai Gu had not been engaged in the field of cultivation for long. His previous success had been a mere stroke of luck. Before Bai Gu could finish his thoughts, Su Yin interjected. As long as you can accomplish this, I am willing to pay 50,000 in training fees, and I will cover all material costs. Thus, Bai Gu confidently declared, this time, I am quite certain I can elevate your summoned beast power to second-tier intermediate. Receiving a satisfactory reply, Su Yin felt reassured. This is my summoned beast, the illusion fire fox. Su Yin summoned forth his creature. Bai Gu immediately utilized his golden finger to examine the attributes of the illusion fire fox. Name. Illusion fire fox race. Illusory beast attribute. Fire potential. 5 status. Normal, slightly depressed. Strength. Second tier beginner. Can be enhanced. Skills. Flame impact. Phantom doppelganger. Evolution path. Demon fire fox, lightning fox, blackwater fox. Due to the recent defeats against the illusion fire fox, its emotions had dampened. In terms of potential, it was slightly inferior to the illusion fire fox. Yet it possessed a broader range of evolutionary paths. The methods for enhancing its strength included black smoke stone, illusion fire potion, flame herb, fire mouse crystal core, among others. Noticing the plethora of enhancement methods available, Bai Gu began to formulate a plan. Leave your summoned beast with me. Come back in a week to collect it. Bai Gu stated it. Oh, all right. Observing Bai Gu's determined demeanor, Su Yin hurriedly agreed. From Bai Gu's tone and expression, it was evident that the matter was nearly assured. This is 1 million. Use it first, and if it runs out, come find me. Su Yin extracted a black bank card from his wallet and handed it to Bai Gu. Bai Gu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Yin to be so generous, casually producing $1.1 million. A common person would need to spend over a decade without eating or drinking to save that amount. This was no small sum, and it appeared Bai Gu had previously underestimated Su Yan's financial background. Accepting the 1 million, Bai Gu was astonished, as it was the first time he had seen such a sum since arriving in this world. Rest assured, in a week, your illusion fire fox will undoubtedly reach second-tier intermediate. Bai Gu assured. Su Yin left his summoned beast behind and departed with confidence, trusting in Bai Gu, or rather, in Bai Gu's mentor. Gu. After all, Gu was a master-level cultivator. Moreover, a mere million was insignificant to Su Yin. After Su Yan's departure, Bai Gu, holding the bank card, felt a rush of excitement. The profession of a cultivator was indeed lucrative. Earning 50,000 with such ease, taking a deep breath, Bai Gu carefully stored the bank card away. The illusion fire fox, obediently following its master's command, nestled in Bai Gu's embrace, as he stroked the smooth fur of the illusion fire fox. Bai Gu perused books on cultivation. Indeed, summoned beasts of illusory type were superior. Their touch was delightful, with soft, fluffy fur, and they were both obedient and affectionate, ideal for companionship, reflecting on his own skeletal summoned beasts, which were nothing but bony frames that felt uncomfortable to touch. Bai Gu let out a slight sigh. Skeleton warrior. Skeleton archer. Upon Gu's return, she was intrigued to see the fox in Bai Gu's arms. This appears to be the illusion fire fox of the Su family from the capital. She recognized immediately as a master cultivator. Yes, indeed, it was entrusted to me by someone named Su Yin to cultivate, Bai Gu stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Gu's interest piqued further as she inquired, did he commission you to enhance the summoned beast's strength or to facilitate its evolution? To enhance its strength. From second-tier beginner to second-tier intermediate, I see that Gu recalled having heard of the Su family's initial summoned beast, the Flame Fire Fox. The Flame Fire Fox could ultimately evolve into a 5th-tier royal-level summoned beast. The Demon Fire Fox summoned beasts could be easily enhanced from 1st to 3rd tier, as most could accumulate strength with sufficient resources. However, 4th-tier Lord-level summoned beasts required specific and exceedingly rare resources and evolutionary paths to achieve. For 5th-tier Royal-level summoned beasts, there were no more than 30 distinct evolutionary paths. These were held by major powers such as the Summoner Academy, the military, and prominent families, as for 6th-tier Emperor-level summoned beasts. Only 7 relatively complete evolutionary paths existed throughout the entire Federation. The complete evolutionary path for 7th-tier Imperial-level summoned beasts was singular, possessed solely by the descendants of the first president of the Cultivator Association, Nen Min Changa. The complete evolutionary path for Imperial-level summoned beasts was developed by Nanmin Chang himself, making him the only man in the Federation to have researched such a pathway. The flame firefox could evolve into a royal-level summoned beast. But it was said that to enhance the flame firefox's strength, a special mineral known as black smokestone was required. The Su family had a firm grasp on the black smokestone mines, and only they possessed it. Beyond that, no other resources known to enhance the flame firefox's strength were mentioned. Observing Bai Gu calmly engrossed in his reading, Gu couldn't help but wonder if Bai Gu had a way to enhance the flame firefox's strength. The black smokestone mines held by the Su family yielded low annual output, with very limited shares available for use. The Su family's own members received only a small quota each year, and only those who contributed to the family could earn more. The Su family would never sell to outsiders. Thus, within the entire Federation, only the capital's Su family utilized the flame firefox as a summoned beast. If anyone else sought to enhance the flame firefox's strength without relying on black smokestone, Gu would certainly be skeptical. The Su family had been researching the flame firefox for decades, and during this time, they had likely experimented with thousands of secret realm materials, energy foods, and monster flesh. However, the only material proven to enhance the flame firefox's strength was the black smokestone. Yet, if it were Bai Gu, Gu felt a glimmer of hope. After all, Bai Gu's talent was comparable to that of the first president, Nanmin Changa, and Nanmin Changa was a man of miracles. Gu believed Bai Gu could also create wonders. Upon returning home with the illusion firefox, the skeleton archer rose from the sofa and approached Bai Gu, its skeletal jaw opening and closing in greeting. Unfortunately, the skeleton archer could not produce sound. It soon became captivated by the illusion firefox nestled in Bai Gu's arms. The second-tier beginner illusion firefox appeared somewhat intimidated in the presence of the second-tier advanced skeleton archer. Curling up in Bai Gu's embrace and daring not to move, the skeleton archer merely glanced at it out of curiosity before returning to watch television. Bai Gu carried the illusion firefox in his bedroom and began preparing to enhance its strength. The materials capable of enhancing the illusion firefox's strength included black smokestone, illusion fire potion, flame herb, fire mouse crystal core, and others. Upon researching black smokestone online, Bai Gu realized it was virtually impossible to purchase. So he set that aside for now. Unlike the Su family, Bai Gu had numerous alternative options for enhancing the illusion firefox. He then began to investigate the illusion fire potion, flame herb, fire mouse crystal core, and other materials. After a thorough comparison and study, Bai Gu decided to create the illusion fire potion. The required materials for the potion could all be obtained within Qiqing. Writing down the necessary materials on a sheet of white paper and tallying the costs, Bai Gu determined that a single bottle of illusion fire potion would amount to approximately 180,000. He resolved to prepare a bottle first to observe its effects. With funds at his disposal, Bai Gu decided against taking the bus and opted for the luxury of a taxi instead. On his return, he happened to encounter Zhao Leiyun. Leiyun, where are you headed? Today, neither my dad nor my mom is home. I plan to go out and buy some groceries to cook for myself. Bai Gu, having just earned 500,000 a day, was in high spirits and exclaimed, "No need to buy groceries. Let's go out for some skewers, my treat." "Sure," replied Zhao Leiyun. Bai Gu placed the ingredients back at home and, together with Zhao Leiyun, ventured to the night market for some skewers. Under the scorching summer sun, relishing delectable barbecues and sipping on chilled beer, life felt truly splendid. As Bai Gu savored a tender beef skewer, he inquired, "Leiyun, how is your summoned creature faring in strength?" "I estimate it's on the verge of a breakthrough. I've been feeding my Jile K purple thunderfruit these past few days." Zhao Leiyun responded. His Jile K was currently a low-level first tier, and upon breaking through, it would ascend to a mid-level first tier. The minimum rank required for admission to the Summoner Academy was precisely the mid-level first tier. Once Jile K achieved its breakthrough, it stood a considerable chance of being accepted into the Academy. Moreover, it had mastered skills that only a second-tier Jile K could wield, such as Lightning Bolt. With such accomplishments, Zhao Leiyun's admission to the Summoner Academy seemed almost guaranteed. Bai Gu nodded to himself. Should Jile K show signs of stagnation, he resolved to lend Zhao Leiyun a hand. Zhao Leiyun's family had exhausted their resources to enable him to attend the Summoner Academy. The prospect of Zhao Leiyun failing to gain admission was something he could scarcely bear to contemplate. Almost forgot, Bai Gu. We need to head to school tomorrow, Zhao Leiyun remarked. What for? To register for the Summoner Academy entrance exam. Zhao Leiyun took a hearty swig of beer and added, We'll need 2,000 yuan for the registration fee and some identification materials. Will Xiaofei be going too? Bai Gu asked out of course. All students are required to attend, Zhao Leiyun replied. That is splendid, Bai Gu declared, for he certainly would not let the peculiar Xiaofei slip by unnoticed. Zhao Leiyun, however, expressed some concern, saying, But I've heard that Xiaofei has made remarkable progress under professional summoner training and might even break through to the elite level. It doesn't matter, Bai Gu replied, nonchalantly. Zhao Leiyun was not the least bit worried about Bai Gu's potential defeat. After all, during their last competition, the skeleton he summoned was roughly of high first-tier strength. And Bai Gu had conjured 3 such high-tier skeleton warriors and 1 high-tier skeleton archer. Among all the candidates in the Federation, Bai Gu was confident that none could surpass him. Xiaofei's summoned creature was merely a high first-tier ghost wolf. To handle it, Bai Gu wouldn't even need to employ the skeleton archer. 3 skeleton warriors could easily dispatch the ghost wolf. After satisfying their appetites, Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun returned to their residential complex. Zhao Leiyun resumed his studies at home, dedicating himself diligently to his endeavors, sleeping no more than 6 hours each night, with the remainder of his time spent studying, training, and nurturing his summoned creatures. Bai Gu, on the other hand, did not concoct any illusionary fire potions that night. Instead, he focused on training his skeleton warriors, but he found himself increasingly eager for the following day. Early the next morning, Zhao Leiyun came to fetch Bai Gu so they could go to school together. Last night, Bai Gu had also requested leave from Jiyu. The second high school was not far from the residential complex. It took them about 10 minutes to walk there. Upon their arrival at the classroom door, they spotted Xiaofei at the back, chatting and laughing with several students. Upon noticing Bai Gu's presence at school, a classmate named Gao Fei immediately shouted, Bai Gu, you've healed. What made you decide to return to school? I thought you were too scared after your last challenge with Xiaofei. Gao Fei's taunt instantly captured the attention of the entire class. Bai Gu had been absent from school for several days, and most classmates speculated that his absence was due to the blow to his ego from losing to Xiaofei. Gao Fei, a classmate, had parents working at Xia's real estate. After Xiaofei transferred to their class, Gao Fei's parents had urged him to ingratiate himself with Xiaofei. Gao Fei had no aspirations of becoming a summoner. He sought to curry favor with Xiaofei to secure a good position in her company after graduation. Many, like Gao Fei, flattered and fawned over Xiaofei in hopes of winning her favor. Gao Fei bore no personal grudge against Bai Gu. His mockery was merely an attempt to please Xiaofei. Xiaofei regarded Bai Gu coldly, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. In Xiaofei's eyes, Bai Gu's summoned skeleton was merely the lowest tier of summoned creatures. He believed Bai Gu would never become a summoner, even if Bai Gu were to gain admission to a decent ordinary school. He would ultimately end up working at a company like theirs, becoming just another cog in the machine. Much like Gao Fei, he would be nothing more than a subordinate to Xiaofei. Xiaofei was also aware that Bai Gu had dealt a significant blow to Zhang Yang and others, whom he had sent to harass Bai. Yet, what did it matter? That merely reflected the incompetence of Zhang Yang and the others. Had it not been for the imminent Summoner Academy exam, Xiaofei would have personally gone to Bai's home to deal with him, to ensure a smooth passage through the Summoner Academy exam. Xiaofei had to hold back for the time being. In response to Gao Fei's ridicule, Bai Gu coldly retorted, "Shut your mouth, lackey." Gao Fei's face contorted with rage upon being called a lackey by Bai Gu. It was true that he was constantly licking up to Xiaofei, and if she had shown any interest, Gao Fei would have readily offered himself. The classmates were well aware of Gao Fei's motivations for his incessant flattery, yet they chose not to speak of it openly. Gao Fei contemplated striking Bai Gu, but hesitated when he noticed Zhao Leiyun standing beside him. Bai Gu's summoned creature was indeed of the lowest tier, and his chances of becoming a summoner were slim. However, Zhao Leiyun was different. He had a genuine prospect of becoming a summoner, and given their good relationship, Gao Fei feared the consequences of offending Zhao Leiyun. After a brief consideration, Gao Fei decided it best to swallow his pride for now. Xiaofei sneered, "Bai Gu, you're quite bold for a worthless wretch. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from last time." Better than being a disgusting, perverted pedophile like you. Bai Gu replied coolly that you're talking nonsense. Bai Gu had directly exposed Xia Feiyu's secret. The reasons behind Xia Feiyu's transfer were subtly known throughout the class. But due to his status, no one dared to speak openly about it, only discussing it behind closed doors. The students regarded Xia Feiyu with a mix of curiosity and disdain, infuriated by their scrutinizing gazes. Xia Feiyu glared at Bai Gu as if he wished to tear him apart. Unfazed by Xia Feiyu's glare, Bai Gu smiled and said, "Care to engage in another summoner duel with me?" A summoner duel? Xia Feiyu looked at Bai Gu incredulously. His eyes filled with mockery. He believed Bai Gu must have lost his mind. Did Bai Gu truly think his inferior skeleton could compete with his high first-tier ghost wolf? Had he forgotten how easily he had defeated Bai Gu during the summoning ceremony? Yet, this did not mean Xia Feiyu would refuse. He was eager for a chance to duel Bai Gu, relishing the opportunity to crush him. That if you seek death, I shall grant it. Xia Feiyu resolved that in this upcoming duel, he would annihilate every last one of Bai Gu's skeletons. The second high school did not have a dedicated arena for summoner duels, so the contest was set to take place on the basketball court. Upon hearing about the summoner duel, the attention of the entire school was immediately captured, and students gathered around the basketball court to watch. News of Bai Gu and Xia Feiyu's second competition spread like wildfire across the campus, largely thanks to Gao Fei. Upset by Bai Gu's insult, Gao Fei had taken it upon himself to disseminate this news throughout the school, intending to humiliate Bai Gu in front of everyone. Who are the duelists? Someone asked. That it seems it's Bai Gu from class 3 against Xia Feiyu. Who has that boy on the left? He looks rather cute, a girl remarked. That S. Bai Gu possesses a second-tier soul strength, but his summoned creature is a lowly skeleton. Another girl with a mushroom haircut chimed in that, "Oh, I see. Didn't they already compete during the summoning ceremony? Why are they dueling again today? Indeed, I have heard that Xia Feiyu's summoned beast is a high-tier ghost wolf of the first rank. Battling against Xia Feiyu would surely be inviting trouble. Wouldn't it? Who knows? Perhaps last time, his skeleton was severely injured by Xia Feiyu, resulting in a backlash from the soul contract, leaving his mind somewhat impaired. The onlookers surrounding them do not hold favorable opinions of Bai Gu, with only Zhao Lei Yun believing wholeheartedly in his potential for victory. What is going on here? Zhao Lei Yun turned to find the president of the student council from Qiqing No. 2 High School, Mo Kongxing. President, what brings you here? The entire school has been stirred up, so I came to join the commotion, Mo Kongxing replied, adjusting his glasses. The unified federal examination is approaching, and all students of Qiqing No. 2 are engrossed in their studies, feeling the weight of immense pressure. Upon hearing about the summoner duel, many have come to witness the battle. Mo Kongxing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is your friend planning to compete against Xia Feiyu?" "Yes," Zhao Lei Yun responded. Isn't his summoned beast a skeleton? Initially, Mo Kongxing held a favorable impression of Bai Gu, but was taken aback by Bai Gu's apparent lack of awareness regarding his own abilities after having faced Xia Feiyu before. He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Zhao Lei Yun chuckled and reassured, "Don't worry, President, Bai Gu is exceptionally strong." On the basketball court, students surrounded the duo in layers. Bai Gu and Xia Feiyu stood amidst the crowd. Unfazed by the murmurs around him, Bai Gu maintained his composure. Xia Feiyu cast a disdainful glance at Bai Gu and summoned his ghost wolf. Bai Gu also utilized his golden finger to examine the attributes of his summoned beast. Name: Ghost Wolf Race. Phantom Beast Potential. Force Status: Normal Strength. High Tier First Rank: Ordinary. Skills: Wolf Bite, Blood Claw, Phantom Shadows. Evolution Path: Shadow Wolf, Dark Shadow Wolf, Blood Tooth Wolf. Bai Gu summoned his skeleton warrior, characterized by its robust bones, frigid aura, and sharp bone blade. Most of the onlookers were ordinary students and failed to discern anything remarkable about Bai Gu's skeleton, drawing only a few curious glances. Mo Kongxing adjusted his glasses, observing Bai Gu's skeleton warrior with interest. This skeleton has been well trained, he mused, beginning to believe Zhao Lei Yun's assertions. Lei Yun, has Bai Gu employed necromantic fuel? Mo Kongxing asked. Coming from a wealthy background and possessing considerable knowledge, he recalled hearing about necromantic fuel from his cousin, which enhances the powers of undead summoned beasts. Before Zhao Lei Yun could respond, Mo Kongxing dismissed the notion. As the student council president, He remembered that Bai Gu had previously applied for financial aid as a low-income student. It was unlikely he could afford necromantic fuel. Bai Gu, having lost his father in battle and his mother to illness, was an orphan, a fact Mo Kongxing recalled distinctly. Zhao Leiyun had never heard of necromantic fuel, nor did Bai Gu mention a desire to purchase it. Bai Gu's unusual skeleton seemed related to his occupation. Occupation? What occupation? Mo Kongxing inquired. To support his family. Bai Gu works at a breeding studio to earn some living expenses. Zhao Leiyun explained that I see. Mo Kongxing acknowledged he had heard of breeding studios, but the world of breeders was shrouded in mystery, and he had never encountered it personally. At the UU studio, a nearby girl interjected. Zhao Leiyun and Mo Kongxing were taken aback to discover it was the renowned Geng Lei. Like Bai Gu and Xia Feiyu, Geng Lei had been tested and found to possess a soul strength of the second tier. Only 3 students at Qiqing No. 2 High School held this distinction. Geng Lei excelled academically, ranking among the top in her grade, and with her second-tier soul talent, the summoned beast she conjured during the summoning ritual was also a high-tier first rank, promising a bright future ahead. Most notably, Geng Lei was an exceptionally attractive young lady, known as the school beauty, with many admirers throughout the institution. Upon recognizing the school beauty, Zhao Leiyun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. I believe I have heard of UU Studio, he replied. Geng Lei, how do you know about it? When UU Studio was hiring part-time workers, I also applied, but unfortunately I was rejected, Geng Lei stated with an expressionless demeanor. I see. Although Geng Lei displayed no outward signs of emotion, she felt a pang of dissatisfaction deep within. Working part-time at UU Studio offered numerous advantages, from a generous salary to acquiring vast knowledge about summoned beasts. And most importantly, gaining access to the enigmatic circle of breeders that, if a breeder were to take her on as a student, it would be a tremendous opportunity. She would have even been willing to invest her own money into it. Yet she never expected to be rejected in favor of Bai Gu. Initially indifferent to the summoner duel, Geng Lei changed her mind upon hearing Bai Gu's name, eager to discover what made him unique. After Bai Gu summoned his skeleton, Xia Feiyu's expression grew serious. He could discern from the ghost wolf's reaction that Bai Gu's skeleton was indeed formidable and not to be underestimated. Once again, Bai Gu's challenge was not born of folly, but rather from a position of strength. Yet, Xia Feiyu remained undaunted. Under the training of a bronze-level summoner, Xia Feiyu's ghost wolf had undergone tremendous growth, recently acquiring 2 new skills, Blood Claw and Phantom Shadows. Xia Feiyu was confident in his ability to easily defeat Bai Gu. Licking his lips, Xia Feiyu fixed a cold, steely gaze upon Bai Gu. After Bai Gu survived the backlash from the soul contract last time, Xia Feiyu doubted Bai Gu would enjoy such good fortune again. Go, Ghost Wolf! The Ghost Wolf emitted a low growl and swiftly lunged towards Bai Gu, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. This was the Ghost Wolf's skill, Phantom Shadows. Use Blood Claw, Xia Feiyu commanded. As the Ghost Wolf approached the skeleton warrior, its claws transformed into razor-sharp, blood-red daggers. Bai Gu swiftly directed his skeleton warrior to roll away and evade. Under Bai Gu's training, the skeleton warrior's agility had significantly improved. Although it could easily withstand the Ghost Wolf's attack due to its defensive capabilities, why endure if it could simply evade? When the Ghost Wolf missed its attack, it did not relent. Its teeth deftly turned and opened its jaws to bite at the skeleton warrior. The Ghost Wolf unleashed another skill, Wolf Bite, sinking its teeth into the skeleton warrior's left leg bone. The power of Wolf Bite was approximately 7-8 degrees, insufficient to break through the skeleton warrior's defenses, but enough to hinder its movement. Bai Gu reacted swiftly, commanding the skeleton warrior to strike at the Ghost Wolf's neck with its blade. Xia Feiyu was startled and immediately ordered the Ghost Wolf to release its grip. The Ghost Wolf managed to roll away just in time to evade Bai Gu's lethal blow. Xia Feiyu felt a chill creeping up his spine. Had the skeleton warrior's blade struck true, the Ghost Wolf might have suffered a fatal blow. Should the Ghost Wolf perish, Xia Feiyu would also face the backlash from the soul contract, potentially leading to his demise. Though Xia Feiyu was indifferent to the fate of others, he was particularly protective of his own life. Faced with the specter of death, Xia Feiyu felt a twinge of regret. Bai Gu's ferocity indicated a determination to eliminate him, suggesting that Bai Gu was unafraid of the federal law's repercussions. After all, he was the son of a local celebrity and business magnate. In comparison to individuals from ordinary families like Bai Gu, the value of life is entirely different. If one were to perish, they would be deprived of all enjoyment henceforth, as a scion of wealth. Xia Feiyu's future is still vast and promising. He has no desire to meet his end here. Regrettably, the skeletal warrior's strike was thwarted, leaving Bai Gu with a tinge of disappointment. Yet, he promptly commanded the skeletal warrior to launch a ferocious assault. Xia Feiyu, once proactive, now adopted a posture of caution and restraint, opting for evasion and defense over offense. The ghost wolf is a speed-oriented summoned beast, while the skeletal warrior possesses commendable defensive capabilities. Albeit lacking in swiftness, the ghost wolf, avoiding direct confrontation, preferred to dart around and deliver occasional harassing strikes. Leaving the skeletal warrior with little recourse, IT could only muster a powerful strike when the ghost wolf drew near. Hoping to inflict significant damage, the battle settled into a stalemate. Cold sweat beaded on Xia Feiyu's brow as he regretted agreeing to this duel with Bai Gu, who clearly harbored intentions of eliminating him. Xia Feiyu toyed with the idea of conceding. Yet Gao Fei had nearly summoned the entire faculty and student body. Surrendering would render him a laughingstock among them. He even entertained thoughts of eliminating Gao Fei. He recalled that Gao Fei's parents seemed to work at his company. Should he emerge unscathed, Xia Feiyu swore to terminate their employment. Spectators around observed that Bai Gu's skeletal warrior was extraordinary, capable of enduring such a lengthy battle against a first-tier advanced ghost wolf. "Goodness, this skeletal warrior is formidable," exclaimed one onlooker. "Who could train a skeleton to such a degree?" Others scoffed. TSK, TSK. One wonders how many resources were squandered to elevate this inferior summoned beast to first-tier advanced strength. What a waste. It must have cost over $1 million to achieve such prowess. Zhao Lei Yun and Mo Kong Xing, alongside the icy beauty, Gung Lei, shook their heads in silent disapproval. Investing resources into a skeletal warrior seemed utterly foolish. Had Gung Lei possessed similar resources, her summoned beast might have already transcended into the elite second tier. A twinge of jealousy surged within Gung Lei as she perceived Bai Gu's skeletal warrior as a product of a nurturing master's guidance. If only she could secure a part-time position at a training studio. Coming from a modest background, both of her parents were laid-off workers, leaving their family in dire straits. Initially, her family could not afford the tuition for the Summoner Academy, and her parents urged her to abandon the pursuit. Yet, she was unwilling to resign herself to such a fate. Yearning for change, by day, Gung Lei diligently studied, and by night, she meditated to enhance her soul's strength. Her efforts bore fruit when she ranked first in the last mock examination, and her soul's strength was measured at second tier. However, this achievement did little to alleviate her family's burden. Rather, it intensified it. The financial demands of being a summoner are extraordinary. Even with her second-tier soul talent and the strength of a first-tier advanced summoned beast, rigorous training was essential. Moreover, injuries sustained during training necessitated the purchase of healing potions. While energy food was a constant requirement, in short, everything related to summoners demands financial investment. Her parents even mortgaged their home to secure funds for her education, placing the hopes of the entire family squarely upon her shoulders. Gung Lei soon lost the desire to remain and watch the duel. It was evident to her that Xia Feiyu had clearly lost his will to fight. Bai Gu's victory was merely a matter of time. Gung Lei felt her time wasted watching this match, only wishing to ascertain the nature of Bai Gu. Nothing more than this, she murmured before turning to leave. Zhao Lei Yun was somewhat perplexed. Unsure of to whom her words were directed, as Gung Lei departed, a portion of the crowd followed suit, being mere admirers of the school beauty who had come to witness the duel. With the goddess gone, their presence held little purpose that Mo Kong Xing, gazing at Gung Lei's retreating figure, felt a spark of inspiration. He too followed her lead and exited. Observant individuals recognized Xia Feiyu's clear disadvantage, shrinking back in trepidation rather than engaging. Xia Feiyu's ghost wolf circled the skeletal warrior, employing a sneaky strategy, leaving Bai Gu momentarily at a loss. The duel grew increasingly tedious, prompting the onlookers to egg Xia Feiyu on, urging him to act boldly. "Come on, Xia Feiyu, don't be timid. Take down that skeleton. Be a man and confront it head-on. Xia Feiyu's expression reflected his discomfort. He found himself in a predicament, unsure of how to proceed. He longed to concede, but lacked the courage to voice it. Bai Gu, unwilling to squander more time in this unproductive duel, altered his strategy. The ghost wolf unleashed the skill shadow assault, weaving around the skeletal warrior. And when the creature was distracted, it struck with blood claw. Bai Gu intentionally refrained from instructing the skeletal warrior to defend, resulting in the attack landing squarely on the skeletal warrior's waist. The sheer force of the blow tore the lower half of the skeletal warrior apart, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. Zhao Leiyun even shouted anxiously, "Bai Gu, be careful." The skeletal warrior, now devoid of its lower half, collapsed to the ground, trembling as it attempted to rise but ultimately failed, having lost all combat capability. Bai Gu exhibited visible anxiety. Xia Feiyu's eyes brightened, and his expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. He believed his opportunity had arrived. Bai Gu's skeletal warrior lay incapacitated, akin to a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Suddenly, courage surged within Xia Feiyu once more, but he commanded the ghost wolf to finish off the skeletal warrior. Extinguishing its ethereal flame entirely, that a cruel smile crept upon Xia Feiyu's lips as he envisioned the repercussions Bai Gu would face from the complete demise of his skeletal warrior. Yet, at that very moment, as the ghost wolf approached the skeletal warrior, the latter retaliated with a swift strike, severing the ghost wolf's forepaw. Bai Gu's training over the past few days had not been in vain. He discovered that as long as the skeletal warrior's ethereal flame remained unextinguished, even if one is shattered into countless fragments, one can still exert control over one's own corporeal form. Hence, Bai Gu devised such a sordid tactic, feigning defeat, pretending to be incapable of combat, and then delivering a fatal blow when least expected. In truth, such a strategy could only deceive novices like Xia Feiyu. Seasoned summoners are acutely aware of the characteristics of undead summons. Only when the undead flame is completely extinguished can one truly relax. The mournful howl of the ghost wolf echoed as it collapsed heavily to the ground, crimson blood gushing from its severed leg and quickly pooling into a crimson puddle. Writhing in agony, the ghost wolf struggled desperately, blood splattering, some even hitting the faces of nearby students. The glaring scarlet and the heart-wrenching wails left every onlooker profoundly shaken. Most of the students, having grown up in the safety of the city, had never personally witnessed such a bloody spectacle. Xia Feiyu, pale as a sheet, tremblingly approached the ghost wolf, attempting to soothe the creature that was on the brink of madness from pain. Lin Hai, the homeroom teacher observing the commotion, also changed countenance and promptly called the summoning beast hospital to summon assistance. But if the ghost wolf continued to bleed, it could very well face life-threatening danger, and he would bear the responsibility. Moreover, Xia Feiyu's father was a prominent entrepreneur in Qiqing. If he were to pursue accountability and exert pressure on the school, Lin Hai's year-end bonus would likely evaporate. In no time, a healer from the Summoning Beast Treatment Center arrived. The ghost wolf, being an illusion beast, soon regained consciousness from the previous excruciating pain and weakly accepted the healer's treatment. One healer, clad in a white uniform, retrieved a vial of white spray from their emergency kit and gently sprayed it on the severed leg. This hemostatic spray was designed to staunch bleeding with ease upon contact with the wound. However, the healer frowned in confusion as the spray seemed ineffective this time. After a second application yielded no results, the healer observed closely and discovered a thin layer of black mist enveloping the wound, obstructing its healing. This black mist was, of course, the effect of the skeleton warrior's skill, Decay Blade, which inhibited healing and made recovery arduous. The healer promptly instructed Xia Feiyu to recall the summoning beast and head to the Summoner S Treatment Center for further care. Xia Feiyu understood that if the ghost wolf continued to bleed, it could face dire consequences. While the ghost wolf's life was of little concern, due to the soul contract, should it perish, the backlash from the contract would be insurmountable. After recalling the ghost wolf into the summoning space, Xia Feiyu and the healer rushed to the treatment center. Bai Gu's skeleton warrior was capable of slowly recuperating on its own, requiring no assistance from a healer. Following the cultivation methods provided by Ji Yuyu, the skeleton warrior's recovery abilities had significantly improved. This summoner duel concluded with Bai Gu's victory, Zhao Lei was the first to rush to Bai Gu's side, embracing him tightly and exclaiming, "Well done, you've avenged yourself. How did you conceive such a tactic?" Bai Gu replied, "It was a spur-of-the-moment strategy during training, and I never expected to employ it today. You have no idea how thrilling it was to watch from the sidelines. If your summoning beast strike had missed, it could have been perilous," Zhao Lei remarked. Bai Gu's use of the skeleton warrior as bait was indeed fraught with danger. Had the skeleton warrior's attack failed, the ghost wolf could have easily outmaneuvered the immobile skeleton warrior and exhausted it. If the skeleton warrior's attack had missed, I wouldn't have been in danger, Bai Gu countered. "Why not?" Zhao Lei asked. "Puzzled, because I don't possess just a single skeleton," Bai Gu chuckled. Zhao Lei paused, then playfully patted Bai Gu's shoulder. Bai Gu was correct. There were no restrictions on the number of summoned beasts in a summoner duel. As long as one had the means, summoning 100 beasts in a duel posed no problem. However, most summoners only had one beast due to the exorbitant costs associated with nurturing them. Thus, summoners primarily concentrated their efforts on developing their initial summon. Even if the skeleton warrior's attack had missed, Bai Gu could still summon another. He had initially refrained from summoning the skeleton warrior to retain some trump cards. Only a fool would reveal all their capabilities, making it easy for others to assess and target them based on their summoned beasts. Following the victory, numerous students flocked to Bai Gu that "You're incredible. The skeleton is trained so well. I've long been displeased with Xia Feiyu. It was perfect that you taught him a lesson. Indeed, just because his father is a CEO, what audacity. How did you train the skeleton? Please share. Yes, do teach us." Yet, many students left with disdain etched on their faces. To them, Bai Gu's skeleton warrior represented a strength built on resource accumulation. Wasting precious resources on a seemingly lackluster skeleton was akin to folly. After managing Xia Feiyu's summoning beast, Lin Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Turning, he saw Bai Gu surrounded by students and frowned. "What are you all doing here? Shouldn't you be returning to class?" The ordinary students, upon hearing their teacher, dispersed, leaving only Bai Gu and Zhao Lei. Lin Hai approached Bai Gu, his expression stern. "Bai Gu, you need to accompany me to the office." Zhao Lei wished to follow, but was met with Lin Hai's gentle insistence. "Zhao Lei, please return to the classroom. After I finish with Bai Gu, we will begin the registration for the Summoner Academy." Zhao Lei didn't immediately head back, but glanced at Bai Gu, who nodded, replying, "Understood, teacher." Zhao Lei was an excellent student with a strong chance of being accepted into the Summoner Academy, which made Lin Hai quite pleased with him. In the teacher's office, the other teachers were busy with classes, leaving only Bai Gu and Lin Hai. Given the severity of the incident, Lin Hai was quite displeased. He remained silent, glaring sternly at Bai Gu. Bai Gu had previously been one of Lin Hai's favorite students, with commendable grades and a second-tier soul qualification revealed during the soul test. Unfortunately, the summoning ritual had yielded a low-grade talent, likely precluding admission to the Summoner Academy in the future. Moreover, Bai Gu had injured Xia Feiyu's summoning beast today, which reflected poorly on his character, diminishing Lin Hai's favorable impression. "Bai Gu, your actions were excessively harsh. It was merely a spar. Was it necessary to sever Xia Feiyu's summoning beast leg?" "Teacher, you seem to have forgotten that Xia Feiyu killed one of my summoning beasts, leading to my soul backlash and subsequent unconsciousness," Bai Gu retorted. "Xia Feiyu's actions were merely unintentional. Why must you hold a grudge?" Lin Hai replied. Bai Gu rolled his eyes. During their previous confrontation, it was evident to everyone that Xia Feiyu had deliberately controlled his summoning beast to extinguish Bai Gu's skeleton's undead flame. Yet, in Lin Hai's words, it was merely an unintentional act. The homeroom teacher, Lin Hai, had his biases. Bai Gu was an orphan, merely a good student with a low-grade skeleton summon. In contrast, Xia Feiyu's father was a local business magnate. Despite poor academic performance, his summon was of high rank, promising a bright future. While teachers are expected to treat all students equally, it is clear where the advantages lie. Bai Gu understood Lin Hai's implications. He merely wanted to avoid responsibility. Thus, he candidly stated, "Rest assured, Teacher Lin, my duel with Xia Feiyu was a private arrangement, and you are not informed. If Xia Yuanlong pursues this matter, I will bear the consequences alone." Since Bai Gu had stated this, it would absolve Lin Hai of any repercussions should Xia Yuanlong seek accountability. After all, Lin Hai could still manage to deflect responsibility when Bai Gu suffered backlash from the soul contract. After all, Bai Gu was merely an orphan, without any adults at home, thus trivializing significant matters and reducing minor issues to nothing. The situation was resolved in that manner. However, this time, it was Xia Feiyu's summoned beast that had been injured. Lin Hai, being a local of Qi City, had certainly heard of Xia Yuanlong's illustrious reputation. Should Xia Yuanlong hold him accountable, Lin Hai might also find himself embroiled in the aftermath, since Bai Gu had taken full responsibility for the incident. That was a relief. Alas, you were still too impulsive. After school, you should go to the treatment center and sincerely apologize to classmate Xia Feiyu, and this matter could be considered resolved, Lin Hai remarked as he lifted his teacup and took a sip. I will not apologize. What did you say? I said I will not apologize to Xia Feiyu, Bai Gu replied. Lin Hai, with a serious expression, fixed his gaze on Bai Gu and forcefully set his teacup down on the table. What attitude is this? Are you speaking to a teacher? Bai Gu met Lin Hai's gaze without fear. Observing Bai Gu's resolute demeanor, Lin Hai recalled that Bai Gu had indeed managed to defeat Xia Feiyu today. Given Bai Gu's current strength, he held great potential for admission to the Summoner Academy in the future. With this thought, Lin Hai softened his tone. Bai Gu, the teacher is only looking out for your best interests. Regardless, it was you who injured Xia Feiyu's summoned beast, and it is only right to apologize. Since you are unwilling, I shall refrain from further discussion on the matter. Remember, I am doing this for your own good. With that, Lin Hai chose to say no more, allowing Bai Gu to leave the office. Bai Gu was no stranger to individuals like Lin Hai. He had encountered many in his previous life. As a teacher, particularly a homeroom instructor, it was impossible to treat every student equally with each passing year of new students. Some individuals are warm-hearted, kind, and honest, while others are malicious, selfish, cruel, indifferent, and lacking in virtue. One's nature is exceedingly difficult to change and is not influenced merely by their profession. Lin Hai exemplified this selfishness. He cared not for the lives or futures of his students, but only for his own interests. Upon returning to the classroom, the once tranquil atmosphere erupted into a cacophony. Classmates who had previously enjoyed a good relationship with Bai Gu gathered around him. Impressive. Bai Gu, you haven't been to school for over 10 days. Yet you've trained your skeleton to such a remarkable level. Indeed, I never expected your skeleton could defeat a ghost wolf. That is a first-tier advanced ghost wolf. This is the first time I have heard of a skeleton being so formidable. Even able to attack after being split in half, Bai Gu merely smiled and returned to his seat. His deskmate, Zhang Rue, immediately leaned in to inquire, Bai Gu, you are amazing. Are you planning to apply to the Summoner Academy? Yes. Zhang Rue's eyes sparkled with envy. Just a few days ago, he had asked Zhao Leiyun when Bai Gu would return to class, concerned that if his academic performance suffered, it would be detrimental. Zhao Leiyun had responded that Bai Gu was training his summoned beast in preparation for the Summoner Academy entrance exam at 8T that time. Zhang Rue thought Zhao Leiyun was joking. He never imagined it to be true. Zhang Rue's summoned beast was of inferior quality, and he had long given up on applying to the Summoner Academy, focusing entirely on his academic studies. If only he could make an effort to train his inferior summoned beast, Zhang Rue lamented inwardly. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies, as his family was ordinary and lacked the means to support Zhang Rue in enhancing his summoned beast. After some idle chatter, Lin Hai strolled into the classroom. Without delay, he addressed the students directly. Those who intend to apply to the Summoner Academy, please come to my office shortly to pay the registration fee and fill out the application form. The school administration will handle the registration for everyone as he spoke. Lin Hai primarily observed the students preparing to apply. In truth, he had a good idea of which students aimed to take the entrance exam for the Summoner Academy. In the previous year's examination, any summoned beast reaching first-tier intermediate strength was admitted. This year, the standard would likely remain the same. Lin Hai was well aware of the students' family backgrounds, having served as a homeroom teacher for many years and guiding numerous graduating classes. He had a solid understanding of who could gain admission to the Summoner Academy. After delivering these remarks, Lin Hai exited the classroom. The majority of students summoned during the summoning ceremony typically conjured forth powerless, inferior summoned beasts. It was relatively rare for students to summon a capable first-tier summoned beast in Bai Gu's class, apart from Zhao Leiyun, whose summoned beast was first-tier low-grade. Another classmate named Feng Su, sitting behind Bai Gu, also summoned a first-tier low-grade beast. The class monitor, a girl named Zhou Min, had a first-tier intermediate summoned beast. Only Xia Feiyu summoned a first-tier advanced beast. In total, 5 individuals, including Bai Gu, aspired to take the entrance exam for the Summoner Academy. The other 4 had long been aware of this, but they were surprised to see Bai Gu join their ranks. Bai Gu's victory over Xia Feiyu left no room for doubt regarding his strength. With Xia Feiyu in the hospital, only the 4 others visited the office. In the office, the process of paying fees, registering, and filling out application forms was straightforward. The registration fee was 2,000 yuan, a sum not burdensome for those who aimed to enter the Summoner Academy. The process was completed swiftly due to the small number of applicants. Lin Hai gathered the students' application forms and surveyed the 4 before him. Recognizing them as the hopes of Class 3 for this year's Summoner Academy entrance exam. The exact date for the formal examination had yet to be determined. They would await further notice. In accordance with tradition, Lin Hai offered some words of encouragement, urging Bai Gu and the others to strive for admission to the Summoner Academy. Once the conversation concluded, Lin Hai prepared to personally deliver the application forms to Xia Feiyu. Bai Gu and the others left the school to dedicate themselves to rigorous training of their summoned beasts. With the examination looming, time was of the essence, and everyone was determined to make the most of every moment to enhance their abilities. Today, having avenged himself, Bai Gu was in high spirits and said to Zhao Leiyun, "Let us go. I'll treat you to some skewers." "Sure." Noticing Zhao Leiyun's unusual demeanor, Bai Gu inquired, "What's wrong?" "Leiyun, Bai Gu, you injured Xia Feiyu's summoned beast. I have a feeling this matter will not end here." Zhao Leiyun expressed his concerns. Xia Yuanlong is not someone to be trifled with. Bai Gu understood that Zhao Leiyun was worried about him, so he reassured him, "It's all right. Since Director Li took office these past few years, the power of the Black Forces in Qi City has diminished significantly. Even if Xia Yuanlong is a local business tycoon, he should not dare to act recklessly." After some contemplation, Zhao Leiyun felt somewhat reassured. "Moreover, I've already been accepted as a student by the nurturer at the part-time studio." Bai Gu added, "Really? Absolutely, that's wonderful. Then you might very well become a nurturer in the future." Zhao Leiyun exclaimed with joy. He was genuinely happy for Bai Gu, as nurturers were regarded as a more esteemed profession than summoners within the Federation. Furthermore, as a student of a nurturer, Xia Yuanlong would have to think twice before taking any action against Bai Gu. Not necessarily. The entrance exam for nurturers is quite challenging. Right now, I am merely learning about nurture-related knowledge. Bai Gu replied, "Just be content. Being a nurturer is a highly lucrative profession." Zhao Leiyun, who did not know much about nurturers, had only heard on certain forums that nurturers earned substantial profits. With the cost of a single evolution ceremony reaching several hundred thousand, that while earning money as a nurturer may be easy, spending it was even simpler. Those with good talent could thrive, but those with lesser talent often relied on financial resources to succeed. Bai Gu merely smiled and said, "No more. Let's go eat skewers." The Summoned Beast Treatment Center, also known as the Summoned Beast Hospital, is specifically dedicated to the healing of summoned beasts. The profession of summoner relies heavily on summoned beasts. Once a summoned beast becomes gravely injured and unable to fight, the summoner's strength is significantly diminished. Hence, the role of a summoned beast healer has emerged. Healers can utilize potions and healing-type summoned beasts to effortlessly mend injured summoned beasts. However, healing-type summoned beasts are exceedingly rare. Not every healer possesses a therapeutic summoned beast. Thus, the majority of healers rely on medicinal remedies, summoned beast treatment centers, akin to ordinary hospitals and other public facilities, are ubiquitous in all cities. The Summoned Beast Treatment Center in Qiqing is located in the Ping'an district, relatively close to the inner city. Upon learning of the situation, Xia Yuanzhong hurriedly made his way there. Accompanying him was Huai Qingxuang, a bronze-level summoner employed by Xia Yuanzhong. Inside the operating room, several healers were attending to the injuries of the ghost wolf. Xia Feiyu anxiously awaited outside the door. Upon seeing her father arrive, Xia Feiyu felt a surge of reassurance, swiftly approaching Xia Yuanzhong. "Father." Yuanzhong raised his hand and said, "We'll discuss the reason later. How is your summoned beast condition?" The prognosis remained uncertain. The ghost wolf had been in the operating room for quite some time, without any outcome. "How severe were the injuries?" The ghost wolf had suffered a severed forepaw. Xia Feiyu's expression darkened. Xia Yunzhong's demeanor grew serious as he replied, I understand. Moments later, the red light in the operating room extinguished, and a healer emerged. Xia Feiyu hurriedly inquired, what is the outcome? The healer shook his head, stating, the situation is quite grim that a layer of black mist is entwined around the ghost wolf's severed limb, obstructing treatment. No healing methods have proven effective. What should we do? Xia Feiyu asked anxiously, although she had never encountered such adverse effects before. She believed that a purification potion should suffice to eliminate it. Xia Yunzhong replied sternly, just use the best available option. It is imperative that the summoned beast recovers its original state in the shortest time possible. The cost of the purification potion was no trivial sum, an entire 100,000. Such an expense was beyond the means of an average family. After receiving confirmation, the healer returned to the operating room to resume treatment on the ghost wolf's severed limb. Approximately 10 minutes later, the healer exited the operating room. The bleeding has stopped, and we've administered a regeneration potion. Soon, the ghost wolf's severed leg will regrow, the healer said with relief. That's wonderful. When will my summoned beast's leg be restored? About a month, came the reply. A month? Why such a lengthy duration? Isn't the regeneration potion supposed to restore it in roughly 3 days? Xia Feiyu questioned skeptically. What you refer to is a high-grade regeneration potion, which costs several million. Such potions are simply unavailable in a small place like Qiqing. Moreover, during the recovery period, do not allow the summoned beast to train. It must rest thoroughly to regain its strength. The healer concluded before departing. With the Summoner Academy's examination approaching, this was an especially critical moment. Xia Feiyu's summoned beast had sustained severe injuries, specifically his severed leg. Currently, the ghost wolf could barely exert a third of its original strength, let alone pass the examination. Xia Feiyu's prospects at the Summoner Academy now seemed bleak. Xia Yunzhong understood the implications, his expression reflecting concern. He had invested considerable resources and finances to elevate Xia Feiyu's soul strength to the second rank. He had also enlisted the help of individuals from the Summoner Association to secure a contract with a ghost wolf possessing both potential and combat prowess. Altogether, he had expended nearly several million, all in hopes of enabling Xia Feiyu to gain admission into one of the top 5 elite joint academies. Yet now, everything appeared to be in vain. Xia Yunzhong felt a wave of frustration and turned to Huai Qingshuang beside him. Mr. Huai, do you see any possible solutions? After a moment of contemplation, Huai Qingshuang replied, given the current circumstances, Feiyu has no chance of being accepted into the Summoner Academy. However, he might still consider joining the military or the Summoner Association. Xia Yunzhong was not satisfied with Huai Qingshuang's suggestion. The Academy, military, and Summoner Association were all significant forces within the Federation. The soul secrets and evolutionary paths offered by the military and Summoner Association were not inferior to those of the Academy. The crux of the matter was that joining the military or Summoner Association would impose considerable restrictions on personal freedom. Once admitted to the Academy, graduation would grant one a measure of autonomy. However, joining the military or Summoner Association would require signing contracts necessitating 10 years or more service. Xia Yunzhong had invested heavily in Xia Feiyu's training with the intention of having him graduate from the Academy and subsequently return to inherit the demon hunting group and develop secret realms. Secret realms were fraught with peril, yet rich in resources. Various rare mines, herbs, and other valuable resources lay within them. One of the 10 major conglomerates in the Federation had established itself through the demon hunting group. Almost every powerful conglomerate cultivated its own demon hunting team. Xia Yunzhong had aspired to engage in the demon hunting business for many years, yet without a summoner of his own, he was hesitant to rely on others. Lacking a personal summoner's deterrent, he feared being sidelined by another party, who might seize control of the demon hunting group he had financed. He planned to have Huai Qingshuang establish the demon hunting group first. And once his son graduated from the Summoner Academy, Xia Feiyu would take over the group, while Huai Qingshuang could be dismissed with a convenient excuse. Xia Yunzhong's plans were grand, yet he never anticipated that they would begin to unravel at the outset. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yunzhong demanded, Feiyu, what exactly transpired? Explain the sequence of events clearly. Father, it happened like this. As Xia Feiyu recounted the events, Xia Yunzhong grasped the full scope of the situation. suppressing his anger. He coldly stated, "So, this is all the fault of that boy Bai Gu. Indeed, it's because of him that he dared to injure my summoned beast during the competition, causing me to miss the Summoner Academy's examination." Xia Yunzhong had not anticipated that the once inconspicuous student would disrupt all his plans, rendering his efforts and finances futile. In Xia Yunzhong's eyes, the background of an ordinary family like Bai Gu's was hardly worth considering. "Father, we cannot let this matter rest." Xia Feiyu's expression twisted into a terrifying grimace. "I want him dead." A cruel smile crept upon Xia Yunzhong's lips. "Rest assured, this matter will not conclude so simply." Since Li Qingsong had taken office as the director of the Qiqing Law Enforcement Bureau, Xia Yunzhong had indeed exercised more restraint. However, dealing with an ordinary student was still well within his capabilities. Huai Qingshuang raised an eyebrow slightly, but chose not to voice his concerns. Xia Yunzhong took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Gong Chao, it's at the Bai Gu, having recently experienced a surge in income. Was feeling quite generous that in addition to the over 100,000 given by Yin Xuxia, he also received a reward of 500,000 from Su Yin, with tender beef, fatty intestines, Cantonese-style sausages, squid balls, vegetable rolls, luncheon meat, enoki mushrooms, lettuce, and several cans of beer. Bai Gu was indeed in high spirits." "Bai Gu, you've struck it rich," Zhao Leiyun remarked. "Just eat to your heart's content," Bai Gu replied. "By the way, do you remember Mo Kongxing?" Zhao Leiyun asked, taking a sip of his cold beer. "Of course. Mo Kongxing, the president of our second school student council, that I've met him once in the black market, and he's a fervent fan of Songling Xiu. Just like you. Cough, cough. I'm merely an ordinary fan, not a fervent one," Zhao Leiyun retorted, choking slightly on his beard. Indeed, Zhao Leiyun did not appear to fit the stereotype of a star chaser. Bai Gu inquired, "What about Mo Kongxing?" "Well, he's planning to organize a small gathering. Would you like to attend?" "A small gathering? Why would he invite us?" Bai Gu asked curiously. Zhao Leiyun explained, "This gathering is for students applying to the Summoner Academy." "Oh, I see." Bai Gu picked up a skewer of tender beef, dipped it in some cumin and chili powder, and took a bite, savoring the delightful flavor. "The main purpose of this gathering is to facilitate good communication before the examination." Zhao Leiyun added, "I see. When is the gathering?" "In 3 days, Wednesday at 5 in the afternoon, in a private room at the Tangxi Hotel," Zhao Leiyun replied. "The Tangxi Hotel? I've heard their prices are quite steep." Bai Gu remarked casually. Mo Kongxing declared that he would cover all expenses, with snacks and drinks provided free of charge. Furthermore, I heard that Mo Kongxing extended invitations to individuals from other schools as well. Zhao Leiyun remarked, "He invited people from other schools too?" Bai Gu felt a surge of curiosity, unable to comprehend Mo Kongxing's intentions. As you know, the exam for the Summoner Academy consists of 5 stages, one of which includes a practical test. Bai Gu nodded, acknowledging his awareness of the practical test. The practical test is designed to assess the combat capabilities of summoned beasts. Previously, examiners would serve as opponents. But last year, the format was altered to pit candidates against one another, with the results directly influencing their scores. Bai Gu had heard about this change, and it was said that this year's Summoner exam would similarly rely on candidate competitions to determine outcomes. So, is Mo Kongxing planning to use this gathering as a means to gauge the strength of others? Bai Gu inquired. Zhao Leiyun nodded in agreement, stating, "That seems to be the case. Will individuals from other schools actually attend?" "They should, as they too wish to acquire data on other summoners' beasts for preparation. So, are you going?" "If you go, I will accompany you." "Then it's settled." Bai Gu was indifferent. With his current prowess, he felt confident that among the candidates in the city applying to the Summoner Academy, none could defeat him. Zhao Leiyun was eager to attend, hoping to gather intelligence on others. If they encountered anyone during the practical tests, it would serve as valuable preparation. However, Bai Gu was skeptical about the gathering. Everyone understood the reason for the event, so it was unlikely that they would reveal their true abilities or divulge any information regarding their summoned beasts. After finishing their meal, Bai Gu prepared to head home. But Zhao Leiyun suggested they engage in some sparring at the small park. Bai Gu agreed, as it was a perfect opportunity to digest their meal. They returned to the same small park, which remained sparsely populated. "Bai Gu, are you planning to try out the skeleton from last time?" Bai Gu recognized that Zhao Leiyun was referring to the skeletal archer, previously during the Vast Hall's trials. The skeletal archer, with its advanced second-tier strength, had frightened the first-tier low-level Jialiju, leading Zhao Lei Yun to mistakenly believe there was something wrong with it, prompting a trip to the hospital for examination. And thus their duel never took place. After all, as a phantom beast, it was natural for Jialiju to shy away from a formidable foe and seek to escape. IT required training to face strong adversaries without fear. That skeletal archer is at home. I didn't bring it today, Bai Gu replied. All right, Bai Gu summoned a skeletal warrior. Zhao Leiyun chuckled and said, Bai Gu, feel free to summon all your skeletons, full of confidence. Bai Gu did not hesitate and summoned 2 additional skeletal warriors from the summoning array. Come on, this time I won't let Jialiju use Thunderbolt. It seemed Zhao Leiyun had indeed trained Jialiju's speed well. As anticipated, Jialiju's speed had noticeably improved. Previously, Bai Gu's skeletal warriors could barely land a hit on Jialiju, but now they couldn't even graze a feather. However, this time Bai Gu had 3 skeletal warriors. Under the combined assault of the 3 skeletal warriors, Jialiju found itself dodging clumsily on multiple occasions. Bai Gu realized that his ability to control multiple summoned beasts had significantly improved in practical combat. After the duel, both Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun gained substantial insights. Bai Gu enhanced his multi-control skills, while Zhao Leiyun's Jialiju also experienced an increase in evasion capabilities. Exchanging glances, both were satisfied with the outcome of their battle. The camaraderie between men flourishes through combat. Upon returning home, Bai Gu noticed that the skeletal archer had been growing rapidly in recent days. IT had observed Bai Gu cleaning the house daily and had learned to do the same. After Bai Gu left, it diligently tidied up the home, much to Bai Gu's delight. Furthermore, the skeletal archer had expanded its interest beyond merely watching television. IT had discovered an antiquated game on Bai Gu's computer. Diablo 2. Each day upon returning, Bai Gu found the skeletal archer engrossed in the game. The character it preferred to play was the necromancer, with all skill points allocated to the summoned skeleton ability. Upon seeing Bai Gu return, the skeletal archer approached him, its mouth opening and closing as if to greet him. Su Yan's summoned beast, the illusory fire fox, lay asleep on the sofa. Bai Gu instructed the skeletal archer to take good care of the illusory fire fox and to ensure it was well fed. Observing the fox's round belly, the skeletal archer executed Bai Gu's task flawlessly. It was time to prepare the illusory fire potion. Bai Gu had gathered the ingredients for the potion the previous day. All that remained was to concoct it. The process of potion making was relatively straightforward, by following the steps indicated by his golden finger. Bai Gu mixed the various prepared ingredients together to achieve success. The preparation of the illusory fire potion took Bai Gu approximately 2 hours. The materials required for the potion needed special treatment, and the steps were rather intricate. Bai Gu proceeded with utmost caution, wary of making even the slightest mistake. That a single misstep could render the materials unusable. Fortunately, luck was on Bai Gu's side, and he succeeded on his first attempt. While purchasing the ingredients, Bai Gu also acquired a set of potion-making equipment, with the vendor generously providing 3 potion bottles for free. These potion bottles were crafted from materials found in the secret realms. They were not only durable and resistant to breakage, but also adept at preserving the potion's efficacy. Bai Gu poured the illusory fire potion into the bottles, which presented a deep pink hue, exuding a palpable warmth. The illusory fire fox, which had been peacefully napping on the sofa, seemed to sense something and immediately flipped over. Its curious eyes filled with wonder. A phantom beast. Its senses were highly acute, allowing it to detect the presence of something beneficial nearby. Ultimately, it discerned that the coveted item was the potion held in Bai Gu's hand. The intense allure of the potion was irresistible, urging the illusory fire fox to seize it. Although Su Yin had commanded it not to harm Bai Gu, the illusory fire fox could no longer contain itself. The desire emanating from its very essence was overwhelming. Consuming that potion would grant it greater strength. The fiery patterns on the illusory fire fox began to gather energy. At that moment, the skeletal archer, engrossed in its computer game, suddenly turned its head, its hollow eyes fixated intently on the illusory fire fox. Feeling the skeletal archer's cold, hollow gaze, the illusory fire fox froze in place. Its mind cleared. Awakening to the reality of the situation, the skeletal archer possessed advanced second-tier strength, which instilled a profound fear within the illusory fire fox. The urge to snatch the potion vanished, and it obediently returned to lie on the sofa. The illusory fire fox could never defy the commands of its summoner. Should it disobey, it would face the repercussions of the soul contract. Just moments ago, the illusory fire fox had been overwhelmed by the potion's irresistible allure, compounded by the absence of its master, making it difficult to resist temptation. Now, however, it was fully aware. Bai Gu, focused intently on the potion before him, remained oblivious to the drama unfolding behind him. Perfect. This was Bai Gu's first successful attempt at potion making. Without delay, he decided to administer the potion to the illusory fire fox immediately. However, he noticed that the illusory fire fox seemed disinterested, curled up on the sofa, waving the illusory fire potion in front of it. Bai Gu successfully captured the illusory fire fox's full attention. The fox had always yearned for a potion that could enhance its abilities, and the prospect of such a potion was utterly irresistible to it, even prompting thoughts of seizing it. However, upon receiving a silent warning from the skeletal archer, the thought was promptly dismissed. Lying despondently on the sofa, it was unexpected to find the phantom fire potion was meant for it, which brought immense joy. Excitedly, it leaped into Bai Gu's embrace, playfully whining, ing, without pause. Were it not for the constraints of the soul contract, the phantom fire fox might have forsaken everything to nestle in Bai Gu's arms for eternity. Observing the adorable antics of the phantom fire fox, Bai Gu couldn't help but embrace it tightly, drawing it in as if he were absorbing its essence. Yet, it was he who was absorbing the fox's charm. When Bai Gu finally raised his head in satisfaction, he discovered the skeletal archer gazing at him with a mournful expression. Embarrassed, Bai Gu cleared his throat and set the phantom fire fox down on the sofa. Realizing it was getting late, he decided it was time to administer the potion. As the potion coursed through the phantom fire fox, the fiery patterns on its body ignited with heat, and its form slightly expanded. The phantom fire fox had just broken through to the intermediate second tier. However, having exhausted its energy in the process, it soon succumbed to slumber. Su Yan's commission had thus been fulfilled in the inner city. Within a villa community, Su Yan was watching television in the living room on the first floor. The screen displayed the ongoing Glory Cup matches, while his sister, Su Yan, was in her bedroom chatting with her friends. The moment the phantom fire fox achieved its breakthrough, Su Yan, as its master, sensed it instantly through the soul contract. He could hardly believe how quickly Bai Gu had elevated the summoner's beast to the intermediate second tier. It was truly remarkable. Fortunately, Su Yan had retained Bai Gu's phone number, and now he could simply call to clarify the details. Bai Gu was not surprised to receive Su Yan's call. He was well aware that once the phantom fire fox had broken through, Su Yan would be able to sense it. Hello, Mr. Bai. May I inquire if my summoner beast has indeed achieved a breakthrough? Following Bai Gu's demonstration of his abilities, Su Yan's tone had grown increasingly respectful. Indeed, I have evolved the phantom fire fox to the intermediate second tier. Thank you so very much, Mr. Bai. Su Yan expressed his gratitude. May I come by your shop tomorrow morning to collect my summoner beast? No. That would be too much trouble for you. Just provide me with your address, and I shall pay you a visit tomorrow morning, Su Yan replied. Very well, but remember to bring some energy food when you come. Your phantom fire fox has leveled up, and its energy has been depleted, leading it to fall into slumber, Bai Gu advised. Rest assured, Mr. Bai. Actually, you can just call me Bai Gu. There's no need for the formalities. Bai Gu felt that Su Yan's address made things somewhat awkward. Su Yan too found it a bit uncomfortable. He had used the title to show respect, but since Bai Gu preferred otherwise, he would refrain from using it. After confirming the address, Su Yan ended the call. Brother, who are you talking to? At some point, Su Yan's sister, Su Yan, had come down from the second floor, clutching the frost demon fox. Dressed in a light blue nightgown, she padded barefoot across the cork floor. Oh, it's nothing, just a friend, Su Yan replied with a smile. Oh, Su Yan was merely making casual inquiries and didn't care about the caller's identity. She settled onto the sofa in the living room, casually changing the channel with the remote to one she preferred. Seeing that Su Yan was indifferent, Su Yan felt a sense of relief. Sister, he began. What is it? I wish to challenge you again tomorrow. Just like last time. I don't want... Su Yan's heart tightened. Could it be that she had learned of his summoner beast's elevation to the intermediate second tier and was thus refusing? Why not? Su Yan feigned calmness. Because you are too weak. Su Yan's sister retorted nonchalantly. As Su Yan thought, as long as it wasn't an outright revelation, it would suffice. He had initially intended to wager using the resources provided by their family this month. But if she refused, then so be it. Su Yan, you stop right there. Who says I'm scared? Let us compete. Su Yan's sister declared, her temper flaring. Then it's settled. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, we can compete. But I have an additional request. She demanded. Su Yan had anticipated that she wouldn't agree so easily. What request? I want you to take me along when you explore the secret realm. Su Yan's primary purpose for coming to Chi City was to investigate the newly discovered secret realm. After the summer break, he would be entering the second year at Deep Blue Academy. At that time, the academy would teach combat skills and more. Su Yan planned to test his abilities in the secret realm. And with the butler sent by their grandfather accompanying him, he believed he would be safe that he had not intended to bring Su Yan along and had not planned to inform her. Yet somehow, the girl had gotten wind of it. His intention to exclude her was for her own safety. Although Su Yan's summoner beast was at the advanced second tier, the secret realm was fraught with peril, and one misstep could lead to disaster. According to the traditions of Deep Blue Academy, there would be a practical assessment at the start of the new semester to evaluate whether students had been diligent during the break. Those who ranked too low would face penalties, while those with high rankings would receive rewards from the academy. Su Yan aimed to secure a commendable position in the practical assessment, ensuring the Su family's reputation in the imperial capital remained untarnished. Thus, he intended to engage in real combat with magical beasts in the secret realm to enhance his combat experience. Uncle Yang, sent by their grandfather, was also a summoner, albeit with limited strength. He could barely protect one person in the secret realm. If Su Yan's sister were joined, it could potentially lead to unforeseen mishaps, and not bringing her along was for her own safety. Sister, the secret realm is perilous. Humph. I don't care. You may be weaker than I. Yet you can go. Why can't I? I have permission from grandfather to go. He did not grant you the same privilege, Su Yan replied. You could just sneak me along. It will be fine as long as you don't tell grandpa. Su Yan's sister pouted in dissatisfaction. Absolutely not. Su Yan shook his head in refusal. Seeing Su Yan's obstinacy, Su Yan's sister clung to his arm, pleading, Brother, please agree. Little Yan is quite capable now. I can take care of myself. Just promise to take me along. Su Yan, feeling overwhelmed by her insistence, finally relented. Very well, but only if you can defeat me in tomorrow's battle. Wonderful. Su Yan's sister cheered, joyfully scooping up the frost demon fox and dashing back upstairs to her bedroom. Su Yan felt somewhat helpless, as if she might truly manage to win against him in the upcoming match. In the Yeoman district at the Yahe community, Building 28, Unit 2, this was the residence of Bai Gu. The time was now 3 in the morning, and the community was devoid of any pedestrians. Gong Chao lurked beneath the shadow of a large tree, quietly smoking, accompanied by the thin man who had visited Bai Gu's home previously. Before long, Biaozi stealthily approached. Brother Chao, the task has been completed. Have all the surveillance cameras been dealt with? Rest assured, it's all taken care of. The cameras have been rendered inoperative and cannot capture us. Biaozi replied. That's good. Gong Chao finished his cigarette in one long drag before discarding it on the ground and extinguishing it with his foot. Brothers, this time Boss Xia has offered a substantial sum for us to take care of that kid. So let us do this right. Brother Chao, I've heard that kid managed to injure young Master Xia's summoner beast. Don't you think 3 of us might be a bit too few? Biaozi nervously swallowed hard. Gong Chao shot an annoyed glare at Biaozi. How many do you want? 200. We're here to kill, not to parade. Too many would just expose us. Biaozi, if you're scared, you might as well scram. Don't act like a coward. However, if you back out now, you'll miss out on the 200,000 Boss Xia is offering. No, Brother Chao, I'm just concerned. It's just killing someone. When have I, Zhang Biao, ever been afraid? Biaozi quickly defended himself. What are you worried about? I send T. Lao Fan with us. With him around, dealing with a student should be a piece of cake. Beside him, the gaunt figure of Lao Fan cast a discontented glance at Biaozi. In the presence of Lao Fan, Biaozi dared not express even the slightest dissatisfaction. Lao Fan, whose full name is Fan Yongjun, is a bona fide summoner, formerly affiliated with the federal military as a competent military summoner. However, Lao Fan became a deserter during a monstrous tide, abandoning his comrades in battle out of fear. He forsook those who fought alongside him and the very people he was sworn to protect. The federal government imposes severe penalties on deserters. Not only was he expelled from the military, but he also had his summoner's license revoked, rendering him ineligible for the myriad benefits that come with being a summoner. Without this license, he could not even venture into secret realms as an explorer. Moreover, he was barred from joining any monster hunting organizations, for no one would accept a deserter. In the end, Lao Fan could only associate with rogues like Gong Chao and Biaozi, engaging in nefarious deeds. Besides, that kid was merely a student. What did it matter how powerful his summoned beasts were? A single bullet would be sufficient to end his life. As Gong Chao uttered these words, he patted the gun at his waist. According to federal law, firearms remain regulated items, though the enforcement is not overly stringent, and one can still procure them on the black market. Biaozi swallowed hard, his hand brushing against the cold metal of his gun, which provided him with a sense of security, prompting him to say nothing further. Gong Chao's expression was icy, and his tone brutal as he commanded, "Remember, Boss Xia has reiterated that the kid must die. Is that clear?" "Understood." "All right, let us proceed." The trio of Gong Chao moved stealthily, making not a sound as they approached the entrance of Bai Gu's residence on the 5th floor. Lao Fan summoned his beast, an acid-corrosive creature of advanced first-tier strength. This elemental summoner took the form of a mass of green liquid, resembling an irregular jelly, akin to the slimes found in games. The acid-corrosive creature, composed of highly corrosive acid, could easily dissolve iron, minerals, and wood. Lao Fan directed the creature to extend a corrosive tentacle, commencing the dissolution of the lock-on Bai Gu security door. The moment the tentacle made contact with the lock, it melted away like ice cream, vanishing in a matter of moments. The entire process was utterly silent. Gong Chao and Biaozi drew their guns, preparing to storm in and eliminate Bai Gu at the first opportunity. Their firearms had been silenced to ensure that the noise would not disturb the neighbors. This was not their first venture into the business of murder. In the past, Gong Chao had been a notorious figure in the outer districts, rising to prominence with his ruthless nature and cautious demeanor, quickly becoming a small boss in the underground forces. Back then, Xia Yuanlong was merely a lowly thug under Gong Chao's command, inconspicuous and subservient. Each day, Xia would bow and scrape before Gong Chao. Yet little did Gong Chao know, one day, Xia Yuanlong would undergo a transformation. Not only did his bank account swell, but he also garnered connections within the law enforcement agencies. Even after committing crimes, he could spend a few days in detention before being released. It was unclear how Xia had befriended a prominent figure in Qiqing, but the law enforcement officers dared not offend him. He even forged alliances within the bureau, using their power to eliminate rival factions, thereby establishing Xia Yuanlong as the sole leader. Gong Chao, being astute, recognized the shifting tides and aligned himself with Xia to evade capture. Xia founded Xia's real estate, gradually cleansing his reputation to become a local celebrity entrepreneur in Qiqing. Meanwhile, Gong Chao took on the task of handling Xia's dirty work. The once mighty boss had now been reduced to a subordinate, leaving Gong Chao somewhat discontented, though he maintained a facade of respect towards Xia. This instance was no different when Xia Yuanlong contacted Gong Chao, requesting his assistance in dealing with Bai Gu and offering a reward of 300,000. To Gong Chao, Bai Gu was merely a 16-year-old boy, regardless of his status as a summoner. In the early stages, summoners lacked any means of self-defense. Their only strength lay in their summoned beasts, while their own bodies remained their most vulnerable weakness. Furthermore, they were sneaking in under the cover of night, and Gong Chao believed Bai Gu would likely be fast asleep at this hour. Once the door was opened, he and Biaozi would enter and shoot Bai Gu dead before making a swift exit. The surveillance cameras had already malfunctioned, and given the hour, there would be no witnesses. With no evidence, the authorities would be powerless to act. The 300,000 promised by Xia was an enticing reward. Gong Chao's plan appeared flawless, until he encountered Bai Gu. Indeed, Bai Gu was deep in slumber. But the skeletal archer was engrossed in a computer game as an undead creature. The skeletal archer did not require rest. The moment the acid-corrosive creature appeared, the skeletal archer sensed its presence. With hollow, vacant eyes fixed on the door, It reasoned that to avoid disturbing its master, it would take it upon itself to eliminate the intruders. Reluctantly pausing its game, the skeletal archer quietly closed the door to prevent the intruder screams from waking its master. Taking position in the living room, the skeletal archer concealed itself in the shadows, bow in hand, patiently awaiting the arrival of the invaders. Under the influence of the acid-corrosive creature, the security door to Bai Gu's home was soon opened. Gong Chao inhaled deeply and stepped inside first, followed by Biaozi, with Lao Fan bringing up the rear. The Bai residence was modest. The living room and kitchen bore no signs of life, and only one bedroom door remained closed, the one where Bai Gu slept. Gong Chao deduced that Bai Gu must be in that very room, and he and Biaozi crept stealthily towards the bedroom. Lao Fan held the rear guard, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. What could possibly go wrong? Just a 16-year-old boy, after all. How formidable could he truly be? In a typical scenario, Lao Fan could easily handle two of them. Meanwhile, the skeletal archer, hidden in the corner, prepared to strike as night enveloped the world. The faint glow of the moon barely illuminated the surroundings. Gong Chao merely glanced at the living room's general layout, failing to notice the lurking skeletal archer. Under Bai Gu's training, the skeletal archer had made rapid progress. With a swift whoosh, a blazing arrow was launched, striking the acid-corrosive creature squarely. Just an advanced first-tier summoned beast, it was no match for the skeletal archer, a second-tier elite. In an instant, the creature was vanquished. As the acid-corrosive creature met its demise, Lao Fan suffered an immense backlash from the soul contract, inflicting severe pain upon him. He felt as if his very soul were being torn apart. Overwhelming agony crashing over him. Fortunately, the skeletal archer swiftly released another arrow, granting Lao Fan a merciful end. In the stillness of the night, even the faintest sound was amplified. Both Biaozi and Gong Chao, their senses heightened, instinctively turned to the source of the disturbance behind them. They beheld Lao Fan, eyes wide open, lifeless upon the floor of Bai Gu's home. Beside him lay the corpse of the summoned beast. Before Biaozi could process the scene, the skeletal archer's blazing arrow pierced through his skull. Gong Chao witnessed Biaozi's gruesome fate. Despite his extensive experiences, the sight of death rendered him cold and paralyzed. Unable to maintain his grip on the gun, trembling, he fell to his knees with a thud. The ability to silently eliminate Lao Fan and his summoned beast indicated that the skeletal archer was undoubtedly a second-tier elite. Faced with such a formidable foe, a handgun was utterly useless. Gong Chao understood the wisdom of preserving life for future endeavors. Thus, he immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "Please, spare me, Great One. I was merely coerced by Xia Yuanlong." The skeletal archer, however, would not listen to any explanations. The invaders deserved to die. Gong Chao too fell victim to the skeletal archer's arrows, in a span of no more than 3 minutes. All the intruders lay dead at its hands. Without disturbing the master's slumber, satisfied, the skeletal archer nodded. Approaching the bedroom, Bai Gu remained lost in dreams, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. "I can't touch Teacher Ji. I'm still just a kid." It appeared that Bai Gu was ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, muttering incoherently in his sleep. The skeletal archer, ever considerate, gently tucked the blanket around Bai Gu before returning to his computer games. As dawn broke, sunlight filtered through the bedroom's partition, casting a golden glow upon Bai Gu, creating a radiant tapestry of light. He had indeed enjoyed a deep and restful slumber. Awakening from his dreams, Bai Gu stretched languidly, proceeded to freshen up, and ventured out to procure a breakfast delicacy. Just as he was contemplating whether to indulge in soy milk or tofu pudding, he stepped out of his bedroom only to be confronted by the grisly sight of Biaozi's brain matter splattered across the wall. On the floor lay 3 hulking figures, their wounds indicating they had already departed from this world. Bai Gu was utterly dumbfounded. How could several corpses materialize in his home upon awakening? The nature of their injuries suggested the handiwork of the skeletal archer's fiery arrow skill. Turning around in suspicion, Bai Gu discovered the skeletal archer looming behind him. In response to Bai Gu's bewildered gaze, the skeletal archer humbly waved his hand. indicating it was merely a trifling matter and that there was no need for excessive praise from his master. The skeletal archer had refrained from disposing of the bodies the previous night, intending instead to surprise Bai Gu upon his morning rise. The effect was palpable. His master was indeed astonished into silence. Regaining his composure, Bai Gu examined the 3 corpses and recognized them as the very individuals sent by Xia Yuanlong to deliver compensation the last time they visited. Rushing to the entrance, Bai Gu discovered that the lock had been corroded by a potent acid that a glimmer of cold fury flashed in Bai Gu's eyes. It was evident that Gong Chao and his associates had been dispatched by Xia Yuanlong to eliminate him. After injuring Xia Feiyu's summoned beast, Xia Yuanlong had proven himself to be merciless. Hiring assassins to extinguish Bai Gu's life, he had bullied Xia Qiubai, slain his summoned beast during their duel, and now had resorted to nocturnal assassination attempts. With his head bowed, Bai Gu's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling, not from fear, but from indignation. Time and again, he had been pushed too far. Bai Gu had resolved to exact vengeance upon Xia Yuanlong and his son. Yet, now was not the opportune moment. Xia Yuanlong, after all, was the president of Xia's real estate company. Furthermore, it was rumored that he employed a bronze-level summoner, making Bai Gu's current strength insufficient. He would bide his time, awaiting the day when his power would be formidable enough to ensure that Xia Yuanlong and his progeny met a most gruesome end. Possessing a golden finger, Bai Gu believed that such a day would soon arrive. "You performed admirably," Bai Gu commended. Were it not for the skeletal archer, he would likely have met a grim fate in his bed last night. Thanks to the vigilance of the skeletal archer, Gong Chao and his accomplices had been dispatched. The skeletal archer beamed with joy upon receiving Bai Gu's praise, eagerly preparing to fetch cleaning supplies from the bathroom to dispose of the bodies and cleanse the crime scene. Su Yan's summoned beast, the illusionary fire fox, lay peacefully on the sofa, undisturbed by the previous night's tumult. "What transpired here? Bai Gu, are you unharmed?" came the voice of Zhao Leiyun, noticing the door ajar. Zhao Leiyun had ventured out to purchase breakfast, only to sense something amiss, and upon entering, was confronted by the sight of 3 lifeless bodies. Bai Gu halted the skeletal archer from cleaning up. Since they had already been discovered, it was futile to attempt to conceal the evidence. "Rest assured, Leiyun, I am unharmed." "What happened here? Are they truly dead?" Zhao Leiyun's voice trembled. As a mere 16-year-old student, it was his first encounter with death, and he found himself grappling with the reality of the situation. Bai Gu replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, they are all deceased." "Who was responsible for their demise?" After a moment of contemplation, Bai Gu stated, "I did." Zhao Leiyun stifled his nausea as he recognized the bodies on the ground as the same individuals who had previously troubled Bai Gu. Furthermore, they were armed with handguns. Zhao Leiyun was no fool and quickly pieced together the implications. They were sent by Xia Yuanlong. It was a certainty. A chill ran down Zhao Leiyun's spine as he finally understood why his parents' demeanor changed so drastically whenever Xia Yuanlong was mentioned. Bai Gu had merely wounded Xia Feiyu's summoned beast, and it had been Xia Feiyu who initiated hostilities during their first duel by slaying Bai Gu's summoned creature, prompting Bai Gu's retaliation. Yet he had never anticipated that Xia Yuanlong would dare to send assassins to commit murder. Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. Had Xia Yuanlong succeeded, it was likely that Bai Gu's lifeless body would now be on display. "Bai Gu, let us notify the law enforcement agency. They must address this matter." Bai Gu nodded. It seemed there was no other course of action. Discreetly handling the bodies would undoubtedly prove too cumbersome. "Fear not. They invaded your home with the intent to kill. You acted in self-defense and shall face no repercussions," Zhao Leiyun reassured. Under federal law, a widely accepted principle states that individuals may protect themselves from harm under appropriate circumstances, even if such actions typically constitute a crime. Bai Gu's actions were thus justified as self-defense, and as long as he cooperated with the authorities' investigation, he would encounter no issues upon contacting the law enforcement agency. They rapidly dispatched personnel upon learning that there had been fatalities. 5 officers and 1 investigator arrived at Bai Gu's residence, promptly securing the scene. "What transpired? Who reported the incident? Who is the owner of this residence?" inquired a middle-aged investigator with a weathered countenance, his cold gaze scanning between Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun. "I am the owner." These three individuals stealthily broke into my home in the dead of night with the intent to harm me. I acted in self-defense and killed them, Bai Gu explained, gesturing toward the corpses. The investigator's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Gong Chao's body. Bai Gu sensed the change. So, you are the murderer, the investigator declared coldly. Fixing Bai Gu with a piercing glare, Bai Gu inwardly scoffed. It was evident that the investigator was familiar with the corpses and likely had connections to Xia Yuanlong. I have stated that I acted in self-defense. They unlawfully entered my residence, and I was merely protecting myself. Furthermore, they were armed with prohibited firearms. Bai Gu's words were abruptly cut off by the investigator's impatience. You are suspected of murder and have violated federal law. Please accompany us to the law enforcement agency. The investigator's hand hovered over his firearm, aware that Bai Gu's ability to eliminate Gong Chao and his associates indicated he was likely a summoner, warranting caution that he clearly acted in self-defense, and they were armed intruders. Why should Bai Gu be charged with murder? Zhao, Lei Yun interjected. Humph, you should remain silent. Otherwise, I will charge you with obstructing justice and take you in as well. The investigator retorted. Zhao Lei Yun felt a pang of anxiety. If Bai Gu were taken to the law enforcement agency, the judicial process could take at least 3 months. This would jeopardize Bai Gu's chance of taking the Summoner Academy's entrance examination. He implored, please, spare him. He is on the brink of the Summoner Academy exam. That is of no concern to me. My duty is to uphold the law. Step aside, or I will take you in as well. The investigator threatened. You are abusing your power. Zhao Lei Yun protested, realizing that the investigator seemed to be targeting Bai Gu. Feel free to file a complaint. Take them away. The investigator, unfazed by Zhao Lei Yun's threats, regarded him with disdainful amusement. Just a few complaints. I am not afraid. Lei Yun, do not say another word. Please take care of this summoned beast for me. Rest assured I will be fine, Bai Gu instructed, handing the slumbering illusionary fire fox to Zhao Lei Yun for safekeeping, as he had arranged to deliver it to Su Yin that morning. Bai Gu resigned himself to fate and followed the investigator to the vehicle. The commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers, primarily elderly residents, to the vicinity of Bai Gu's building. Just then, Su Yin arrived on the scene. That morning, while Su Yin was still asleep, he had seized the opportunity to leave his uncle's home under the pretense of morning exercise. Having taken an early taxi, Su Yin arrived at Bai Gu's residence. Upon entering the community, he noticed a considerable gathering of people beneath Bai Gu's building, engaged in hushed discussions about a murder that had occurred. Filled with perplexity, Su Yin was at a loss regarding the events that had transpired near Bai Gu's home. At that moment, he spotted Zhao Lei Yun standing downstairs, particularly drawn to the illusory fire fox cradled in her arms. Zhao Lei Yun's expression was rife with concern. The judicial procedures at the law enforcement agency could take no less than 3 months. Even if Bai Gu were to be exonerated, he would miss the exam for the Summoner Academy. Unfortunately, Zhao Lei Yun hailed from an ordinary family, her parents mere employees with no connections, leaving her without anyone to turn to within the law enforcement agency. Though she wished to assist, she found herself powerless. Suddenly, Zhao Lei Yun heard someone speaking beside her. Hey, kid, the summoning beast in your arms belongs to me. Looking up, she saw a young man, approximately 18 years of age, greeting her. Zhao Lei Yun recalled Bai Gu's instructions before his departure. Are you Su Yin? Yes, that's me. This is what Bai Gu asked me to deliver to you. Zhao Lei Yun handed the sleeping summoning beast to Su Yin. He eagerly accepted IT that moment. Su Yin could sense that the illusory fire fox was different from before. It had reached the intermediate level of the second tier. Bai Gu had indeed effortlessly evolved his summoning beast from the low tier to the intermediate tier. The illusory fire fox was currently in a state of slumber due to exhaustion of energy. Bai Gu had also reminded him of this during their phone call yesterday, so Su Yin had brought along energy supplements, which he could administer to the illusory fire fox shortly. Where's Bai Gu now? Su Yin was eager to express his gratitude. Zhao Lei Yun furrowed her brow and replied, Bai Gu has gone to the law enforcement agency. Why would he go there? Su Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Lei Yun proceeded to elucidate the situation in detail. After hearing her explanation, Su Yin grasped the bewildering nature of the entire affair. Despite being the victim, Bai Gu was being treated as the perpetrator by the leading law enforcement officer. According to federal law, Bai Gu was not required to go to the law enforcement agency. as he merely needed to cooperate with the investigation. Since this matter had crossed Su Yan's path, he could not let it rest so easily. He resolved to investigate further. Zhao Leiyun intended to head to the inner city to seek out Bai Gu's teacher. Given that Bai Gu's teacher was a trainer, they should be able to extricate Bai Gu from the agency. Bai Gu had been taken to the law enforcement agency, where a stern-faced officer gestured to two young law enforcement personnel and instructed, "Let him rest for a while. We'll take his statement later." Bai Gu merely regarded them with cold indifference, fully aware that the officer's intentions were far from benevolent. Moreover, the charge levied against him was intentional homicide. As Bai Gu had surmised, he was not escorted to a resting area, but rather confined to a large makeshift cell. Upon entering, he discovered 7 or 8 individuals already present, 4 of whom were gathered together. These muscular men, their arms adorned with tattoos, were clearly hardened individuals. The others huddled in the corners, casting furtive glances at Bai Gu before returning their attention elsewhere. This cell was not specifically designed for detaining offenders. It appeared to be a temporary arrangement, likely to be replaced by a more permanent facility once charges were confirmed. Bai Gu quickly understood the black-faced officer's intentions. He likely aimed to have Bai Gu beaten by the others in the cell. Upon noticing the delicate-looking Bai Gu enter, the 4 men, who had been engaged in boisterous conversation, immediately turned their attention to him. Their gazes fixed intently upon him. One of the shorter men scrutinized Bai Gu from head to toe and sneered, "Kid, don't you see the big brother here? Come over and pay your respects." Without further ado, Bai Gu summoned a skeletal warrior, directing it to slice a deep gash into the wall of the cell with a single strike. The walls of this temporary cell were solid concrete, and the cut left by the skeletal warrior was at least 3 to 4 centimeters deep. The display of power instantly intimidated the 4 muscular men, who fell silent and retreated to the corners. In the Federation, summoners enjoyed certain privileges. They were exempt from many federal laws. Regrettably, Bai Gu was not a professional summoner at the moment, or else the black-faced officer would have had no authority to detain him. Although the 4 men in the cell were physically stronger than the average person, they remained within the realm of ordinary humans, and a confrontation with a summoning beast would only result in their injury. While Bai Gu's skeletal warrior was of low rank, the mark it left on the wall attested to its considerable strength. Outside the cell, the black-faced officer, after having locked Bai Gu inside, promptly pulled out his phone to call Xia Yuanlong. Having known Gong Chao and others for many years, he was the one who cleaned up their dirty dealings, ensuring that no one would trace anything back to Xia Yuanlong over the years. He had received numerous benefits from Xia Yuanlong and enjoyed protection, leading a comfortable life within the Yong'an District Law Enforcement Agency. Is it Mr. Xia? Yes, it's me. That guy's already been apprehended and is currently locked up in a temporary cell. Don't worry. This kid won't be getting out anytime soon. We can keep him there for about 6 months without issue. Rest assured, I will make sure he has a miserable time in there. Understood? Don't worry, Mr. Xia. After finishing the call, the black-faced officer heard a commotion at the door and feigned concern as he walked over and on his way to the law enforcement agency. Su Yan increasingly sensed that Bai Gu's talent was extraordinary. He had successfully evolved Su Yan's summoning beast on the first attempt and had effortlessly boosted the strength of his own summoning beast this time, but a talent like Bai Gu's was bound to lead to remarkable achievements in the future. Coming from a prominent family, Su Yan understood the importance of forging connections with such prodigies early on. It was akin to making a wise investment. However, Su Yan was taken aback when the personnel at the law enforcement agency outright refused to allow him to see Bai Gu. "I'm not a criminal. On what grounds do you deny me access to him? What authority do you have to detain him?" Su Yan had only heard a brief overview from Zhao Leiyun. The truth behind the matter remained unclear, but he sensed that something was amiss. This individual is suspected of intentional homicide, a serious offense. He is currently giving a statement. If you wish to see him, you'll have to return in a week. The black-faced officer, seeing Su Yan's youth, couldn't help but look down on him, speaking with impatience. "Is that so? Yet my friend was merely acting in self-defense. Yet he is being charged with intentional homicide. I suspect you are framing him." Su Yan retorted with a cold laugh. As someone from a prominent family, Su Yan had encountered numerous schemes and could easily infer that something was afoot. Without evidence, you should refrain from making baseless accusations. This is a law enforcement agency, and everything requires proof. If you continue to cause a disturbance, I will have to detain you for obstructing justice. The black-faced officer was taken aback that Su Yin had deduced this and immediately darkened his expression, his tone becoming brusque. How imposing. I would like to see how you plan to detain me for obstructing justice. Su Yan's countenance grew cold. This officer was brazenly spouting nonsense and behaving arrogantly. As the future heir of the Su family in the capital, he was facing someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner for the first time. You are to come with me and give a statement. I suspect you are in cahoots with that robbery suspect. The black-faced officer pointed at Su Yin, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. Bai Gu's attire and familial background indicated he came from a modest household. Lacking any significant connections, this youth's relationship with Bai Gu was unlikely to be influential, so it was prudent to assert dominance over him first. Are you a bandit or a policeman? Su Yan's face darkened with anger. This officer was insufferably arrogant. Feel free to file a complaint against me. That my name is Huang Yu. Make sure you remember it. The black-faced officer scoffed. Before he could finish, another voice rang out at the door. Since when did our law enforcement agency become a den of bandits? The voice was deep and resonant, carrying an undeniable authority. Director Zhang. The black-faced officer, upon recognizing who had spoken, immediately called out, "What is happening here?" Director Zhang cast a quick glance at Huang Yu and then inquired, "Ah, you are young Master Su? What brings you here?" The middle-aged man immediately recognized Su Yin, indicating that he was well acquainted with him. However, Su Yin appeared not to recognize him. "I used to be your uncle's driver. I was the one who drove you around when you visited Qiqing as a child. Are you driver Zhang Mao? How did you become a law enforcement officer?" Su Yin, too, recognized the man before him. He had once been his uncle's driver. It was surprising to see him now working at the law enforcement office, apparently as its director, having climbed the ranks with remarkable speed. "Indeed, I comply with the directives from above. That be the way." What just happened? Zhang Mao recalled the earlier incident, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. He was well aware of Su Yan's background. He was the young master of the Su family from the imperial capital. If Su Yan faced any injustice in his territory, Zhang Mao would find it impossible to defend himself, no matter how he tried. Humph. Zhang Mao's mention of the incident caused Su Yan's expression to darken once more. With a cold snort, he replied, "Someone broke into my friend's home in the middle of the night and harmed him. My friend acted in self-defense and accidentally killed a few of them. Yet they claim he intended to murder. They even brought him to the law enforcement office, and when I came to see my friend, they had the audacity to detain me and dare me to file a complaint. Is this how law enforcement officers in Qiqing behave now?" Huang Yu's face had paled slightly, his dark complexion unable to mask his unease. He had not anticipated that this young man would be acquainted with their director. Zhang. Although he believed that eventually Xia Yuanlong would protect him, this incident undoubtedly cast a shadow over his career, complicating his prospect for promotion. Is that truly what you said? Is this the attitude of a federal law enforcement officer? Zhang Mao seethed within, resenting Huang Yu, who often relied on his connection to Xia Yuanlong to act with impunity. However, he had now provoked the young master of the Su family from the imperial capital, and he could only blame his misfortune. Yes, due to the fatal incident, I was momentarily provoked and spoke hastily, but I had no such intention in my heart. Huang Yu dared not lie, as several people had heard his earlier words. Remove his gun and conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Wang Heng, you are responsible for this case. Resolve it promptly. Law enforcement officers are the guardians of federal citizens, not rogues or scoundrels. Director Zhang acted decisively, stripping Huang Yu of his position in front of Su Y and Su Yin understood that Zhang Mao was performing for his benefit and chose not to comment further. Director Zhang, your actions are not in accordance with protocol. Even if you wish to accuse me, you have no authority over me. Upon realizing that Zhang Mao was serious, Huang Yu panicked. He had assumed Zhang Mao would merely put on a show. Given his relationship with General Xia, young Master Su, let us first check on your friend. The presence of such scum in the law enforcement office is a disgrace to us, and I will certainly report this to your uncle. Merely upon my return, Zhang Mao seemed to ignore Huang Yu's protest entirely. Huang Yu had been brazenly dominating the office, leveraging his connection to Xia Yuanlong, and had secretly coveted Zhang Mao's position for quite some time. Zhang Mao had long wished to rectify Huang Yu's behavior, and now, having offended the young master of the Su family, even the bureau chief would be of no assistance to him. Zhang Mao knew that even without the incident involving Su Yan's friend, the dirty deeds left behind by Huang Yu would be enough to land him in prison for a long time. What? Mayor Li is his uncle. Huang Yu was momentarily stunned, and no wonder Zhang Mao treated this young man with such deference. He was indeed the nephew of Mayor Li. Offending Mayor Li would leave Xia Yuan Long powerless to protect him, and Huang Yu's heart sank like a stone in the temporary holding cell. Bai Gu sat leisurely on an empty bed. After revealing his summoner prowess, those around him dared not provoke him. When the iron door swung open, Bai Gu sensed the situation immediately upon seeing Su Yan. Master, I'm here to take you out, Su Yan said with a cheerful smile. Bai Gu responded with a wry smile. I am no master now. The title of master cannot be used lightly. Regardless, it's only a matter of time. I'll call you that as a form of early preparation. Su Yan replied. With Su Yan's presence, the subsequent matters became much more manageable. Director Zhang of the Yong'an District Law Enforcement Office personally escorted Su Yan and Bai Gu out. Zhang assured Bai Gu that they would uncover the truth of the incident in a short time. Furthermore, all damages caused by the unlawful intrusion into Bai Gu's home will be compensated by the Law Enforcement Office, serving as recompense for his unwarranted detention, since there was no loss incurred for being at the Law Enforcement Office. Bai Gu nodded in agreement, but he understood that Director Zhang's diligence was entirely due to Su Yan's influence. Zhang Mao even arranged a vehicle to take Bai Gu and Su Yan home. Bai Gu intended to refuse, but Su Yan insisted on dragging him into the car. You have assisted me greatly on 2 occasions. I insist on treating you to a meal, Su Yan said warmly. Bai Gu felt it was only fair to accept, considering that it was thanks to Su Yan that he had been released from the Law Enforcement Office so swiftly. All right, let me call my friend first. Bai Gu took out his phone to contact Zhao Lei Yun to ease his worries. Hello, Lei Yun, it's me. There's no need to worry. I'm out of the Law Enforcement Office now. Yuri out? That black-faced officer didn't give you any trouble, did he? No, once everything was clarified, they let me go. Bai Gu replied at IS that's so. That's wonderful. I was even planning to find a teacher to help. As long as you're fine, that's good. Zhao Lei Yun sighed in relief from the other end. Have you informed her yet? Not yet. I just arrived at your shop's entrance and was about to go in. In truth, Zhao Lei Yun had been lingering outside the studio for quite some time. After all, she was about to meet the legendary nurturer, and she couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Well, it's probably best not to disturb the teacher. You've made an unnecessary trip. I'll treat you to barbecue when you return this afternoon, Bai Gu said. All right, Zhao Lei Yun replied. Bai Gu did not intend to let Ji know about this matter. He planned to wait until his strength increased further before personally dealing with Xia Yuan Long and his son. The restaurant Su Yan took Bai Gu to was Shihi Rinjia, a somewhat tranquil establishment with elegant decor and a serene atmosphere, with few patrons inside. Upon entering, Bai Gu felt that this place was quite nice for dining. He usually ate at roadside stalls, where meals were prepared casually without any particular demands on quality, that a somewhat gaunt man approached and inquired, Sir, how many in your party? 2. Do you have a private room? The Siege Hall is currently available. That will do. The gaunt man nodded and led Bai Gu and Su Yan to the private room, which appeared cozy and could accommodate only 4 or 5 people at most. Please, take your time to order. I will prepare tea for you, the gaunt man said, placing a menu on the table before exiting. Su Yan smiled slightly and said, That man who just left is the owner of this establishment. He is a master of tea ceremony, and the tea he brews is exquisite. Bai Gu glanced at the menu, which had a limited selection of dishes. However, each dish's photograph was beautifully presented. Especially notable were the prices beneath each item. Where even a simple stir-fried vegetable dish cost over 300, Bai Gu recognized that Su Yan came from an affluent background and likely did not mind the expense, so he ordered a few items without hesitation. The owner's tea indeed lived up to its reputation. Although Bai Gu was not a tea connoisseur, a sip left a fragrant aftertaste, compelling him to want more. Bai Gu had previously enjoyed fine tea, particularly the cloud mist tea brewed by Ji Yu. Of course, the owner used ordinary leaves, lacking the unique effects of the cloud mist tea. Noticing Bai Gu's fondness for the tea, Su Yan smiled lightly and said, I must truly thank you for helping me elevate my summoning beast level. I should be the one thanking you for rescuing me from the Law Enforcement Office. Bai Gu replied with a wry smile. It was merely a small effort. No need to mention it, Su Yin said nonchalantly, as it was indeed just a trivial task for him. In the entire Federation, few dared to offend him, as long as they recognized his identity. So, which Summoner Academy do you plan to apply to? Su Yin inquired. Bai Gu casually replied, Actually, I'm planning to apply to the Necromancy Academy. The Necromancy Academy? Are you a necromancer? Su Yin remarked. Indeed, Bai Gu confirmed. With a cheerful smile, Su Yin added, I see. The Necromancy Academy is indeed quite impressive, ranking high among the federal academies. I have heard that there exists a death attribute realm within the academy, which is beneficial for necromantic summons. However, what about your interest in the Deep Blue Academy? Bai Gu's gaze sharpened slightly. He was well aware of the illustrious reputation of the Deep Blue Academy. It stands as one of the 5 elite academies and is the only institution in the Federation dedicated to training military summoners. Most graduates of Deep Blue Academy join the federal military, while others enter various departments such as the City Defense Bureau or the Investigation Bureau. Noticing Bai Gu's focused attention, Su Yin smiled gently and said, Actually, my father holds a position within the federal military and has some connections at Deep Blue Academy. If you are willing, gaining admission would be quite effortless. Su Yin valued Bai Gu's talent and aimed to draw him in early. Getting Bai Gu to join Deep Blue Academy was merely the first step. As one of the 5 elite academies, Deep Blue holds supremacy over others, possessing extraordinary knowledge of soul secrets, summoning techniques, and training methods for summoned beasts. Furthermore, the military excels in team combat, and the academy certainly imparts lessons on Legion tactics, among others. Yet, Deep Blue Academy was not within Bai Gu's considerations. The primary reason being that the freedom within Deep Blue Academy is significantly restricted. It is said that the academy operates under a semi-militarized management system, closely resembling the daily life of the federal military. Upon graduation, one can only join the federal military. Bai Gu had no desire to enlist in the military. The current state of the military was far from its past glory. Factions proliferated and chaos reigned within. Bai Gu did not wish to involve himself in such matters, disliking constraints, and influenced by his father's unfortunate encounter with Inangwa. Bai Gu harbored little fondness for the federal military. Additionally, he suspected Su Yan's offer to be more complex than it appeared, surely with accompanying conditions. Thank you for your kind offer, but I hold no interest in Deep Blue Academy. Bai Gu politely declined Su Yan's invitation with a smile. Not interested in Deep Blue Academy? Su Yan was taken aback by Bai Gu's response, unable to fathom it. The 5 elite academies held a status in the Federation akin to that of Tsinghua and Peking University in the olden days. It is widely recognized that gaining admission to a Summoner Academy is already a formidable challenge, while entering one of the 5 elite academies is even more arduous. Countless individuals have risked everything in pursuit of admission to Deep Blue Academy. Although our Deep Blue Academy lacks a death attribute realm, many of our instructors are proficient necromancers, and with my presence, they would surely impart their knowledge to you. Su Yin intended to further persuade Bai Gu, but the latter resolutely shook his head in refusal. Since Bai Gu showed no interest, Su Yin ceased to press the matter. His goal was to foster a close relationship with Bai Gu, not to coerce him into joining Deep Blue Academy. Thus, he shifted the conversation to enjoy a pleasant chat over tea and food. After their meal, Bai Gu made his way to Yu Yu's studio, as he had a nurturing class with Ji Yu Yu in the morning. Hey Bai Gu, why are you so late today? Did something happen? Ji Yu Yu inquired, her concern evident. Normally, Bai Gu arrived about half an hour earlier and had never been late. But today was different. Nothing much, just had a meal with a friend, Bai Gu replied. Without a friend? It wouldn't happen to be a girlfriend, would it? Ji Yu gazed at Bai Gu with suspicion. I went with Su Yin, Bai Gu clarified. Upon hearing it was a male companion, Ji Yu felt relieved. But how did you end up having a meal with Su Yin? He asked me to assist in enhancing the power of his summoned beast. Once the task was completed, he treated me to a meal, Bai Gu replied casually, completely oblivious to Ji Yu's astonishment, her mouth agape. The initial summoned beast of the Su family in the capital was the flame fox. Ji Yu had heard of it, and currently, aside from the black smoke stone, there were no other means to enhance its power. The black smoke stone was firmly held within the Su family's grasp, rendering it impossible for anyone else to enhance the flame fox's strength. Even if they had contracted ITT over surprise, Bai Gu had already discovered a method to enhance the flame fox's power in just a few days. After a moment of dazed contemplation, Jiyu accepted the reality. At the age of 28, she had earned the title of Nurturing Master, hailed as a genius within the Nurturer Association, and garnered countless admiration. Yet in Bai Gu's presence, she felt diminutive. That is this the kind of talent that rivals that of the first president? Jiyu muttered softly. Teacher, what are you saying? Oh, nothing. Let us hurry to class. Upon returning to his villa, Su Yan eagerly summoned the illusion fire fox. After administering energy food, the illusion fire fox awakened from slumber, brimming with vitality, bounding energetically after emerging from the illusory beast realm. Although the illusion fire fox had leveled up, its exterior showed no visible changes. However, as its master, Su Yan could sense the remarkable transformation in the illusion fire fox today. He was eager to confront Su Yan for a duel and release the pent-up frustration of the past few days. At that moment, Su Yan's sister, Su Yan, was playing video games in her room, with the frost demon fox sprawled on her bed, its tiny paws clutching an ice crystal fruit as it nibbled contentedly. Su Yan was dressed casually in a beige floral dress and white knee-high socks. Currently, she was venting her frustration on the gaming console after losing an online match, kicking it with her delicate feet. Observing his slacker sister, Su Yan couldn't help but sigh, muttering, "What a misfortune for our family." This year, Su Yan would also be taking the entrance exam for the Summoner Academy, but due to her father's influence, she had been guaranteed admission to Deep Blue Academy. Spending the summer at her uncle's house, free from her father's incessant nagging, Su Yan had fully transformed into a gaming addict, spending her days immersed in video games. Embodying the quintessential homebody, she rarely practiced with her summoned beast, treating the frost demon fox merely as a pet. His sister had always been a beauty since childhood, attracting numerous admirers in the capital. If any of her suitors were to witness her current state, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. "Sister, enough with the gaming. You've been at it all day," Su Yan urged. "What brings you to my room? And what were you up to this morning?" "I had to attend to a friend's matter this morning," Su Yan replied nonchalantly. "You have friends here? Let's not dwell on the minutiae. Didn't we agree to have a match today?" "Come on," Su Yan was eager for revenge. "Why the rush? Aren't we scheduled to compete in the afternoon?" Su Yan pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. "I happen to have free time now, so let us get over with." "Since you're so eager to be defeated, I won't hold you back," Su Yan remarked. "Do you remember the prize for the winner?" "Rest assured, I have not forgotten," Su Yan replied. "That's good. Let's go, Xiao Yan." The frost demon fox on Su Yan's bed let out a soft yip, snuggling into her embrace as they headed downstairs towards the training room. The villa featured a training room the size of a basketball court, perfectly suited for their competition. The sibling duo stood face to face in the training room, having faced each other numerous times before, both ready for the duel to commence. Su Yan's frost demon fox possessed two skills, Frost Ray and Frost Armor. Frost Ray unleashes a chilling wave of light that can slow down enemies, making it an excellent offensive skill. Frost Armor, on the other hand, is a defensive skill that can conjure a layer of frost armor around the frost demon fox, significantly enhancing its defense. Both of these skills were formidable, allowing for both offense and defense, with Frost Ray's slowing effect proving particularly troublesome. Su Yan's Illusion Fire Fox also had two skills, Flame Charge and Illusory Duplicate. The Flame Charge skill envelopes the Illusion Fire Fox in flames as it charges at the opponent, inflicting damage. The Illusory Duplicate skill creates a decoy to confuse the opponent. The duplicate possesses no attacking power and dissipates upon being attacked, serving solely to mislead. Compared to the Frost Demon Fox, the Illusion Fire Fox excelled in close combat. In previous confrontations, the second-tier advanced Frost Demon Fox, upon utilizing the Frost Armor, found it exceedingly difficult for the second-tier lowly Illusory Fire Fox to inflict any damage upon it. After all, the disparity in their levels is not a matter to be trifled with. Although Su Yan's Frost Demon Fox is indeed second-tier advanced, she rarely trains it, treating it merely as a pet. The mastery of its two skills is only superficial. In stark contrast, Su Yan's Illusory Fire Fox has achieved proficiency in its Flame Impact skill. Previously, due to the level suppression, the Illusory Fire Fox suffered greatly in battles against the Frost Demon Fox. However, The situation has changed. The illusory fire fox has now reached intermediate second tier, complemented by the proficient flame impact. It can effortlessly breach the defenses of the frost demon fox. As the duel commenced, Su Yin commanded the illusory fire fox to initiate the attack with flame impact. In response to Su Yan's offensive, Su Yin instructed her frost demon fox to employ frost armor. Indeed, Su Yin was overly complacent. Believing this match would unfold as those in the past, she assumed that frost armor would easily withstand the flame impact of the illusory fire fox. What Su Yin did not anticipate was that the flame impact shattered the frost armor with ease. Landing a strike on the frost demon fox, the frost demon fox emitted a pained cry, and Su Yin, in a state of urgency, commanded it to swiftly evade the flame impact. How could the illusory fire fox, which previously could not penetrate the frost demon fox's defenses, now find such success? With little time to ponder, Su Yin had to act quickly as Su Yin directed the illusory fire fox to launch another assault. She urged her frost demon fox to evade the flame impact, while simultaneously commanding it to release frost armor once more. While frost armor could not completely repel the flame impact, it still provided some degree of defense. Without frost armor, the frost demon fox would likely have been defeated in a single blow by the flame impact. The flame impact skill involves the illusory fire fox enveloping itself in flames and charging forward. It is challenging to alter its trajectory, thus making it relatively predictable. Su Yin adeptly guided her frost demon fox to dodge 3 successive attacks, understanding that a direct confrontation with her brother's summoned beast would not yield success. She directed her frost demon fox to maneuver around the arena while employing the frost ray skill to harass the illusory fire fox. However, due to her lack of rigorous training with her summoned beast, the accuracy of the frost ray was severely lacking, allowing the illusory fire fox to evade it effortlessly. The illusory fire fox then utilized the phantom clone skill, resulting in 2 illusory fire foxes appearing on the training ground. The clones produced by the phantom clone skill were strikingly realistic, making it difficult to discern any differences. The clones could also execute the flame impact skill, albeit with diminished power, effectively confusing the opponent. Su Yin, unable to distinguish between the real and the clone, made a critical misjudgment, leading to her swift defeat at the hands of Su Yan's summoned beast. As the match concluded, Su Yin clenched her small fists. Her delicate face flushed with indignation as she glared at Su Yin. With a casual toss of his hair, Su Yin taunted, "Sister, I was merely going easy on you before. It's not that I couldn't defeat you. I've noticed you've been idle, playing games for days on end, so I decided to take this match seriously, to remind you that there are always those more formidable than oneself. Once you attend Deep Blue Academy, you'll truly understand the depths of talent there." Seeing Su Yan's demeanor only deepened Su Yan's distress. She recognized that Su Yan had deliberately challenged her, confident in his ability to triumph over her today. Su Yan was not one to shy away from defeat. Having made a bet, she was determined to uphold her end, that I will transfer the resources provided by the family to your name next month. Su Yan's fair and adorable face was puffed up in irritation. "And what else?" Su Yin replied with a teasing grin, "I won't be joining you in the secret realm." Su Yin shot a fierce glare at Su Yin, her tone sharp. Yet, paired with her charmingly cute visage, she exuded an endearing quality rather than irritation. To Su Yan's surprise, he shook his head and replied with a mild smile, "You can keep the family resources. After all, you need to nurture your summoned beasts." Su Yan's wager was merely a matter of pride, a way to uphold his dignity as an elder brother, rather than an attempt to seize his sister's resources. Furthermore, preventing her from entering the secret realm was for her own good, as it harbored numerous dangers, and he feared for her safety. Wicked brother. With that, Su Yin turned and carried her frost demon fox to her bedroom. Su Yin, chuckling joyfully, exited the training room, feeling liberated from the pressure exerted by the little girl. His spirits were high. The illusory fire fox, elated to have finally bested the frost demon fox, trotted happily behind Su Yin. After classes, Bai Gu returned home. Thanks to Su Yan's influence, the Law Enforcement Bureau's efficiency was remarkable. The bodies of Gong Chao and his accomplices had been dealt with promptly, although Old Fan Summoned Beast had damaged the Bai family door. A call was made to have a new door installed, which took nearly an entire afternoon to complete. Bai Gu also took the opportunity to tidy up, cleaning the blood and brain matter splattered on the walls and floor. Once everything was settled, Bai Gu reclined on the sofa, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. After a while, he recalled that the skeleton archer was still in the undead world, due to the law enforcement bureau's need to investigate the scene. He had returned the skeleton archer to the undead world. The afternoon had been too busy, and only now did he remember the need to summon the skeleton archer back. The skeleton archer must be feeling quite bored in the undead world by now. Bai Gu had once come across posts online describing the undead world, also known as the netherworld or death realm, that it was said that in the undead world there was no distinction between day and night. The sky was a blood-red expanse, and the ground was a desolate, withered black soil perpetually shrouded in an unyielding black mist. This black mist, referred to as the breath of death, would erode the bodies of the living upon prolonged exposure. And corpses easily became zombies. Mindless undead creatures did not experience discomfort in the undead world. In fact, they thrived in the nurturing embrace of the breath of death. Upon emerging from the summoning array, the skeleton archer greeted Bai Gu with a mouth that opened and closed before making its way to the bedroom to play on the computer. Having witnessed the prosperity of the human world, the skeleton archer had developed a fondness for it and was reluctant to return to the lifeless confines of the netherworld. Bai Gu contemplated whether to buy the skeleton archer a laptop. After all, the skeleton archer could not remain cooped up at home indefinitely. Bai Gu would soon leave the city to attend school elsewhere and would often be out and about. Unlike the illusory fire fox, frost demon fox, or gilet bird, the skeleton archer's presence was quite eye-catching. However, the undead world was exceedingly dull, and Bai Gu feared that the skeleton archer would grow bored within its confines if a laptop were available. The skeleton archer could occupy itself with games, providing a perfect distraction. Yet he wondered if a computer would even function in the netherworld. Perhaps he would venture to the computer market tomorrow to test it out. A decent laptop would cost around 5,000 to 6,000. Bai Gu's current finances were quite robust, bolstered by the 100,000 from Inshusha and the 500,000 for nurturing costs provided by Su Yin, leaving him with approximately 750,000 after accounting for the 15,000 remaining from the production of illusory fire potions. Purchasing a computer for the skeleton archer would be a trivial matter. Had it not been for the skeleton archer's timely warning last night, eliminating Gong Chao and his cohorts, Bai Gu might have faced dire consequences. Reflecting on it now, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. With the daily routine being so comfortable, his vigilance had waned. Bai Gu vowed to remember this lesson profoundly. He would not repeat such a blunder in the future. It seemed time to evolve the skeleton mage. Bai Gu murmured to himself. Currently, Bai Gu possesses 3 high-tier skeleton warriors of the first rank, 1 high-tier skeleton archer of the second rank, and 1 inferior skeleton. It can be said that Bai Gu's overall strength is now approaching that of a black iron rank summoner. However, this alone is insufficient. Bai Gu intends to evolve a skeleton mage. After all, he happens to have money on hand and has no immediate use for it. The materials required for the skeleton mage include elemental crystals, blue crystal grass, the brains of magical insects, and 10 pieces of magical beast bones. Among these, the most expensive is the elemental crystal, priced at 590,000 AS for the blue crystal grass and the brains of magical insects. They are relatively uncommon materials, likely costing around 70,000 to 80,000. Bai Gu plans to purchase the materials tomorrow and conduct the evolution ceremony to summon a skeleton mage in the Dihao residential area. At the home of Xia Yuanlong, the dismissed enforcer Huang Yu stand with a furrowed brow in Xia Yuanlong's study. Xia Yuanlong, clad in a black silk robe, delicately savors a glass of red wine from the table. After a moment, he remarks, "So, that young man is the mayor's nephew." "Indeed, I heard Zhang Mao himself say that his uncle is Mayor Zhang," Huang Yu replies. Regret fills Huang Yu as he recalls offending the mayor's nephew. Even if he had not been dismissed, he would struggle to survive in Qiqing City. You know what his relationship with Bai Gu is. Huang Yu. He only mentioned that they are friends. Xia Yinlong's expression remains inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotion as he states, "Understood. You may leave, General Xia. What am I to do now?" Huang Yu asks with a forced smile. Huang Yu faces an investigation. And under Zhang Mao's prompting, his corrupt dealings, accepting bribes, extorting businesses, and other nefarious activities have come to light. Were it not for Xia Yuanlong's intervention, he would still be imprisoned. His house, car, and bank savings have all been frozen and seized. It is fair to say that Huang Yu has lost everything he had accumulated over the years. Huang Yu hopes that Xia Yuanlong can arrange a managerial position for him at Xia's real estate. You may collect 50,000 from my secretary later, Xia Yuanlong says casually. 50,000? Is that all? Huang Yu responds with dissatisfaction. What more do you wish for? Xia Yuanlong sets down his wine glass. Fixing Huang Yu with a commanding gaze, Xia Yuanlong's demeanor incenses Huang Yu. If it weren't for Xia Yuanlong, he would never have provoked Bai Gu, thus offending Su Yin and ultimately losing his job. Xia Yuanlong's clear intention to discard Huang Yu, now that he is no longer an enforcer and holds no value, is evident. General Xia, I was dismissed because of you. Isn't it a bit ungrateful to burn the bridge after crossing it? Huang Yu, undeterred by Xia Yuanlong's gaze, stands his ground. After all, he was once an enforcer and has developed a sense of authority. Now that he is nothing, he feels no fear towards Xia Yuanlong. Do not forget who pulled you from your cell. Were it not for me, you would still be languishing in your cell, subsisting on plain rice and cabbage soup. Offering you 50,000 is already an act of great mercy. Do not push your luck, Xia Yuanlong sneers. Ha! Let me tell you, Xia Yuanlong, I have evidence of all the dirty work you've had me do over the years, believe me or not, but I can hand this information to my journalist friends tomorrow. And the entire Qiqing city will know what kind of person you are. Are you threatening me? You ought to know that those who offend me in Qiqing city do not meet with good ends. Xia Yuanlong's tone is laced with menace. Huang Yu is acutely aware of Xia Yuanlong's formidable connections in Qiqing city. Few dare to offend him. Yet now, stripped of wealth and power, Huang Yu is unwilling to simply walk away. Even if it means crossing Xia Yuanlong, he aims to extract something from him. General Xia, I know you plan to run for mayor. If these matters come to light, all your hard work in building a good public image will be for naught. I did not ask for much, just $1 million for you. This amount is but a drop in the bucket. Give me this sum, and I will leave Qiqing city and never return. Huang Yu declares with a cold smirk. Xia Yuanlong falls silent, and after a while he slowly replies, agreed. Huang Yu beams with triumph, saying, Thank you, General Xia. With that, he approaches the secretary to collect his money, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. Xia Feiyu is also present in the study, having listened intently to the conversation between Huang Yu and Xia Yuanlong. Father, you're just letting him go like that, Xia Feiyu exclaims in anger. Huang Yu is clearly extorting their family, and Xia Feiyu feels a surge of displeasure at his smug demeanor. In Xia Feiyu's mind, Huang Yu is merely a dog for their family. Now, that dog dares to bare its teeth at its master. Xia Yuanlong shoots a glare at Xia Feiyu and replies, What do you propose we do? Kill him? We shouldn't give him any money that we have connections with the television station and the newspaper. Why should we fear him? Xia Feiyu retorts indignantly. Do you think I truly fear Huang Yu's threats? I fear Mayor Li. Xia Yuanlong replies nonchalantly. Xia Feiyu begins to grasp the situation and hesitantly asks, Father, do you mean that Mayor Li is also involved in this? You mentioned that Bai Gu is merely an ordinary student with no background. Correct? Xia Yuanlong states. Yes, I recall hearing from classmates that Bai Gu is an orphan with no relatives. The mere mention of Bai Gu fills Xia Feiyu with animosity. Bai Gu had severely injured his summoned beast, preventing him from entering the Summoner Academy. He cannot rest easy until he avenges this grievance. Xia Yuanlong chuckles darkly. An orphan with no power or influence. How could he possibly know the mayor's nephew? It's absurd to think the mayor's nephew would consider him a friend, who would believe that there isn't something deeper here. My candidacy for mayor is common knowledge among the elite of Qiqing City. Mayor Zhang must be worried about my election. Hence, he resorts to underhanded tactics to thwart me, and that Bai Gu is likely just a decoy, aiming to uncover evidence implicating me in the killings orchestrated by Gong Chao and his men. Xia Feiyu suddenly comprehends. So, Mayor Zhang's nephew was sent specifically to approach Bai Gu and gather evidence against you. It is highly probable. My giving Huang Yu 1 million is not out of fear of him spreading the evidence, but rather a precaution against Mayor Zhang finding a handle on me, thus costing me financially to avert disaster. Xia Yuanlong smiles confidently, believing he has unraveled the entire truth. So, must we now let Huang Yu and Bai Gu go? Xia Feiyu still feels a sense of discontent. Do not worry. I will not let anyone who dares to offend me, Xia Yuanlong, go unpunished. Xia Yuanlong grins maliciously. Bai Gu is indeed a formidable opponent. No wonder he was able to injure your summoned beast. Offending the Xiao family will only lead to his demise. However, it is not yet time to strike. Let him live a few more days. As for Huang Yu, Xia Yuanlong contemplates, with Gong Chao and the others dead. He currently has no one to employ, and even if he wishes to eliminate Huang Yu, it would be quite challenging. Moreover, Huang Yu is an enforcer, making him difficult to deal with. For now, he must let him go. Xia Yuanlong shakes his head, expressing his helplessness. Damn it! Upon realizing that he cannot immediately eliminate Bai Gu, Xia Feiyu curses under his breath. Early the next morning, Bai Gu arrives at the computer city, intending to purchase a laptop for the skeleton archer. Upon learning that Bai Gu wishes to buy a new computer, the skeleton archer becomes as excited as a child, insisting on joining him to select one. Bai Gu fears that the skeleton archer's appearance might frighten passers-by, so he reassures it that he will indeed buy the best available. The computer at Bai Gu's home is an old model purchased when his father was still around. Far inferior in style and performance compared to those on the market today, the IT can barely run some games, while larger ones are completely beyond its capabilities. The computer city is relatively empty on this weekday, creating a rather desolate atmosphere. Bai Gu takes his time browsing. Besides computers, the city also sells phones, gaming consoles, and household appliances. Coincidentally, Bai Gu's phone has been in use for many years and is becoming sluggish, so he decides to replace it as well. After some deliberation, Bai Gu settles on a gaming laptop, while a nearby sales assistant provides a detailed introduction to the model. Sir, this computer is the latest product from Qingwu Group. The Spirit Storm 3 gaming laptop, endorsed by the Elemental Summoner Nye phone, that we are currently running a promotion. The original price was 8,199 yuan, but it is now available for 78.99 yuan. If you purchase it now. We also have 10 fantastic gifts to offer. Can a computer be taken to the underworld for use? Bai inquired. The salesperson paused, somewhat uncertain, and replied, It should be possible. I've heard that the deathly aura of the necromantic realm only affects the living. Since a computer is an inanimate object, it ought to function there, though it won't connect to the internet. All right then, I'll take it, Bai Gu declared. Great. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card. In addition to the computer, Bai Gu purchased a gaming console and 2 mobile phones, spending around 20,000 yuan in total. Bai Gu inquired about home delivery, and the salesperson mentioned a shipping fee of 50 yuan. Which Bai Gu readily paid without hesitation. On this outing, Bai Gu intended not only to buy a computer and phones, but also to acquire materials for evolving the skeletal mage. The primary core material for the skeletal mage is the elemental crystal. Elemental crystals, also known as elemental ore, are crystalline formations composed of pure elemental energy, and deposits of these crystals are exceedingly rare that a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg could fetch an exorbitant price of 590,000 yuan. Such precious ore is seldom found in a small place like Qiqing. Bai Gu went to the Muge store to make his purchase, but they too were out of stock. However, there was an ice elemental crystal available in a nearby city. If Bai Gu wished, it could be delivered the next day upon full payment. Not one to mind the wait, Bai Gu promptly settled the payment. The following morning, shortly after Bai Gu returned from class with Ji Yu, Zhao Leiyun came to visit. Are you going out for lunch together? Bai Gu asked. Zhao Leiyun smiled and replied, Did you forget? Today is the day of the banquet hosted by Mo Kongxing, who has invited all the candidates from our school applying to the Summoner Academy. With Zhao Leiyun's reminder, Bai Gu recalled this event and agreed to accompany her. What time is the gathering? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Tangxi Hotel's private room. Bai Gu glanced at the time. It was just past 1. The Tangxi Hotel is located in the inner city, and if they set off now on foot, they would arrive around 3. Bai Gu turned back to remind the skeletal archer, who was engrossed in the gaming console, to watch over the house before leaving with Zhao Leiyun. Ever since Bai Gu had brought home the gaming console and new laptop, the skeletal archer had become thoroughly captivated. After training each day, it could hardly wait to indulge in gaming. This made Bai Gu reflect. No wonder the skeleton feared lightning damage. It seemed to be a victim of internet addiction. I have good news for you, Zhao Leiyun exclaimed with a smile. What good news? My Thunder Sparrow has leveled up to intermediate tier 1. Zhao Leiyun's face radiated with uncontainable joy. That's wonderful. An intermediate Tier 1 familiar significantly increases your chances of being admitted to the Summoner Academy. Bai Gu felt genuinely happy for Zhao Leiyun that he recalled that in the previous entrance exam for the Summoner Academy, the passing line for familiars was intermediate Tier 1, that if the standards hadn't changed this time, Zhao Leiyun had a great chance of being accepted. Oh, your parents know this news? The Thunder Sparrow just broke through this morning. They're still unaware, but they've been quite busy these days, so I plan to tell them during dinner tonight, Zhao Leiyun said, her expression tinged with melancholy. Just to elevate the familiar to intermediate Tier 1 had drained Zhao Leiyun's family savings in an effort to support Zhao Leiyun in attending the Summoner Academy. Her father worked at a bank. Finishing at 5 in the evening, and after dinner, he would drive a taxi until 3 in the morning before resting. Her mother had also taken a part-time job, returning home very late at night. Zhao Leiyun witnessed her parents' toil and hardship, and to live up to their expectations, she devoted herself tirelessly to her studies and training her familiar. Through Zhao Leiyun's relentless efforts, the Thunder Sparrow had finally learned the skill Lightning Bolt. The weight of her parents' expectations, the challenges of the exam, and the burden of her studies pressed heavily upon her. This pressure had caused Zhao Leiyun to suffer from insomnia for many days. She could imagine the devastating impact on her family if she failed to gain admission to the Summoner Academy. While chatting with Zhao Leiyun, they soon arrived at the Tangxi Hotel. After explaining to the front desk staff that they were there at Mo Kongxing's invitation, the attendant escorted them to a banquet hall on the second floor. Seen Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun had arrived early. As the hall was empty except for the servers, Leiyun, Bai Gu, you've arrived. Mo Kongxing greeted them with a smile that you're quite punctual. When the president is treating, one must arrive early, Zhao Leiyun replied with a light smile. Bai Gu, your match against Xia Feiyu was quite spectacular. The final reversal was truly unexpected, Mo Kongxing remarked, his gaze imbued with a deeper significance. Bai Gu replied nonchalantly, it was nothing special. It was merely because Xia Feiyu underestimated me. Underestimated? Mo Kongxing thought to himself that he was well aware of Xia Feiyu's talent, being a second-tier soul with a high Tier 1 familiar, placing him at the pinnacle of all candidates from Chiqingno to high school. All the teachers and students believe his admission to the Summoner Academy was virtually guaranteed. It was astonishing to everyone that Xia Feiyu's familiar had been severely injured by an inferior skeleton. This was an outcome no one had anticipated. Seeing Bai Gu's calm demeanor, Mo Kongxing could only shake his head in resignation. Ignorance breeds courage. Bai Gu was merely an ordinary student, an orphan without support. In contrast, Xia Feiyu's father was not only the president of Xia's real estate, but also had connections that allowed him to establish such a business empire in a short time. President, I heard you also invited candidates from other schools. Is that correct? Zhao Leiyun inquired. Uncertain if what she had heard was true, Mo Kongxing nodded solemnly, stating, as you know, the practical test format has changed. It now involves duels between candidates, and their scores are linked to the outcomes of these matches. The practical test is the most crucial subject among the 5 subjects for the Summoner Academy. During the examination, candidates will be randomly assigned to battle against one another. Why purpose in hosting this banquet is not only for communication and learning, but also to gauge the strength of candidates from other schools. What Mo Kongxing said aligned with Bai Gu's understanding that if he could gather information on the skills and combat capabilities of his opponents before the competition, it would be much easier to formulate targeted strategies. For instance, Zhao Leiyun's familiar, the Thunder Sparrow, typically only learned the skills Claw Strike and Thunder Peck at Tier 1. The skill Lightning Bolt could only be acquired at Tier 2. Zhao Leiyun had invested considerable time and effort to enable the Thunder Sparrow to learn this skill. This was something only Bai Gu was privy to. No one else knew that Zhao Leiyun had such a trump card. In the duel, Zhao Leiyun would undoubtedly astonish everyone. If Zhao Leiyun had a hidden card, the other candidates would surely have their own aces up their sleeves, secretly training their ultimate moves as well at that moment. More guests began to arrive, prompting Mo Kongxing to greet them, while encouraging Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun not to be formal. The banquet hall featured a buffet, with each table adorned with a lavish spread of food and drinks. Having not eaten lunch, and after walking over, Bai Gu and Zhao Leiyun were already famished. With small plates in hand, they eagerly filled them with their favorite dishes. Do you think Xia Feiyu will come? Zhao Leiyun asked with concern, Bai Gu shook his head, replying, I'm not sure. Are you worried about me? Noticing Zhao Lei Yun's concerned expression, Bai Gu inquired. Indeed, I've come to realize the Xia family's arrogance. How dare they resort to hiring assassins? This is supposed to be a society governed by law. How can they act so brazenly? Zhao Lei Yun expressed her frustration. Lei Yun, this society is far from a true rule of law. Regardless of the era, the survival of the fittest remains the ultimate truth of the world. Listening to Bai Gu's words, Zhao Lei Yun nodded in a manner that suggested a vague understanding. As time passed, more and more guests began to arrive at the banquet. In addition to the candidates from Chi City No. 2 Middle School, there were students from City Number 1 Middle School, Chi City Number 9 Middle School, Chi City Number 5 Middle School, and Chi City Number 6 Middle School, totaling around 300 candidates. That it seemed that Mo Kongxing was quite popular. As nearly all the candidates had shown up, Bai Gu, meanwhile, was engrossed in peeling crabs, an uncommon delicacy in the inland city of Chi City, where seafood was a rarity. Indeed, it was said that the president's father was a director and was well acquainted with many people in Chi City. As Zhao Lei Yun spoke, he carefully extracted a segment of mantis shrimp from the pot, delicately removing the spiny shell to savor the succulent shrimp meat. You all arrived quite early, came Feng Su's voice from nearby. Feng Su and Bai Gu were both students of Class 3, and his summoned beast was of the first-tier low rank. Feng Su, you're here too, Zhao Lei Yun greeted. Come and try the seafood here. It is quite delicious. Feng Su glanced at the seafood laid out on the table, wrinkling his brow slightly as he replied, No thanks, it doesn't look fresh. I'm afraid it might upset my stomach. Zhao Lei Yun chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say next. Bai Gu, on the other hand, remained unfazed. In her memories, Feng Su had always been this way, before Xia Feiyu transferred to their class. Feng Su was the wealthy second-generation student, with a family engaged in small business ventures, and had developed a rather arrogant demeanor, looking down upon others. However, once Xia Feiyu arrived, her family background overshadowed his, leaving Feng Su feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Bai Gu, you're quite impressive as well. You managed to defeat Xia Feiyu. Your summoned beast must be of the first-tier high rank now. Elevating a low-tier skeleton to such strength must have cost a fortune. I wouldn't dare to be so extravagant, Feng Su remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. In his view, a low-tier skeleton held no potential for cultivation. Even if it were elevated to a high rank, future breakthroughs would be exceedingly difficult. Even someone from Xia Feiyu's affluent background wouldn't dare to squander like that. Feng Su harbored no fondness for anyone perceived as superior to him, and he relished the spectacle of Bai Gu defeating Xia Feiyu. Bai Gu simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. In fact, the candidates in the banquet hall were already delineated by class. Most of those applying to the Summoner Academy came from affluent backgrounds. They were either the children of wealthy families or officials. After all, only those with substantial means could afford the various resources required for daily consumption. Candidates like Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun, hailing from humble origins, had a slim chance of gaining admission to the Summoner Academy. Most would end up enlisting in the military instead. Before long, the class monitor, Zhou Min, also arrived at the banquet hall. The class monitor is here. Zhao Lei Yun waved to Zhou Min, signaling her to come over. Zhou Min was charming and lovely, recognized as the beauty of Class 3, though she fell slightly short compared to the school beauty, Gung Lei. Gung Lei was also present, clad in a white dress, standing alone in a corner of the venue, with brows like distant mountains and a face akin to a lotus flower. Her flowing black hair framed her visage, creating a picturesque scene imbued with classical charm, drawing the gaze of many onlookers. Zhou Min, dressed casually, nonchalantly grabbed a small cake from the table and began to eat, exclaiming, "Everyone arrived quite early, but I wonder what Mo Kongxing invited us for, and why he also invited students from other schools." Bai Gu curiously inquired, "You're not aware of the purpose behind Mo Kongxing's invitation?" "Not all that I've been undergoing rigorous training from my parents lately, and it was only because Mo Kongxing called that I came that I initially thought it was just a gathering of schoolmates. But I didn't expect so many students from other schools," Zhou Min replied, unabashedly. Having known Zhou Min for years, Bai Gu and the others were well aware of her carefree nature. Despite her beauty, her personality was rather straightforward. Zhao Leiyun kindly summarized the purpose of the banquet. For Zhou M. I. N. It turned out they were preparing to test one another and gauge their strengths. It was then that Zhou Min grasped the full extent of the situation. Your parents are summoners as well? Bai Gu asked. Yes, but they retired from the Demon Hunting Corps and now work at the Summoner Association. Zhou Min answered casually. It seemed that Zhou Min's parents had saved up money after having a child to retire from the dangerous work of the Demon Hunting Corps, where encounters with magical beasts could easily lead to accidents. In contrast, the Summoner Association offered a safer environment with commendable salary and benefits. How wonderful! With your parents' guidance, you can avoid some pitfalls, Zhao Leiyun remarked with a hint of envy. Zhao Leiyun had no mentors and had learned everything piecemeal from the internet, which was quite a challenge. The information online was often a mix of truth and falsehood, making it difficult to discern what was useful and what was not. While there were some summoner training classes available, the cost of about 5,000 per session was exorbitant, far beyond Zhao Leiyun's means. Wonderful. You have no idea how strict my parents are. It's like a devil-esque training. Zhou Min's face paled at the thought. Reflecting on it now, she couldn't fathom how she had endured under their rigorous tutelage. It was only after receiving Mo Kongxing's call that she had managed to secure a day off under the pretense of a class gathering. Regardless, I've been training from dawn till dusk without a moment's rest. I must take this opportunity to unwind. Shall we go sing karaoke after the gathering? It's on me. Given the invitation from Beauty, Bai Gu and the others readily agreed, as they too had been enduring relentless training and sought a moment of respite. What do you think Mo Kongxing gathered us all for? To spy on the other school as candidates. They wouldn't be foolish enough to divulge their strengths, Feng Su grumbled. The president must have a plan. Zhao Leiyun scratched his head, pondering. What plan could he possibly have? Feng Su mumbled. What are you all gossiping about? Mo Kongxing's hearty laughter interrupted as he approached. President, don't you need to entertain the other guests? Zhao Leiyun asked. Heh, it's all good. Zhou Min chimed in. You're hosting this gathering to assess the strengths of other candidates. But surely no one would be foolish enough to reveal their summoned beast-s information. Heh, just relax and enjoy. Eat up, and when the banquet officially commences, you'll all understand. Mo Kongxing teased, leaving them in suspense. After Mo Kongxing departed, Feng Su glanced at his retreating figure and muttered, what a show dash off to Tico everyone as surprise. Xia Feiyu had also arrived, and Bai Gu had thought he might not show up. Upon entering, he scanned the room and, noticing Bai Gu, said nothing, merely fixing her with a cold stare and a subtle smirk. Bai Gu returned a faint glance. She couldn't take him down just yet and would have to wait for another opportunity. With a tinge of regret, Bai Gu resumed her indulgence in the crab on her plate. Beside her, Zhao Leiyun tugged at Bai Gu's sleeve, worry etched on his face that he feared that Bai Gu, due to the events of the previous night, might act impulsively and make a regrettable decision. After all, the enforcement agency had yet to ascertain whether Xia Yuanlong had indeed sent someone to harm Bai Gu. If Bai Gu acted rashly, it could provide Xia Feiyu with leverage against her. Bai Gu understood Zhao Leiyun's concern and whispered, don't worry. After arriving at the banquet hall, Xia Feiyu ignored everyone and secluded himself in a corner. Feng Su had long harbored resentment towards Xia Feiyu ever since he transferred, feeling that he had stolen his limelight. Thus, he had no intention of greeting him. Zhou Min had also heard of Xia Feiyu's unsavory reputation, knowing that he had previously faced serious allegations at his former school for inappropriate behavior towards minors, which had been smoothed over by Xia Yuanlong's financial influence, leading to his transfer. Zhou Min was aware that Xia Feiyu was a problematic individual and that his conflict with Bai Gu stemmed from his interest in Bai Gu's attractive younger sister. Despite being the class monitor, she believed in treating every classmate equally, fostering unity and camaraderie. However, Zhou Min furrowed her brows slightly and ultimately chose not to approach Xia Feiyu to offer her greetings. The arrival of Xia Feiyu sparked a wave of gossip among the attendees in the banquet hall. The news that Bai Gu had triumphed over Xia Feiyu using a skeleton had already spread to other schools. Can a low-grade summoned beast truly defeat a standard one? Are you certain this isn't a jest? A skeleton? How could someone even cultivate such a creature? That person must be a fool, right? It's absolutely true. I was there at the match myself. Xia Feiyu's summoned beast was utterly crippled by the skeleton. What a formidable skeleton. I truly wish to witness it. As the discussions around her intensified, Xia Feiyu's expression grew increasingly grim. For her, being defeated by a lowly summoned beast like a skeleton was a profound humiliation, an egregious disgrace. Just wait, Bai Gu. Tonight, I shall make you acquainted with suffering. Once most of the guests had arrived, Mo Kongxing stepped onto the front steps of the banquet hall. After a brief check of the microphone to ensure it was functioning properly, he proclaimed loudly, "It is getting late, and I am truly delighted by your presence at this gathering. The summoner's examination looms ever closer, and I am aware that you all have been busy with training, scarcely finding time to rest. This gathering aims to allow everyone to take a moment from their hectic schedules to come together, exchange ideas, and discuss insights regarding training summoned beasts. Furthermore, I am about to announce an important matter. I would like to invite Mr. Gao, the organizer of this banquet, to the stage to deliver a speech." Upon hearing Mo Kongxing's words, Bai Gu was taken aback. He had assumed that Mo Kongxing was the one financing the banquet, not realizing there was another party involved. That Mr. Gao was a young man of average height with short hair. Ascending the steps, he took the microphone from Mo Kongxing and said, "Greetings, everyone. My name is Gao Tianxi, and I'm a graduate of Phantom Academy." This revelation instantly captured the attention of the candidates below. Phantom Academy is a renowned summoner institution in the South, and many present had heard of its illustrious name. Who would have thought the organizer of this gathering would be a graduate of Phantom Academy? This gathering was indeed hosted by him, while Mo Kongxing was merely the convener. What could be the purpose of this gathering? The reason I have summoned you all here is to announce that my newly established Ice Heart Dojo will soon open in Lun District, and I hope for your support. Bai Gu felt somewhat disappointed. It turned out the banquet was merely a promotional event, taking time away from his training. Nevertheless, he had enjoyed a complimentary buffet, so it wasn't a total loss. Most attendees shared a similar sentiment, realizing that the gathering was intended to generate interest for the newly opened dojo. They were no longer interested in hearing the remainder of Gao Tianxi's speech, their spirits waning as they awaited its conclusion. After all, they had eaten well enough and could now return home. However, what Gao Tianxi said next immediately captivated everyone present. In celebration of the grand opening of the new store, I am planning to host a summoner competition in 3 days. The first place winner will receive a piece of summoner equipment. Incredulous gasps filled the room. Could it be true that the victor would indeed be awarded summoner equipment? A piece of summoner equipment typically costs no less than 100,000. Ice Heart Dojo surely knows how to make a splash, offering such a substantial prize right off the bat. All present began to buzz with excitement. Most of the students preparing for the Summoner Academy come from well-off families, but even so, 100,000 is a considerable sum in a small city like Qiqing. Summoner equipment, one could only wonder what kind it would be. Zhou Min murmured to herself, "It would be wonderful if it were an attack-type item. It would certainly come in handy during the exam." Feng Su, though silent, displayed a keen interest, his posture eager. Zhao Leiyun turned to Bai Gu and inquired, "Should we also sign up?" Bai Gu had heard of summoner equipment before. It was crafted from various wondrous materials found in secret realms, each possessing unique properties. In the early stages, summoners rely heavily on their summoned beasts and lack any means of self-defense. Once enrolled in the academy, they can learn various summoner techniques, such as the art of transferring a part of a summoned beast's body temporarily onto themselves. For instance, they could adopt the wings of a black flame dragon, the claws of an extreme ice tiger, the hooves of a blood butcher bull, or the tail of a wild gorilla. There are also techniques that enable the use of summoned beast special abilities or temporarily enhance a summoned beast strength. These summoner techniques can significantly bolster a summoned beast's power and greatly enhance one's defense, making them rare and difficult to master. However, such techniques can only be learned at the academy, each institution being a unique school with its own special soul techniques, knowledge of summoned beast cultivation, and summoner techniques. Securing a piece of summoner equipment early on could substantially elevate one's capabilities. The only uncertainty lay in what kind of summoner equipment Ice Heart Dojo would offer. Only the top 10 contestants would receive rewards in this competition. The first prize would be the Water Flow Shield. The second prize would be 50,000. The third prize would be 10,000. And the remaining participants would each receive 5,000. For further details about the competition, one could inquire with the dojo staff. Bai Gu then noticed that a number of staff members dressed in Ice Heart Dojo uniforms had appeared around them. Many attendees began searching for Water Flow Shield on their phones. According to a certain shopping website, the Water Flow Shield was developed by the Chinching Group that IT resembled an ordinary bracelet, but upon infusing it with mental energy, a protective water curtain could be formed around the wearer. Capable of withstanding attacks of approximately 6-9 degrees, roughly equivalent to a first-tier magical beast assault. The current price of the Water Flow Shield was around 180,000. Even Bai Gu found himself tempted by such a price, especially for a defensive piece of equipment. Not to mention the other attendees who flocked to the Ice Heart Dojo staff to inquire about the specifics and sign up for the competition. At that moment, Bai Gu finally understood why Mo Kongxing had boasted about the potential to acquire information on other summoned beasts during this gathering. Who could resist such enticing rewards? Tonight was the only opportunity to register. Once this chance slipped by, it would be lost forever. The competitors in the summoner competition could very well become opponents in the practical assessments of the future Summoner Academy examinations, providing an excellent opportunity to gauge one's abilities ahead of time. Yet the entry fee was somewhat steep, requiring 1,000 yuan. This amount was insignificant to most present, who paid without hesitation, but Zhao Lei Yun found himself pondering the decision more carefully. Zhao Lei Yun furrowed his brows. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, which could only be described as mediocre among the many students present. Even if he participated in the competition, it would be exceedingly difficult to secure a notable rank, rendering the 1,000 yuan a wasted expense. More importantly, he currently lacked the funds in his quest to elevate the strength of his summoned beast to the intermediate first tier and to teach his Gillet Sparrow the skill Thunderbolt. The savings his parents had provided were rapidly dwindling. Participating in this competition would expose him to more opponents, granting him invaluable experience in practical combat. Yet Zhao Lei Yun remained indecisive about whether to enter. The thought of his parents' weary bodies made him hesitate. Bai Gu noticed Zhao Lei Yun's predicament. Lei Yun, you should register. I will cover your entry fee. But you're not exactly affluent yourself. Zhao Lei Yun was unaware of the extent of Bai Gu's financial resources, which had diminished since evolving the skeleton mage. Don't worry. I still have money. You can repay me once you are financially stable, Bai Gu replied with a gentle smile. Having known each other for a considerable time, Zhao Lei Yun felt no need to elaborate further. I promise to repay you once I have the means, Zhao Lei Yun said earnestly. You are being too formal. Bai Gu chuckled, and the two exchanged warm smiles. Just then, Zhou Min returned after completing her registration and caught sight of the profound gaze shared between Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun, along with Bai Gu's comment, "You are being too formal." Coupled with the fact that Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun were often inseparable, Zhou Min, observing Bai Gu's handsome features and Zhao Lei Yun's tall, muscular build, couldn't help but ponder, could it be? She had misinterpreted the situation. This was something that Bai Gu had never anticipated. The number of participants in the competition reached 286, and there were still a few who, for reasons unknown, had not joined. The competition at the Bingxin Dojo was scheduled to take place over 3 days, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The draw for opponents would commence at 8 o'clock on Friday morning. After the banquet concluded, Bai Gu, Zhao Lei Yun, Zhou Min, and Feng Su ventured to a nearby karaoke establishment to unwind. Bai Gu had always been tone-deaf before his transmigration, and that remained unchanged after. Thus, he merely stayed in the corner, clapping to enhance the atmosphere. Zhou Min's voice was melodious and enchanting, and listening to her sing was indeed a delightful experience. Feng Su, eager to impress the class beauty Zhou Min, unfortunately, possessed only mediocre singing skills. Zhao Lei Yun performed a song by his idol, Song Ling Xiao, titled Qing Yuan, and to everyone's surprise, he sang remarkably well. Truly, he was a devoted fan of Song Ling Xiao, Bai Gu mused. Wow, Zhao Lei Yun, you sing quite well. Have you practiced? Zhou Min inquired with curiosity. Not at all. This is my first time singing, Zhao Lei Yun replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head, witnessing Zhao Lei Yun outshine him. Feng Su sulked on the sofa in the private room, muttering to himself, "What's the big deal? It's just singing well. What's the use of that?" His voice was drowned out by Zhao Lei Yun's singing. Hence no one heard his lament. Feng Su ordered several rounds of beer, declaring he intended to drink until he could no longer return home. Just a couple of bottles should suffice, if you get drunk. That won't be good, Bai Gu frowned and cautioned. Can you get drunk on such a little? Feng Su retorted defiantly, popping open a bottle of beer and downing it in one go. Zhou Min, in a similarly bold manner, picked up a bottle of beer and imitated Feng Su, finishing it off in one gulp. However, it was evident that her tolerance was average. After consuming a bottle, her face flushed crimson, and she swayed unsteadily. Feng Su is right. When out for fun, one must indulge, Zhou Min said, her speech slurred and her cheeks rosy. Her parents had imposed a stringent training regimen upon her, which could only be described as devilish boot camp. Daily subjected to such rigorous training, Zhou Min longed for a chance to let loose. Hearing the class beauty express such sentiments fueled Feng Su's enthusiasm. After several bottles of beer, the show-off Feng Su quickly reached his limit. Sprawling on the sofa and drifting off to sleep, Zhou Min, too, leaned against the sofa, her eyes glazed, appearing to have lost consciousness. Bai Gu and Zhao Lei Yun were taken aback. They had anticipated that the two would become intoxicated so swiftly. It had been less than 2 hours since their arrival at the karaoke bar. Unable to sing anymore, they resolved to escort the two back home. As Feng Su was completely inebriated, the sturdy Zhao Lei Yun shouldered the task of carrying him back, while Bai Gu was responsible for guiding the still somewhat aware Zhou Min home. Bai Gu was well aware that Zhou Min lived in a residential area near the inner city. Under Zhou Min's hazy directions, Bai Gu supported her soft body as they approached her home. The houses within Zhou Min's community were all standalone two-story residences, and the property prices were quite steep. Affordable only to her parents, who were both summoners. After locating the correct house at number 7, 8, and 9, Bai Gu knocked on the door. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man answered, presumably Zhou Min's father. Zhou Min's father appeared somewhat frail, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor, reminiscent of a schoolteacher, completely unrecognizable as a summoner who spent his days traversing secret realms and battling magical beasts. May I ask who you are looking for? Zhou's father inquired upon noticing a stranger, but upon realizing that the girl beside Bai Gu was his daughter, he immediately exclaimed, Min Min, what happened to you? Old Zhou, is something wrong with Min Min? A middle-aged woman hurried over, clearly Zhou Min's mother. Upon seeing her daughter resting on the shoulder of an unfamiliar young man, Zhou Min's mother gasped in surprise, her eyes filled with astonishment. Realizing the misunderstanding, Bai Gu quickly explained, I am a classmate of Zhou Min. She accidentally drank too much tonight, so I'm bringing her home. Having handed the dazed Zhou Min over to her father, Bai Gu made his exit. Stay for a cup of tea, Zhou Min's mother insisted. No need, Bai Gu replied, hastily leaving the community. Zhou Min's mother shook her head helplessly, muttering, this child. Observing his daughter in such a state, Zhou Min's father furrowed his brow. That reckless girl, drinking to such excess outside. What if someone took advantage of her? He scolded. What are you worried about? I saw the boy who brought Zhou Min back. He doesn't seem like a bad person. You can rest easy about your precious daughter. Zhou Min's mother chuckled. But she shouldn't be drinking like this. After all, she's still a girl. Zhou Min's father protested, frowning, isn't it because you train her too strictly that she felt the need to indulge today? I'm only doing this for her sake, Zhou Min's father grumbled, adding, and you know how arduous the summoner's examinations are. If she doesn't work hard now, she will surely regret it later. All right, enough of that. Let us get Min Min upstairs to sleep, Zhou Min's mother urged. The night was cool, and a silver moon hung hazily in the sky. Bai Gu walked alone along the roadside. The materials for evolving the skeleton mage would be delivered to his door by the my shop tomorrow. At that time, he would be able to evolve the skeleton mage. He just wondered how powerful the skeleton mage would be. The skeleton archer was a high-level second tier, and since the skeleton mage was even more expensive, its strength should be superior. Bai Gu had summoned a total of 6 skeletons during the summoning ceremony. Unfortunately, one skeleton had been defeated by Xia Feiyu, leaving him with 5 among them. 3 had evolved into skeleton warriors, and 1 into a skeleton archer. Fortunately, 1 skeleton remained to be evolved into a skeleton mage. However, with that, his supply of skeletons would be exhausted. Once his soul strength increased, Bai Gu could go to the Summoner Association to conduct another summoning ceremony. However, this time it would not be free. a fee would be required to hold the summoning ceremony. During the first summoning ceremony at school, it was considered a complimentary benefit from the Summoner Association. Speaking of which, Bai Gu recalled that he still had a summoned beast, the gluttonous rabbit. Last time, he had handed the rabbit over to Gu for homework, and he had not had the time to check on it himself. Gu had been taking care of the rabbit for him. Gu had explained that some experiments required the cooperation of the gluttonous rabbit, hence the need for research. He resolved to visit and see it when he had time tomorrow. Just then, Bai Gu sensed something amiss. He had unknowingly wandered into a relatively secluded grove. This grove was a park near Bai Gu's residential area. Bai Gu was perplexed. How had he ended up here? He had been walking in the direction of home, yet somehow he had suddenly arrived at this grove. Even more bizarre was the fact that he felt no resistance. As if he had subconsciously arrived here. This strange occurrence heightened Bai Gu's vigilance, and he began to cautiously observe his surroundings. Oh, not bad. You woke up from the night bird's hypnosis so quickly. You're the first one, a deep voice echoed. Bai Gu turned towards the source of the voice, and upon seeing the identity of the newcomer, he was taken aback that a gaunt figure, a gloomy appearance, and elongated eyes, all clad in black. The newcomer was the brooding young man who had managed the black market. When Bai Gu had accompanied Zhao Lei Yun to the black market, this somber youth was responsible for maintaining order there. Bai Gu recalled how Mo Kong, the cousin of Mo Kong Xing, had almost clashed with him. The gloomy young man did not appear welcoming. Bai Gu was filled with confusion. He had no idea why the young man seemed to be targeting him despite their lack of prior interaction. However, it soon became clear when Bai Gu saw Xia Fei Yu emerge from the shadows. This wretched person was still unrepentant. Xia Fei Yu sneered at him. Good evening, Bai Gu. Damn it, Bai Gu's expression was somber. He had come to the realization that he had fallen into a trap. Xia Fei Yu's attendance at the banquet was not born from any genuine interest, but rather to ascertain Bai Gu's presence there. Bai Gu lifted his gaze, and indeed, amidst the shadows of the trees above him, a colossal owl was observing him with its head cocked to one side, its yellowish-brown eyes exuding a chilling aura. Bai Gu employed his golden finger to examine the attributes of the owl. Name: Black Bird Race. Monster Attribute: None Potential. 6 Status: Normal Strength. 2nd Tier Advanced, Elite Level. Trait: Monster's Body, Life Force. Defense, Attack, and Resistance are superior to that of summoned beasts of the same level. Ability: Claw Strike, attacks with sharp claws. Hypnosis, emits a fragrance that lulls enemies to sleep. Evolution Path: Black Sleep Owl Beast Night Owl. The Night Owl possessed relatively few skills. Only 2, with just one being offensive and the other being hypnosis. It was unclear how the brooding youth had managed to ensnare his senses and lure him into the grove. With its 2nd tier advanced strength, if he had brought along the skeleton archer, the situation could have been easily resolved. A hint of regret flickered in Bai Gu's heart. However, there are always thieves, but never a foolproof defense against them. Who could have predicted that Xia Fei Yu, the scoundrel, would send assassins just days prior and now summon a conjurer to ambush him? Yet, Bai Gu had no intention of resigning himself to fate. At his home, the skeleton archer, engrossed in a game, received Bai Gu's command through their soul contract. Without delay, he cast aside the game controller and, with icy determination in his eyes, departed from home to rush to Bai Gu's side. Currently, he found himself in an abandoned park near the neighborhood, a place once infiltrated by magical beasts that used it as a base to launch attacks on unsuspecting residents until eradicated by the City Defense Bureau. Now, due to the history of violence, few dare to tread here. It seems Xia Fei Yu had meticulously chosen this location. The journey from Bai Gu's home would take 10 minutes at full speed, which meant Bai Gu understood that if he could hold them off for 10 minutes, he would be safe. What do you intend to do, Xia Fei Yu? Bai Gu inquired calmly. What do you think? Xia Fei Yu replied with a mocking tone. You have crippled one of my summoned beast's legs. In return, I shall take one of yours. Xia Yuanlong had advised against causing Bai Gu trouble recently. Yet Xia Fei Yu had no intention of heeding his father's words. The humiliation Bai Gu inflicted upon him in front of the entire school was something he would never forget. Such disgrace could only be washed away with blood. Unable to defeat Bai Gu on his own, Xia Fei Yu sought assistance. His first thought was to enlist the help of the bronze-tier conjurer, Huai Qingxuang. However, Huai Qingxuang was reluctant to engage, finding it beneath him to bully a student. Yet he did suggest a suitable candidate to Xia Feiyu. The brooding youth, Li Mo, like Bai Gu, was a commoner student from a modest background, his family having sacrificed everything for him to attend the Conjurer Academy. Initially, Li Mo believed that gaining admission would ensure a life of ease, but he soon discovered that the academy was not as forgiving as he had hoped. Commoners could never compete with the affluent. Although the academy provided some subsidies, the costs of nurturing summoned beasts were exorbitant, and the meager assistance offered was insufficient. Thus, most of the time, common students had to find ways to earn money to sustain their everyday expenses. Li Mo accepted Xia Feiyu's commission to incapacitate Bai Gu. "Are you not afraid of the federal laws?" Upon hearing Bai Gu's question, both Xia Feiyu and Li Mo chuckled. Xia Feiyu's father was a prominent entrepreneur in Qiqing City, and he was well aware that his family had powerful connections. No one dared to touch the Xia family. Li Mo, a sophomore at the Maipan Academy and a prospective conjurer, enjoyed certain privileges within the Federation. As most punishments could not touch him, it was merely a trivial matter to incapacitate a leg of a student without any background. Xia Feiyu intended to taunt Bai Gu further, but Li Mo, unable to contain himself, waved his hand, and a massive figure of the night owl descended from the sky, casting a great shadow over Bai Gu. A black summoning circle materialized beside Bai Gu. Noticing Bai Gu's intent to summon a beast, Li Mo sneered, "Overestimating yourself." This time, Bai Gu did not hold back. He summoned all of his skeleton warriors without reservation. Simultaneously, he crouched low and rolled aside to evade the night owl's attack. 3 skeleton warriors viciously swung their bone blades, attempting to cleave the descending night owl. Li Mo's arrogance provided Bai Gu with an opportunity. In his mind, students like Bai Gu could not possibly summon beasts of significant strength. Surely, they could be crushed effortlessly. Thus, even when Bai Gu successfully summoned his beasts, Li Mo did not intervene, allowing the night owl to collide directly with the skeleton warrior's bone blade. The cold, hard blade struck the night owl, eliciting a tremendous cry of anguish. Flapping its wings, it ascended high into the air, retreating from Bai Gu's skeleton warriors. Seizing this chance, Bai Gu hastily prepared to flee. Li Mo, glancing at the wounds on his summoned beast with a pained expression, glowered at Bai Gu's retreating figure and directed the night owl to attack again. Bai Gu, however, had no intention of escaping so easily. His flight was merely a ruse to draw Li Mo's summoned beast into an assault. His true aim was to ensure that his summoned skeleton warriors could safely reach Li Mo and Xia Feiyu to launch an attack. Li Mo quickly noticed that the skeleton warriors were approaching them. Xia Feiyu panicked. If the skeleton warriors landed a blow, it would mean his demise. He sought to flee immediately, but, in his haste, tripped over a protruding tree root and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. In contrast, Li Mo remained calm, facing the cold skeleton warriors with an unperturbed demeanor. Then, something peculiar occurred. Under Bai Gu's command, the skeleton warriors, who had originally aimed to strike Li Mo, instead swung their blades at a nearby sapling. The other skeleton warriors followed suit, as if they were no longer under control. Mo chuckled triumphantly. He had employed the Maipan Academy's renowned secret conjurer technique, confusion. This technique disrupted the enemy's behavior, attacks, and movements, causing them to stray from their intended targets. Simply put, the skeleton warriors had intended to attack Li Mo, but were misled by the confusion technique, leading them to target the nearby tree instead. Li Mo had been studying the confusion technique for almost a year and had completely mastered it. He could even manipulate the movements of enemies using both the technique and the night owl's hypnosis to control them easily. Bai Gu had unwittingly wandered into the grove due to this very influence. What a novice! Li Mo scoffed at Bai Gu, clearly unaware of the disparity in their strengths. It would have been far simpler for Bai Gu to comply and have his leg broken, benefiting both parties. Yet, he foolishly contemplated resistance. Li Mo shook his head in resignation and murmured, unaware of your own mortality. Bai Gu, too, noticed the peculiar behavior of the skeleton warriors and felt a twinge of unease. Realizing that attacking Li Mo was futile, he sought to summon the skeleton warriors to his side for protection. However, upon receiving Bai Gu's command, the skeleton warriors did not act immediately. They merely circled in place. "Damn it, Bai Gu exclaimed, desperately evading the night owl's strikes. Limo had no intention of directly breaking Bai Gu's leg. He planned to toy with him first. The night owl flapped its wings, sending gusts of wind that swept Bai Gu off his feet, crashing into the ground. Bai Gu's face was smeared with dirt and grass, his clothes torn to shreds from the night owl's claws. Bai Gu attempted to leverage the complex terrain of the grove to ensnare the night owl. Yet, being a second-tier advanced summoned beast, it was undeterred by a mere handful of trees, effortlessly toppling them aside. Limo, with a wicked sense of amusement, commanded the night owl to prod Bai Gu with its wings, treating him as if he were merely a toy. Xiaofeiyu, rising from the ground, laughed heartily at Bai Gu's disheveled state. He took out his phone, ready to capture the moment and share in the class group, believing that only by exposing Bai Gu's disgraceful appearance to the entire school could he redeem his honor. Just at that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A searing arrow sliced through the night sky, swift, precise, and ferocious, striking the night bird. The heated arrow breached the night bird's defenses, eliciting a monstrous screech as it momentarily spared Bai Gu. Tears of exhilaration streamed down Bai Gu's face. At long last, the skeletal archer had arrived. Before the night bird could react, another fiery arrow struck it directly in the left eye, rendering it blind. The relentless assault left the night bird utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Limo sensed something amiss. His extensive combat experience compelled him to command the night bird to take flight and distance itself from the foe. The night bird emitted a chilling, mournful cry, stumbling as it prepared to flee the scene. However, Bai Gu was not inclined to let it escape so easily. He directed the skeletal archer to continue its barrage. Regrettably, the night bird's agility was formidable, and the skeletal archer's effective range was limited to 30 meters. Beyond that, its accuracy significantly diminished. The night bird effortlessly ascended to around 50 meters, thereby evading the threat posed by the archer's fiery arrows. Limo's expression darkened like stormy waters. This was a substantial loss. Xiaofeiyu had promised a reward of 80,000 for incapacitating Bai Gu's leg, yet the treatment for the night bird alone would cost around 5 to 600,000. Damn it! Who on earth attacked me without cause? Limo could not suppress his furious expletives. Beside him, Xiaofeiyu wore a grave expression, suspecting that it could very well be the mayor's people. Yet he refrained from sharing this insight with Limo. At this juncture, surrender was out of the question. Limo remained oblivious to the fact that the skeletal archer attacking his summoned beast was, in truth, Bai Gu's own. Lying sprawled on the ground, Bai Gu did not attempt to escape but feigned unconsciousness, his cold gaze fixed on Limo and Xiaofeiyu. With the skeletal archer's protection, they would undoubtedly be unable to harm Bai Gu, who could depart at his leisure. Yet Bai Gu had no intention of leaving so easily. He was equally determined not to let Limo and Xiaofeiyu off the hook. The skeletal archer, following Bai Gu's commands, concealed itself in the shadows of the trees. Should the night bird descend from the sky and enter the archer's range, it would unleash a lethal shot before retreating back into the shadows. The night bird found itself unable to counter this strategy, forced to circle aimlessly in the sky. Limo was unable to ascertain the skeletal archer's precise location, thus rendering him incapable of utilizing the summoner's secret technique, confusion. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Xiaofeiyu, too, was taken aback. Neglecting to record the unfolding drama, he coldly demanded, "What are you doing? Act now." Limo furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaofeiyu, and replied, "The information you provided was flawed. There's an unknown expert protecting him of equal strength to myself, and I find myself at a loss for the time being." Xiaofeiyu retorted, "Did you not initially assure me that the task would proceed smoothly? What has happened now? Regardless, I am unable to help." "Your intelligence was inaccurate," Limo countered. Xiaofeiyu frowned and asked, "So what do you propose we do now? My summoned beast is injured and requires aftercare. Which should be your responsibility?" "Humph, it's clearly your negligence, dawdling and not attending to business, wasting precious time, which led to someone coming to his aid, that I refuse to take responsibility unless you agree to increase my payment." Limo replied with a cold smirk. With no alternative, Xiaofeiyu reluctantly acquiesced to Limo's demand for more money. The night bird's anguished cries had likely drawn the attention of patrolling enforcers. If discovered, it would spell trouble. Although Liemo was a student of the Maipan Academy and could not be easily touched by enforcers, the injury to Bai Gu's summoned beast weighed heavily on his mind. Especially considering the costs of subsequent treatment, he felt his heart bleed at the thought of letting Bai Gu go unscathed. Liemo's previous remarks were merely a ruse to secure greater profit. Having undergone several simulated combat scenarios at Maipan Academy, he quickly devised a battle plan. Bai Gu, lying seemingly unconscious on the ground, was presumed to be devoid of fighting capability. Limo did not doubt Bai Gu's pretense. As a mere 16-year-old boy would surely seize any chance to escape given such dire circumstances, as a student of Maipan Academy, Liemo possessed more than just a confusion technique. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, found himself perceiving the world through the night bird's perspective. This was the summoner's secret technique, vision sharing. This ability allowed him to see everything his summoned beast observed. This technique was not exclusive to Maipan Academy. Most professional summoners could learn it, making it a relatively common skill. The night bird, a colossal eagle-like creature, naturally possessed the ability of night vision, rendering the pitch-black night as bright as day. No matter how well the skeletal archer concealed itself, it could not evade the night bird's pursuit. Upon realizing that a skeletal being had harmed his summoned beast, Liemo found it difficult to comprehend. When had skeletons become so formidable, with urgency pressing upon him, he hastily crept toward the skeletal archer's location. Before departing, he instructed Xiaofiyu to remain hidden, warning that he would not take responsibility for any injuries incurred. Knowing the position of the skeletal archer made matters simpler. By getting closer, he could employ the summoner's secret technique, confusion. Once that was achieved, the skeletal archer would be rendered ineffective, allowing his summoned beast to easily dispatch it. A sinister smile crept across Liemo's lips. Victory in this battle was assuredly his. As Liemo slipped into the thicket, Bai Gu cast a glance at Xiaofiyu, noticing that he was preoccupied with the soaring night bird and had not observed Bai Gu's movements. Relieved, Bai Gu picked up a half-brick from the ground, a malevolent smile on his face as he stealthily followed Liemo into the woods. As a summoner, frequent encounters with secret realms and magical beasts were inevitable. Maintaining good physical fitness was essential. Joining the Summoner Academy did not mean neglecting physical training. In fact, it intensified. Limo, with decent physical capabilities, stealthily approached the skeletal archer. The confusion technique had an effective range of 5 meters. As long as Liemo could close the distance to within 5 meters of the skeletal archer, he would be ready to strike. That he deduced that the skeletal archer, being a ranged attack-type summoned beast, while possessing high offensive power, likely had correspondingly weak defenses. The night bird had initially sustained damage from the skeletal warrior's rotting blade and subsequently from the skeletal archer's searing arrows, even losing an eye, accumulating substantial injuries. Though Bai Gu inflicted severe damage, it had not struck at the essence of the night bird. Limo was confident that if he could utilize the confusion skill on the skeletal archer, he would be able to direct the night bird to deliver a fatal blow. In the inky sky, the night bird soared, circling above, and under Limo's command, it initiated a series of harassment attacks to divert the skeletal archer's attention. Closer, closer, Limo slowly edged nearer to the skeletal archer, and once within range of his secret technique, victory in this battle would surely belong to him. The skeletal archer lay concealed beneath a massive poplar tree, bow in hand, aiming at the flying summoned beast. Limo cautiously approached the skeletal archer, relieved to find himself undetected, a cold smile gracing his lips, just as he prepared to unleash the summoner's secret technique. Bai Gu, trailing behind, raised a half-brick in his hand and swung it forcefully towards Limo's head. In that instant, as Bai Gu swung the brick, Limo sensed a disturbance behind him. He turned abruptly, colliding directly with the brick, a resounding bing echoed, and Limo's vision darkened as he collapsed to the ground. In his trepidation of being discovered by the skeletal archer, Limo had focused all his attention on it, failing to notice Bai Gu stealthily following behind. After dispatching Limo, Bai Gu spat in fury. "You worthless scum!" Without the control of the summoner, the night bird let out a cry and recklessly charged forward, intent on avenging those who had harmed it. However, it was effortlessly struck down by the skeletal archer of Bai Gu. leaving it grievously injured and pitifully moaning on the ground. Now, only Xia Feiyu remained. Bai Gu exhaled softly and issued commands to the skeletal archer to carry the unconscious Limo, while he began directing the skeletal warriors. Limo was now in a state of unconsciousness, and his released secret technique, confusion, had become ineffective. Bai Gu's skeletal warriors had also broken free from the chaotic control, no longer flailing about like headless flies. Xia Feiyu's thoughts were tumultuous. He wished to flee, but feared Limo's potential failure. Initially, he had believed that Bai Gu could only cultivate a single first-tier high-level skeleton, which would already be impressive. Yet he had not anticipated that, on this night, he would witness merely the tip of Bai Gu's formidable power: 3 first-tier high-level summoned beasts. In Qiqing, this was undeniably a display of great strength. A wave of fear washed over Xia Feiyu. Had he not sought out stronger allies, he might have perished here tonight, given Bai Gu's revealed prowess. It was highly likely that he would be recruited by one of the 5 prestigious academies, making it exceedingly difficult to deal with him in the future. Bai Gu must die. Xia Feiyu gritted his teeth as he spoke. If Bai Gu were to live, he would find no peace. Fully aware of the enmity between them, it could be termed a blood feud. His family had dispatched assassins to eliminate Bai Gu, a fact Bai Gu likely understood, albeit without evidence. Xia Feiyu's gaze grew resolute. If he did not eliminate Bai Gu now, he would face dire consequences should Bai Gu seek vengeance in the future. Furthermore, the fact that Bai Gu could cultivate 3 first-tier high-level summoned beasts, especially of the inferior skeleton variety, indicated that there were secrets hidden within him. If he could obtain those secrets, Xia Feiyu's thoughts began to wander. With Bai Gu currently in a state of unconsciousness, it was the perfect opportunity to act, and Xia Feiyu was determined not to let this chance slip away. "Where is he?" Xia Feiyu exclaimed. His face filled with shock. Just moments ago, he had seen Bai Gu lying unconscious on the ground, but now he had vanished in the blink of an eye. Had he awakened and stealthily escaped? Lost in contemplation, Xia Feiyu failed to notice the unfolding events around him until he realized that Bai Gu's skeletal warriors had encircled him. As he gazed at the now alert skeletal warriors, his heart sank to the depths of despair. Damn it, had Bai Gu awakened? With no time to ponder further, Xia Feiyu summoned his own summoned beast, the Ghost Wolf. Thanks to Xia Yuanlong's financial support, the Ghost Wolf's severed leg had been swiftly healed. After a few more days of rest, it would be back to its former self. Xia Feiyu directly commanded the Ghost Wolf to break through from behind. Acknowledging that he could not possibly defeat 3 first-tier high-level summoned beasts, Xia Feiyu prepared to flee from the area. The Ghost Wolf, utilizing its agility, evaded the attacks of the 2 remaining skeletal warriors and launched a fierce assault against the skeletal warrior behind it. However, the defense of the skeletal warriors was formidable. The Ghost Wolf's ferocious assault could not breach their defenses. Instead, the other 2 skeletal warriors seized the opportunity to strike the Ghost Wolf with 2 powerful blows. The stinging pain from his wounds did not deter the Ghost Wolf. Instead, it ignited its ferocity, and its attacks became increasingly savage. Yet despite its struggles, the Ghost Wolf could not overpower the 3 skeletal warriors. The skeletal warriors' corrupting blades left numerous scars on the Ghost Wolf's body, blood flowing uncontrollably from its wounds. Soon, the Ghost Wolf collapsed from excessive blood loss. With his greatest reliance incapacitated, Xia Feiyu could now only depend on Limo, who remained hidden within the forest. Bai Gu first tended to his own wounds before stepping out from the woods. Upon seeing Bai Gu, Xia Feiyu scoffed. "Bai Gu, don't get too cocky. Limo will soon take care of your minions. And when he returns, you shall meet your demise. Is the Limo you speak of this one?" Bai Gu pointed to the skeletal archer, which was dragging Limo as if it were a lifeless pig. Xia Feiyu's expression changed. At this point, how could he not understand? He and Limo had assumed that Bai Gu's external aid was merely his summoned beasts. Bai Gu actually possessed a 2nd-tier high-level summoned beast, which had defeated Limo. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. In all of Qiqing, Xia Feiyu had considered himself a genius, gifted with a 2nd-tier soul and a 1st-tier high-level summoned beast. Yet, he had not expected Bai Gu to be so extraordinary. A 2nd-tier high-level summoned beast. In the Federation, individuals of Bai Gu's age possessing such a level of summoned beasts were exceedingly rare. It appeared that the secrets surrounding Bai Gu were anything but simple. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Feiyu resolved that upon returning, he must persuade his father to eliminate Bai Gu and seize this secret for himself. Observing Xiao Feiyu, Bai Gu found his demeanor somewhat peculiar and inquired, "Aren't you afraid?" Xiao Feiyu disdainfully snorted, "Afraid? Do you truly think you can kill me? Are you so certain that I wouldn't dare to kill you?" "Of course, if you were to kill me, according to the Federation's laws, you would undoubtedly spend the rest of your life in prison, losing all prospects for the future, and you have no family. However, your relationship with the Ina Nation is quite favorable. Should you dare to harm me, my father will ensure that the Ina Nation can no longer remain in Qiqing." Xiao Feiyu sneered. Xiao Feiyu had undergone significant changes since his last duel with Bai Gu. He was now gambling on the notion that Bai Gu would not dare to kill him. Should Bai Gu take such an irreversible step, he would spend his life in prison or be perpetually on the run. Furthermore, Bai Gu did not appear to be the type to lose his composure easily. He would surely recognize the advantages and disadvantages of the situation. With this thought, a confident smile returned to Xiao Feiyu's face. Bai Gu replied with a faint smile, "I indeed will not kill you, but your summoned beast is doomed today." "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Hearing Bai Gu's intention to eliminate his summoned beast, Xiao Feiyu became alarmed.